Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather live stream. Today could be a very long day. I'm just going to preface that right off the bat because we could be live for as long as 12 to 16 hours today. With how long today's severe weather event is going to be, it's only just getting started, but we already have a high risk for severe weather today across parts of southern Kansas and Oklahoma. Obviously, this is a upgrade over what we had before, but I do want to remind you, if you are anywhere in the risk outlined areas today, whether that is a slight risk or an enhanced risk, moderate risk, or high risk, you want to make sure that you are staying very vigilant today, because today is going to most likely be one of the biggest severe weather days that we've seen all year long. I am expecting several long-tracked and strong tornadoes across parts of Oklahoma and Kansas today, and I'm not trying to say that to scare you here, but that is essentially what the threat is going to be today across a large chunk here of the central and southern plains, where any discrete supercells that get going are going to pose a threat for long-tracked and strong tornadoes, in addition to some giant hail. It is going to be a very, very active day today. So if you are anywhere in the Great Plains today, especially again in that high, moderate, or enhanced risk, you need to make sure that you do have a tornado action plan in place today and have multiple ways to receive alerts, and also make sure that you're staying tuned to our channel. I'm planning on being live probably from now all the way until probably like 12 o'clock tonight. So once again, this could very easily be a 12-hour live stream. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We will be with Connor Croft today. He'll be storm chasing with us probably in about a couple hours or so, so we'll have his feed with us throughout the day today. In addition to that, today's live stream is going to be brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to keep you prepared ahead of these storms today, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. It's on both iOS and Android. It will keep you ahead of the storms. It has all sorts of great features like the live radar feed. You can track out storms and a bunch of other features like live cams and storm chasers. Once again, if you need a weather app, top link in the description below. It's only $8.99 for the base app, and they also have subscriptions with other features. All right, let's talk a little bit about today, because obviously again today is going to be a pretty big day. If you haven't already heard, we have a high risk for severe weather, which the last time we had this was March 31st of 2023. It's been quite a while, and I know a lot of you are like, you know, this doesn't look normal. Well, it's not normal. We don't see a high risk that often issued. It's only issued when we have a significant and widespread threat of severe weather that is being forecasted, and today's threat is going to be the tornado threat. The tornado threat is why we do have a high risk for severe weather today across parts of southern Kansas and back into Oklahoma. So obviously, if you are anywhere in the pink shaded area, you need to be weather aware. I don't care where you are in the pink shaded area, you've got to be weather aware. Do not joke around with today, because again, we are likely going to see at least a few, if not multiple, long tracked and strong tornadoes, especially in the pink shaded area. But even if you're in the red or orange shaded area, you could also have that same threat, which is why I'm reminding you again, it doesn't matter where you are here in the central or southern plains, you need to stay weather aware. It is something that you just have to do today. If you know any friends or family in any of these areas, you need to also make sure that they are staying vigilant and weather aware, because today again could be one of the worst severe weather outbreaks that we've had in a little while now. So this is also, by the way, for Oklahoma in particular, we have not had a high risk for severe weather since 2019. So it's been about 5 years since the last time we had any sort of high risk for severe weather. Gives you an idea of the magnitude and how frequently these happen. They're very rare, meaning that the Storm Prediction Center is basically saying today is going to be a very big day when it comes to tornadoes, and as well as the very giant hail threat, which we could see some hailstones as high as softball to potentially even grapefruit sized hail. Now, we do have a moderate threat as well for areas like Wichita, Hutchinson, back near Emporia in Kansas, and as well as Bartlesville, Tulsa. This is also where we're watching for that strong and long track tornado threat. A more significant and robust damaging wind threat will exist across parts of eastern Kansas, western Missouri, and southeast Nebraska tonight as well. And here is that tornado threat, by the way. So again, notice that pink area. That represents a 30% chance within a 25-mile radius of a tornado, which once again, strong tornadoes are also a possibility here today anywhere near Wichita, back into Oklahoma City, where again, that potential for long-tracked and strong tornadoes will exist today across a large chunk of central and northern parts of Oklahoma, back into southern Kansas. And even outside of this area where that hatched area is, that represents that you at least have a chance to see strong tornadoes anywhere from very far north central Texas back into a very small sliver of western parts of Missouri, and as well as back into northern Kansas. Any of this area today could have strong and long track tornadoes. Now, I do want to mention, if you're outside of this area, you could still see tornadoes. Do not ignore the overall severe weather threat if you're in the brown shaded area, or if you're back down in Texas, because we are still going to have a threat either for very large hail, damaging winds, or tornadoes. Again, this threat is going to exist across the entire Great Plains and as well as back over into parts of the Midwest. All right, let's talk more about the severe weather timing, and I'll kind of get to questions and stuff like that. And again, we'll be live probably for the next 12 hours, so it's going to be a very busy next several hours here. Let's go ahead and hop over to the future timing here. So this is what we're looking at for today. I'm going to go ahead and put back on the general risk here. And we'll jump to about right now. So right now, we already have storms developing in parts of northern Kansas and back into southern and central Nebraska. Most of these storms right now, again, are hail and wind producers. We might get a couple of tornadoes here this afternoon. Once we get closer to 4 to 5 o'clock, those storms will continue to push eastbound, mostly with the damaging wind and tornado risk across parts of Nebraska, Kansas, and as well as northern Oklahoma. But the more concerning feature this afternoon will be any discrete cells that fire up. So any discrete supercells that fire up in western Oklahoma, right around 4 to 5 o'clock, that's when that significant tornado threat is going to begin to ramp up. And also near Wichita, we have that same sort of threat right out in front of this line of storms. Any discrete cells that fire up will have a more elevated, strong, and long-track tornado potential. Once we get closer to 6 to 7 o'clock, those storms are moving across Oklahoma. Again, this is a general outline of what we could see later today. We could see storms in more areas than just this, so keep that in mind. We could have more storms further to the south. We could have storms more further to the north. Obviously, you are in the risk if you're down here in southern Oklahoma. A couple problems with today's setup would overall just be the amount of moisture in the mid to upper levels might not be enough for storms down here in southern Oklahoma. But regardless, if storms do end up firing up, we very easily will have a strong tornado risk that will be in play, and as well as giant hail. In addition to that, there is going to be a cap in place down here right along the Red River and in North Texas. If that cap is overcome, we will see storms, but it's a very low chance right now that the cap will be overcome this far down to the south. But in the event that the cap is overcome, very large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes will be a possibility. I don't think Dallas-Fort Worth will see much today, but if you're back closer to the Red River, your chances are basically increasing for the storm potential in those areas. Even though it's not a super high chance, it is a chance that definitely does exist. Once we get closer to 7, storms rumbling across parts of central Kansas back into areas like Oklahoma. Once again, the main concern today is going to be the threat for very giant hail and tornadoes. And then once we get closer to 8 to 9 o'clock, storms continue in Oklahoma. Notice any of these storms here will have the chance to produce tornadoes. So if you're anywhere in Oklahoma, even in parts of central and northern Oklahoma, you need to stay vigilant today. If you don't have a sturdy structure today, you have to find one ahead of time that is sturdy. Like if you're in a mobile home, for example, you need to find somewhere to go ahead of time. Otherwise, take a little trip over to like DFW or something today. Like just do something to get out of the way of this area if you can. Otherwise, find a sturdy structure ahead of time just in case you are under a tornado warning. Once we get closer to 10 to 11 o'clock, storms continue. We may have a couple of discrete cells near northwest Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. Those could also produce a strong tornado threat. And then this entire line of storms will start to develop. We'll still have a strong and potentially long track tornado threat even late this evening around 11 or 12 in parts of Oklahoma and Kansas. And then once we get closer to 1 to 2, this all marches to the east with mostly damaging winds and a few embedded tornadoes as we go into early Tuesday morning, and then we are done with that. But it's obviously going to be a very, very significant day. I also want to mention, I did not mention this in today's forecast, but another tornado outbreak or another severe weather outbreak is expected, or at least likely right now, on Wednesday. So if you're anywhere in this area, you need to be ready for Wednesday as well. I'm expecting another probably 12-hour live stream on Wednesday. It looks like 2 very significant days ahead, at least for Monday and as well as Wednesday. Tuesday could even be significant as well. I'm not sure if we have an SPC update on that yet, but we should at some point here soon. They may issue another risk for potentially some strong tornadoes in parts of Indiana and Ohio for tomorrow. So we got, again, 3 very long days ahead, and today is really going to be the most significant, at least for now, and then it could even get a little bit worse as we go into potentially Wednesday. But obviously, make sure that you are prepared for severe weather today. You need to make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place if you're anywhere in the central or southern plains, or really anywhere in the risk area. Again, it does not matter where you are in here today. I don't want you to get too caught up in the colors here, right? A high risk obviously means that there's a higher likelihood of severe weather and also potentially more significant severe weather. But even if you're in the enhanced risk, you could still see strong and long track tornadoes, even if you're not in the high risk. So do not get too caught up in the colors today. I know it's a big deal because, you know, high risks are not issued that often, but it really does not matter where you are today. You need to make sure that you're prepared. This is going to be a very, really, just significant severe weather setup overall. The ingredients are all there today. We got a lot of wind shear, we got a lot of torque in the atmosphere, a lot of turning, and all that spin that we're gonna have in the atmosphere today with any of these storms that develop are going to be capable of strong and long track tornadoes. So again, I cannot say this enough, but you need to be prepared today. If you're wondering how to get prepared for today's severe weather setup, you can go on Google and just look up how do I prepare for severe weather. You'll find tons of ways. I'll tell you a few though right off the bat. Make sure that you have any outdoor items like loose furniture or trampolines or any of that sort of stuff hatched down or ready to go, because that is obviously going to be one of the more significant things that could go flying today, especially if we get significant damaging winds. In addition to that, you want to make sure that you have your tornado action plan, meaning that you know where you're going to go if you're under a tornado warning. So that would be something like, going to your basement, your storm shelter, your closet, your bathroom, whatever the most interior room of your home or building is, that is where you're going to have to go today, because again, that is going to be the safest place if you're under a tornado warning. In addition to that, make sure that you're protecting your vehicle. That's another big thing. If you've not already, protect your vehicle, because very large hail is possible today. We could see some giant hailstones, so make sure that you're prepared for that threat as well. And then, yeah, those are really some of the biggest things. If you have any loose lawn items, all that sort of stuff, make sure that you are prepared. Is the stream having issues, by the way? YouTube is telling me it's not having enough, not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Is anybody having any buffering issues right now? Just let me know in the chat. I don't think we should be having any issues. No? Okay. I don't know why YouTube's saying this. Okay, thank you. All right. Just want to make sure. It kind of distracted me when I was talking. But as I was saying, again, be prepared for severe weather today. Whatever that means for you, you need to be prepared. Again, make sure that you have flashlights on hand. They are ready to go. Have weather radios ready. Have, again, your cars protected from giant hail. All those sorts of things you need to be doing right now before these storms do arrive to your area later today. Now, the good news, again, for Oklahoma today is that a lot of these storms are going to be isolated. The bad news is that they're going to be isolated. I mean, that's basically what today is. Any isolated, discrete supercells that we get are almost definitely going to produce a strong and long-track tornado with today's environment. So, unfortunately, any of these discrete cells that we have later today, which the HRRR is showing multiple of them, they are going to produce that strong and long track tornado potential. I do want to mention that further down to the south, even in parts of like southern Oklahoma, we don't have any storms being shown on the future radar, but this area in particular, I would also be watching for that threat because, again, the future radar only shows us certain things. We could see storms that far down to the south. What the HRRR model thinks is going to happen is that a cap's going to be in place down here preventing storms, but that might not happen. So make sure that you're prepared even if you're down here in parts of southern Oklahoma. All right, real quickly, I'm going to take this off just for a quick second. I need to see. I don't know if I'm connected to Ethernet or not. Okay, I am connected to Ethernet, so I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know why YouTube keeps saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I don't know why it's saying that. Okay. I'll just ignore it. All right, let me get to chat again. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, we'll be live probably for the next 12 hours, so if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, and we'll keep you posted with the latest. Thank you, Mick and Michael, for both becoming Velocity members. Also, thank you, Wazzy's Garage, for the $50 super chat. I really do appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much, Wazzy. Appreciate that. Are we expecting anything after 9 p.m. along I-70 from Illinois to Kansas City? I-70 from Illinois to Kansas City? I mean, you're going to have a damaging wind threat almost undoubtedly tonight, so... You know, if you're traveling, you're going to be driving right into storms that are going to be capable of producing damaging winds, and that'll be anywhere. I mean, that's after 9 p.m. too. This is 11 p.m. tonight. Notice this elongated area of storms. All of this will be capable of damaging winds and a few tornadoes. So you need to be prepared if you're anywhere. I mean, if you're traveling east to west, you're definitely in the you're definitely in the track of this. You're going to be running into more than likely at least some scattered to numerous damaging winds. Which brings me to my other point, by the way. Today's risk of wind has also increased. We now do have a 45% chance of damaging winds within a 25-mile radius across parts of northeast Oklahoma and southeast Kansas. So that's another upgrade that came in earlier today. I think that actually just came in the latest update, which was like an hour ago. So yeah, that's another big upgrade there. Thank you, Kyle and Gary, also becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Sid, for the $5 super chat. I know the sleep is going to be very lacking today, I think. I don't think we're getting any sleep today. I mean, again, we might be live all the way until like 4 or 5 a.m. It could be a very long day. We may have to split the stream up into 2 live streams at some point, probably closer to like 11 or 12 o'clock tonight, if we do 2 live streams, because YouTube only allows you to be live for 12 hours, and then it will not archive if you're longer than, you know, that. So we might end up having 2 different live streams that are very long. And Tucker's not excited about that. But yeah, this could be a very long day, as I mentioned before. It's going to be a very long day. I mean, we are talking about severe weather that's already begun. We already have a tornado watch, by the way, in Nebraska and Kansas. And then we already, the Storm Prediction Center mentioned that a PDS tornado watch, which is a particularly dangerous situation, is likely to be issued for western Oklahoma and southern Kansas. So a PDS tornado watch will be issued here soon. Let me go to the Storm Prediction Center's update here for that. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued for southern parts, or South Dakota, sorry, and as well as back into southwestern North Dakota. All right, let me find this real quick. So a PDS tornado watch, which again would be a particularly dangerous situation watch, is expected to be issued here within the next few hours. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. So PDS Tornado Watch will be issued during the early afternoon. That includes almost all of western Oklahoma, a very small sliver of north central Texas, and southern Kansas. PDS Tornado Watches are not issued very often, just for the record. They are issued very, very rarely. They're only issued when we have a strong and long track tornado threat like we do today. The last time we had one of these was actually, you know, about a week ago when we had the tornado outbreak in Oklahoma. So this will now be the second time in the last couple of weeks that we've had one of these, but trust me, they are not very common. You need to take this seriously if you're anywhere in Oklahoma or even Kansas today. I do want to mention that you can also see the satellite imagery on here. We got a lot of clearing skies right now, at least partly cloudy conditions that are starting to kind of approach here. So instability is going to grow more. That sunshine, not a good thing for severe weather. That means that we are likely going to again see more severe storms. So the more sunshine we get, basically the worse it could end up being. But right now the cloud cover, this is on radar Omega, current cloud cover, we got a lot of clouds across Oklahoma right now. I mean, it's mostly cloudy, but notice we do have some of these areas in here that are starting to kind of clear up. Thin cloud layer back over in western Oklahoma. We got some peaks of sunshine in southwest Oklahoma. So as we go into the afternoon, more of that sunshine will build, creating more instability, basically creating a more volatile environment here across Oklahoma. The good news is if you're in Texas, we have a lot of cloud cover, and the one thing was if we didn't have a whole lot of cloud cover today, that cap could very easily be overcome. But luckily, we're not going to probably be seeing too much down that direction. I think overall the storms in Texas will not be that bad. But yeah, that's pretty important. Again, the satellite imagery gives you an idea, again, of the cloud layers and stuff like that. But luckily, the clouds are not looking, you know, it's pretty cloudy right now across most of Oklahoma and Texas, and as well as even back into Kansas. And hopefully it stays that way. That's the hope. All right, couple quick updates before we go further into the live stream. I do want to mention that we have a new desk. I was building that literally before the live stream. We were rushing to get it done so I could go live right about now. So we have a new desk. You can't see it, but you know, the area basically, we have we're basically setting up for our major studio upgrade here that's coming at the end of this week with the new computer and all that sort of stuff. And you might notice behind me, the bed is back, and it probably will be back for the, you know, for a while. So just a heads up, that's what's behind me now. It is back once again. We'll see if we can move it, but right now it's there. So yeah, alrighty, let me get back to chat here. Here's the new severe thunderstorm watch, by the way. So again, that includes South Dakota and parts of North Dakota and even a small sliver of Montana. And then the tornado watch does include Nebraska and northern Kansas. And then again, we're going to probably get a PDS tornado watch here soon for this area here. So a PDS tornado watch expected in a couple hours or maybe even sooner across Oklahoma and Kansas. I cannot believe I don't know why so many of you guys like the bed. That you care for becoming a Velocity member. Well, I go over Wednesday again later in the stream. I'm probably going to do that tomorrow, CH. I think today is just too big of a day to go over Wednesday right now, even though Wednesday again is probably going to be a big day. I mean, again, we're not going to talk much about Wednesday, but Wednesday is probably going to be another tornado outbreak or severe weather outbreak. So, unfortunately, if you're anywhere back over in the Ohio Valley or Mississippi Valley, Wednesday looks like another outbreak. It could even be as bad as this one today. We'll see. The environment for Wednesday does not look any better than what today is going to be. Because, you know, I think we're going to have 2 very long days on both Monday and Wednesday. We'll probably also be live tomorrow, so make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. We could get another strong tornado threat back over in Ohio and Indiana. Where's Connor going to be today? I am honestly not sure. I'm guessing he's going to be in Oklahoma. He might be in Kansas. I don't know. I think he's going to be in Oklahoma, though. Predictions for St. Louis through tomorrow. I think mainly damaging winds tonight and a very low threat tomorrow. I mean, it's mostly going to be tomorrow morning where we get that damaging wind threat anywhere near St. Louis. So here's the timing once again. I'm not sure if we go far. Yeah, this is going to go out far enough. So again, you can see here as we get closer to about 4 or 5 in the morning, that line of storms approaches. Main concern out of this will be damaging winds, but we again could get an isolated tornado. It should be weakening by the time it gets into Illinois, but I would still expect at least some level of damaging winds. And also thank you, Sean, for the $4.99. Where are the discrete supercells in the HRRR? They don't really exist. I mean, it shows mostly linear. We go back to the 12Z model run. It shows those discrete cells a little bit more. Again, I wouldn't get too caught up in the computer models. They don't show you everything. They really don't. They show you something, but they don't show you everything. I mean, like, this is at 5 o'clock today. Again, notice that storm here and here. Wichita is discrete. This activity down here is pretty discrete. That's discrete. A little bit more semi-discrete here, but the thing is today we don't necessarily need discrete supercells. Semi-discrete would also work for there being a tornado threat. So we could have semi-discrete or discrete supercells, and either way we're going to probably get strong tornadoes. Now, I do want to mention again, the HRRR does not print discrete supercells like crazy here. That's not usually how it works, but it does show many areas, like even down here near Fort Smith, for example, or back over here near Oklahoma City, with that potential here as we get closer to like 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. And again, it doesn't show everything. It doesn't paint the entire picture of what could happen today. Like southern Oklahoma, you could still see strong tornadoes. I mean, it's not impossible. There is going to be a cap more than likely tonight that kind of sticks around probably for at least through the afternoon, but any storms that overcome the cap could go strong tornado threat and potentially long tracked, and could be large. But this is like 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. The HRRR does show that activity closer to Oklahoma City by then. But one other thing I do want to mention, by the way, the high risk for severe weather did expand slightly more down to the south. It now does include Norman, Oklahoma. I don't think they were included in that before, but it has now gone a bit further down to the south. So just a heads up, if you're back over there south of Oklahoma City, that is now under a high risk. But again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe down below, and again, we'll be live pretty much all day today with severe weather coverage, as it is going to be a very busy day. And thank you, Jill, for the $49.99 super chat. I appreciate that. Put some hearts in the chat for Jill, and also put hearts in the chat for Wazzy. I appreciate both of their generosities. I don't know if that's really a thing, but thank you. Okay. Connor will be in Oklahoma. Okay, so Connor's gonna be in Oklahoma today. And again, we'll have Connor storm chasing with us. If we had our new computer, would probably have at least 3 storm chasers today with the magnitude of today's event, but unfortunately we just don't have that today. So we'll have Connor Croft with us. We'll have a live camera in Wichita Falls. We'll have a live cam in Kearney, Nebraska. We'll have a live cam in Oklahoma City. We'll have a live cam in Kewanna, Texas. Basically saying we have live cams across the board here, across a large chunk of Kansas, Nebraska, and as well as back into Oklahoma. Apparently a land spout was just reported as of 30 minutes ago back over in Wellfleet, Nebraska. So that's our first land spout of the day. Public report there. It's not a water spout, by the way. It's definitely a land spout. We don't have water spouts in Nebraska usually. Also, thank you SWB for the 5 gifted. Thank you Brian for the $20 super chat. How bad is it going to be in Ogden, Kansas? And I'm not going to do specific towns and cities unless I know like the city name. But Manhattan, that area, it's mostly going to be damaging winds this afternoon. It'll be anywhere from about 5 until 9. Damaging winds the main concern, perhaps a tornado or 2. So it'll probably get bumpy there later today. Curran, I think the Norman area in Oklahoma City, you could see storms as early as like 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. You could also see storms closer to like midnight tonight. It feels somewhat similar to what we just saw a week ago or so when we had those like 3 large tornadoes right around 11 or 12 o'clock. Like that could be a similar situation tonight here across Oklahoma where we could have something like that happen. The HRRR does show a couple of those storms forming out in front of that line as well, which is a concern. Anything in here, though, could still produce strong and long track tornadoes, but I think your main concern could be anywhere from 6 until like 1 a.m. It's a long-term threat today. It's going to be, again, an elongated threat today across Oklahoma and Kansas. And again, you could see storms at any time basically today, which is why I also want to mention, do not let your guard down today if you're anywhere in Oklahoma at any point. Until you are out of a tornado watch, do not let your guard down, because we could still see tornadoes after sunset. We could see tornadoes really at any time today, and any time after like 2 or 3 o'clock in Oklahoma, we could see tornadoes. I mean, what happened, about a week ago when we had the 3 large tornadoes after 8 o'clock? A lot of people were letting their guard down at that point. Not many people were still staying weather aware. We all of a sudden had those discrete supercells firing off across, southern Oklahoma, and we had 3 different large EF3 and EF4 tornadoes. That could happen today. So don't let your guard down. Hopefully it doesn't, but it is a possibility. But yeah, do not let your guard down today. That's very important. Stay vigilant and weather aware all day at least until you're out of a watch, which is either a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, depending on where you are. The severe thunderstorm watch is further up north, and then the tornado watch is across Nebraska, Kansas, and then we're going to have a PDS tornado watch, which is a particularly dangerous situation across southern Kansas and western Oklahoma within the next hour or two. Another thing I want to mention, do not focus on the risk categories. If you're anywhere in Oklahoma or Kansas today, or really even outside of there, like Texas or Missouri or Arkansas, wherever you might be, do not focus on the risk categories. It does not matter what risk you're under. You could still see strong and long track tornadoes. Now, if you're back over in like eastern parts of, Missouri, the threat of strong and long track tornadoes is very low to zero pretty much, because it's mostly going to be linear convection. But you could still see tornadoes, so keep that in mind. But you still want to be staying vigilant and weather aware, have multiple ways to receive alerts. If you do go to bed tonight before storms arrive, have shoes near you just in case there is a tornado warning, and in case there's debris. If you get hit by that tornado directly, you're ready to go, so you don't walk over anything like that. Make sure you have shoes on hand, something that's going to be safe for that sort of situation. In addition to that, have a flashlight on hand. Have a weather radio. If you have a weather radio, make sure that's ready to go. Replace batteries and flashlights if they are, not replaced already. Replace those batteries. Have a phone next to you that can send out emergency alerts. Have all that stuff ready, because again, today is going to be a very long day. I cannot stress that enough. This is probably going to be one of the longest severe weather events that we've ever covered. I mean, it's basically already started. It's not super significant yet, but it has already started back over in northwest Kansas and southern Nebraska. It's going to ramp up over the next few hours, and eventually as we go into tonight, it's probably going to be even more significant. So it's going to be a very long day. But just a repeat on this as well, most of us, or at least many of us, will not see storms today in Oklahoma due to the fact they're going to be discrete. But those that see storms, they will be dangerous, okay? Any of these storms that are discrete today will be dangerous. They are expected to stay a bit more isolated to widely scattered across Oklahoma. Though the HRRR model shows a bit more linear, I think these will be a bit more discrete in nature. And any storms that end up being discrete, again, are going to be isolated. It's going to be like a 30% storm coverage, maybe 40% storm coverage for that. But any storms that are discrete, again, are going to be dangerous. They will produce that threat for strong and long track tornadoes and giant hail. Now, the hope is that, something changes and we don't see storms at all. But right now, it looks like it's going to be a very significant day here, once again, across the central and southern plains. And the National Weather Service also of Norman, Oklahoma did say this as well. We have not experienced a day like this in quite some time. We expect storms to become supercells quickly after they form, and they should remain supercells through the event. We do not expect them to form into a squall line or cluster, which the HRRR shows that a bit more here on the 12Z model run. I'm not sure if there's any run that shows it differently. Yeah, it kind of shows it all linear, but basically what they're saying is they're not expecting a line of storms, and I'm not really either here in Oklahoma. We might get something behind the discrete cells that's a bit more linear, but I would say more than anything, it's probably going to be, again, more discrete in nature. And the potential for tornadoes, again, will increase after dark, so do not let your guard down. Again, wind shear is going to be very strong today. And clouds do not prevent storms from forming today, which we've talked about this a lot already. Again, we have a lot of clouds out there, but that does not mean severe weather won't happen today. We don't need bright and sunny days for there to be severe weather in the evening. That's not always how it works. Today's environment is just so potent today, across Oklahoma and as well as Kansas. I think I got a lot of those points down already. Okay, this chat is flying. Northwest Iowa. I'm not expecting much in Northwest Iowa. Just be damaging winds. And maybe an isolated large hailstorm. Maybe a brief tornado. Thank you, Robert, for the $6 super chat. Storms don't care what color you're in. Exactly. I mean, it does not matter what risk area you're in today. The high risk, the moderate risk, the enhanced, the slight, or even marginal threat, you need to be prepared at either way. Now, obviously, I'm not forecasting strong and long track tornadoes here in the Dixie Alley, all right? But you should still stay weather aware, because there is a chance for some severe weather later today. Thank you, Trippy and Fatman, and as well as Herms for becoming Velocity members. Me and some of my fellow drivers might be going to the Oklahoma area tonight, or Oklahoma City area tonight. Stay safe, man. I know a lot of truck drivers are out there today. All I can tell you is just stay safe and watch the weather very closely. There is definitely a chance for a PDS tornado today. There's also a chance for a tornado emergency on a day like today. I mean, we have a very volatile environment. Now, I'm not saying we're going to see one, but those things are possibilities because, again, we are already going to have a PDS tornado watch within the next hour or two, which that means a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Those are only issued when we have the potential for strong and long track tornadoes, and this is where that PDS tornado watch will likely be issued here soon. I'm not sure what time it'll be issued at, but it'll probably be in the next hour or two. So if you're anywhere in western Oklahoma or southern Kansas, you need to be weather aware today. And also, if you guys do see any reports on Twitter today, if you see any photos or videos that you want me to be able to relay reports on or anything like that, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Again, our Twitter link's down below, our Discord's down below, our Facebook page, all those sorts of platforms are all in the description down below. If you need a weather app for today, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. That's the weather app we'll be using throughout the entire day today. It is fantastic. It's only $8.99, gets you live radar, live cameras, storm chasers in the app that you can also watch, and a lot of other stuff. And I do appreciate them sponsoring today's live stream. Tomorrow, we have a hatch tornado risk again across Ohio and Indiana. So it looks like we will have to be live, or we're definitely going to be live no matter what, basically tomorrow as well. But we do have a chance now for strong tornadoes again tomorrow in Indiana and Ohio. So that has just been updated. Again, we're not going to talk much about tomorrow, but that is something that you want to be paying attention to if you're in the Ohio Valley. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Mark, for the $15 donation. Springfield, Missouri. I think Springfield will be mostly damaging winds, but a strong tornado threat cannot be ruled out around or just after midnight when that line of storms approaches your area. And once that line of storms approaches your area, more of a damaging wind threat will be existent. We could see really significant damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So definitely stay weather aware, especially if you're even in Missouri. But I mean anywhere today. Again, the risk does not matter. You need to stay weather aware no matter where you are today. Again, we'll be live for the majority of today, so make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. And we'll probably be live here for the next 12 to 16 hours. It could be a very, very long day. Cuddy, it's too early to tell on Wednesday. Again, Wednesday we'll talk about more tomorrow. I'm not talking about Wednesday much today. It is most likely going to, again, be another severe weather outbreak or tornado outbreak, but again, at this point, it's just there's no point in talking about Wednesday when we already have a significant tornado outbreak and a major tornado outbreak that is expected today. Yeah, the risk does not matter today. Again, it really does not matter. You could be in the high risk, you could be in the moderate risk, you could be in the slight risk, you could still see strong and long track tornadoes. Really does not matter where you are. Quick update, by the way, on the live radar. We already do have storms out there. We do have some severe storms already ongoing across parts of northwest Kansas and as well as southwest Nebraska. And the main concern here is going to be the threat for damaging winds. So stay weather aware if you are in this area. But maybe an isolated tornado can't be ruled out. By the way, the severe weather alerts at the bottom is broken right now. I am currently fixing that, so just give me 1 second on that. Let me just fix that real quick. Okay, that should fix itself, and then I forgot to fix that before the stream. But any alerts will be on the bottom of your screen as well. Fixing all that stuff right now. Okay, so that's fixed now. Alright, cool. Good to go on that end. Technical issues sometimes happen. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys are worried today, and I know a lot of you guys are scared, but again, all I can tell you really is make sure that you're just, you know, prepared for severe weather today, have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place, and you'll be fine. All right, that's what you need to do today. If you have a weather radio, make sure that's ready to go. If you have flashlights, anything like that, you know, have those on hand, because you could lose power, especially if you get hit by a strong storm. But again, today is going to be a very busy day. There's gonna be a lot of storms out there, and trust me when I say this, it is going to be very difficult to cover every single tornado warning today that's ongoing. So if you're anywhere in the central or southern plains, the best thing that you can do today is make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. You're watching the weather radar very closely. We have, again, if you need a weather app, Radar Omega, top link in the description below. But make sure you're watching the weather closely. I highly recommend that you, if you have cable, you have that on as well. You don't have to just watch me. I don't care if you watch me, honestly. Just watch whatever coverage that will help you the best for your area. But you know, you need to stay weather aware, whatever that means for you. You need to stay weather aware. Whether you have 3 YouTube live streams open on 3 different phones, or whatever it might be, again, just make sure that you're staying weather aware. We will be covering the most significant storms today. So if we have 4 tornado warnings ongoing with 3 on the ground, we're going to be covering the one that's impacting the most amount of people in most cases. We'll try to cover all of them, but you know, we're going to be mostly focused on whatever is impacting the most people at a given time. So again, it's going to be very busy today. But if you're ever under a tornado warning, just know you have to use that tornado action plan. That is going to your safe place. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Get yourself away from the most walls as possible as well if you're under a tornado warning today. Because again, today is going to be a very long day. Thank you, John, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Alexis, and as well as Doctor, for all becoming Velocity members. I could lose my voice later today, too. You never know. It's going to be a long day. Did hail get upgraded? The hail threat has always been 45%. This hail risk, I don't think has really changed much. It's expanded a little bit further south, but it's basically the same area. So that has not changed much. So we still have a 45% chance in parts of western and even central and northern Oklahoma, back into southern Kansas for the potential for giant hail. Upwards of 4.5 to 5 inches in diameter will be possible today. Also, somebody just mentioned this in chat. If you are driving today, and if you're caught under a hailstorm, do not go and park under an overpass or a bridge. Do not do that. It is extremely dangerous for everybody behind you, and you could basically make a big car pileup if you do that. So don't do that. All right, you know, you cannot do stuff like that. It's just so dangerous on a day like today. If you're in a mobile home today, you need to find a sturdy structure ahead of time. You need to find wherever that sturdy structure is nearby. You should get there before storms are approaching. That way you have plenty of time to stay in a safe place. Mobile homes are not going to survive a tornado today. If there is a tornado, that mobile home is going to be gone. It's almost undoubtedly going to be destroyed if you get hit directly by a tornado if you're in a mobile home. And I'm not trying to say this to scare you. I'm just telling you what the legitimate stuff is here. You know, I mean, we've seen it. We saw it literally last week on that large tornado that we had, or strong tornado that happened back over in Hawley, Texas. That family literally lost their home, you know, and it was literally destroyed. It was a mobile home. It got destroyed by that tornado, which I don't know what the rating was on that yet, but like, you know, it doesn't matter what the rating was. Any tornadoes today could produce very significant damage. Hawley's a preliminary EF3. Okay, so the Hawley tornado was the EF3. I mean, that's possible today where we could get intense I'm not ruling out violent tornadoes either. I mean, again, the environment today is just so ripe for tornadoes. It's insane. I mean, I could pull up a weather sounding and just show you the dynamics of this environment. It's quite literally unbelievable how much wind shear we have today. The sounding from this morning doesn't really do it justice, even though it is still pretty impressive. I'll pull up an HRRR model sounding. But the amount of wind shear that we have today is just, it's significant. There's a lot of torque in the atmosphere, a lot of spin. The tornado threat, again, will increase this evening. But, I mean, this is just an example. Let me find a better example, actually. 1 second. I'm going to try to show you guys what the environment looks like in the atmosphere. Just for perspective. Alright, here's an example. I mean, this is remarkable. I mean, this setup is insane. Alright, so this is sounding, again, it looks very complicated, but basically what we're looking at is this. This is the temperature and dew point profiles, and then also the wind profiles. That's the only 3 things I'm going to show you. The wind profiles are crazy. I mean, the winds near the surface are very strong, coming out of the south, coming out of the southwest in the low-level jet, and they're coming out of the west a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. But look at all that spin, all that veering near the surface and even into the low levels. That is also very strong winds. 50 knots and greater anywhere from about 850 to 900 millibars all the way up. Another thing I want to mention is that the tornado parameter values are crazy today, which gives you another representation of how volatile this environment is today. So this is 8 o'clock tonight. Let me take off the severe weather outlook. This is 8 o'clock tonight. I mean, these values, the colors that you're seeing here are not normal. On a normal low-risk day, this would be kind of what you're looking for. Just a lot of grays, maybe some greens. But once we get into this like red and blue and purple color, that means that the environment essentially is very volatile and is very favorable for tornadoes. And, you know, in this case, any storms that, you know, end up being discrete in Oklahoma are going to have a strong and long track tornado potential existing. So this is like 9 o'clock tonight. We have values near 6, 7, some spots even showing closer to like, you know, 8 or 9. So, I mean, this environment is going to be volatile all the way, by the way, probably until about 3 or 4 a.m. tonight. And then it should die down a bit more as those storms go east. But, yeah, it is a very, very volatile environment. Let me go back to here. Let's back on the risk here. And again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado watch for parts of Kansas and Nebraska. And again, a few tornadoes are possible up there. The pink area here is your tornado watch. And then the severe thunderstorm watch is ongoing for South Dakota, North Dakota, parts of North Dakota at least, and as well as parts of Montana. Yeah, not a super significant threat up there, but it does exist. Okay. Thank you, Charles, for another generous $50 super chat. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Charles. Put some hearts in the chat for Charles. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Alicia, for becoming a Velocity member. I wonder how much CAPE there is in Oklahoma. I'm guessing there's a lot. I haven't really looked, but if we just put up the surface-based instability here, this would be right now, but if we go closer to like, sorry, 1 second. I accidentally pulled up a live stream to put on the audio. Okay. All right, so this is the instability. There's actually a lot of it. I mean, even in Oklahoma, we got a ton of instability. Values are forecasted to be near 4,500 later today, which basically, if you don't know what instability is, that's like putting gasoline into a vehicle. That's what fuels severe weather, essentially. And so we have a lot of instability out there. And just look at anything in the red and pink is really high instability. So, and again, we don't need a whole lot of instability for today's severe weather setup, but it's definitely going to help to produce severe weather. So, I mean, again, it's not a huge deal if we didn't have a whole lot of instability today, but it is definitely going to help to produce severe weather later today. Also, the moisture is very high. We have a negatively tilted trough, which means that we have a much stronger moisture pull out of the Gulf of Mexico. So, if you walked outside today in Oklahoma or Kansas, you more than likely have felt that very muggy air. I do think that PDS tornado watch will be issued soon. Again, for Western Oklahoma and Kansas. Again, I don't know when, but it'll probably be issued here soon. There are a lot of schools in Oklahoma and Kansas that are closing or, having early dismissal because of this tornado risk. So if you are in Oklahoma or Kansas or really anywhere, just, check your local district and see if they are closing early. If you have any, kiddos there or whatever it might be, or if you're working at a school right now, I mean, they might be closing early. Depends on where you are. And yeah. Okay. Definitely humid in Iowa. It's always humid in Iowa. You guys got like cornfields up the wazoo. It's always humid up in Iowa. Doesn't matter what day it is, it's always humid. Schools are closing early due to severe weather. The reason why, and I know a lot of people are wondering why, one of the biggest reasons why schools are going to be closing for severe weather is, one, we have a high risk of severe weather. That's obviously one of the biggest things, and a moderate risk, which are both very high risks for severe weather. The other thing is they don't want school buses at 4:30 driving around when there's a tornado happening. That's very dangerous. That's probably the biggest reason why a lot of these schools close early, is because those school buses, if they're driving around and there's all of a sudden a damaging windstorm or you got a tornado coming, those kids are not going to be safe on that bus. And the bus driver is also not going to be safe. Like, it's a very dangerous thing. So, think about that aspect. That's a big deal. You don't want to be one of those people that is, driving that bus around and all of a sudden the wind picks up and that wind gets right under the bus and flips over, because that's what could happen legitimately later today if there were bus drivers out there. Now, again, that does not go for every place, but in Oklahoma in particular, or Kansas, where there's strong and long track tornadoes, those school buses are not going to be very safe to be on. That's really one of the biggest reasons why there is that early dismissal or closure or whatever it might be. It's raining light at DFW Airport. Is the cap weakening? No. I mean, I don't expect anything in North Texas, honestly. I've been saying this like all day, but even yesterday, I just don't expect anything in North Texas. I just don't think we're going to have that cap overcome at all. In the very rare case that the cap is overcome, it only happens I feel like 1 every 10 times that we have a risk down there with this sort of environment. If the cap is overcome, we could get some large hail and maybe some damaging winds and maybe a tornado, but I just don't think it's going to happen in Texas. Maybe if you're right in this area, like right near the Red River, that's where I think storms could fire up later today and produce that tornado threat, similar to what we just saw, a week ago. But OU closed during finals. That's pretty crazy. My hair grows so fast. Thank you. That's nice. I'm glad to know. Do you think the cap will break over Denton County? I don't think so. We could see some storms, but I just don't think anything significant is going to happen there in North Texas. Again, this will probably be a starting point, though, for some discrete cells later today, like tonight. What does overcoming the cap mean? I can show you a sounding out of... I'll show you for those that are all wondering, because the cap is pretty important in weather. Let's go to North Texas. All right, so this is a sounding. All right, I'm going to show you really only one thing, and that's the temperature line, which this is the temperature as we increase in altitude, meaning going up higher into the atmosphere. So look at this little line right here. Right there is a temperature inversion. What that means is all of a sudden the temperature is increasing with height at a very small area. That means if any storms form here near the lifting condensation level, they are going to be stopped right about here. So they will not be able to get to their maximum height. It's going to be a very small little shower or downpour that develops. But if the cap is overcome by increasing temperatures near the surface, or if the temperature cools aloft, that would allow for storms to bubble up from here and basically go up into the atmosphere and develop. It's basically when we have a temperature increase somewhere in the atmosphere that's above the ground. So in this case, it's like 800 millibars or so. So that's essentially what a cap is. And it prevents storms from developing in a lot of cases. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm not capping about the cap today in Texas. I do think the cap is going to stay in place in Texas, especially with all the clouds. It's like removing a cap off of a shaken soda bottle. That is also a good analogy. That's a good example. Thank you, Anthony, for the $25 super chat. Make sure you get yourself some food before the event starts. I've already gotten McDonald's, which I'm not happy about getting, but I will be getting a food delivery around like 8:30 tonight. So that's probably the next time I'll be eating. It's going to be like in 7 hours. Good times. How many tornadoes am I thinking today? I'm not making predictions on how many tornadoes we're going to see. I mean, it's pointless. You know, if I said there was going to be 10 or 50, I don't think it would matter like the slightest bit. I think the wording is just going to get confusing if I mention a number. I think the communication that needs to be made today, if you're anywhere in the central or southern plains, is that you need to stay vigilant and weather aware. Again, strong and long track tornadoes will all be possible. It doesn't matter what color area you are in today for the risk. You need to be prepared and stay weather aware. It does not matter where you are today, because strong and long track tornadoes will be possible anywhere. Thank you, Aaron, for the $9.99. I do appreciate it. Also, thank you to Barbara for the $25 donation. I'm traveling west because of you, and I pushed hard yesterday and today. I was to be able to get out of Oklahoma, and I'll soon be in Amarillo, out of the danger zone. Yeah, I mean, this is not a bad thing to do, too. If you guys are, like, in Oklahoma today or Kansas, and you are in a mobile home, or if you are, you know, somewhere in one of these areas where you could get hit by a strong tornado and you don't have a shelter spot, either one, make a plan to go to a shelter spot nearby ahead of time before you're under a tornado warning, or you can just go take a day trip to, like, Dallas, Fort Worth, or Amarillo. I mean, it's not going to be, you know, obviously it's going to cost you some miles, some gas, whatever it is, but it's probably better than being in that mobile home, because mobile homes are just not safe. If you're in a normal, sturdy structure and you got a storm shelter or basement or whatever it might be, you should be fine. You know, at least if it's something that's a bit more sturdy. But if you're back over in if you're back over in like Oklahoma City or something and you're in a mobile home, I would at least consider either, you know, one, finding a sturdy structure nearby that you know is reliable, or two, going out of the state, basically, in somewhere that is away from these storms. It takes like 2 hours to go from Oklahoma City to Dallas. In Dallas, I don't think we're going to see much. And then if you go to Amarillo, it might be like 3 hours or something like that. I mean, again, you can do that. It's not that big of a deal. You know, you might spend, you know, a few hours there, but it could be the difference between, you know, potential injuries or something like that and not, if you're in a mobile home. Again, mobile homes are just not safe in today's environment. You need a sturdy structure, and you need to make that plan ahead of time. Thank you, Jeff Rowe, for the $10 super chat. You were born to do this. You explain things so well. Have you considered teaching meteorology at a university? I mean, no. I like doing what I do now. I mean, I feel like I'm teaching people right now. I'm teaching 13,000 of you right now about weather. It's good times. Thank you for tuning in, though, from St. Louis. Appreciate it. But again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll have extensive live coverage with this major tornado outbreak all day today. Again, we'll be live pretty much all day today. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel and also like the stream. You're a great teacher. Thank you. I'm glad. This is literally the peak of severe weather season, just for reference. This is the peak of severe weather season, and the next few days are going to be really active. I mean, today's a big day. I'm not going to talk much about Wednesday, but Wednesday will probably also be a severe weather outbreak or tornado outbreak across a very large area. So, again, we will talk more about Wednesday tomorrow, because today we need to focus on. We're not going to talk much about Wednesday, but I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. Tuesday, which is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, we do now have a 10% hatched tornado risk from Fort Wayne back through Columbus, Ohio. So keep that in mind. Strong tornadoes are a possibility there in the Ohio Valley tomorrow. But wacky weather Wednesday could get relatively wacky. Tucker, it's fun. Hey, Michigan, for becoming a Velocity member. Any potential for craziness in Wisconsin? I don't think so. I think Wisconsin will be okay. Yes, Sev, you can. North Texas. I don't think we're going to see anything in North Texas. It could be a starting point for discrete cells, but if there's any severe weather, large hail is the main concern. I'm not expecting much in Texas. I think overall the severe weather threat in Texas is going to be very low. It's a near zero. Why isn't there a PDS tornado watch in Oklahoma yet? I mean, storms probably won't fire up here for at least another hour or two, at least. The HRRR model, for reference, was showing storms firing up. Let's go to the latest run. This is just a computer model, but it doesn't really show storms firing up until closer to like 2 or 3. So we still got probably about an hour until the initiation happens, maybe a bit sooner. With that said, I think the PDS tornado watch will probably be issued in the next like 45 minutes, is my guess. Why are there a bunch of icons over Tennessee? This is all Cyclone ports. It's the Radar Omega live cams that you can look at on their app. Which again, if you wanted to download Radar Omega, the link is at the top of the description. That's the weather app we'll be using throughout the entire live stream today. How's it going, Roy? Welcome back. If you need a timing guide, I would go back to like the first 10 minutes of the live stream. I went over the timing a bit more in detail then. I'll go over the timing periodically, but I mean, I can probably do it again since there's a lot of you guys here. So let's go through the timing again. We'll begin with right now. So again, storms right now ongoing in parts of northwest Kansas and as well as southern parts of Nebraska, where the main concern is going to be damaging winds and some hail with a low tornado risk over the next few hours. That tornado risk increases by 4 to 5 o'clock with that linear line of storms up and down from Nebraska back into Kansas. And then we'll also be watching for discrete supercells to develop across western Oklahoma and as well as southern parts of Kansas. Any discrete supercell will have an elevated chance for producing strong and long track tornadoes. So you need to make sure that you are staying very weather aware if you are anywhere in the red or pink area, but even if you're in the enhanced area, you need to stay weather aware. It really doesn't matter what color you're in today. It doesn't matter if you're in the slight, enhanced, moderate, or high risk for severe weather. You need to be prepared for severe weather today, because anywhere in this area could see strong tornadoes, you could see significant damaging winds, and you could also see giant hail. So keep that in mind. By 6 to 7 o'clock, these storms continue to move east across central parts of Kansas, and then back into Oklahoma. We'll have discrete cells down here, and also even up in here near Wichita. I know the HRRR shows it more linear. I think it'll be more discrete, so just keep that in mind. And then by the time we get closer to 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, that line of storms continues to push to the east with mostly a damaging wind risk. And then also back over in Oklahoma, we'll be watching for the threat here for some large hail, damaging winds, and even maybe again, few strong tornadoes and long track tornadoes. And by after midnight tonight, that line pushes eastbound. We'll still have probably at least a few discrete cells in Oklahoma, but it might become a bit more linear by the time we go into the overnight hours. And we also will be watching this area during the mid to late, or really probably early to mid evening, I should say, for some supercell initiation, which could also pose the threat for strong and maybe even long track tornadoes. And then by the time about 5, 6 in the morning tomorrow, this line will push through Illinois, eastern parts of Missouri, and Arkansas with mostly a damaging wind risk. So that's the timing right now for today. Also, this is, let me go ahead and pull this up on here. This is only the 5th time in history. I posted this on Twitter earlier today. The 5th time in history that we've done this, but we have a gone forever stage on the flying trampoline meter. This is only the 5th time we've ever done this. The last time we did this is when we had that tornado outbreak in Oklahoma, which spawned about 27 tornadoes a little over a week ago in April. And so flying trampolines are expected today. We'll have a flying trampoline outbreak most likely. So if you are anywhere in the Great Plains today that you're under a risk, you need to make sure that you're hatching down your trampolines. Guys, stop saying LOL. This is a serious matter. Flying trampolines are possible today. You would be surprised with how many trampolines go flying. I mean, seriously. So if you are anywhere in the central or southern plains or Midwest, you need to make sure that you're hatching down your trampolines. Flying trampolines are likely with how high the winds will be today. If you have not already seen, the wind risk is elevated, especially across parts of Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, western Missouri, even parts of southern Iowa, and as well as southeast Nebraska. Anywhere in that hatched area represents at least a chance for damaging winds exceeding 75 miles per hour. And they could go as high as 90 miles per hour out of a couple of those storms. It's not a funny joke, guys. This is a serious matter. Flying trampolines are possible. Thank you, D-Rose, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Tyler, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some marks in the chat for Tyler. That is our highest membership tier. And also thank you, Spike, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, D-Rose, for the $20 super chat. Your sub count is going up super quick. I know. It's kind of crazy. But again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll have live coverage again pretty much all day today. So if you are new, make sure to subscribe down below. And we'll be keeping you posted with the latest. We'll have Storm Chaser Connor Croft with us in a little bit. He'll be with us, I believe, in an hour. So stay tuned for that. And we'll also have live cams in Kearney, Nebraska. We'll have live cams in Oklahoma City. We have live cams in Wichita, Kansas. We have live cams in Kansas City. Quanah, Texas. They're basically everywhere. Dallas, you name it. We have live cams in a lot of places. So you'd be surprised at how many flying trampolines there are. It happens actually very often. All right, that's my last soda probably for the next 6 hours until I get my Chick-fil-A. Thank you, Scott, for the $5 super chat. Okay, this chat is going so fast. I wonder if you can find softball or grapefruit-sized cheese curds anywhere. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have a lot of cheese curd-sized hail today, but like softballs and grapefruits, I just don't think would be classified as cheese curds. Cheese curd-sized hail goes up to about 1.5 inches in diameter. Tornado emergency is definitely possible today, Waco. I mean, again, it's not really something you can predict, but obviously if we do get a strong tornado on the ground, it is very, very possible. Thank you, Quinn, for becoming a Velocity member. It's on slow mode. I don't think it's going to do anything. I mean, it's already on slow mode. Thank you, Jason, for becoming a Velocity member. All right, let me check and see if we do have any updates on the watches or any new mesoscale discussions. We do have a new NATO cast, I believe. Maybe not. The NATO cast for today, which again, we don't really use the NATO cast as an actual forecast, but they do outline here the NATO cast. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see it. Or actually, I'll zoom out. There we go. So the keys at the bottom of your screen, it's pretty similar to the Storm Prediction Center. It does show that the greatest potential for tornadoes would be near and just to the northwest of Oklahoma City. But obviously, don't get too caught up in the colors. Just know that anywhere in the yellow is where the greatest tornado risk is going to be today, which is from southeast Nebraska back into Missouri, northwest Arkansas, and almost all of Oklahoma is under that potential, and then also central and eastern Kansas. But don't get too caught up in the colors. Again, it's a forecast. They're not always right. So, you know, I wouldn't be super duper, you know, invested in trying to figure that out because sometimes they are wrong. So. This is stressful. Don't be stressed. Just be prepared today and you'll be fine. Have a tornado action plan in place, multiple ways to receive alerts, all that sort of stuff. Just be prepared for today and you'll be fine. You know, this is supposed to be a calming stream. This is not supposed to be a stressful time. I'm just trying to calm everybody down. Thank you, Bigfoot, Sassy, Jason, and Quinn for all becoming Velocity members. Am I worried about today? I mean, I'm concerned, but like, there's not really, I don't really have that sort of emotion because at least I'm not in this area, but I know for a lot of you, you are in this area. Anywhere, like again, any risk, basically, a lot of you guys are in today. It's a very large area. And I know how you guys are feeling. Again, I've been in situations like this before when I'm under a moderate risk of severe weather. I don't think I've ever been in a high risk, but I've at least been in a moderate risk before. And I know it's stressful, but again, there's really no reason that you need to be scared. As long as you have a tornado action plan in place, you have multiple ways to receive alerts, you'll be fine. If you're in a mobile home today, you need to make that alternate plan now wherever that sturdy structure is nearby, or you need to go ahead and, you know, just get out of the state. Go to like North Texas or go to Amarillo for the day, you know, spend some time there, go eat some barbecue. I don't know. They have good barbecue in Texas. Just go somewhere else if you don't have that sort of plan. But it's not a bad thing if you're traveling out of state today. Just make sure you do it now, not later, because the storms are going to be firing up here in the next like hour or two, probably in western Oklahoma. They'll become more significant as we get closer to the evening, but they could still be significant as early as like 2 or 3 o'clock. Which we already do have severe weather up to the north, so just keep that in mind. Yeah, if you know any friends too that have like a storm shelter or basement, you know, see if you can jump in with them for the day. I mean, that sort of thing. You know anybody nearby? It's always a good thing to do as well. Just make sure that you are prepared ahead of time. Don't do this stuff last second, because again, today is just too volatile of an environment for you to be doing this stuff last second. The storms are forecasted to be moving, you know, in a direction either east or northeast at about 40 miles per hour today. So any tornadoes that are on the ground are going to be pretty fast moving. So you need to make that plan ahead of time. Thank you, Kevin, for the $5 super chat. May 20th of 2019 was a perfect example of there being a high risk and not much happened. I do remember that. And I think we actually, I don't know if we really covered it on Facebook when we did. I can't remember if we did a live stream for that, but that was a big day. It was not as big as it was supposed to be, but there were some storms there. But that high risk kind of busted out. Hopefully that happens today, but unfortunately, I just don't think that's going to happen here today in Oklahoma or Kansas. I think if any state has a very minimal day, it's going to be probably Texas. Which even Texas, you're not really under any major risk. It's mostly just a marginal and slight risk with a small little area under the moderate and enhanced. Bryson, I might do that later tonight. We'll see. Do I ever lose my voice? I've lost my voice like a year ago. I actually, funny enough, I used to lose my voice all the time doing these live streams. So I would lose it after an 8-hour coverage. I've done 8-hour coverages the last like 4 weeks, and I've not lost my voice. It's actually quite impressive. Knock on wood, because we don't need that happening. Yeah, Radar Omega is only $9 for the base app, which comes with the live radar and all the live cams and Storm Chaser feeds. Again, it's 100% worth it. You know, it'll keep you ahead of the storms. They also have a tracking tool that you can use to track out storms. You just put a speed on there and you can get an ETA on when your storms will be arriving to your location. Again, you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. My voice is getting used to it, most likely. All right, let's quickly go back to live radar real quick. Just want to check out these storms. Yeah, my vocal cords are built different at this point. They have they've become very built different. They're spicy. They're spicy, if you will. Thank you, JJ, for the $19.99. I do appreciate it. That storm near Logan, I would say it's more of a wind threat. I don't see a whole lot of rotation yet on that one. But again, that tornado threat will begin to increase over the next hour in Nebraska and Kansas. So we'll be watching those storms closely. In case they do anything weird, which, again, that tornado threat is definitely in play there today. The latest HRRR model run, which is, again, just a forecast model run, it may or may not happen. It does show storms firing up right around 3 o'clock or so. Maybe a bit sooner than that. So, storms will be firing up here pretty soon. I don't think we're going to have a derecho. I don't think we're going to have a derecho. With that said, numerous to widespread damaging winds are still a possibility across parts of Kansas, western Missouri, and as well as Oklahoma. Thank you, Fert Saint, for the $5 super chat. Just watch your broadcast meteorology final exam. Great job. Can you explain the hatched area a bit? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can explain the hatched area. I don't know which one you want me to explain, but the hatched area, I mean, we have a hatched area for all the threats today. This hatched area basically represents that a strong tornado will be possible. Anywhere that I'm about to circle, basically, is under that threat for a potential, at least, for a strong tornado or long track tornado. Technically, this could still happen outside of this area, so perhaps like Nebraska or, you know, Missouri, anywhere in here could still technically see a strong and long track tornado. Just the threat is lower than, you know, this area in particular. Now, with that said, it doesn't really matter where you are today. You still need to be, you know, vigilant and weather aware, but that basically would mean strong EF2 plus tornadoes are possible. I'm not ruling out a intense or even potentially violent tornado. It's not impossible in today's environment. Today's environment is very volatile. Once we look at the wind threat, this represents at least 10% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds exceeding 75 miles per hour. So if you're anywhere in northeast Oklahoma, western Missouri, southern Iowa, back into Kansas, or even in southeast Nebraska, there is a more elevated chance for damaging winds. And we could even see a few storms produce damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour. It's possible. I wouldn't even rule out an isolated storm going up near 100 miles per hour. I mean, it's just not something you can rule out in today's environment. It's just that volatile. We do have a much more elevated risk for damaging winds back over in southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma for reference. And then the hail risk would represent a 10% chance within a 25-mile radius of hail that exceeds 2 inches in diameter, which we are going to have some giant hail today. When I say that, I mean we could see some hailstones as high as 4.5 inches to maybe even 5 inches in diameter with a storm or two, which is upwards of grapefruit to DVD-sized hail. There's no such thing as EF6 tornadoes. There's also no such thing as Category 6 hurricanes. just for reference. And if you watch that stuff on TikTok, congratulations, it is just false information. And again, this is a high risk for severe weather, so my poor truck. Yeah, if you can, park your truck in a garage or whatever you can do to protect it. There's not really any reason to evacuate today, even if you're in the high risk. You know, unless you're in like a mobile home that's not like a sturdy structure or something like that, there's not really a reason to evacuate. I know it looks scary. I know the pink, you know, the high risk, the highest risk level that we can even have is out there, but it doesn't mean everybody's going to see severe weather. It just means the chance of seeing severe weather is at least high. In this area, it's a very favorable environment where discrete supercells will be tracking right across the state. And you know, in this area in particular, you know, we're going to have probably several strong and long track tornadoes, but that could happen again anywhere in these risk areas, especially in the enhanced, moderate, or high risk. So don't get too caught up on the colors. Again, you want to make sure that you're staying prepared and weather aware anywhere in these areas today. But I know it looks scary. There's no reason to really evacuate. Again, if you're in a mobile home and you don't have an alternate sturdy structure, you might want to consider taking a day trip down to Dallas-Fort Worth, maybe in a hotel there for the night. And then if you're back, you know, you could also go to Amarillo, you know, just somewhere out of the way. You can do that if you want. There's, you know, there's nothing, you know, you can do that. It's not going to, you know, make or break anything here. But, you know, if you're in a mobile home and you have a sturdy structure in mind and you know that place is going to be open or whatever it might be, or that sturdy structure is there, you know, make sure you do that ahead of time before the severe weather hits your area so that you are prepared ahead of time. If you have to sit in your local McDonald's for 3 hours and that McDonald's has a safe area to be in, so be it. You know, it's better to be there for 3 hours than, you know, get there and it's closed or whatever it might be. Make sure these places are actually open too, because, you know, if you go to a local McDonald's and you want to seek shelter later today, and if you're in a mobile home, you need to make sure they're actually open today, because some places could be closed because of this, you know, outbreak that's expected. Schools are already closing, so a lot of schools are closing. Thank you, Drake, for the $4.99, and also thank you, Spencer, for the $10 super chat. One of the parameters that make a high risk achieved by the highest SPC level. I mean, the ingredients are one of the biggest things, but like basically what a high risk means is that widespread severe weather is expected. In this case, it's for the tornado threat, which is expected to be high in this area. We are expecting, again, probably at least a few, if not several tornadoes just in the high risk. So that's essentially what that means. That can be achieved in multiple different ways, but that would be basically what it is. They have a graphic I'm going to try to find on their website that also, you know, we'll kind of show you that as well. Let's see if I can find it real quick. And by the way, make sure that you are following us on Twitter, Facebook, and all those platforms, Discord. All of those are linked in the description below. And if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We will be, again, live almost all day today, so make sure to subscribe to the channel. Here's the this is a graphic that basically will be understanding the severe weather outlook categories. So this is what this basically means for a high risk. There's high confidence that an outbreak of storms will contain tornadoes, damaging winds, and severe hail. You can also see the kind of the scale here. Very intense storms in your area you may only experience once or twice in a lifetime. So that's essentially what that means. That's just a generalized way to look at it. You can screenshot this if you want, but that's essentially what that would mean. And I'll pull it up later for reference if anybody else asks, but that's what it means. PDS Tornado Watch I don't think it's out yet. Let me double check. A PDS Tornado Watch, though, will probably be issued here pretty soon. Here's the latest sounding from the National Weather Service of Norman. Again, I want you to kind of pay attention to really only a couple of things. The wind speeds and the wind direction. Lots of veering, so that's obviously something to keep in mind. The winds are very strong throughout the low and mid levels, meaning that there's a lot of wind shear, a lot of spin in the atmosphere, meaning that there's, again, an increased risk for tornadoes later today. And then we also have a cap in place right now. So for the time being, there is still a cap in Norman, Oklahoma. They just released this sounding, but you know, the good news right now is that there is at least right now still a temperature inversion that's in place. So, you know, storms probably gonna at least be delayed till a little bit later today. That cap though will erode later today, and eventually we are gonna get some of those discrete supercells. Again, the most significant tornado threat will probably be tonight. I think the best chance for tornadoes will be from about 7 until probably about 1. But we could still see strong long track tornadoes as early as 3 or 4 this afternoon once storms start to ramp up in western Oklahoma. You've been in 7 high risks in your lifetime. That is crazy. You must live in Oklahoma. So Oklahoma's the main spot for high risks. They're definitely more of a once in a lifetime sort of thing though, if you're in like the Ohio Valley or Midwest or something like that. Look at that. This is a live cam on Radar Omega out of Norman, Oklahoma. We are getting some breaks in the clouds, which means the temperatures will start to increase and the cap will probably start to erode a little bit more here over the next few hours. Temperature right now is about 79 there in Oklahoma. This is what it looks like in Burlington, Kansas. Clouds are still relatively thick. No breaks in the clouds. Most of those storms in Kansas will be linear. More of a discrete potential, though, in these areas here today. Either in the moderate or high risk. I'm not capping. No, I'm not capping today about the cap. The cap's currently in place in Norman, but it should erode later today. No cap. Max the Marathon Weatherman. Yeah, I mean, today's going to be a long day. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do today's live stream, because, I mean, we could be live literally for the next 12 hours. The only problem is, YouTube doesn't archive live streams past 12 hours, so we're going to have to end the stream probably around midnight or something tonight, and then start it back up if we're still live by then, which will be live still, so today's going to be a long day. It's only 1:30 right now. Is there a sounding for Wichita? I think there is a sounding, but I don't think they have a weather sounding balloon going out yet. If they do, the data's probably just coming in now, so we don't really have anything on that yet. Yes, the bed has returned. Again, the bed is behind us and has returned. Again, I got a new desk set up now. We literally just built this morning. You can't see it, but the desk is now set up. So for the time being, that bed's back there, but I'm hoping to move it again at some point. But yeah, we have a new desk. We have a large area here. Again, we have a new computer that's going to be coming in at the end of the week. If you're a member of the channel, there will be a members only stream later this week for the computer building stream on Friday. So, but first, we have to cover severe weather today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and probably Thursday. It's going to be a long 4 days. South Dakota is probably not going to see really any tornadoes. I would say really the risk is very low for that. Might get an isolated tornado, but the threat should stay pretty low up there, in my opinion. Loft it. Everybody keeps saying loft the bed. All right. Thank you, Brandon, for the $5 super chat. Hopefully no drunk NATOs today. I hope so. I hope we don't have any drunk NATOs. The drunk NATOs are getting kind of out of hand at this point. We don't need more. Thank you, Joe, for the $5 super chat. I already answered that one. Thank you, Grumpy Cat, for the $4.99. What are some of the previous historical tornado outbreaks that had similar setups to today? I honestly couldn't really tell you. I mean, I've had some people saying like 1996. There was an event there that was pretty similar, but I don't really do a whole lot of historical, analysis stuff. So, I mean, I wouldn't really know a good example to what we're going to see today. I do think historically, though, today could be pretty similar to what we just saw like a week and a half ago. Like, honestly, it could be very similar with that tornado risk that we had literally just over a week ago. It could be very similar. Just a question. Is it true when a storm gets quiet after rain or wind is when you should be most alert for tornadoes? Not sure if I understand your question. It's kind of like, it's kind of worded weird. If the storm gets quiet after rain or wind, I mean, like, I mean, I don't know really what you're saying. I mean, like, the wind sometimes will die down before there's a tornado. you know, when wind dies down, like, you know, about 10 miles or so, maybe even a bit sooner out from a storm, it usually does die down. Like the quiet before the storm. Yeah, okay, I get what you mean. I mean, like, yeah, in some cases that's kind of how it goes. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's kind of, yeah. I'm trying to understand the preface of the question, but I mean, the calm before the storm, I mean, the wind will almost always dies down before a storm, and then it kind of, you know, pick back up when the storm happens. But I mean, I think a lot of it is just kind of like a bit of a myth, because it doesn't always preface that there's gonna be a tornado. How does Wisconsin look like on Tuesday for severe weather? I'm not talking much about Tuesday or Wednesday, but I don't think Tuesday is going to be that significant for Wisconsin. It's going to be mostly just isolated damaging winds. I'll quickly show you what it looks like tomorrow morning. It's mostly just a damaging wind threat. Again, I'm not expecting much, though, in Wisconsin. This is what it looks like tomorrow morning. Isolated damaging winds on the southern side of the state, and that's really about it. But again, I think Tuesday we could have a little tornado outbreak in the Ohio Valley. There is now a hatched tornado risk in Ohio and Indiana. And then Wednesday is probably going to be another full-blown tornado or severe weather outbreak. And again, we'll be live for all 3 of those days, so make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Thank you, David, for the $20 super chat. I do appreciate that. That'd be pretty interesting. Maybe. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, KY, for the $9.99. Any basic tips on how to use the Radar Omega app? I will try to make a video on that at some point here in the future. But if you just look up Radar Omega on YouTube, you can probably find some tutorials on it. I think they do have some tutorials on their YouTube page. But yeah, highly recommend you go look at that first. But I'll probably make something for like members only or something. Will this be more severe weather than last week? If you're talking about last week, as in the like 4 days of tornadoes that we had in like Texas and like, you know, very far southern Oklahoma, yeah, it'll definitely probably be more. But if you're comparing it to the tornado outbreak that we had about a week ago when we had all those large tornadoes in Oklahoma, I think we could see similar stuff. I think it'll be kind of a similar sort of event. It's not very different, honestly. I think the biggest difference is that we're gonna have more linear storms up to the north. We got more discrete action down here to the south. The shear and overall wind profiles are much more intense than I think that when we had like over a week ago. So, you know, any discrete cells that fire off later today, again, just gonna be more of an elevated threat there for tornadoes than what we had about a week ago. Thoughts on Omaha? I think Omaha is mostly gonna be wind, but maybe an isolated tornado, Sean. And thank you for becoming a 4-month moderate velocity member. Altus, Oklahoma. I'm not really going to do super specific breakdowns on these areas. Like Altus, for example, is just kind of a small town, but basically anywhere here in like southwest Oklahoma, we're probably going to have at least one discrete cell in here. Again, that might be in the circle. It might be a bit further to the north, but we're probably at least going to have one storm. And again, it's going to be an isolated threat overall of severe weather here today. The problem is any storm that is isolated and discrete is going to produce an elevated, strong, and potentially large and long tracked tornado threat. So, you know, once we get closer to like 4, 5, 6 o'clock, those storms will start firing up. We'll have some of these discrete cells firing off, and any of these discrete cells will produce the threat for strong and long track tornadoes, with giant hail also being possible. But I think Altus, the main concern is anywhere from about 3 all the way up probably until about 8, but you could still see storms before and after that, so still stay vigilant until you're officially out of the tornado watch. But that includes anywhere near Lawton or Altus or even near Clinton. So that's really the main concern, though. I mean, across the entire west side of the state, we could see hail as large as 5 inches in diameter. You know, that's DVD-sized hail, by the way. We could see hail as large, or as wind, sorry, as high as 80 miles per hour in this area. And we also could see, again, strong and long track tornadoes. Any tornadoes for Waco on Thursday? No. I kind of doubt it. It would be a very low threat. Very low threat. That's Waco, Texas, for reference. Before it gets too serious, the Drunk NATO shirt needs a speech bubble where the tornado says, "Hold my beer." That would actually be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. By the way, if you guys do want to pick up a Drunk NATO t-shirt, again, the link is in the description below. It is a new release for our newest t-shirt, and then the link's in the description below. That's what it looks like, the Drunk NATO t-shirt. Again, this will be on our store for a while, so no rush to get it, but again, the link's in the description below. I'll also post the link in the chat if you can see it. I will post it a few times, but just gonna throw that out there. We also have a mug now and a sticker for that same exact design. I know a lot of you guys have already picked one up. It's the most sold t-shirt that we've ever had, so I do appreciate everybody picking one up. But again, you can check that out. The link's in the chat. It's also in the description below. We're not making a bed shirt, just for the record. Fat, I think it does. You would have to check the website. I think it does ship to Australia. I could be wrong, though. I don't think we're gonna have Drunknadoes today because these storms are gonna be moving very fast. Again, Drunknadoes usually happen when the storms are barely moving, and they can occlude and go backwards like really weird. Most of these storms are gonna be moving at like 30 to 40 miles per hour today, so they should be pretty quick moving. And so Drunknadoes not really in the forecast today. But a lot of these storms will be pretty quick. Temperatures are quickly rising in Oklahoma. Yeah, the Norman Radar Omega port here, which you can see here, the winds again pretty strong already. This is a good indication, by the way, of severe weather too. I mean, we got very strong winds already near the surface. Again, leads to more wind shear, but look at all these breaks in the clouds right now. We got sunshine starting to ramp up. Temperatures increasing steadily on the Radar Omega app. You can see that data here. It's increased by about 1 degree over the last 5 minutes or so. I mean, it's increasing. So the temperature is starting to increase. That means that the cap is going to be overcome probably in about a few hours or so. So it's definitely becoming more of a volatile environment. So I appreciate the $5 super chat, Civ. Maybe. We'll see. That'd be pretty funny. That would be funny. Hey, James, did you send me something? Or did you delete it? Oh, you messaged me. Did you message me? What in the world? Oh, wait, why am I not seeing this? Oh, I see it. Okay, never mind. I'm good. I don't know why. Discord was not updating. Alright. We also have somebody working behind the scenes today for, reports and updates and stuff. So, if you guys do see any reports on Twitter or anything like that, just at me at MaxVelocityWX. And, again, we'll relay reports throughout the day on tornadoes and stuff like that. Yeah, I got it, James. I got it. Yeah, I already showed that a little while ago, but it's good. 92% humidity in Wichita, Kansas. It is very, very humid outside. The dew points, again, very high. We have a very humid and buoyant atmosphere, which is going to lead to more severe weather today. These are the dew points right now across the board. Once again, dew points are well up into the 60s, if not even near 70 in some areas. By 4 o'clock this afternoon, dew points will be near 70 degrees across Oklahoma. That means we have a lot of buoyancy in the atmosphere, and that's again going to lead to more of an elevated severe weather threat. But the amount of moisture that we have here in Oklahoma today is also a reason why we have a more elevated threat for severe weather. Now back up in Nebraska, Kansas, the moisture is definitely there. It's just not nearly as high. I mean, we got mid to upper 60s for dew points, which is definitely enough for tornadoes and such. Environments like this up in Iowa, where the dew points are in like the low 60s and upper 50s, the threat will be a little bit lower for severe weather overall when it comes to tornado threat. But the damaging wind threat definitely still in play up that direction, for sure. The dew point's also a big factor for today. Went to Buc-ee's in Temple, Texas today. Congratulations. Buc-ee's is fun. Yes, Oklahoma City is in the high risk. Yeah, so I mean, again, don't get too caught up in the risks, though. Do not get too caught up in the risks. It does not matter where you are today. You need to be staying weather aware and staying vigilant no matter where you are. If you're in the enhanced risk, if you are in the moderate risk, if you're in the high risk, it does not matter. You need to stay weather aware. I don't care where you are today in these areas. It does not matter. You need to stay weather aware and vigilant because, again, strong and long track tornadoes will be possible anywhere, especially in the orange, red, or pink shaded areas. Again, there could be a high risk. It does not matter what the color is. So you need to be weather aware. Do not get caught up in the colors. You could be, you know, I mean, if you're in, like, let's just say, I'm gonna try to zoom in to find a town like Latham, for example, Latham, Kansas. If you're in that area today, and you're right on the border of the high and moderate risk, and you're debating, oh, should I stay weather aware today or whatever, like, that's not what you should be doing today. You should not be worried about what the colors are. It does not matter whatsoever. Just picture it this way. Picture everything right now is the same color. All this, let's just say this entire area is the same color. You need to be weather aware for tornadoes. You need to be weather aware for hail and wind, because there are going to be a lot of storms in this area today that are going to be producing strong and long track tornadoes, very large hail upwards of 4 to 5 inches in diameter, and as well as significant damaging winds upwards of 90 miles per hour is a possibility later today. Now, I mentioned this earlier, but again, we do have, for the 5th time in history of having this trampoline meter, we do have a gone forever stage for flying trampolines, meaning that flying trampolines are expected today, and it is likely going to be a flying trampoline outbreak due to how high the winds are going to be and also how strong the tornadoes could be. So hatch down your trampolines, bring loose line items inside, and also protect plants. Take all those precautions now instead of later. The last time we issued one of those gone forever stages on the trampoline meter was back in it was about a little over a week ago when we had the tornado outbreak in Oklahoma. So just for reference, it's not been very long since we had one of those, but for the record, for over a year of having that, you know, meter, we've only issued it 5 times. Usually happens in high wind environments or high tornado environments. In the years you've been doing this, which areas have the least amount of severe weather? I would probably say the West Coast, we've barely ever covered. Surprisingly, we barely ever cover Florida, unless it's a hurricane. And also the Northeast, we usually don't cover very often, like New England. Thank you, Isaiah, for the $4.99. What's up with all the silly questions? We always have silly questions in here. It's nothing new. It's always a thing here. So it sounds like they are going to be issuing a PDS tornado watch at any minute, by the way. So just a heads up, the PDS, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, will be issued here most likely within the next 40 minutes or so in western Oklahoma and southern Kansas. Which again, that could be issued literally at any time. Let me show you guys what the area is for that in play, because they are going to be probably issuing this at any time. This is what we're looking at. So PDS tornado watch will be issued again during the early afternoon. That could be any time from, you know, now up until like the next hour, but it'll probably be issued here at any minute. That's for southern Kansas and western Oklahoma, and as well as eastern parts of the Texas Panhandle, where some storm initiations expected here soon, and as well as north central Texas. So again, PDS tornado watch probably gonna be issued here at any moment. This is only issued when we have a very volatile environment for tornadoes, and we do today. That's when, you know, there's a high likelihood, or at least storms are favorable for strong and long track tornadoes, which again today is in that category. This would include areas near Wichita, Oklahoma City, back through the Chickasha area near Elk City as well. But that is expected to be issued at any minute from what I'm hearing. So that should be issued here momentarily. I'm not seeing anything yet, but that will probably be issued here in a few minutes. The marginal threat, I'm not expecting much on the marginal threat. That's the one area today that I would not be, like, you know, panicking in at all. I mean, you shouldn't be panicking anywhere, but like the marginal threat, it's a very, very low risk. I know it goes into, like, you know, the Dixie Alley. We could see some isolated wind and hail, but it's a very low risk. You know, this part of Texas in the same boat. Back over in Illinois, damaging winds being a concern, but, like, you know, I'm not super concerned about the marginal threat. I would say, though, if you're anywhere in the slight, enhanced, or moderate or high risks of severe weather, you need to be vigilant. It does not matter what color you're in today, you could still have some strong and long track tornadoes, you have significant damaging winds, and you could also have some giant hail upwards of 4 to 5 inches in diameter. How does somebody get into storm chasing? Just go to Oklahoma today. I mean, there's going to be a massive convergence of storm chasers in Oklahoma today. I don't know how Connor Croft is going to do it, because I mean, the last time we had a moderate risk in Oklahoma, which was about a week ago, there were storm chasers on every single road. I don't know how in the world storm chasers are going to deal with that today. I mean, there could be some serious traffic from, you know, just storm chasers being in the area. Now, how do you get into storm chasing? Honestly, a lot of people do it just kind of like they learn, they watch videos and stuff. You just gotta make sure you properly do it. Don't just drive into a hailstorm or a tornado. That's not how you storm chase. I know Reed Timmer sometimes does that, but that's not what you're supposed to do. Hey, Nicole, appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be getting Chick-fil-A around 8 o'clock or so tonight. So that's good news. At least we'll have food in about 6 hours. We'll be without food for about 6 hours. Good times. I could probably get a snack, though. I do have, fun fact, we have Feastable bars. The small ones. So I have those as snacks in case I need them. And I also have plenty of water. Oh yeah, Reed Timmer has a pretty good truck for that. Yeah, that's the one reason why you can do that. Hey Peter, for the $5 super chat, what's the risk for running inside of a what's the risk of running into a tornado? The risk is death. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Do not do that. I don't know why anybody would even want to do that or consider that, for the record. Reed is a professional. Yeah, there's a lot of professionals. Reed definitely is one. I mean, Brandon Kopic, Vince Walty, a lot of them. Here's a little thing I'll tell you. So again, right now basically is the last chance for you to get prepared and be ready for the significant outbreak that is expected today with tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. If you are in a mobile home, you need to plan to go somewhere that is more suitable if you're under a tornado warning. Otherwise, just drive to Dallas or something. Like, get out of the way of this outbreak today if you're in a mobile home, unless you have a sturdy structure or a place that you know where to go. If you're on the road, like a truck driver, I know a lot of you guys that are watching are truck drivers, you should also, find a close gas station or sturdy structure to take shelter if you do end up being under a tornado warning or getting pretty close to a line of storms or whatever it might be later today. Again, please stay safe and make good decisions. Do not be stupid. This is not the day to be stupid and film with your phone, TikTok. Oh, look at this big tornado coming at me or whatever. That's not what you're doing today. This is not the day for that. You need to take this day very seriously if you are in Kansas or Oklahoma. And even in Missouri, even in Arkansas, even parts of Texas, and even back up in Nebraska and Southwest Iowa. Like all those areas, you need to be staying vigilant and weather aware today. Now, many of you, again, in Oklahoma, will not see storms, but those that see storms, they will be significant, and they could be producing strong and long-track tornadoes. That's what you have to be doing today. You cannot take this day lightly. You need to make sure that you're, being serious today, and that you're prepared. But you don't have much more time to take precautions because, again, storms are going to get going here probably within the next few hours. I mean, we're talking, storm initiation probably in western Oklahoma right around 3 or so. So storms will be firing up here pretty soon. Hey, Rod, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Esk, for the $9.99. Here's for that shake with that gains. Appreciate that. I'll probably get a Culver's shake if needed later. Hey, Nikki, for the $5 super chat. Is the cap still in place over Fort Worth? Yes. Yeah, the cap is still in place in North Texas. And I don't think it'll be overcome today. I don't really think we're going to see anything in North Texas. If anything happens, it'll probably be right along the Red River. So if you're a county that borders the Red River, that is where I would be staying vigilant and weather aware. Otherwise, further south, I'm not expecting a whole lot of activity. Maybe some isolated hail, wind, or maybe even an isolated tornado. Can we please get this guy a Culver sponsorship? That'd be awesome. Get free Culvers for a lifetime? That'd be amazing. You can brace for the becoming a minimum velocity member. Also, thank you, Joshua, for becoming a VIP velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Joshua. That is our highest tier on the channel, and I do appreciate you becoming a VIP velocity member. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll have extensive severe weather coverage throughout the entire day today. At least that's what I'm expecting. So, again, we'll probably be live here for approximately the next 12 hours or so. So, again, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. And, again, we'll keep you posted with the latest. We've already gained 2,000 subscribers in today's live stream, so I do appreciate everybody subscribing. I've never seen a tornado myself, actually. No. Believe it or not. I haven't really, I mean, I don't really ever go chasing though. I'm not a storm chaser. Never have been. Maybe I might go storm chasing in the future, but I've never gone chasing. Thank you, Car, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Yeah, once again, do not park under a overpass or bridge or anything like that. Or overpass or bridge. Not park under those if you see some giant hail coming down. You need to keep driving. You cannot just pull over because, you know, there's hail falling. You've got to keep driving. Do not try to park under an overpass. It's bound to happen today. Unfortunately, it's probably going to happen somewhere. But, you know, in today's environment, just don't do that. It's too dangerous of a day to do that. Apparently there's some shear in Tennessee today. I haven't really looked at the environment there. Do we have a tornado risk in Tennessee today? Oh yeah, look at that. There is a small tornado risk in Tennessee today. It's a low risk, but that is actually there today. And then this is your main area in the Great Plains. Didn't actually know that. Thank you, Sam and Kyle, for becoming, or for the $5 super chats. Where I'm located is irrelevant. Thank you, Rhonda, for becoming a Velocity member. I'll tell you, I'm not located in the threat of severe weather today, so we're good. Again, we'll have no problems being live today unless my internet decides to shut off like it did a few days ago, randomly. Hopefully it doesn't happen. That's the only time it's ever happened. So, you know, if you guys were there for that live stream, it was like about a week ago. I hope it doesn't happen again. I don't think it will, but that's the one time it's happened in like over a year. Hey, Justin, for becoming a Velocity member. Max lives on Mars. I've been to his house. See, Joe knows. Joe knows. Oh yeah, I have chased on hurricanes. That's the only storm chasing I've done, is for hurricanes. Did a little bit of storm chasing for Hurricane Nicole as well. Thank you, Justin, for the $15 Venmo, by the way. I do appreciate that. And thank you for your generosity. Thank you, Car, as well, for the one gifted membership. Why not tornadoes? I don't live in the Great Plains, so I can't really go storm chasing for tornadoes. What is it recommended to find a ditch and lay in instead of trying to outrun a tornado? I mean, it really depends on the situation, but I mean, in most cases, that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, if you're in a mobile home and, you know, last second, which this is not related to driving, but if you're in like a mobile home and last second, you know, you're under a tornado warning, you don't have a storm shelter, or, you know, you didn't have a plan already in place, then, you know, being in the ditch is better.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, well, there's your first one of the day. Tornado warning in actually South Dakota, so this is kind of out of the way of the majority of the threat. But this is going to be back over north of Rapid City. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It looks like very rural parts of South Dakota, so again, we're not going to talk about this too much, unless it really does try to intensify. But we are watching for a tornado threat near Route 212, northeast of Spearfish. And we could get a couple more of those to develop out of these stells here as well. So we got a few areas that we're watching for that tornado threat. But that's the first one of the day, again, in South Dakota, near Route 212. So if you're in this warning, once again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is for Hoover, South Dakota, for reference. That is the location included in the warning. And it includes a population of 81. So it's not, luckily, in a super populated area. But if anything does happen there, again, we'll keep you posted. I'm just going to stay zoomed out for now because, again, it's not... I didn't see a whole lot on the rotation there, but it would probably, at the end, that rotation is going to be located here on the southern side of the storm, near 212. So this area here. We're watching for that tornado risk as it moves to the north. Hoover's right about here, or maybe just a little bit further down to the south. So we'll be watching, you know, mainly for Hoover, South Dakota. If you're in that warning, again, just seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. But that is the first of many tornado warnings to come today across the United States. And again, we should have a PDS Tornado Watch here relatively soon. They have not issued it yet, but a PDS Tornado Watch will likely be issued here soon. across parts of Oklahoma, and as well as back over in southern Kansas. Still waiting for that, but it has not been issued quite yet. Also, the storm in Nebraska. There's a storm here, I believe, that's rotating. Yeah, we got a little bit of rotation on the storm that is going to be approaching Alma, Nebraska. So a little bit of rotation here. It's actually a pretty solid looking storm aloft right now. So there's at least some broad rotation. So I'll be watching that storm as well as that continues to move northeast. So we got a couple of storms right now that are starting to ramp up. Once again, it's the beginning of the event. We're probably almost a dozen hours, well, not a dozen hours, but probably half a dozen hours out from the peak of the severe weather threat. So still quite a ways away from the peak, but we do have our first tornado warning of the day, once again near Hoover, South Dakota. And we do have actually a new severe thunderstorm warning there, which is not a TP, which means tornado possible, but there's now a new warning near Alma, Nebraska. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter or anything like that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you do take any photos or videos and you at me, please make sure you put a location on them, because I'm not going to know where you're taking a photo at. I don't know where you guys live, so please make sure you put at least something on the tweet, because otherwise I'm not going to know where in the world that photo was taken. It could be in Aruba. It could be in, Texas. It could be anywhere. Thank you, by the way, Kyle, for the $12 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. In northwest Oklahoma City. Stay safe there. Again, if you're anywhere in Oklahoma, obviously stay safe. Trampoline meter today is at a gone forever stage. Again, it's only the 5th time in history that we've had a trampoline risk that high. So once again, that is the risk right there. Gone forever stage. So again, make sure hatching down your trampolines. It means that a flying trampoline outbreak is likely today. Once again, if you're just tuning in, that tornado warning that was just issued is going to be back over in northwestern South Dakota. It's near Hoover. Again, if you're in Hoover, seek shelter. The tornado could drop on that storm at any time. But again, so it's a population of 80. It's not super populated, luckily. It's pretty rural parts of South Dakota. If anything does intensify, again, I will let you know. But it's... right now, the rotation is definitely trying to strengthen, but it's... might take a few minutes. There's a little bit of rotation on the very south side of that warning. We all live in a yellow trampoline. Oh my goodness. Not a submarine, but it's a trampoline. If you want to chase, learn first aid, and bring rescue tools with you. Yeah, I mean, for those that are storm chasing, don't just storm chase to storm chase, There should be a mission behind it. I mean, like, again, I don't work with Brandon Kopic at all, but I know Brandon Kopic, he's, that kind of person that will help out when a tornado hits. Like, he was in Sulphur, Oklahoma, I think, for like a full day helping people there. Like, don't be the kind of person that's just going around taking videos and photos just to make some money. You should really consider at least putting a mission behind it. And the mission here, obviously, is, trying to save people's lives and stuff with severe weather coverage. That's why we do it so extensively. And, just have a mission. Don't just go out there to chase, because a lot of people do that, and then they just kind of, just not cool. Thank you, Shauna, for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Andrew, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Let's go quickly back up to that tornado warning in South Dakota. Yeah, it's broad rotation, but it's going to be here near Route 212, moving north towards Hoover. But again, this warning right now is in South Dakota. Not super concerned about this right now. Luckily, it's very rural, but it's going to be something to watch for. Got something developing here north of Highway 34 as well. Got some more storms back over to the east of Rapid City. Luckily, all these storms are rural right now, and they're not impacting, high populated regions or suburbs. And then we do have a storm near Alma, Nebraska that has also had some rotation. You can actually see that now. It's a little bit better defined there. That's just southeast of Alma. So this could go tornadic at some point as it moves towards Minden and Franklin, Nebraska. So a few storms that are beginning to rotate. Just getting started. I know there's a tornado warning in South Dakota. Again, I'll be covering it periodically. Will not be the main focus. Unless something strengthens there, we're going to be kind of talking about what to expect today a lot of the time. Just making sure people are prepared. Thank you, Richie. I appreciate the generous $25 donation from Sherman, Texas. Hopefully Sherman doesn't see much. I don't think you will, but I do appreciate your generosity, and I think things will be okay up there. What are you expecting in Joplin? I think the main concern in Joplin will be damaging winds with, again, perhaps maybe a couple of tornadoes, maybe a few tornadoes, but I'm not expecting a whole lot there near Joplin today. I think the main concern will be damaging winds. You could get an isolated strong tornado for the record, but it's probably going to be a lot of linear storms right around 12 tonight, which again will be more of a late evening into the overnight threat. And so if you're in the Joplin area, just be prepared for damaging winds. Could be very significant, upwards of 70 to 85 miles per hour. You could also see an isolated strong tornado. You're on the cusp of the moderate risk, but again, don't get caught up in the colors. You could see strong tornadoes and long track tornadoes anywhere in this area today. Well, anywhere in this area, technically, today would be your main area to watch for. But obviously, again, don't get caught up in the colors. You need to be prepared no matter where you are today. I don't care if you are in the moderate or high risk. It is basically the same sort of threat. You are under the threat, at least for a high confidence and a pretty high likelihood of tornadoes and high damaging winds. New NATO cast? I'll check it out. Yeah, here's the latest NATO cast. And again, this is not an official forecast. Don't put a whole lot of stock into this, but the latest outlook, a little bit here. The latest outlook does show, again, that highest probability basically being anywhere in here. Anywhere in the yellow, any of the brighter colors, that's where the highest risk will be. And again, notice NATO cast has actually a pretty large area here for a more significant and robust tornado threat. Again, I would not be super caught up though in the colors. I'm just showing this to you guys so you have an idea of where the greatest threat of tornadoes is. We also have a more elevated tornado risk in Tennessee, not anywhere close to as high as Oklahoma, but there is going to be a threat there for maybe a couple of tornadoes this afternoon. That's the latest NATO cast outlook. Is that a small 45? Yeah, that's a small 45%, but again, just don't get caught up in the colors. They are kind of irrelevant. Just, again, make sure that you're prepared for severe weather. It does not matter where you are in the risk outlined today. We have a confirmed tornado now in South Dakota. That's on the one near Hoover.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so this has been confirmed by weather spotters near Route 212 moving north, again, near Hoover, South Dakota. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. I don't think we have a CC drop on this, but there has been a confirmed tornado now by Route 212 reported by weather spotters in the area. Again, this will be moving north-northwest over the next several minutes. This was confirmed 5 miles east of Deers Ears Butte and 44 miles northeast of Bella Fort Che. That gives you an idea of how rural this is. They're using a location 44 miles away. But obviously, if you're in Hoover, South Dakota, make sure you're seeking shelter. Again, this storm is moving north. Again, only 81 people live in this warning, luckily, but obviously those 81 people, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I've never seen a location over 40 miles away, though, on a warning like that. That's actually kind of crazy. The closest area is Bella Fouche. Oh, there we go. Bella Fouche. I was trying to say it like French. Bella Fourche. But again, this is a tornado on the ground in South Dakota, just east of Route 85. And again, that tornado will be located right down here near Route 212, moving northwest. Hoover, South Dakota is right about here. That's where Hoover is. Approximately. But obviously, if you're in Hoover, you need to seek shelter. It doesn't matter where this tornado is going. It could get close to you here soon. All right. Let's see. This is the first confirmed tornado of the day, by the way. We had a land spout earlier, but that's the first confirmed tornado of the day. Population is now 74, so it's a little bit more rural now. This is from the Norman AFD. We have not experienced a day like this in quite some time. We expect storms to become supercells quickly, and those will likely remain supercells throughout the entire event. We do not expect them to form into a cluster or squall line. Again, we mentioned that a lot. I know the HRRR has been showing that there's going to be a line or a squall line or whatever in Oklahoma. I don't think it's going to happen like that. I do think it's going to be more discreet. Might be a bit more of a line in the northern side of the state, but either way, it'll be mostly discrete supercells. The amount of chasers in Oklahoma today is actually insane. From Convective Chronicles on Twitter, the 18Z observed sounding at Norman, Oklahoma is an absolute classic loaded gun profile with intensifying low-level shear. Not good for Oklahoma. Just a couple of different updates from various people there. I am retweeting the video of the tornado that is on the ground, or was on the ground. It may still be on the ground, near Hoover, South Dakota. The video is on our Twitter page, @MaxVelocityWX, if you want to check that out. Yeah, make sure to follow us over there. We'll have updates throughout the day. We'll be retweeting a bunch of stuff, as it is going to be a very active day. But the tornado report that we have, tornado was on the ground for about 5 minutes on this storm, and it eventually lifted on the north side of Highway 212. So this tornado may not be on the ground anymore, but obviously if you are in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for today. In Kansas and Nebraska, this is in the tornado watch that we already have. The severe weather threat will increase, mainly across the southern portion of the watch that we have. That's for northern Kansas. So just a new mesoscale discussion there from the Storm Prediction Center. No problem, James. Yeah, we don't have a PDS tornado watch yet. Again, that might be issued here. That should be issued here pretty soon. Also, another mesoscale discussion. We're going to have a lot of these today, but this is another mesoscale discussion in South Dakota. The highest threat for severe weather is basically where we're looking right now, which is out of this particular storm. Here's that tornado report near Hoover, South Dakota. So, again, that's in Butte County, or Butte County, near Highway 212. All right. Again, we'll keep a close eye on that. I'm going to zoom back out again just so we have a widespread view of things. We have a few more warnings popping up in Nebraska. Let's check out the velocities on these. That rotation that we had near Alma is kind of broad again, but this is an area that I'd be watching for more elevated tornado risk to develop as these storms move into southern Nebraska and as well as back over in northern and central Kansas. So continue to stay weather aware if you're in those areas. It's, oh yeah, we'll stay zoomed out here for just the time being. Yeah, we should have a tornado watch issued here pretty soon. For those in western Oklahoma and southern Kansas. And a PDS tornado watch is expected to be issued. So, that's currently what is expected. Does South Dakota get tornadoes often? They do get tornadoes, especially during the summer. OU canceled finals? I heard about that. Yeah, OU canceled finals. James, yes, I do. I have somebody posting them. Thank you, Spitfire, for the $10 super chat from Arizona. Thanks for what you do. Glad I can help. Arizona does not see tornadoes often, I can tell you that. Arizona is a very quiet state when it comes to tornadoes. All right, here's the latest scan. That rotation again is on the north side of Route 212 here in South Dakota. Again, this is going to be going towards Hoover. So if the tornado is still on the ground, which as of now, we don't have any visual on it, but if there were to be a tornado still on the ground, it would be located just on the north side of Route 212, moving towards Hoover, South Dakota. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is the first confirmed tornado of the day. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. Thank you, Kathy and Shauna, for becoming Velocity members. Dom, we're using Radar Omega. Again, you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. The cap isn't completely gone in Oklahoma yet. They literally had a sounding like within the last hour that still shows a cap, at least in Norman. But, alright, the PDS Tornado Watch has now officially been issued, I believe. So, PDS Tornado Watch, I believe, has just been issued. It's not going to pop up here for a few minutes, but it has just been issued. Let me try to get to that here. Yeah, PDS Tornado Watch has just been issued. This was as of 2 o'clock, I believe. So this actually was issued 5 minutes ago, but it's just coming out now. So again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS Tornado Watch. It will go all the way until 11 p.m. tonight. We have a full image of that. Let me go to that. So here is the PDS Tornado Watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is probably some of the craziest wording I've ever seen. Numerous strong tornadoes are expected. That's not even likely. Again, that is expected. That we're going to have numerous strong and potentially long-track tornadoes. This is going to be shaping up, again, to be a very rare day. So you need to be staying vigilant here if you're in Kansas, Oklahoma, or even Texas. That includes anywhere from Salina, Kansas, back into Hutchinson, Wichita, Dodge City, in this PDS Tornado Watch. Again, that is a particularly dangerous situation. As other people say, it's pretty dang scary, but that's, the actual phrasing is, that. Bartlesville, Tulsa. I don't know if Tulsa's in that. It's kind of on the cusp. It looks like it is in it. Enid, Oklahoma City, Chickasha, Lawton, Altus, Wichita Falls, Ardmore, and Ada are all included in this PDS Tornado Watch. That is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Now, the threats that are expected today, let me try to put this a bit more on the screen here. There we go. That's a little bit better. And then I put it back to widescreen. There we go. It goes until 11 p.m. tonight for today. So that's the PDS Tornado Watch goes until 11. You should be staying vigilant at least until then, but if not later. Again, this is going to include areas in that's outlined. Main concern is numerous strong tornadoes that are expected. That is some wording that I don't know if I've ever seen wording like that. Widespread hail up to softball-sized hail is likely. I would not rule out a couple of storms near DVD-sized hail, just for reference. Scatter damaging winds as well, up to 75 miles per hour are likely. Population in this area is 3.5 million. So a lot of people live in this area. So obviously, if you are anywhere in the area that's outlined here, you need to be staying very vigilant, staying very weather aware, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and have a tornado action plan in place. If you are in a mobile home, you need to make a plan to go somewhere else ahead of time, whether that is going down to Texas and just kind of chilling down there in North Texas or something like that, or, having that sturdy structure in mind. You got to do one of those two things. I mean, sturdy structure, just find somewhere that's sturdy ahead of time so that you know where to go. But again, that is your PDS Tornado Watch, which I believe is now just popping up here on Radar Omega, and there you go. That's the Tornado Watch right there. This is, again, a PDS Tornado Watch. It is a particularly dangerous situation for a large chunk of Oklahoma. All right. But yeah, this is gonna be a big day. Again, I've been saying it all along, but this is gonna be a very big day. It's gonna be a very long day for all of us. And so, obviously, if you're anywhere in Oklahoma or Kansas, you've got to be very vigilant today. Even if you're in this very small sliver of north central Texas, you should also be staying vigilant and weather aware. And have multiple ways to receive alerts. Again, if you have a weather radio, have that ready. If you have a phone, which I think all of you have a phone, have that obviously ready with emergency alerts on. And, have your TV on. If you have cable, turn on your local TV station. I don't care if you don't watch me today. I really don't care. If you have a way to get alerts through your local TV or another streamer or whatever it is, just make sure that you have some way to receive alerts. And that can also help if you have cable and then have a YouTube live stream up at the same time. Again, the more the better, basically. What's cable? Well, I mean, some people don't have cable anymore, but some people do. People that do have cable, you still get local news. So it's always a good thing to still have that on. But obviously, if this doesn't show you that today's gonna be a big day, I don't know what will. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of tornadoes today. Again, we're gonna do our best to cover every single tornado, but it is going to be hard because there are gonna be so many tornado warnings probably later today. It is going to get very busy. But again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, and we'll be keeping you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage throughout the entire afternoon and evening. Quick update on the South Dakota tornado warning. This was confirmed, and I believe it is still as of now confirmed. The area of rotation is going to be west of Mud Butte, moving north towards Hoover. Again, this could still be on the ground. We had visual of it, but as of now, I don't think we have any new updates on that. But again, if you're in this warning near Hoover, South Dakota, continue to stay in your safe place just north of Route 212 right now. That rotation, I believe, is actually strengthening again. There's at least some rotation here, right there where those stronger velocities are. That's where our rotation is. So again, just to the north of Route 212, where there is a chance again for a tornado. Again, we'll keep a close eye on that in case it does try to drop again. But for the time being, we have now 9 severe thunderstorm warnings already. Our warning counter is going to be jumping high today. I would not be surprised at some point we have like 30 or 40 severe thunderstorm warnings with how many storms are going to be out there. They might be more condensed if they end up issuing them, like, you know, more just kind of like large areas for damaging winds and stuff, but there could be a lot of warnings today. Bayute. Oh, thank you. So it's Bayute, west of Mud Bayute, South Dakota. Just passed by several chasers waiting in Enid, Oklahoma. Yeah, the storm chasing convergence today is going to legitimately be insane. It's going to be crazy how many storm chasers are there in Oklahoma. Hey, you spin for the $5 super chat. What's the situation with North Carolina? I'm not concerned right now about North or South Carolina. The only day that I'd be watching for would be on Thursday. Bayute? Okay, again, pronunciations, they're going to be very hit or miss today, just for the record. So, again, they might be right, they might not be. We're just going to go with it. What did they say on the wording on this? I didn't really read the entire wording. Let me check the entire wording here on that PDS Tornado Watch. They do put wording on their website. This is interesting. All right, this is the wording that is interesting. So this is on the PDS Tornado Watch, again in southern Kansas and a large chunk of Oklahoma. Explosive thunderstorm development is in the forecast this afternoon along and east of a north to south oriented dry line. Given a very favorable environment for severe thunderstorms, intense supercells are expected to evolve. These storms are forecasted to move east across the watch area this afternoon into the late evening. The possibility exists for regenerative supercell development over central Oklahoma this evening. Large to giant hail is forecasted with the initial supercell activity before the tornado threat increases. Intense tornadoes are probable, which means EF3 plus tornadoes are probable, especially as this atmosphere becomes very favorable for tornadoes late this afternoon and continuing through the evening. So that is the wording that they've used. Everything essentially for the likelihood is high on these things. The actual probabilities right now, there's a 90% chance of at least an EF2 tornado today, at least one in the watch, which I don't know if we've had high probabilities like that before. That's pretty high, but also higher than 95% chance for 2 or more tornadoes. So it's basically definite that we're going to see tornadoes today. It's essentially what that means. But the wind is very strong. We got a lot of torque in the atmosphere. We got a lot of spin across Oklahoma. So again, it's a very favorable environment today for tornadoes. You need to make sure if you're anywhere in Oklahoma or Kansas or really anywhere in the risk outlined areas today that you are staying vigilant and staying weather aware.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, this tornado that was confirmed has been downgraded back to radar indicated. They have added a new tornado warning to replace the current one here in South Dakota. So this is again going to be near Hoover, South Dakota. And if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And it's very rural parts of South Dakota. It's near Hoover, just east of Route 85. Again, this was confirmed a little while ago. It's currently 42 miles to the northeast of Belle Fourche, South Dakota. So pretty rural areas once again. But if you're in the warning, just seek shelter, again, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. But this tornado is no longer going to be confirmed in about 20 seconds, and it'll be back down to radar indicated. So, but this was originally confirmed near Route 212 in Hoover, or just south of Hoover, South Dakota. It was on the ground for about 5 minutes, so it's back down to radar indicated. And very rural parts of South Dakota, not a super major concern right now, but if anything does develop out of it, again, I will keep you posted if anything does develop there. Thank you, Tyler. Fort Smith, I think Fort Smith mainly going to be a wind and hail threat. Again, you might get a tornado. I'd stay vigilant if you're anywhere in those areas. And honestly, again, I can't reiterate this enough, but do not focus on the risk outlined today. You need to be weather aware and staying vigilant if you're anywhere in the risk outlined areas today. That is the slight, moderate, enhanced, and high risk. Doesn't matter where you are today, you need to stay weather aware. Have multiple ways to receive warnings and all that sort of stuff, and be prepared. All right, Connor is now live, so we'll put him up on the screen. I think Kearney, Nebraska is a goner, just for the record. So Kearney, Nebraska, I'm sorry, you're not going to be on the right side of the screen anymore. I don't think. Yep, alright, you're no longer there. Thank you, Alex, for the extremely generous $100 super chat. You're crazy. I appreciate that. Put some hearts in the chat for Alex. You're really generous. Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to the storm again. That rotation, again, just southwest or southeast of Hoover. South Dakota is right there. And this still has the chance to produce a tornado as it moves northwest and northwest. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If anything develops here, I'll keep you posted. But right now, it's, again, still relatively, I would say, kind of broad to maybe moderately strong rotation moving to the northwest right now. It's just to the east of Route 85, northeast of Spearfish. Again, very rural parts here of South Dakota. We also have a tornado possible storm that is southeast of that. That is east of Rapid City. And this would be the area of rotation that we're looking at. It's right down in here. So a little bit of rotation developing there. That'll be moving towards the east side of White Owl and Highway 73 and Highway 40 or 34. Yeah, 34 and 73. Connor looks like a farmer. What in the world? What is he dressed in? Is he going to the casino and a farmer at the same time? Connor looks crazy today. Apparently there's a Connor in our chat that it's their birthday, so happy birthday to whoever Connor is in the chat. I mean, Connor looks like he's legitimately going to a casino with that shirt on right now. Got the dice and everything. Yeah, thank you, Civi and Mike, or Mike, for becoming Velocity members. By the way, if I do miss any super chats or members, I do appreciate it. But again, I'm not going to be able to answer every question. I mean, there's 20,000 of you. I didn't even notice that. We have 20,000 of you. There's one of me. You know, that's just not a good mix for answering every question. So I'll try to answer as many as possible, but there's a lot of you. Connor, by the way, today is currently going to be in the western areas of Oklahoma. He is near Clinton. So he's west Oklahoma City. So he will be, again, chasing out there with us throughout the afternoon and evening. So we'll have live coverage from him. And then again, we have a little over a dozen live cameras across the central and southern plains on Virtual Railfan, which those will be on the right side of your screen. And also, we also have Radar Omega Cyclone ports that we'll be using as well. Any guesses for Joplin tonight? I mean, your main concern will be from like 9 until 1. The main concern would be damaging winds and then a potential for a strong tornado. But again, you might see a tornado nearby. It could be further north, west, east, south. I mean, you might not get hit by a tornado, but you should be prepared for that threat. The next Storm Prediction Center update, by the way, is out in about 40 minutes. So we'll see if they do end up having some sort of, you know, some sort of different high risk or moderate risk. Again, the risks really don't matter, but they might change it a little bit. We'll see. And again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a PDS tornado watch for central and western Oklahoma and southern Kansas. Once again, this entire area, you need to be taking this very seriously today. It is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. And Again, you need to stay weather aware if you are anywhere in the risk outlined area. That includes Kansas. It includes a large chunk of Oklahoma. You need to stay weather aware today. It is going to be a very long day. We're going to have several long tracked and strong tornadoes. We're going to have very large hail. We're going to have damaging winds. We're going to have everything. So, again, if you're anywhere in the outlined area that I just put there, that's basically the entire PDS tornado watch, which goes until 11 p.m. tonight. So if you're in those areas, you need to stay very vigilant, as strong, large tornadoes are likely in this area. Not everybody's going to see that, but any storms that do develop will have that chance, for sure. It is a particularly dangerous situation. Thank you, Valerie and Ron, for becoming Velocity members as well. Yeah, we do have a tornado warning in South Dakota. That is near Hoover. Again, I'll keep you posted if anything changes here with this storm, if it does intensify. Looks like we do have some stronger rotation now just southeast of Hoover. It might have a tornado on the ground. It could drop at any time as that moves to the northwest towards Hoover. And that would be your area of circulation. No CC drop yet. That CC that you're seeing there is just hail. But that could be a tornado. So if you're in Hoover, South Dakota, just make sure you're seeking shelter. If anything happens here, we'll keep you posted. But nothing right now yet that has been confirmed on this. That is pretty strong rotation. Definitely has a chance to drop a tornado near Hoover. Southern Minnesota, the main concern there will just be wind. Main concern is wind. The cap is not gone officially in Oklahoma, but it probably will be gone in a few hours for most of Oklahoma. I'm not capping about that, but whoever is talking about how the cap is eroded in Oklahoma is probably capping, because I don't think we have, maybe in northwest Oklahoma, but that would be about it. I don't think there's really anywhere in Oklahoma right now that has the cap completely eroded. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. By the way, the warning's been updated. It still is radar indicated, but that rotation's definitely stronger than before. No CC drop, but it definitely has potential to drop something as it moves north-northwest. That's some pretty strong rotation. Granted, we're looking a little bit off the ground, but that rotation is definitely strong moving off to the north-northwest. So once again in Bayou County, South Dakota. It's going to be going towards Hoover over the next several minutes. Cap is a temperature inversion. That is correct. That's the other word for it. Most people just call it the cap. I don't expect much in Boston, Texas. Maybe some isolated hail or wind. Maybe a brief tornado. Have I ever covered a high risk for severe weather? This is actually the first time we'll ever cover a high risk. We've done streams before high risks before, like the March 31st of last year, but I had like an exam or something that day, or classes. So I wasn't able to, you know, be live that entire day, but this would be the first ever time that we are doing a live stream for a high risk of severe weather. So you're in for history, with us at least. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in South Dakota near Hoover. Again, that rotation's still on the stronger side of things, so we'll keep a close eye on it here at least for a couple more minutes in case it does try to drop. It'll be moving towards, again, Hoover, South Dakota. Very, very rural area of South Dakota. Very far northeast of Bellafouche. I'm in Wichita, Kansas. What are your thoughts? Thank you, Philip, for the $4.99. I would say Wichita mostly going to, again, be that potential for very large hail, damaging winds, and you might even see a strong tornado and potentially long tract in that area, especially if there's something discrete. So definitely make sure that you're prepared for all modes of severe weather. Did the tornadoes take your pillows? I mean, so for those that are just tuning in, we had to set up an entire desk this morning. We're doing a major studio upgrade. We're gonna have 6 monitors. We're gonna have a new computer, which we only have 3 monitors right now. We're gonna have 6, so it'll help a lot with, you know, quality of streams and stuff. But we're doing major upgrades right now. The bed is back temporarily. I'm hoping to get that out of the way again, but right now it's behind us. The pillows are not there because it looked bad for, you know, the stream, so I put them off the bed. But this desk is pretty big, so we have a massive desk space now for all of the technology that we're gonna have in approximately a week or so. Sun is out in southern Oklahoma. Yeah, the sun is coming out there. Again, that's going to create more instability, and the environment's going to become more ripe here pretty soon. Am I going to get any sleep tonight? Couldn't tell you. This could be, again, a 16-hour stream. I mean, it could be very long. I mean, I'm just saying that straight off the bat. Now, if there is a break in between tornado warnings at, like, 9 o'clock tonight or something, there probably won't be, but if there is one, I'm going to be playing some Beat Saber for like 5 minutes so I can actually move my legs again. Because we might be sitting here for 16 hours straight. Exercise may be a necessity at some point here soon. Or not like soon, but like later today. Our longest ever live stream was 10 hours. That was literally a week ago. Then we had a 5-hour live stream or something like that before that. So, this could top that. This could easily be 16 hours straight. Thank you, Stinker, as well as Amar, for becoming Velocity members. By the way, I do appreciate everybody becoming a member today, or, super chatting. Do appreciate your support. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is an area of strong rotation in Hoover, South Dakota. Again, I don't see anything significant here yet, but that rotation is pretty strong, moving northwest. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. It includes a population of, I think, like 70, so luckily it's a very rural part of South Dakota. Granted, again, this could drop a tornado. It's actually down to a population of 24, so luckily there's not many people here. But, if there's a tornado, it would be dropping just to the east of Highway 79, just east of Hoover right now. Okay. I'll be with you the entire day. I appreciate that. It's going to be a long day. It's, again, probably going to be 12 to 16 hours. That's like at least what I'm currently preparing for. It's a very long day. Wichita, Kansas, your timing is from about anywhere from like 3 or 4 all the way up until 10 or 11. That'd be your main time frame. 24-hour stream? We're not doing a 24-hour stream. There's just no way. I would not be able to function if we did that. Which, granted, we're going to be live again tomorrow. And we're going to be live on Wednesday. And Thursday. It's going to be a long day. Long next few days. It's going to be very long. I'm going to zoom back. Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that. The rotation broadened on the latest scan, so if anything changes, I'll keep it posted. But we're just going to stay zoomed out for the time being. We got warnings up the wazoo right now. We have tennis ball-sized hail already on a couple of storms in southwest Kansas. Sheesh. These 2 storms are already producing tennis ball-sized hail. This is near Kinsley and Offerly in Kansas. That's unbelievable. We already have 2 major storms here. Considerable threats producing tennis ball-sized hail near Kingsley and Spearville, just east of Dodge City. And these right now are moving northeast. These things have blown up over the last few minutes, I think. These things have just blown up. We got significant hail and everything moving to the northeast with this. Damaging winds. Possible. Right now there's no wind threat, but they'll probably become damaging wind events at some point down the road as they continue to intensify. But that's significant hail. Tennis balls falling out of the sky here near Kinsley. I cannot predict if you're going to have large hail in Oklahoma, like in a specific town or city. All I can say is that there's a high likelihood of there being large hail out of any severe storms later today. So that is anywhere in Oklahoma. You need to make sure that you're protecting your vehicle, because there is going to be some significant hail later today. Already up to 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. That warning counter is jumping. And that's your large hail there. That's your other large hail core. That's going to be going towards Lewis, Kansas, and also going towards Garfield and Nettleton, Kansas. Thoughts on Wednesday? I'll have more thoughts on that tomorrow, because today is a big day. Wednesday will be big. It might be as big as today, but Wednesday, is not something I'm going to be focusing on today. It's just too early to do that when we already have a tornado outbreak expected today. The hail core on the latest scan near the Offerly area is a little bit smaller. The one that is south of Kinsley is a little bit larger. So that one's still maintaining its intensity with tennis ball sized hail going towards Kingsley. Anything to worry about in Brookings, South Dakota? I think if anywhere in South Dakota, the main concern again is going to be damaging winds, isolated hail, and maybe a couple of tornadoes. We already have one confirmed tornado up there, so could get another one. We do still have a tornado warning near Hoover, South Dakota. Again, we will keep you posted if anything does develop there, but right now the rotation again is not super strong. It's been broadening over the last few scans. It's also very rural parts of South Dakota. Yeah, we already have a cluster of storms developing here across Kansas and South Nebraska as well. Storms are ramping up with very large hail, tornadoes being possible probably in the next few hours. It might be a little bit till that tornado threat really gets going, but it will probably get going here in about an hour or two. A total count for the day on tornadoes. It'd be kind of hard to do that. I mean, we don't have enough room on this screen to do that. And also, it's going to be kind of hard to verify every tornado in real time. Let me see if we have any other reports on Twitter right now. Again, if you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I will try to relay those reports. Once again, if you're just tuning in, don't know already what's happening today. We are talking about a significant outbreak of severe weather, including strong and long track tornadoes that's expected today across the central and southern plains, especially in Kansas and Oklahoma, where long track tornadoes are likely, and those caught without storm shelters or underground safe places, are going to be under, some pretty, basically if you don't have a storm shelter or basement or at least a very interior room like a bathroom or closet, you need to make sure that you're going elsewhere, because those are going to be necessities today for you seeking shelter if you're under a tornado warning. But if we get a strong and large tornado, like you're not gonna be, if you get directly hit by a tornado and you're in a mobile home and you get hit by strong and large tornado, you are you're not gonna, you might not make it. I'm just gonna say that. So you need to make sure if you're in a mobile home, you need to make the proper plan today to go to a storm shelter or some sort of basement or some sort of sturdy structure, whatever that might be. You got to find that ahead of time. If not, travel to somewhere like Texas or something where the risk is much lower. Because, if you're in a mobile home today and you don't have a sturdy structure ahead of time, the mobile homes are not going to be held up by a tornado. They're going to be ripped to shreds. We saw it the other day. And with how strong the winds are today, intense tornadoes are likely out of the storms that do develop. The good news is that the storms are going to be isolated, meaning that a lot of us will not see storms in Oklahoma, but those that do see those storms, they will be significant. And that's why I'm saying this. I'm not trying to say this to scare you, but the storms that do produce tornadoes, they will be more than likely strong and long-tracked in Oklahoma and even parts of Kansas. And that even potentially could happen like very far western Missouri, perhaps even in southern Nebraska. Even though the threat up here is a little bit lower for any sort of strong or long track tornadoes, we could still see tornadoes. So, you want to make sure if you are anywhere in these areas today that you are staying very vigilant. Mobile homes are not the place to be today if you're under a tornado warning. That's for the point that I'm trying to get across to you. I know some of you might be in a mobile home right now in the high or moderate or even enhanced risk, and you're probably thinking, I should be fine here. You're not. Unless you got a storm shelter, it's just not a safe place to be. Not the place you want to be today. They're very, very dangerous. We saw it literally last week, and I'm saying this from experience. We literally saw it in the Holly, Texas tornado. That mobile home got ripped to shreds. The family that lived there was injured. They luckily have made more of a recovery, but they got really injured from that storm, that tornado that went right through the mobile home. Mobile homes just do not last. It's not a safe place to be. All right. Thank you, Katie, by the way, for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. First, good old DoorDash. Thank you also, Jared and Sunny, for becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Dom, for the $5 super chat. It technically is, yeah. I mean, I'm in college full time too, but yeah, I do this too. Yeah, the Holly, Texas tornado was rated an EF3, just for reference. So, and that mobile home got absolutely destroyed. All right, we're real quickly going to go to Connor. I got to pee, and then, yeah, I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back if Connor is on here. She might not be. Give me 1 second.
Only a stop sign if I went straight, but I was turning.
We have to take intermediate breaks here with how long I'll be live today.
Welcome to the Bears Cage, Chris.
Oh, fantastic. This is fun. OBS is killing me right now. All right, let's do this.
Car, I got the AC on. This car, that's my one complaint about this thing. The AC is
Sorry,
weak.
guys. I don't know why. We always have technical issues. All right, I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Be right back.
AC in the RAV is weak. That's my one little complaint. You guys are just tuning in, make sure to hit that subscribe button and like the stream if you haven't done so already. I'm gonna put like a hefty goal, like 5,000 likes on today's stream for a level 5 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center. Gonna put a hefty like goal on the stream, guys. What do you think of Southwest Oklahoma? I could see Southwest Oklahoma going big as well. Gonna be a lot of chasers on the road today, guys. I started off my stream with a poll with an over-under on how many times I would rage out today because of the roads. I literally think it could be like 20, depending on the chaser convergence.
Okay. That tornado warning, by the way, for Hoover, South Dakota still goes for approximately 8 more minutes. We'll take a quick look at that and see if there's anything there that we need to still be watching for here. Otherwise, we'll go back down to the south. That rotation looks much broader, so I don't think that'll continue. But that's still going for a few more minutes. So if you're in the tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, we already have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. The weather's ramping up very, very quickly. We do have some ping pong ball-sized hail that has been confirmed on this storm. That is back down in Kansas. Go ahead and jump to that storm here. Near Kingsley. The storm is producing hail upwards of the size of tennis balls. So again, if you're in this warning, near Kingsley, Lewis, or Nettleton, continue to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is still a relatively significant storm right now that is moving east, northeast, and northeast. All right. I don't think Arkansas is going to see storms until like late tonight. I'm talking like overnight tonight, more than likely. Maybe like late evening. Thank you, Metal, Easily, Jared, and Sonny for all becoming Velocity members. We have 59 new members, by the way, today. I do appreciate anybody that's become a member today. Helps page out a lot. Yeah, again, today is as somebody just said in chat, I mean, it's a very rare event that we're going to be experiencing today. I mean, a high risk of severe weather does not get issued very often. The last one we had in Oklahoma was 2019. So these do not happen very often. The last time we had a high risk in general in the United States was March 31st of 2023, which was those, the dueling high risks that we had, one in the Midwest and one back over in Mississippi and Tennessee. And if you remember from that day, we had like 4 or 5 different tornado emergencies. So, I mean, something like that could happen again today, where we have tornado emergencies just due to the fact that, these tornadoes will be more than likely strong, long-tracked, and large. So if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below, and we'll be keeping you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage throughout the day today. Once again, that tornado warning in Hoover, South Dakota expires in 6 minutes. It's not really rotating as much as before, so I'm not seeing really a need to go back up to that storm right now. But if you are in Hoover, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible until that warning is officially lifted. I live in Stillwater. When do you think I should take shelter? There's no reason to take shelter right now. I mean, again, when I talk about seeking shelter, you should be seeking shelter when you're under either a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. And even ahead of time, if you are, if you see a storm that's tornado warning coming at you on radar, which you can look at it like Radar Mega, for example, make sure that you are seeking shelter even ahead of time. In today's environment, these storms are going to be going really fast. So any storms that do produce tornadoes, again, can be long tracked and strong. So getting to your safe place ahead of time is not a bad idea either, but do not wait until last second. And again, if you're in a mobile home, you cannot be there. You got to be in a sturdy structure today. Mobile homes are just not going to be safe in today's environment. Thank you, Adam and Clayton, also for becoming Velocity members. I am worried about Wednesday as well. I do think Wednesday is going to be another outbreak, but again, I'm not going to go into details on Wednesday today. We'll do that tomorrow once we have this day out of the way, because today is more concerning right now than Wednesday, because this is more imminent and this is going to produce a lot more damage. I don't think anybody today is excited about what we're going to be seeing today. This is a really dangerous event that's going to be taking place here across the Great Plains. And again, I'm not trying to say this to scare you. I try to reiterate this again. For those that watch this channel a lot, you guys know that this is not like a channel where we're super dramatic, but like, I'm trying to tell you the truth here. Like, this is concerning. Having whatever risk it is, it doesn't matter what the risk is, but like, with this environment today, the ingredients are all there for a significant and major tornado outbreak. I mean, again, many lives are probably going to be changed after today's storms. Whether that's from hail, whether that's from wind, whether that is from tornadoes, a lot of lives are going to be impacted that are in the track of these storms today. And so, if you know any friends or family here that are in any of the risk outlined areas, make sure that they're ready for the storms today. Make sure they're weather aware, and make sure they're prepared. And if you're thinking about just ignoring the warnings today in Oklahoma, don't. This is not the day to ignore warnings. Today is not the day to mess around. It is a very significant outbreak that is expected today across Oklahoma, Kansas, and even back into like areas like Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa, all those states. KY, I will talk more about Elizabethtown, Kentucky, and other areas like that again tomorrow. I don't expect much though, really, today. It would be more of Tuesday and Wednesday. So again, we'll talk about more about that when we get closer. I'm not talking much about tomorrow and Wednesday though, even though both of those days look concerning. I mean, again, we're mostly dialed in right now on what's going to be happening today. Wichita's kind of on the cusp of a high risk for tornadoes, but again, do not get caught up in the risks. It does not matter what color you're in. It does not. It does not matter if you're in the enhanced, moderate, or high risk. You all have a chance for strong and long track tornadoes. It really does not matter where you are in this area. I don't care if you're in a high or moderate risk. I've said this multiple times. Like, it does not matter what risk you're in. You have a chance for strong and long track tornadoes no matter where you are. Now, not all these storms are going to produce that. And again, a lot of us might not even see storms today. It's not supposed to be a widespread, storm line that we're going to see today, at least in the high risk. We're expecting discrete supercells that are isolated to widely scattered, meaning that the storms that are there could produce strong and long track tornadoes, but some of us will not see that. Okay, I can't reiterate that enough. I know we're probably going to get some like angry email tomorrow morning from somebody that's, I don't know, in Oklahoma City, for example, and they're going to be like, we didn't get hit by a tornado and you said there's going to be tornadoes everywhere. That's not what I said. Again, that's not what this means. A high risk does not mean everybody's seeing tornadoes. It just doesn't. Statistically, what this means is that there is a 30% chance within a 25-mile radius of a tornado, which could be strong and, again, long-tracked. So, again, the wording people sometimes get confused with, but this does not mean everybody's seeing tornadoes. I don't know if we've ever had a tornado outbreak like that where everybody sees a tornado. That's not really something that can happen. But don't just focus on the risk. Focus on the area. This entire area is included in that potential for, again, strong and long-tracked tornadoes. All right, that tornado warning has now officially been expired in South Dakota. So we're back to all severe thunderstorm warnings for the time being. But that, again, that threat of tornadoes will start to increase over the next few hours here in the central and southern plains. Then you ask for the $9.99. Yeah, get kids bike helmets, gloves, winter jackets. I don't know about winter jackets, but that might not be a bad idea either. I mean, having a winter jacket is actually not a bad idea if you're under a tornado warning. It could prevent, you know, some of that stuff. Like if there's flying debris, that might not be actually a bad idea. Water, shoes, interior room, flashlights too. Don't forget that. Have all that stuff handy and ready. If you have a weather radio, make sure that's ready to go too. Vex, we had one confirmed tornado backup in South Dakota, but that's the only notable thing so far. Again, the main concern really will not get going for another hour or two. We just went live early to kind of go over everything, and again, we'll be doing live coverage from here. But thank you for your $8 super chat. Charge your phones, charge laptops, any source of light, charge all that stuff up. And we're trying to make you prepared here. Take those severe weather precautions now and not later. Football outfit, that's not a bad idea either. I mean, it's padding. It's actually not a bad idea either. All those things are good ideas. I'm probably not going to be able to mention this one anymore after probably now, so I just want to throw this out there once again. If you do want to pick up our Drunk NATO t-shirt or mug or sticker, they're all on our store, shopmaxvelocity.net. This will probably be the last time I can mention it because we're going to have a lot of warnings later, but this is the design. You can pick it up on our store. It's a pretty funny shirt, but this is actually what we experienced last week. We're Drunk NATOs. Again, the link's in the description below. It's also going to be put in the chat, so that will be down there in the description and as well as in the chat. Also, if you need a weather app for today, you can download Radar Omega. Again, that is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It has lots of features like live cameras, like the cyclone ports. It has live storm chasers. You got storm chasers literally all over the place here in Oklahoma right now. We got 7 different ones, it looks like, just in northwest Oklahoma alone. So, you know, if you are currently wanting to watch some storm chasers, you can watch them right inside the app on Radar Omega. There's lots of customizability. You got warnings. You can get tornado warnings through it as well. Hail reports, tornado reports, all that sort of stuff. Again, you can download it. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. And it's only $8.99, and then other features like satellite imagery and computer models you can get with their subscriptions. New SBC update. Let's check it out. Don't think there's any increase on this. Let me double check. So we do have a new SPC update. This is what it looks like just for reference. I'm trying to see if there's any updates here. I mean, it just came out. Increasing tornado threat through 5 p.m. in southern Kansas, by the way. All right, here's a side-by-side comparison of today and like the latest threat. The only change that they've made is that the enhanced risk is now a bit further down to the south. So the enhanced risk now includes more of north central Texas on their latest outlook. So that's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. And that should appear on the map here in a minute, so I'll show you guys that when that comes up. All right, and then here you go. This is the increasing tornado threat through 5 p.m. It's going to be in southern Kansas. So that would be for those, pretty much where those hailstorms are going right now, the tennis ball sized hailstorm. Or now it's down to quarter size, but the one that was producing tennis ball sized hail, that's where we're talking. So just to the east of Dodge City. There is only one PDS tornado watch, yes, but it's a pretty large area. Once again, that's going to include anywhere that's, I'll try to like trace a line here. Kind of hard to show you because it's kind of all combined, but it'd basically be like this area here or so. But that's for almost all of, that's basically all of western Oklahoma, central Oklahoma, and then also back into southern Kansas. That is where a PDS tornado watch is ongoing, which again is a particularly dangerous situation. Strong and long track tornadoes are likely in this area. It just basically means the environment is favorable for that potential. Today. Dylan, for 30 days or so. It's 1 month as a member, if you got gifted. Yeah, hail as large as 4 inches in diameter is possible today, which is softball size, across Oklahoma and Kansas. Make sure you're protecting your vehicle. In addition to that, again, numerous strong tornadoes are currently in the forecast. So, that's what the wording is again from the Storm Prediction Center. Any particular area of Oklahoma that you're more worried about than others? I mean, honestly, it's kind of one of those things that's just like, again, I don't want to circle an area and just say this is where I'm the most concerned, because I feel like everybody, you know, I'm trying to get the message across here that today's gonna be a major tornado outbreak, but I don't want you to just focus on one area. So I'm not really going to outline any areas, but in particular, I do think where the best chance is for a strong or long track tornado would be in somewhere in central or like northwestern parts of Oklahoma. Possibly even into southern Kansas, where discrete supercells will be possible. I'm not going to circle a specific, like a specific spot for today, as it just, again, doesn't get the communication and the wording across correctly. And that's why I keep saying, like, the high, moderate, and enhanced risks, like, don't just ignore that. You know, focus on the area. Don't focus on the risk, because anywhere in this area could have giant hail, very high winds, upwards of like 90 miles per hour, and you could also see strong and potentially long track tornadoes. You need to be prepared for all three. Now, again, this is not going to be a situation where every town is going to get a tornado. That's not what this is again today. But any storms that are discrete, which will be isolated storms in like Oklahoma or southern Kansas, will have the chance to produce long tracked and strong tornadoes. Anything about Nebraska? I think Nebraska mostly today will be damaging winds, but I would not rule out an isolated, you know, maybe an isolated, like, strong tornado on the southern side of the state, and maybe a few tornadoes across the rest of the state. But a lot of that storm activity up to the north will be linear. So this is an example at like 6 o'clock tonight. Again, most of those storms are linear, and then back down in Oklahoma, mostly discrete, even though the HRRR doesn't show that. But yeah, a lot of damaging winds and definitely a very favorable environment for tornadoes further south of Nebraska. But in Nebraska, most of those storms will mostly be damaging winds with a few tornadoes. Is there more sun than what was expected? I don't think so. Here's the live cam on Radar Omega out of Norman, Oklahoma. You can see there's just clouds now. I mean, we've had a little bit of sunshine here and there, but the temperature right now at 81 degrees. So I'd say so far, nothing crazy. I mean, where Connor Croft is right now on the right side of your screen in western Oklahoma, there is a lot more sunshine, which that is expected. The Texas cap so far has held, and I don't think it's going to really be overcome unless you're in like north central Kansas. But again, make sure you're following us on Twitter, Facebook, or join our Discord server. Again, we'll be posting updates on all those platforms throughout the day today. The links to all that is in the description below. And if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll have extensive coverage probably for the next 12 hours. So subscribe if you're new here, and also like the stream if you've been finding it informative thus far. Gotta fill up my water here. A little gusty in Lawton. Yeah, the winds are pretty high near the surface, and again, that's another cause for concern with how high the winds are already at. They're like 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusting in some spots. And so those higher winds are giving you an idea of how strong the winds are in the low levels. I mean, the winds are relatively strong ahead of this dry line, which, again, kind of gives you an idea that there's a lot of wind shear. Tornado watch has just been canceled just west of Hays, Oklahoma, or Hays, Kansas. So just heads up there. But it's still ongoing for the other areas. Again, that dry line's kind of pushing through that area, so tornado watch will be canceled accordingly once the dry line pushes through and the severe weather threat kind of dies down for some of these areas. We've been watching some little area of wind here near Franklin and Smith Center in northern Kansas and even southern Nebraska. We're still watching for a low tornado risk out of that, but we'll probably have more of a tornado risk developing here today in southern Kansas. So stay vigilant once again if you're in southern Kansas, where there will be a chance for tornadoes in that area. More Oklahoma definitely has a chance for a tornado. I mean, anywhere in Oklahoma has a chance for a tornado today. Any area, other than like the Western Panhandle. Basically, anyone has a chance for a tornado. Now, that does not mean you're going to see one. It just means you have a chance.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Tennessee. This is an area that I was mentioning before. Ooh, look at that. That's strong. We got strong rotation in Tennessee. This is east of Lebanon. East of the radar site, just east of Nashville. Pretty strong couplet right now. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Latest scan slightly broader, but that's your pocket of rotation right here, moving eastbound. Look at that hook. It's actually an impressive hook echo for what it is. It also looks like back down near Lebanon, we also have rotation down there. Maybe not. It's pretty broad down there, but this storm definitely has more rotation. And that's near the Tucker's Crossroads area going towards Carthage. We do have a live Radar Omega cyclone port out of Carthage, Tennessee. We'll see if we see anything. But this is right in the tornado warning, so might see something here. And that is a little baby storm, but it's a pretty impressive one. We got a hook echo and everything. It's actually a pretty organized supercell. So this could drop a tornado. And if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. And this is right now moving eastbound. Thank you, Colin. Appreciate that. I'm glad I can help. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we got more storms like this in Tennessee. You know, Tennessee today, I think, is an environment where there actually could be a bit of a surprise with a few tornadoes. Rotation was much, or at least a little bit more organized a few minutes ago. It's a little bit broader now, but we'll see if anything happens. And this is in Tennessee near Taylorsville, just east of Nashville, just east of Lebanon. Gonna be moving towards Tanglewood, Carthage, Defeated, Monoville, Riddleton, all those areas included. You've been grinding recently? I just want to send my respect. Appreciate that. We've been live a lot. I don't think that's going to be ending anytime soon. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday look like long days too. Next radar scan should be in here in a second. This is for Smith and Wilson counties, by the way, in Tennessee. If we have a tornado, it'd be right about there near Bellwood. Actually might be something here. Looks like we actually might have a debris signature there on the northwest side of Bellwood. It's right in that little area. Now, the velocities don't look that tight, but we might have a tornado on the ground there near Bellwood, Tennessee. That would be, again, going towards Rock City. And it would also be going towards Tanglewood and Carthage. There might be something there. So obviously, if you're in this area, seek shelter. It's not super definitive, though. The velocities aren't very strong here, but that's where there would be a tornado, would be in that CC, that, like, little hook. Just doesn't look overly impressive, but we might have a tornado here. So if you're in Rock City, Tanglewood, Carthage, Tennessee, and stay in your safe place. Storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Just in case this is, in fact, on the ground. Alright. Here's the latest radar scan. CC still shows something there. I don't know where that tornado would probably be. Let's see what the velocities look like. And this is going to be moving eastbound towards Riddleton, Tanglewood, Monoville, Defeated, Difficult. Interesting names. And as well as Carthage. The rotation doesn't look as strong here on the latest radar scan, but obviously this still does have a chance to do something. So I would just, again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Just in case this does try to drop a tornado if it has not already. Waco, I'll be having Chick-fil-A for dinner, so appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you, Patty, for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Again, if we have a tornado, it'd be just east of Nashville, just east of Lebanon, going towards Rock City. Yeah, there may have been something brief here. The rotation isn't really strong anymore, but we may have just had like a brief tornado there near Bellwood. So we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does try to do anything as it moves eastbound. But it's at least a little bit broader as of right now. At least for the time being. This is the Carthage live cam on Radar Omega. I think this one's looking north or northeast, so I don't think it's looking directly at the storm, but at least you can get the idea that it's raining there. Don't really have any visible view on any wall cloud potentially with this or anything like that. I don't know if that camera will change directions or not, but if it does, we might see something on this moving eastbound. Actually, pretty organized supercell though for the record. I'll be moving east over the next several minutes. These hexagons got me tweaking. Are you talking about all the warnings? Alright, let's see. This is the latest scan as of literally a minute ago. I'm not really seeing much here. Looks like that rotation's weakening, so I don't think this tornado warning will continue. Obviously, continue to stay in your safe place just in case. I mean, we do still have a little bit of something there on the CC, but that rotation's pretty much dead at this point here near Bellwood and Rock City. But once again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, just in case it does anything weird. Again, we'll stay on the storm for probably at least a couple more minutes in case it does something. The one south of Lebanon also has my attention. It's producing more of a hail and wind threat, but we do have a little hook on this that's developed. It's not really rotating right now, but it could be something to watch for as that continues to move east over the next several minutes. So, we'll continue to watch that closely as that moves eastbound. Carthage cam is moving. Oh yeah, there we go. This is the tornado warning cell. That's a better view of it. This would be the rain. That's kind of on the east side of the storm. The hook would be back in here somewhere, which you can't really see it. But this is, again, the Carthage cam on Radar Omega. So they're moving the camera around right now, in case this does try to do something. Thank you, Maui. Appreciate that. There is still a cap over Norman for the time being. Yes, there is still a temperature inversion or a cap in place, but once again, that cap is only going to be in place probably for a few more hours before storms ramp up in that area. I'm not really seeing much rotation here. We've had a little CC on this for a little while now, but that rotation's not very strong. But if there is a tornado, it would be moving in the direction of the northwest side of Carthage near Riddleton, and eventually going towards Monoville and Tanglewood. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, just in case. But the rotation's really weak, so I don't think we have anything there. But just in case, stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The other radar site not really showing much either, but that's kind of not really going to do us any good because it's too far away. But again, this is just east of Nashville, Tennessee. And this is, again, still a tornado warning near Carthage for the next several minutes. Hook south of Lebanon. There's a little bit of something there. Again, I don't really see a whole lot of rotation there right now, but there is a little bit of a hook there. I'm not saying there's going to be a definite tornado here in the next few minutes, but it's something to watch for over the long term for sure. Let's go back to the Carthage live cam here. Thank you, by the way, Cameron, for the $25 donation. You're really generous. I appreciate that. I don't even know what that means, but I do appreciate your donation. I'm not seeing anything on this live cam right now other than rain, but yeah, if anything changes, I'll keep you posted. That rotation on radar has been relatively weak here for a little while now. Yeah, the SPC update already came out for tomorrow. They have a hatched tornado risk in Indiana and Ohio. Oh, why is there a dent in the polygon? Oh, I see what you mean. Is that what you're talking about? Got a little dent in the polygon. I believe that's just due to the CWA regions, but yeah, that looks like a county line, so it'd just be because of CWA regions. I was not paying attention to the dent. I'm sorry. Maybe we need a dent tornado t-shirt or something. That'd be so stupid. But yeah, that's the reason why. It's just in a different CWA region. Regardless, that area, you're already out of the warning, basically. It wouldn't matter. The area of rotation is down to the south of that. Yeah, it looks like if we did have a tornado at this point, it has lifted. Again, I don't know if that was really a CC drop or not. We may have had a brief tornado there, but this will continue to move towards Carthage over the next several minutes. We should have a better view in a few minutes on the radar Omega cyclone port of this particular storm, so we'll stay here at least for now, in case we do get a better view. What we're looking at right now from that live cam is just all the rain, but we might have a view of any sort of hook on the back side of this in a few minutes if they do adjust that camera again. So could see something. We'll see. And by the way, this is where there is a 2% tornado risk today. 2%. That's it. It's a pretty low tornado risk over here. That's why I keep saying, you know, if you're anywhere today in any of the risk areas, you need to stay weather aware and vigilant. It's a pretty good example of that. And that rotation back near Lebanon isn't really much right now. Still something to watch. The one near Carthage is kind of broadened and weakened out. Just look at that. Oh, look at that. CG right there. Cloud of ground lightning right there. It just happened on the left side of your screen. Clicked it on it at the right time. In Carthage, Tennessee. Indiana at risk. Indiana and Ohio not at risk until really tomorrow. Yeah, the left side of the screen, that's basically where we're looking for some sort of, you know, tornado potential here. Again, that'd be on the hook, but again, the radar doesn't really show much. You know, this is the latest radar scan as of a minute ago. Rotation's kind of gone at this point, so I'm not really seeing much. That's just northwest of Carthage. Again, if there's a tornado, if one drops, it'll be approaching Monoville, Tanglewood, Defeated, Difficult, McClure's Bend, all those areas included in this warning, and as well as Carthage, Tennessee. We do have a live cam. We're going to continue to watch this because, I mean, the storm is, again, far left of your screen, basically, where that potential for a tornado would exist. Lots of rain, though, for sure on this. Isabella right now, tomorrow, and then possibly on Wednesday for the Indiana tornado risk. I appreciate your $4.99 super chat. Another CG. Look at that. Right in the middle of the screen. That was a quick one. Lots of cloud of ground lightning on this storm right now. Kevin, yes, you can. The link's down below to download. What do you think about tonight's threat for central Arkansas? I think the main concern will be an isolated tornado threat, damaging winds and hail, but I think the risk is going to be kind of low. I don't expect much there overall, unless you're in like northwest Oklahoma or northwest Arkansas. I think central Arkansas will be kind of quiet. We had something on the left side of your screen. Yeah, they're turning to it now. There's something here. Can't really tell if it's spinning. And this is on the tornado warning near Carthage, Tennessee. What's the storm look like now? There's really not really any rotation on radar, so I mean, at this point, it's kind of weakened in that regard. But there's something there. Some sort of spin in the clouds, or some sort of maybe little lowering there. Or just a scary looking cloud, one of the three. Or Scud. Scud would be also classified as scary looking clouds. Shauna, I'm not really going to talk much about tomorrow and Wednesday, but Kentucky's definitely under the threat both days. Again, we'll have full breakdown on that tomorrow once we go live for that event. We love a good SLC. Yes, we do. Good old scary looking clouds. There are over it's over 230 people on Radar Omega watching this live camera right now. SLC, by the way, does mean scary looking cloud, if you were wondering. There's the rain shaft. Oh, we're zooming. Oh, are we? Maybe not. I don't know. We might be zooming in. We're gonna have to wait and see. Lots of scud cloud on that activity. And that tornado warning has now been canceled. So, lots of scary looking clouds. But the tornado warning is now done on that storm near Carthage. But we do have a lot of other storms firing up here across Tennessee. And the majority of these are going to be damaging wind and hail producers. Wow. Look at that storm. Holy cow. I just clicked on this live camera. Where is this? Pleasantville, Tennessee. Wow. Look at this thing. Holy cow. We have not been watching the entire thing with this, but jeez. This is a crazy storm structure in Tennessee right now. I mean, I don't think you guys can see the entire thing. Look at that on the right side too. That's the entire storm structure here. Let me move my pen over. That is unbelievable. This is on Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Pleasantville, Tennessee. This is a mothership storm that's forming here. Wow. Now that is an SLC. Let me look at this storm real quickly on radar. Holy cow. I mean, that's unbelievable. I don't think we have a great radar site on this one. It's our closest radar site. Maybe a little bit of rotation there. What's the other one near Centerville look like? No, nothing there. So this one's just unbelievable. Wow. That is unbelievable. That is a serious storm structure here in Tennessee. We're not going to have a great view anymore of that mothership. We'll try to keep it on the screen as long as we can. In Pleasantville, Tennessee on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Wow. More like Unpleasantville. Little jokes. I mean, all that scud cloud that you're seeing is just a lot of rising motion, but pretty unbelievable. I mean, I accidentally clicked on this live cam and it's pretty crazy. Very strong updraft on this storm as well. Yeah, this is a live view of that storm in Pleasantville, Tennessee right now. Like a little bowl kind of forming right here. I think it's just mostly scud clouds, but something there. Not far from the ground, which is obviously the scariest part. Nope, alright. Somebody on Radar Omega, I think, is adjusting this camera. And this is the Pleasantville, Tennessee storm. This area on the right side has been lowering a little bit. And near Pleasantville, Tennessee. Which, for the record, I don't really see any rotation on radar. So, just want to throw that out there. I think a lot of this is just scary-looking clouds, but... Wow. Looks like it is trying to produce something, though. I mean, it is lowering. This is live in Pleasantville, Tennessee, if you're just tuning in on Radar Omega. This camera's live. I mean, it's not really refreshing. It's just a live camera. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of rising motion. You can kind of see it here, all that rising motion. I don't really see a whole lot of spin here. I think a lot of this is just SLC. Just scary looking clouds, but I mean, there's might be a little bit of spin here. It looks mostly like updrafts and just a lot of rising motion on this storm. Because I'm not really seeing any spin here, at least on the leading edge of this. This is the Pleasantville, Tennessee live camera on Radar Omega. Libra. Connor's cam's looking nasty too. I don't see anything yet. I don't know if he's actually... I think there are actually storms now in western Oklahoma, so they're starting to fire up there. Camera's gonna be zooming out here. Just went blurry. I don't know if they meant to zoom it out like that. Oh, it's focusing. Alright, never mind. I don't think this can go any further right, so this is like the furthest we're gonna be able to see the storm. Zero spin zone. There's a low tornado risk here, but this storm, I mean, just a lot of rising motion from what I'm seeing. I'm not seeing, like, any sort of rotation on this at this point. Thank you, Marino, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you to Kevin for the $25 super chat. I've learned a lot from watching you. I'm glad you've learned something. I do appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for your generosity. Thank you, Lane, for the $5 super chat. I'm glad we got the hail. We got the hail in Lebanon, Tennessee. I'm glad he didn't get a tornado there. Looked like there may have been something brief there, but... Yeah, this is live in Pleasantville, Tennessee, where there is virtually really no rotation on this storm. I mean, again, we have a lot of SLC, which is just scary-looking clouds, but... Yeah, I'm not, like, seeing any spin here. Like, we would have to be looking for some spin in the clouds. I'm not seeing that. So hopefully this doesn't produce anything, but obviously it is scary-looking. That's why they call them scary-looking clouds. Thank you, Anomalous, for becoming a Moderate Velocity member. Or Anonymous. Yeah, it might be rotating, like, slowly, but it just doesn't look like much. Just a lot of rising motion. But it is a pretty impressive storm, for the record. And all those clouds are rough shaped, which just means a lot of scud cloud activity there. We're about to lose this view. Still a pretty impressive view, though, of that storm. There's another one in Centerville, but I don't think we have a view of that one. Look at this storm near Franklin, Tennessee. This looks like a large hailstorm and maybe even a bit of rotation. That's golf ball sized hail right there. And then, let's see where else. See if we have any other live views of any of this stuff here. I mean, that's... I don't know if we're going to get much better view than that here in Tennessee. That was impressive. I don't have a whole lot of other views, but yeah, still pretty impressive. All right, let's go back to Oklahoma. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, the first of the day in Oklahoma, where, again, that tornado outbreak is expected. That is near Woodward. Connor Croft is approaching that storm on the right side of your screen, so we'll go to him here pretty soon. Actually, I think we'll just go to him now, or we'll not go to him, but we'll go to this, and then we'll put him on here at the bottom right, so he's a bit more focused in there, as he is going to be approaching this storm near Woodward, and also near Route 60. over the next several minutes. Again, the main concern here is half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now moving northeast. We also got a bunch of warnings in Kansas right now. The majority of these are damaging winds up to 60 and up to golf ball sized hail. Once again, huge hail and giant hail is a possibility later today. And then we also have warnings now in Georgia and Tennessee, which we'll continue to watch very closely over the next several minutes. Woodward? Oh, it's Woodward. Sorry. Woodward. It's all the same thing. It's all right. Thank you, Heather, for the $4.99. Fairview, Tennessee. Main concern, hail and wind, but maybe a brief tornado. Thank you, Tux, for the $9.99. I'm praying for the people who are in Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas. I love your streams. And what is your opinion for Michigan the next 2 days? I do not expect much. Maybe some isolated wind, though, on Tuesday. And maybe Wednesday, but I think the threat is pretty low in Michigan. Here's Connor. Go to him here for a second. And Connor's approaching the storm near Woodward, Oklahoma. We remembered the name. That is, again, severe. I'm eating a chocolate bar real quick so I can stay not hungry. Got the rain shaft there in the middle of your screen just to the left of the truck, so that's the storm there. Large rain shaft there. While this is happening, I'm gonna quickly go pee. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. BRB.
Here we go. Getting closer. Probably go another couple of miles here and find a good spot to view this thing. It's right here, there's kind of some trees. That way when we stop, we can get out of the car and break the things I'm seeing down to you guys live in the field rather than through the windshield. What are the roads like out here in the country? Gridded road network. Not quite gridded, but not bad either.
I am staying exercised and fit today. We are running around.
Yeah, there's plenty of.
We'll probably have to take a break like every hour or two with today's stream because of how long it's going to be. Just for the record. Even though you guys might not care a whole lot, but that's how today is going to have to go. How long will we live? All right. Yeah, we're looking. That storm, by the way, is the one in western Oklahoma near Woodward. Thank you, Steve and Richard, for both becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. I will do a 250,000 subscriber hat, but again, we're not even at that point yet. Posture check. Thank you. Actually, we're gonna go back to Connor. He actually has a pretty good view of the storm right now.
Right in here is gonna be a good spot. In the severe
We'll stay on him here for at least a couple minutes.
Also, we don't commit too much. Excuse me. And there it is, guys.
There's your first storm of the day here in Oklahoma.
There's a closer look there at the storm.
There is a cap. Yes, there is a cap right now.
A couple things on my own here really quickly. Look at a couple things on my own here really quickly.
Mason, northeast Kansas, mainly a wind threat with maybe a few tornadoes being possible.
Smash that subscribe button. Going to be a huge day.
Primarily between like 7 and 12.
Look at a couple things here.
There is a cap, no cap. That's mainly in Texas, but we do have a bit of a cap here in Oklahoma. Connor is currently on the storm near
They're
Arnett,
not
Oklahoma,
too
going to be going
organized yet.
towards Woodward.
But they
So
just
that's
developed,
again a
so
live
that's
view right now of
what
that.
it's gonna be, but their tops are rapidly exploding. And honestly, it looks pretty good out right in front of us here. We'll be right back.
We'll go back to them in a second. Quickly refreshing the radar here. But this is the storm that we're talking about right now. Let me take the severe weather overlay off. But again, that would be the storm that we're looking at. It's near Arnett. It's currently producing $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I'm not seeing much rotation yet, but we are pretty far away from radar sites, so bit of a radar hole there. We do have storms all up and down right now, Nebraska and Kansas, with mostly damaging winds being widespread. A little bit of hail as well. Those are moving east and northeast. And then further up to the north, we do have a tornado watch and severe thunderstorm watch across South and North Dakota and even Montana. And then the tornado watch is back through areas in Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma, where this is, again, a PDS tornado watch if you're in southern Kansas or Oklahoma, or even very far northern Texas, where the main concern again is going to be numerous strong tornadoes being possible, significant damaging winds, and the potential also for some very large hail, upwards of 4 to 5 inches in diameter. All right, for everybody that's wondering about a cap, I keep having people ask about what the cap is. Let me pull up a weather sounding and I'll show you. Connor's losing his hat at the bottom right of your screen. Oh, that gives you an idea of how windy it is. His cowboy hat is flying away. All right, here's what a sounding is. For example, so only look at the temperature line here on the on this graph. So notice this temperature line. As we go up in the atmosphere, the temperature is supposed to decrease. All right. But instead, as we get closer to around 800 millibars or so, there is a increasing area of temperatures. That is a cap. Essentially what this is when we have a storm developing at the surface, it'll start to go up into the atmosphere and it'll be stopped because of that temperature inversion, which is a cap. So we have a cap in place across Texas right now, which is not cap. And then in Oklahoma, for the most part, we still have a cap, unless you're on the west side of the state. But this temperature inversion, when we have temperatures increasing at a certain part of the atmosphere, that is where storms stop, which is also why storms stop developing at around 40 or 50,000 feet because of the equilibrium level, which is also a spot where the temperature does start to increase a little bit as we go up into the atmosphere. He's losing his hat again. What is going on with him? Hold on to the cowboy hat, sir. Hold on. It's going to be a windy day. Where do you view that? Those soundings, you can just look up weather sounding on Google, and there's top results usually have it. Troy, that's pretty safe too. Anything that's far away from windows and walls, interior, is really where you want to be today if you're under a tornado warning. Here's that live view of the storm here in Woodward, Oklahoma right now.
It looks a little bit darker over there. Those are more updrafts.
That's your storm right there.
What a look.
First supercell of the day in Oklahoma.
Right off the rip. No chasers out here on this one yet. That's gonna change.
I'm surprised there's no storm chasers out here. Usually there's a lot with what we saw the other day. Thank you, Connie, for becoming a Velocity member.
Don't you guys
we have
worry.
69 new members today, by the way. Appreciate everybody becoming a member.
Listen to that low-level wind field just rip.
That rotation in Kansas, I'll check it out.
You can hear the hum.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on any of the storms right now. Maybe a little bit near, like just south of Great Bend, but there's not much. We have a little bit in southern Nebraska too. It's all pretty minimal though right now.
Let's go check on radar here. Let's not disturb the fire ants, which are still...
No problem, Victoria. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Connor also parked next to some ant mounds. Nice. But again, this is the storm that we're looking at right now. It's going to be going towards Woodward, or Woodward, sorry, Woodward, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And a lot of these storms are going to be moving pretty fast today. So if we do get any strong and long track tornadoes, they are going to be fast moving across Oklahoma. But once again, this tornado watch does go all the way until 11 o'clock tonight. So the greatest concern, again, is still a few hours away. I think the greatest concern for tornadoes will be from about 6 until about 12 or so, maybe 7 to 12. So that's what I'm currently looking at for the greatest concern right now for severe weather. And that's mainly for the tornado threat once again. But once again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll have live coverage again all day for the most part today, and also tomorrow and Wednesday. Quick update on the storms in Tennessee. We do have a couple. We got one near Franklin that's producing some hail and wind. We do have a live camera view in Chapel Hill, which is just showing some dark, ominous skies. We may have a couple other views of that storm. I'm trying to see. There's a lot of radar omega cyclone ports in the area, so we might have a view of these storms. Not seeing anything super definitive, but if we get a view of that storm, we'll go back to it. Yeah, that's producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is still a brief tornado potential here in Tennessee, but it should stay, again, relatively low overall. But I think our greatest concern, and really where we're going to have to watch for the most over the next few hours, is now going to be Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska, and Texas, and eventually Missouri, Arkansas, and all those other states, as the severe weather threat will start to ramp up. How about east of the watch? Define east of the watch. I mean, if you're east of any of these watches right now, like in Missouri or Arkansas, I mean, you're going to probably have a watch, but it won't be until later today. So it probably would not be until at least somewhere around, I don't know, probably not until like 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, once storms are actually near in those areas. Because again, they're not going to issue a watch 10 hours before storms happen. They're going to issue it once we get a bit closer. Back to Connor here again. And this is the storm near Woodward, Oklahoma right now.
Definitely not surprised the storm is a little bit high-based.
I think it's just VC, Oklahoma. I could be wrong.
Got temperature dew point spreads right around 20 degrees.
Or Vici.
I do like that south storm already a little bit better. See the quickest way to get down there, just so I know. There's a big river that goes through there, so it's not exactly a quick journey to get down there.
Again, these are developing supercells. I don't see anything for rotation quite yet on these, but I think as we go later into the afternoon, that threat is going to really start to increase.
There, guys. That's where we'd start to see maybe some scud develop, a little bit of a meso form.
Connor's talking about how there's some scud starting to develop on this now. Does indicate rising motion, could indicate some spin trying to develop on this storm.
Real areas to watch. Already does look slightly lower back there. Special weather statement on the further south one. Just definitely watching that one like a hawk. Here's the satellite
got a
earlier.
warning alert south of Oklahoma City.
Storms were just getting fired.
There's nothing happening in south of Oklahoma City right now. Just the PDS tornado watch. All right, let's go back to here. And also, we can actually look at the, well, we can go to Norman first. There's still a lot of cloud cover in Norman, Oklahoma. The satellite imagery, which gives us an idea of like the cap and all that, or not cap, but the cloud cover and stuff like that. Notice all this clearing that we have out in front of the area of development in the supercell initiation. We have a lot of clearing. Like there's a massive slot in here now that we have a very limited amount of cloud cover in, mostly sunny to sunny skies. That's basically where Connor is, but he's on actual storm now. But there's a lot of space here where there's a lot of sunlight right now, lots of instability growing. So this area in particular, we're definitely starting to see a lot more sunshine, and that should start as well near Oklahoma City soon. So that sunshine will start to kind of ramp up here, and we're going to get a lot more instability. And then further to the north, where that line of storms will be ongoing, not nearly as much cloud, or not nearly as much sunshine, a lot more cloud cover. You can actually see the supercell structures here as well that have developed. We got massive supercells ongoing here across parts of Kansas and Nebraska. So pretty impressive storms overall. We go to the infrared imagery. It'll give you an idea of the the cloud tops and how cold they are. So very cold cloud tops across both Nebraska and Kansas. So pretty impressive supercells overall here in both of those states. And the ones that are developing in Oklahoma are just getting started. So they're not really at their prime yet, but they probably will be here within a couple hours or maybe even a few hours as those continue to develop. Derby, sunshine acts as a sign of things to come because of just the instability it builds. So the instability is really like the biggest thing that it'll grow. By the way, the National Weather Service of Norman just put this out there that the first severe storm has gone up in Ellis County, and then they're watching for another area of storm development a little bit further down to the south near Clinton and Altus here pretty soon. So that'll be the next area to watch for out of this particular area for the threat again for some potentially giant hail and then also the increasing tornado potential over the next few hours. Try to see if there's any other reports here as well. I think that's the main report that we have though in the last few minutes. Yeah, so that's the latest report, at least from the National Weather Service of Norman. And also, this is from a little while ago, but I do want to throw this out there. A line of storms will move into northeast Kansas and eastern Nebraska later this afternoon and evening. A downstream watch is expected, which would probably be a tornado watch. So be vigilant there if you're in northeast Kansas and eastern Nebraska. A new watch will be issued there pretty soon. And as in soon, probably in the next like hour and a half or so, once these storms do get a little bit closer. But we have this entire Boeing segment that is now developed across both Nebraska and Kansas with significant damaging winds as well as large hail. But that will continue to ramp up over the next few hours. And the storms that are, the one near Pawnee Rock is starting to rotate, it looks like. Yeah, we got a TP on this, so that's tornado possible. We actually could get a tornado warning on that. That's some strengthening rotation right now going towards Great Bend, Kansas. Yeah, we got strengthening rotation there in Kansas, so this could get tornado warned. That'll be going towards Great Bend. If you're in Great Bend, Kansas, stay very vigilant. The storms here are beginning to ramp up, a bit more semi-discrete activity, so this activity is definitely have to be watched for the next several minutes. I'd say these storms right now have the best chance of producing something in the short term. Omaha will mostly just be wind. Slun. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you, DB, for the $5 super chat. I've learned a lot since watching you a little while back. You've maybe seriously considered going for a meteorology degree. I'm glad I can teach you a lot. I appreciate you tuning in. This is another Gone Forever day. Yeah, today's flying trampoline meter is at a Gone Forever stage. That is the 5th time in history where we've issued a Gone Forever risk for flying trampolines, meaning that there is a flying trampoline outbreak expected today here across the Great Plains. Joey, I mean, it's possible any day, but, you can't really predict you can predict that there's a possibility for a violent tornado, but, there's not really much else I can say other than, yeah, it's possible. It's just, hopefully we don't have that, but it definitely is a possibility that we get, maybe a violent tornado or something along those lines with today's environment. And today's environment is very favorable for tornadoes. Very. I usually don't use words like tornado outbreak that often, but I mean, today's a day where a tornado outbreak is expected. No problem, Joey. Connor's starting to reposition on that Oklahoma storm, the one that's just developing. Again, we're watching for some rotation near Pawnee Rock, Kansas, going towards Great Bend. Our warning counter is actually behind. We're up to 17 warnings now across the United States, so severe weather is really ramping up here pretty quickly. We're up to 17 warnings already, and we're not even at 4 o'clock. Just to give you an idea, the peak of severe weather is still hours from now, so. Thank you, Tina, for becoming a moderate velocity member. We appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. We do have some strengthening rotation here near Pawnee Rock. This is actually going to be, this is the area that we're watching for here of rotation. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong way. Bada bing, bada boom. That is a anti-cyclonic rotation on this storm near Pawnee Rock. And anticyclonic tornadoes only happen like 2% of the time. It's a pretty rare event. So we got rotation there near Pawnee Rock and Dundee, going towards Great Bend, and that is, again, more anticyclonic. The last time we had an anticyclonic tornado, it was a PDS tornado in southwest Oklahoma. Where are the pillows? I took them off the bed because they just don't look good in the background. At least for today. There's also a tornado possible on the storm near Garfield. So we got 2 different TPs here in Kansas. And then the one in Oklahoma does not look super concerning yet. We are already up to 19 severe thunderstorm warnings. Already. And we are so far away from the peak still of severe weather. Thank you, Anthony, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, we had an anticyclonic PDS tornado in southwest Oklahoma last week. That does not happen very often, by the way. You know, anticyclonic tornadoes in general usually are not happening. And then having a PDS anticyclonic to go along with that is just extra rare. Christian, it's kind of too early to tell, but I would definitely be staying weather aware. I'll have more of an update once we get a bit closer. Trampoline outbreaks are the most dangerous weather phenomena. I agree with that. They're very dangerous. Flying trampolines are actually quite common in events like this where we have high winds and stuff. So obviously it is definitely something you want to take seriously. Hatch down your trampolines today. That flying trampoline meter once again is at a gone forever stage. It can't get any higher than that. It's only the 5th time in history that we've issued a gone forever risk for flying trampolines. I do appreciate your $8 super chat, Vex. Appreciate it. Severe weather will probably peak between 7 and 12, so we're still a good 3 hours from that beginning of the peak, but I think 7 to 12 is the peak of it. And look at all the warnings already, though. We got one in South Dakota, we got a bunch in Kansas, we have a bunch now in Tennessee. Let me quickly check on the one that's going towards this live cam in Tennessee. Don't have any view of that yet, but we got a supercell there, we got a supercell there, we got a supercell everywhere right now in Tennessee. 3 different storms, though, that are producing a damaging wind and hail threat. A little bit of rotation south of Franklin, but again, the tornado risk is pretty low there. We got a bunch of warnings in South Carolina, believe it or not. A lot of just ordinary wind threats there, but that's another area that is producing at least some level of severe weather with damaging winds and hail. We have another storm near Greensburg as well. It's ramping up. That's a hail and wind threat right now. Golf ball sized hail. Wind is kind of a minimal threat, but it's there. And then the storm that's going towards Great Bend is still rotating in Kansas. So that one's still trying to ramp up. Solar flares have absolutely nothing to do with weather, by the way, Jenny. Just gonna let you know. It's an entire conspiracy. Or they don't have anything like directly to do with this, at least. They have gone ahead and issued a new warning on this. We're up to 20 warnings. Great Bend and Hosington's included in that one for golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label on this. So this warning has now been upgraded a bit further. Thank you, Lindsay, for the $9.99. What causes tornadoes to be anticyclonic? Mostly because of the Coriolis force. There's a few different reasons why, but like Coriolis force is one of them. It's a whole mathematical equation, basically. It's dynamic meteorology, if you ever take that class in college. That's what it is. Thank you, Scott, for the $10 super chat. I was hoping to be out storm chasing today, but no way I could get off work to make the drive out. Yeah, and today's a dangerous day for storm chasing, in my opinion. There's gonna be a lot of storm chasers out there. It's definitely a dangerous day. This is Connor Croft on the storm that is, again, in western Oklahoma. It's only a matter of time until we get a tornado warning on one of these storms. I mean, we got a bunch of them that are trying to rotate right now. That's the one that Connor's on. That's one is, again, near Sharon, Mutual, and Woodward, Oklahoma. Fan man, the chat's going too fast. I can't even see what you're saying. Thank you, Kyle, for becoming a Velocity member. You explained the loaded gun term. It was just a term that I saw on Twitter. Basically, it just means that all the ingredients are there, essentially, for, you know, severe weather and such, including tornadoes. That's all it means. I read that off on something earlier that I was reading.
See how close it can get.
But yeah, this storm definitely has a chance to produce something. No tornado possible yet, I'm not really seeing rotation, but this one definitely will try to produce something down the road.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome in, guys. Got a storm that's developing a base right here. Watching it.
Will I be covering storms later tonight? I'll be live pretty much all day.
Gonna stay further away from these storms until something really looks like it's happening.
Here's the storm again in Kansas near Dundee. Has strong rotation. I'm trying to see if we got anything here. We don't have a CC drop. That will be moving towards Great Bend. Got like a kind of like a backwards hook on this storm back here. And it's anticyclonic. Rotation on this. It's a bit broader now. Looks like more of a wind threat, but there's at least broad rotation there. Might be something to watch for down the road. And also on the storm that is near Garfield, this one could be upwards of baseball-sized hail. That is a huge hail core developing on the east side of Garfield, Kansas, moving towards Larned, and as well as Radium in Kansas. And there you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. This one's in the Kansas storm. This is radar indicated rotation. They've warned this for up to 2-inch sized hail. So the first of many to come today in Kansas. We do have a tornado warning on this storm with a strengthening pocket of rotation. It was actually a bit stronger on the last scan near Zook, which if you go back a scan, may have had something brief there. But as of now, that storm's moving northeast. Again, if you are in Radium, Seward, Larned, or just south of Pawnee Rock, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is our first tornado warning of many to come today in Kansas. We had one in South Dakota earlier, but this is now going to be the beginning again of a big increase of severe weather over the next few hours, with multiple tornadoes being possible, and this is the first of many to come. Again, we're still 3 to 4 hours away from the peak of tornadoes, and we're going to see a lot more storms from where this came from. So again, this is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Great Bend, stay vigilant. The storm's coming towards your area. They'll be going towards Route 281 near Larned. Larned, I think is the pronunciation that we're getting now. Just south of Larned. Giant hail is definitely a possibility with this down the road as that hail core increases. That white there is representing some huge hail potential. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. No problem, Mary. New tornado watch. It's gonna be a lot from where that came from. If there's another one, I'm guessing that's the one in Kansas and Nebraska, but let me check. Yep. That also includes Iowa. Here's your new tornado watch. New tornado watch for those in eastern Nebraska, southwest Iowa, and northeast parts of Kansas and northwest Missouri for a couple of counties. That's a brand new tornado watch. A couple of strong tornadoes will be possible. Damaging winds upwards of 75 miles per hour is likely. And then scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter is also likely. So those are all the threats here on this particular storm. I'm gonna see if we have any other updates on Twitter here. I think that's the only one. Also, this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center out of Oklahoma. Severe weather threat is rapidly increasing. Strong tornadoes will be possible by 5 to 6 p.m. in northwest Oklahoma. Again, Connor Croft right now is on that storm that looks like it might have a lowering or some sort of base trying to develop there. That's near Woodward. So that is a developing area of concern right now. But the one area that we're most concerned about at this exact time is the storm that, again, has some rotation that is east of Garfield, Kansas. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning, as this will continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Hey, Ricky, for becoming a minimum velocity member. We have some golf ball sized hail reported out of Larned, Kansas. We're going to struggle with that pronunciation. We still have some broad rotation as well that's going to be approaching Great Bend over the next several minutes, and that is currently moving northeast. We do have a pretty large hail core again near Garfield. That's been developing. And then if we go back down into Oklahoma real quick, that one that Connor is near right now, near Woodward, does have at least some rotation just west of Sharon. So we're going to continue to watch that closely. Again, Connor's on that. If we see any lowering, we'll definitely go to him. That's a storm area that is going to have to be monitored very closely. Any discrete cells or even semi-discrete cells will definitely have an increased risk there for severe weather. Including strong and long track tornadoes, which will become more of a possibility as we get closer to 5 to 6 p.m. this afternoon, and as well as into the evening. But yeah, I'm not seeing any CC drop on this right now. Rotation looks a bit broader on the latest scan, but we'll watch it closely in case anything does develop out of it. All right, this is the latest reflectivity scan. Should have a velocities update here in a second. Royals, we're going to be having Chick-fil-A tonight, not Papa John's. Lindsay, yeah, we hit it last night. We were at 100,000 subscribers 90 days ago, and now we're at 200K. Crazy. No problem, Sooner. Yeah, if you're in Dundee, I would also be mindful. Again, this storm definitely could produce something. Or Great Bend. Hey, I'm not seeing any rotation that's really strong on the latest scan. It was a little bit stronger a few minutes ago, but it's a little bit weaker at this time. We'll see if anything develops. Again, this is moving northeast. Great Bend, Radium are really the main areas on the track of this over the next few minutes. This is the new NATO cast outlook for today, which again, don't put a whole lot of stock into this. It's just a, again, it's not official forecast, but it gives you an idea of at least where the greatest tornado risk is, which is anywhere in the yellow, red, or pink shaded areas. They are showing that the highest risk would just be around and west of Oklahoma City. Again, don't put a whole lot of stock into it. It's not an official forecast, but it at least gives you an idea that that exists. We also have a low tornado risk back over in Tennessee, which we're still monitoring in case anything does try to happen there. That's their latest outlook as of a few minutes ago. Tracy, probably in about 2 hours, maybe around 6. Again, I'm fully expecting, probably multiple tornado warnings at the bare minimum. Back over in back over in Oklahoma and Kansas, right around 6 or 7. I think it's going to get very busy. So, it's going to be a lot of stuff to cover, probably in about an hour and a half or so. Also, something that I'm just realizing here, this is anticyclonic rotation. Once again, the rotation up here to the north is also anticyclonic. That is unbelievable. That's 2 storms that are anticyclonic rotation right now. That is something that you just don't see very often. Waffle houses are closing across Oklahoma due to the high tornado threat. Okay, so you know what that means. It's gonna be a big day. That's exactly what that means. Waffle houses are closing in Oklahoma. When waffle houses are closing, you know things are about to get bad. Got some small hail falling in Tallahassee, Florida, apparently this afternoon. A photo of that on Twitter. Waffle houses closing is a much more common measurement for, significant weather, especially in the state of Florida when there's hurricanes, just for the record. So if you're kind of new to the whole Waffle House thing, if a Waffle House closes, that means things are about to get real. It's the easiest way to put it. Things are about to get real. So that's exactly what's happening right now. If you guys do see any reports, by the way, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay as many reports as possible. Somebody just mentioned about the Waffle House thing. If this doesn't show you the magnitude of this event, nothing will. That is 100% true, by the way. If a Waffle House is closing, I mean, again, that's showing you the magnitude that this is going to be, again, a significant event. Yeah, both of these tornado warn, or only the one tornado warn cell, but the other storm too. Both of these areas of rotation are anticyclonic. What that means is that we have clockwise rotation. That really only happens about 2% of the time with tornadoes in the United States. So it's not common at all. So just keep that in mind. Again, it's not super common. Now, obviously, it doesn't really mean a whole lot in this case, but it is a rare event nonetheless. But yeah, if you guys do see if you get any photos or videos of storms today, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter, and I'll retweet them, possibly show them on stream too. If you have any photos of the sunshine breaking out in western Oklahoma, I'd love to see those as well. We'll be monitoring our Twitter page pretty closely as we go throughout the day. Any confirmed tornadoes today? We had one confirmed in South Dakota. It's the only one that we've had confirmed thus far. It's literally known as the Waffle House Index. It is, actually. That's what it's called. It's the Waffle House Index. You know, again, the Waffle House Index is pretty important. Gives you an idea of the significance of the severe weather potential. We're up to 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. They're everywhere right now. Got a bunch of warnings back over right along the Kansas and Nebraska border. We do now have officially a tornado possible label on the storm near Woodward. That's the one that Connor was on. It seems like he's going southbound on the other storms now, which I think probably have a better shot long term anyway. But we do have at least a tornado possible in the storm now near Woodward, Oklahoma, which is currently moving east and northeast at approximately 45 miles per hour. So all these storms beginning to ramp up right now in western Oklahoma, where the tornado threat will start to increase drastically over the next few hours. This tornado warning still does on go here for another 33 minutes for Larned and Seward and Radium, Kansas. Yeah, the main concern right now is 2-inch hail, but there is still a chance for a tornado as this moves northeast. Hey, stay safe, ATC. Yeah, tomorrow, and I mean, again, we're gonna be live all 4 days probably, starting today, obviously, and then going all the way through Thursday. So, you know, if you need severe weather coverage, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We'll be live pretty much every single day. It's gonna be very, very busy, and you know, today's one of those days. But once we get closer to Tuesday and Wednesday, those could still be big days. Wednesday will probably be the biggest day out of the last 3 days. Today will be big, but then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday is probably gonna be the biggest day. So it's gonna get very, very, very active. Today's just the beginning of a multi-day severe weather outbreak, which next week should hopefully be a bit quieter. But this week, for now, we're just gonna have a very active weather pattern across the United States. Once again, I'm not seeing any CC drop on this, but we do have a lot of hail right now, and we also have at least some broad circulation, which is anticyclonic. Again, this is all moving northeast towards Radium and Seward, Kansas. So again, if you're in this warning, the pink polygon, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That's a good photo, by the way, Kendra. I think that's just scary looking clouds there in Tennessee. A league for the $10 sewer chat, checking in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Yeah, it's going to be a very, very busy day. Very busy evening and really night, too. It's going to get active very quickly. And we went live pretty early today because, you know, It's just gonna be such a long day. I mean, we already had tornado warnings earlier, but it's gonna really ramp up as we get closer to, you know, 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight, and even by 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, it's still gonna be pretty active. Storms on Wednesday, they'll be in the Ohio Valley, the Mississippi Valley. Those are really the main areas. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Pawnee Rock. This tornado warning may not continue, we'll see. And that rotation's not really strong at this point. It's kind of broadened out over the last few minutes, but they do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, at least out in front of this, for Pawnee Rock and Route 56, just to the southwest of Great Bend, Kansas. So this is still a storm, again, that could produce something as it continues to move northeast, but that tornado threat, again, is pretty broad as of right now here. That is not a CC drop, by the way, what you're looking at. Or Sander. Sun is out, and it's getting very muggy in Oklahoma City. Dew points are in the low 70s. It's going to get very, very muggy. But the sun is also going to make it worse. Connor right now is going towards the more southern storms that are in Kansas. He's, again, not Kansas. Western Oklahoma, but he's going towards the more southern storm that's in Oklahoma. So he's just south of the one near Woodward, basically. The one that's south of that one. I'll probably zoom out here. So there you go. That's the one that he was on. Now he's going towards this storm. There's definitely a couple of storms here that could produce a tornado threat down the road. I mean, both of these cells are, ramping up. This one's not severe yet, but this one definitely could develop into a, strong and long track tornado potential as it moves east. And then the one near Woodward as well, kind of in the same boat right now, where it could do something like that as it moves towards Winoka and eventually going towards Route 412. But this one not severe yet, but I definitely could see that becoming severe here pretty soon. I still think we're probably a solid, I would say we're still probably a solid 45 minutes to an hour out from, these storms really getting to a more, intense environment. But, I mean, that would probably be right near 5 o'clock or so. So 5 to 6 o'clock, the Storm Prediction Center mentioned this too. Increasing tornado potential on the northwest side of Oklahoma. These two storms are the ones that I would be watching for the closest for that. But we also have more storms developing down here to the south that are pretty much doing the same thing right now. So, that's where I'm watching for at least the greatest potential there. How's it going, GD? Welcome back. We still have some rotation near Great Bend. Right over Great Bend, we still have some rotation. They have gone ahead and issued a new warning on this back over near the Hosington and Beaver areas of Kansas for golf ball sized hail, and as well as the threat for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And again, this storm activity right now is moving northeast. So a new warning there going to the northeast. Will this crap settle down in June? I hope so. I really hope we have a quieter June, but man, this year right now is just kind of on pace right now for being very significant. We had the second most tornadoes of all time in April, and I'm not ruling out something like that happens this month. I mean, so far we're already on track to have 2 different tornado outbreaks here in just the first week of May, which is just crazy. And crazy already, and it's probably going to continue to get pretty crazy. Everything closing in Norman and Starbucks as well. Yeah, there's a lot of places closing. I mean, the Waffle Houses are closing. That's an indicator, again, of big things to come. But yeah, I mean, a lot of places are closing. A bunch of schools are closed, too. I mean, again, just a lot of things are closed today. Am I going to take a break? I'm hoping next week we can take a break. Next week's the hope. But we'll see. This tornado warning still does continue. Again, we don't have any debris signature or really any strong area of rotation near Radium and Seward. Again, this is going to continue to move northeast. If you're in the tornado warning, continue to stay in your, storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. It could still try to produce something. So definitely make sure that you are, again, staying vigilant and staying away from windows as this does continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Connor's approaching that storm in western Oklahoma, by the way, so Once he has a bit better view of that, we'll definitely go to him. At least has some view of something there. Let me just go to him real quickly. That's just a large rain shaft, but yeah, that's the next storm that it could have a chance to produce something. Yeah, Chris, not everyone is closing. I mean, you don't have to close today. You just need to stay vigilant. I mean, if you're in if you have a safe place in a business or whatever it might be, I mean, you're good. Just make sure you have a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, in whatever place you're at. Yeah, Connor's approaching the storm right now in Oklahoma. That does have a potential probably to produce a tornado down the road, but I think it's a little bit early.
Oh, yeah.
You got a big hill right there. If we all spin clockwise really fast, we can cancel these tornadoes out together. I wish that's how it worked. That would be nice. We got stronger rotation on the north side of Great Bend. This is, again, anti-cyclonic rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a warning here. They don't have a TP on it anymore, which would be tornado possible, but there's definitely something there near Great Bend. Now, it is possible that it is contamination due to all the hail that's falling with these storms, but either way, there's definitely something there near Great Bend. There's some spin there on that storm. The one that is still tornado warned is near Pawnee Rock. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, Connor is all by himself today. Yeah, and Brace, I mean, the problem is with the northern storm, it's further away from the radar site, and there's a lot of hail falling, so there's contamination. So there's a couple issues with this particular storm overall, just by looking at it on radar. But either way, obviously, you know, you should be staying indoors and away from windows anyways on those storms. The ones further south, they're developing in southern Kansas, not looking too scary quite yet. The one that's near Woodward, Oklahoma, is still a tornado possible label. Do have at least some rotation developing just south of Woodward. That's going to be going towards Moreland. And then the storm that Connor is approaching, at least I think he's approaching, is this one right here that's southeast of Arnett, Oklahoma, that is not severe yet, but it could produce something down the road. Then we have a bunch of warnings throughout parts of Tennessee. The majority of those storms, again, not really super significant, mostly just isolated hail and wind with a low tornado potential. Anything severe in Sioux City, Iowa? I think overall Sioux City is mostly just going to be wind and hail with maybe an isolated tornado. I'm not really seeing anything on the velocities on this storm. I mean, again, this warning probably will not last much longer. Again, stay in your safe place if you're in the warning, but I'm not seeing much here right now for a imminent tornado. Anything expected for Springfield? Yeah, I mean, again, anywhere pretty much in the Central Plains will have some shot at severe weather today. Missouri will at least have storms, which, again, could be capable of damaging winds, large hail, and perhaps even a few tornadoes. Thank you, Hazen, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. So apparently the storm near Moreland and Woodward, Oklahoma, is beginning to rotate. At least there's some rotation there in the clouds. So just south of Woodward and just to the west of Moreland right now, there's at least some rotation. You can actually see that on radar right now. Once again, another pocket of anticyclonic rotation. Am I going crazy? We have another area of anticyclonic rotation. I think. Unless we're talking about the southern side of this. All the rotation we've had in Kansas thus far has been anticyclonic. So unless I'm going crazy. Well, I would say, okay, so there's some rotation here as well. It's a little bit more prominent, but down here, kind of on the southern side of the storm, that would make more sense. Yeah, right there. So that's that. So that's not anticyclonic. It's about to say, if we have another anticyclonic area of rotation, that's just crazy. We've had, you know, way too many of those already. All right, the storm that Connor's near is now warned for half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, that's moving northeast right now. But yeah, this tornado warning in Kansas I don't think will continue, but we'll see. And if you're still in this warning, continue to stay in your safe places, away from windows, lowest floor possible, just in case it tries to produce something. They're all anticyclonic, your map might be going backwards. I mean, I've never seen. I'm kind of surprised. The storms right now in Kansas are all pretty much anticyclonic. There's only like 2% of storms do that. We have a rotating wall cloud now being reported in Moreland area near Woodward. So a rotating wall cloud on this storm. And this storm right now is moving east towards Moreland and Route 412 near Woodward. There's at least some rotation right now on that storm. Kind of see it on the velocities there. This storm will be moving towards Moreland and Highway 50 over the next few minutes. Rotating wall cloud on this storm. Moving east and east-northeast. Thank you, Smitty, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Let's see if we have any other updates here on Twitter. Any other reports? Yeah, Connor is, I believe, going to be approaching that storm. I don't know if he's going all the way down to the south. He might be going for the southern side of all these storms, but yeah, he's going to be approaching the Highway 47 area. So he might be going for the southern mode here of rotation that might be trying to develop. And once again, there's going to be a lot of storms here in Oklahoma. It looks like, at least so far from what we're seeing. We got multiple storms that are firing up here. I mean, we got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 different storms already that have fired up here in western Oklahoma. It's not really a good sign here early on. A lot of discrete supercells already have fired up. And again, are all moving east-northeast right now. Yeah, there's a rotating wall cloud down the storm near Woodward. Yeah, that is moving east-northeast. By the way, heads up, if you are a storm chaser or anything like that watching the stream today, this is from the National Weather Service of Norman. A request for storm spotters and storm chasers. If you have any reports of hail, tornadoes, damage, or storm photos, anything like that, please tag our office directly. So, just heads up there. You are a storm chaser, make sure to, you know, at the National Weather Service on Twitter there. And even if you're just a storm spotter, maybe from your house or something, you see anything, you know, definitely put something out about that. Looks like Connor has a view maybe of a wall cloud. Or he did. Had a brief view of that. We'll go back to him if we see it again. Looked like there may have been some sort of lowering there on his screen in Oklahoma. And again, this is the only tornado warning that we currently have active. It's in Kansas. Again, the rotation's broad at this time, but we're going to continue to watch this closely as it moves to the northeast in case it does do anything weird. And that warning's been canceled. All right, there we go. So that one's now officially been canceled. We are back down to tornado possible labels. And again, the growing concern right now is really across Kansas, where we already have a lot of hail and windstorms. But the other concern is going to be further down to the south, where those discrete supercells have begun to ramp up here in Oklahoma, which the one near Woodward has a rotating wall cloud. And then the one further south, back over where Connor is, has also begun to rotate a bit. So we'll have to watch this pretty closely. But we do at least have a wall cloud developing once again near Moreland and Woodward. 2 different storms that we're watching for now in Oklahoma. I don't think Dallas will see anything. I think most of North Texas will be kind of dry. I don't think we're going to have a lot of severe weather there. I think the threat's pretty low. If we do see storms, though, the main concern, hail and wind. Radar is lighting up west of Fort Worth, is it? Yeah, I don't know if you would consider what you're seeing on radar lighting up. Just a couple of showers. This is not what I would consider lighting up. I mean, we have maybe one little thing going here near Bowie, but I mean, anything that we have on radar right now is all below the cap. So it's just all minimal storm activity right now. but definitely not, you know, not lighting up the sky. I mean, those aren't that big. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Waco, sorry, for the $5 super chat. Tulsa, Oklahoma, your threat will be after sunset. Strong tornado is definitely a possibility. Thank you, Kenneth, for the 5 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Kenneth in the chat, and I do appreciate your generosity. Here's Connor Croft. He's going to be approaching that storm here pretty soon. It's a live view. He's at the bottom right of your screen too, but it's actually a bit more behind the stream that's there at the bottom right. But either way, he is approaching the storm that is severe now near Camargo, and then the one near Moreland and Woodward again does have a rotating wall cloud. So we do have some rotation on this storm. This could be one of the this could be one of the many storms, I'll say, that could produce a tornado threat down the road. So obviously, if you are in this warning, definitely take this seriously and stay away from windows just in case it does try to do something here as that continues to move northeast. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. No problem at all. Appreciate your generous $10 super chat. Yeah, we usually go live early before these big events anyway, just so you guys are, you know, prepared and ready for what's ahead today or any day. You know, this is definitely gonna be a big day. There's no other way to put it, but today will be a big day. And there's that storm, by the way, that Connor's on.
Further by Elk City.
Looks like we got something there. It's near Leedy, Oklahoma. And Connor's gonna be approaching that here soon. Bottom right of your screen is where he will be at. Windy in Fort Worth. It is windy across the entire Great Plains. It is very windy. I would not expect that to change. I mean, it's going to be windy pretty much all day. And it gives you an idea, again, of how strong the winds are and also the wind shear. I mean, there's a lot of wind shear in today's environment. So it's going to be a very, again, that guy's passing like 6 different cars right there on the bottom right of your screen. I don't know if we're going to see that back here. This is what just literally happened. I think we're going to see it. Maybe not. Oh, yep, there you go. That is insane. I mean, that guy just passed like 4 cars in a row, at least. Craziness. Craziness. I don't think that's legal. Definitely not legal. You know, this is the problem with days like today. There are so many storm chasers out there, and people like that are the reason why storm chasing can be very dangerous. It's not always just about tornadoes, but it's also about, you know, people like that. But never pass that many cars. It's just way too dangerous. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a passing zone. I mean, it started in a no passing zone, but after that it was passing zone. But even then, I mean, you're not supposed to pass that many cars. Thank you, Karen, for the $25 donation. I do appreciate that. Healthy snacks? Yeah, healthy snacks aren't happening today. I wish we had a way to eat healthy stuff, but like, you know, unfortunately, the amount of places that just have crap food nowadays is so high. Once again, we do have a rotating wall cloud on the storm near Moreland, and that warning's been condensed now to just include Moreland, and Woodward's no longer really included in that. Again, golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a potential for a tornado will exist as this moves to the east-northeast. Thank you, Boris, for the $5 super chat. Maybe. We'll see. We will see. We have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, no tornado warnings. And I do think that tornado threat will really start to ramp up as we get closer to 5 to 6 o'clock here in Oklahoma. But right now, it's just a waiting game, really. I mean, it's just a waiting game until we have one of these storms that does start to potentially produce something. And we already got 4 different discrete cells here in western Oklahoma. But I do think they're going to take at least a little bit of time to really ramp up and develop into a, you know, potential strong or long track tornado threat here. over the next few hours. And just for perspective, this area that we are currently in is under the moderate risk and also the enhanced risk for severe weather. It's really the beginning area for this potential. So, you know, I would still say right now we're still a good amount of time out from this being the, you know, main target area, if you will, when it comes to severe weather. I think we're still an hour out from that, you know, strong and long track tornado potential existing. But, you know, it could even happen earlier. I mean, right now we're closing in on the peak of daylight heating. That's not necessarily when the most significant severe weather threat will be, but it is a potential, you know, that we're going to be watching closely. We do have a notch developing here in southern Nebraska right here. We got a hook developing, so this is something to watch for. Don't really have any rotation here, but we do have a hook there. Little notch. Whenever we get notches like this, usually a tornado threat increases, so that might be something to watch for. That's just developed over the last few minutes here. Woodward got some confirmed golf ball sized hail a bit ago. That storm's definitely producing hail. Any storm today pretty much can produce hail. There is a PDS tornado watch, Marissa, that is for southern Kansas and central and western Oklahoma. This is the radar scan 2 minutes ago. There might be another one here soon. Storms right now in central Kansas don't look too concerning right now. Mostly just hail and wind. I don't see any rotation there. And then the storms further down to the south near Pratt are also relatively minimal right now. Again, mostly just hail and wind moving to the northeast. Even the wind threat's actually pretty low out on those. So again, the greatest concern right now is western Oklahoma. Kansas is starting to ramp up, but mostly hail and wind. And then we also got something trying to develop here, again, near Blue Hill, Lawrence, and Guide Rock in southern Nebraska. So a few areas to watch for right now. Chipotle is definitely one of the best options. We'll have to try that at some point in the future. Maybe Wednesday or something. Is tonight the biggest day of the week? I'm not ruling out that Wednesday's bigger than today. And today, again, we're still, you know, hours from the peak of the severe weather threat. But honestly, like at a, you know, when we look at Wednesday, it honestly looks worse than today. I mean, the early look of it, it looks worse. Hopefully it isn't as bad, but it could be pretty bad as well on Wednesday. Oh, there you go. All right, so that rotation's developing now. It wasn't there before, now it's there. So this is definitely a potential storm that could get tornado warned. Going towards Lawrence, Nebraska. And near Nelson. That's your rotation. So this is definitely rotating now. I'll be going towards Lawrence and Dewey, Nebraska. Here's the latest scan. Velocities, I'm not seeing the velocities yet, but this is definitely going to have the potential to produce a tornado here. Moving towards Lawrence, Dewey, and near Nelson, Nebraska. See what the velocities show. Yeah, the Woodward storm has had rotation for a while. There's been a broad circulation on that wall cloud. Yep, alright, this is going to get tornado warned. That actually might be on the ground. You know, we've been talking about this for like 5 minutes now. No CC drop, but more than likely about to get a tornado here. That's going to be going towards Highway 78, south of Blue Hill, near Lawrence. West of Nelson here in Nebraska. You've got to seek shelter if you're in the east side of Coles, southwest of Lawrence, and even in Lawrence, I would seek shelter. And going towards Nelson. And this is an unwarned area of rotation right now that is almost definitely going to produce a tornado. There you go. That's your tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So once again, this is likely about to drop a tornado. If it hasn't already, it's going to be on the ground here momentarily, heading towards Lawrence, Nebraska. If you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. And that is strong rotation that is moving northeast right now, and it is almost definitely going to produce a tornado. So you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. That is a strong couplet right now on this storm moving northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got another tornado warning. We're gonna go back to that in a second. Just need to check in on what this warning is. Where is this? Is this Tennessee again or something? South Dakota? Tennessee. All right, we have a tornado warning in Tennessee now. Quickly gonna look at this one. This is near Smithville. If you're in this warning, seek shelter. We got a CC drop on that one, it looks like. We may have a tornado on the ground on the northwest side of Smithville. Okay, that is the storm that we're looking at right now on Radar Omega. This could be dropping a tornado in Tennessee. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. This also looks concerning. That's right over Smithville. That is a tornado, I believe. We got a CC drop. That is more than likely a tornado. Get out of the way, raindrop. The raindrop just blocked the camera view. I don't know if we're gonna have a tornado visual here, but this is on the ground, it looks like. That CC drop is picking up. Yeah, there's a small CC drop, so we gotta... It's radar indicated right now, but that looks like a tornado on the ground here in Tennessee. That raindrop has to get off the camera. Like, there you go. Now, I'm not sure exactly where we're looking for that tornado. I'm not sure if we're looking at it. I mean, that looks like Scud right there, but right now, this again in Tennessee. And then also the storm in Nebraska is probably going to drop a tornado at any time if it hasn't already. That again is going to be heading towards Lawrence, Nebraska. We'll go back to that in a second. But that's a tornado right here. I mean, we got a CC drop all day. That's going to be on the ground. We'll see what the next radar scan shows just to verify it. This is like live right in Smithville, Tennessee. If you're just tuning in, we got a tornado warning now in Nebraska. We got one here in Tennessee. This one is more than likely on the ground. If not, if it's not on the ground, the area of rotation will be right there that we're looking at. Here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing nearly as much anymore. That is presumably what we're looking at right now for that potential for a tornado. Yeah, they're zooming in on it right now. The one in Nebraska, I don't think has a CC drop on it, by the way. Let me quickly go back to that real quick. And we'll go back to Tennessee. Because we just got a radar scan on this one. So again, this is the one that had strong rotation. It's a bit weaker now. No CC drop. It just occluded. It could develop again, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Let's go back to Tennessee again. This one is, again, possibly going to drop a tornado. This is a live cam on Radar Omega in Smithville, where this is the storm that's trying to produce a tornado. Once again, this is going to be moving into Smithville, Tennessee. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And that is presumably where we're looking for that tornado. It looks like we got some rain, maybe even some hail starting to fall here. Now, by the looks on radar, that would be a tornado. We got like a very small little CC there, but nothing officially confirmed yet. And if you look on, you know, what we're looking at right now, we don't have anything on the ground, but... And right now, this is live in Smithville, Tennessee on Radar Omega's Cyclone Port. CC is correlation coefficient. Basically indicates debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere by radar. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's check out the velocities. We got another live cam here, I think. It's just popped up in Smithville. Maybe. I think a couple of these are offline. I mean, it's still showing something here. Where that, you know, strongest area of rotation is on the north side of Smithville. Now, I mean, I'm not seeing anything here, but the CC, I mean, look at this. The correlation coefficient is still really strong. And we still have a debris signature on radar. There may be a tornado here or something. There's at least something there. So we're still getting a debris signature there. But again, this is a live view of that storm here in Smithville, Tennessee. By the way, that rotation in Nebraska has occluded for the time being.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning in Nebraska. Just through my phone. That's on the one near Lawrence. They've gone ahead and issued a new warning. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And an interior room of your home or building. That's a new tornado warning there in Nebraska on that same storm. And here's that storm, by the way, that rotation. It's not nearly as strong as before, but if there's a tornado, it would be right there, which I'm not seeing a debris signature, but that would be where we're looking for that tornado. It's approaching St. Stephen's, Lawrence, Rosemont, just southeast of Blue Hill in Nebraska. Let's go back to Tennessee again. It's the one near Smithville right now. By the way, thank you, Kelly, for the $25 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Okay. What is that? I can't really tell. Not sure if we're looking at the area of rotation or not. I mean, again, this looks like a CC drop. Oh, now it is confirmed. All right, this is now a confirmed tornado officially by radar. Radar Omega's live cam here would be probably looking at that.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is a confirmed tornado now in Tennessee, near Smithville, going towards Buckner, Old Zion, and the Fancher's Mills area. And if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter immediately. We do have a confirmed tornado by radar on this storm. There's been a debris signature. I think it's somewhere here, like out in here somewhere. I'm not sure where we'd be looking, but the tornado is in here somewhere. We just can't see it yet. It also could be rain wrapped. That's the other thing here. We'll see if we see any power flashes as well. But again, presumably the tornado's on the ground here right in front of us. Somewhere. That is a debris signature, again, just on the north side of Smithville. That rotation is occluded for the most part, by the way, in Nebraska. Just heads up. Still stay in your safe place if you're in Lawrence, Nebraska. Again, this would be your tornado. It'd be just north of that, live camera, which there's a lot of rain here, so it's probably gonna be hard to see, but that would be your tornado. It's on the north side of Smithville. It's gonna be approaching Midway in Philippi and Buckner over the next few minutes. So again, if you are in this, warning, you've got to seek shelter. Again, this is in Tennessee right now on a confirmed tornado, which we are still trying to see if there's something. I mean, you got a large lowering by the looks of it in the distance. But again, there's a tornado in here somewhere. There's a chance it is rain wrapped. Whoa, that's a big CC drop. We got a possibly large. I mean, this might be a. Let me double check here. That could be a large tornado or strong tornado on the ground. That is a large CC drop on this latest scan. That's on the northern side here of Smithville. That is a massive CC drop.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, another tornado warning. This one's in Woodward, Oklahoma. We'll go back to that area in a second. We got a hook developing on this storm, strong rotation. That is northeast of Moreland. So if you're in this tornado warning, you've also got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. That's for Waynoka, Avard, and Tacoma in Oklahoma. This is in, again, northwest Oklahoma. And no, I'm not controlling the camera. Just an FYI. Already up to 4 tornado warnings. Again, the activity's quickly ramping up. We have a large debris signature on the north side of Smithville heading towards Midway, Tennessee. And we're trying to see if we can see anything on this live camera on Radar Omega. Let me put it back over to here. We'll put it on the bottom, like left or something like that. But again, that is a large debris signature on the north side of Smithville. more than likely have a strong tornado in progress here moving eastbound. That is a big debris signature. Here's the latest scan, a bit smaller here. It's just south of Philippi and marching midway. See what the velocity show here in a second. Live camera's moving again. We might see something. We'll see. Wow, that is a massive looking storm. Let's go back to the live cam again. That rotation just occluded a bit on radar. And that looks like just a large lowering over there to the left. Just not seeing anything. Again, this is right in downtown Smithville, Tennessee, where there's, again, presumably been a tornado with this. We had a, clear debris signature on radar. It could be rain wrapped for the record. This looks like a large, wall cloud or something right here. Just a large lowering out in the distance. Just hard to tell. Again, this is, if we do have a tornado still, it's more than likely rain wrapped, but it looks like that rotation's a bit weaker on the latest scan. We still got a debris signature on the east side of Smithville, so there's definitely still something there, and that's moving eastbound right now. And Connor is also spotting a bit of a lowering developing there on the storm he's on back over in western Oklahoma. Not the tornado ward one, but the one that's down to the south of the tornado warning. Yeah, so we got a debris signature there just east of Smithville. And once again, we do have 4 tornado warnings. We got 2 in southern Nebraska near Lawrence. That rotation's weaker. And then the one that's over near Woodward, Oklahoma, is beginning to intensify. We're going to go back to that in a second. Debris signature is still seemingly here. Let me see what the velocities look like. I'm guessing if there's a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped back in there somewhere. It's just, there's a lot of rain in this area. And by the looks of it, that tornado would just be rain wrapped on the north side of Smithville, just northeast of Smithville. Again, we're looking at a live cam, right in downtown Smithville. So presumably it's somewhere back there in the rain. But again, that'll continue to move east over the next few minutes. Let's go back to Oklahoma again. We do have a tornado warning once again near Waynoka in northwest Oklahoma. Again, no tornado confirmed with this, but we do have strengthening rotation right now approaching Waynoka in Oklahoma. Again, if you're in this warning, gotta seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. And then Connor's on the storm that's way down here to the south, which he has a view of something here. And there's the view of some scud cloud activity there and a huge rain shaft in Oklahoma. We got something developing there right now. So if you're just tuning in, this is Connor Croft on the storm near Leedy, Oklahoma. So we're definitely going to watch this storm very closely. There's the storm. This is not tornado warning, by the way. I'm just changing the overlay.
Yeah, my friends, is the wall cloud developing.
Yeah, you got a wall cloud developing on this right now.
It's coming right at us.
Near Leedy, Oklahoma. All right, let's go back to... We'll go back to Connor in a second. Again, that's a live view of a wall cloud that's developing near Leedy, Oklahoma. Again, storms are firing up quick. We're gonna have a lot of warnings here. We got the warning that's north of him on the one near Waynoka. Again, that rotation not strong yet, but it's trying to intensify there. And then we still have the tornado warning in Nebraska, which that one I believe will just be let to expire because that rotation's weakened as well. It's broadened out, so that one's not concerning. And then the one in Tennessee that was confirmed and is actually still confirmed as of now will be approaching Peeled Chestnut and eventually going to be heading towards Old Zion. But that rotation is broadened out over the last few scans, so that one does not look nearly as concerning right now. But we'll keep a close eye on it. The warning in Nebraska has officially been canceled. We'll go back to we're going to go back to Connor on the one in Oklahoma, because that one definitely looks like it's trying to develop right now. Got some sort of wall cloud developing on that storm. Huge rain shaft too on the right side of your screen.
I want to see it distance itself a little bit from that. I want to see it distance itself a little bit from that rain on the right. I really don't want to.
What a town name? Yeah, Peel Chestnut. What a town name.
We'll see. The chasers are starting to line up on this one.
Trying. It's not super organized. There's something there. That's the one that's south of Waynoka. That's the one that's back again down near Leedy. Not the same storm that's tornado warned. This one that is tornado warned though does have intensifying rotation. So definitely starting to pick up on rotation here. On this storm near Waynoka, it'll be going towards Tacoma, Avard, eventually going to be going towards Route 281. That's the one again in Oklahoma right now. A wall cloud is like it's basically a lowering that is rotating. That's basically one of the first steps to there being a tornado. It basically goes storm base, wall cloud, funnel cloud, and then tornado. It's like the process. So wall cloud's kind of at the beginning stages of that entire process. This is a nasty looking hook on radar, I do have to say. The storm's definitely looking nasty. And then the one that Connor's on, we don't really have a great radar view of, but that one definitely could produce something. All right, real quickly going to go back to Tennessee. And rotation's broadened for the time being on this one in Tennessee. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it in case it does anything weird, as it already produced a tornado. That's a live view of that storm in Tennessee. Very ominous skies near Smithville. This one did have a confirmed tornado. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does try to do anything. This camera's just kind of doing 360 shots right now. We don't have any clear view of anything. If there was a tornado here, again, it was rain wrapped. So we're going to go back. Look into the west. Wow. Look at that lowering there. Just a massive lowering right there on the left side of your screen. Very, very windy, and it's also raining there right in Smithville. We got another like little pocket of rotation perhaps on the back side of this too. So that could be something to watch for too. All right, let's go back to Connor. Again, he has some sort of lowering right now in western Oklahoma.
Oh yeah, it's starting to look better and better as it gets towards.
It's trying, but it's still struggling a little bit.
Rising scud there.
Anyway, thank you, Hatchet, for the $49.99 super chat. You're very generous. I appreciate that a lot, Hatchet. Thank you. Sorry, I might not be reading donations immediately during tornado warnings. There's a lot of stuff happening. But we don't have anything confirmed right now, which is good. But, you know, there's a lot of warnings that are starting to pile up here. We only have 2 right now, but, I mean, that number's probably going to skyrocket here soon. But that wall cloud that Connor's on is kind of fizzling now. It's definitely still trying. The one that's further to his north, the one near Waynoka, not seeing much on radar. The velocities don't look very impressive, but we do have a pretty impressive hook on this storm, so still something to watch for as it moves to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. We're still watching the one in Tennessee in case that tries to do anything. The Waynoka storm has a ton of scud clouds, by the way. I'm retweeting a photo of that on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. But, yeah, there's a lot of scud cloud activity with that storm. Just nothing super definitive right now when it comes to a, definitive lowering on that storm. We got a hook, but the rotation on radar is still relatively broad. So that one, as of right now, does not look nearly as significant yet, but with that being said, this is a very volatile environment. It would not take much for this to drop on the ground. I just think it's a matter of time at this point, because it's almost 5 o'clock, and we're still at least 2 hours from the beginning of the tornado peak, and then after that, things are going to, continue to ramp up as this moves east-northeast. So Again, that's currently what we're looking at. What's the severe warning record? I don't know. For our personal streams, I think the highest is like 35 or 40. So we're actually nowhere close to that record. All right. Rotation's developing again near Peeled Chestnut, Tennessee. Again, this tornado was confirmed before. We could get another one with this as it moves that direction. Got a little bit of something over Smithville, and that's the live camera in Smithville. Wind picking up on Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Wind picking up. Rain is picking up on this storm. This one's the one that had a confirmed tornado not too long ago. Just rain and wind right now in downtown Smithville. Trees are beginning to sway here. But yeah, we have rotation trying to strengthen again near Peeled Chestnut. So that'll be something to watch for. It's going to be going towards Sporta, Tennessee eventually. That's the live cam in Sporta. Very ominous skies right now. This will be the next area to watch for that potential for a tornado. We're going to go ahead and put this on the left side of the screen in case we do end up seeing anything down the road. So we'll have that there at the bottom left on that tornado warning cell near Sporta. And then once again, we're still watching the tornado warning cell. It's back over here near the Wayoka area, moving east-northeast. Still has the chance to produce a tornado, so if you're in Wayoka, continue to stay in your storm shelter. Basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, the rotation on radar doesn't look super impressive right now, but it could still produce something as it moves east-northeast. It's Sparta? Alright, Sparta, not Sporta. Sorry, I think the live cam was blocking one of the letters. So Sparta, Tennessee is the next area in track of that storm. Rotation pretty minimal, at least for now, in Nebraska, but we're still watching that potential closely. The storms in Kansas right now are not rotating a whole lot, but we are also still watching that area. And then this is again the one that is currently in northwestern Oklahoma. Going to be moving towards Tacoma and Waynoka over the next several minutes. But the tornado warning in Tennessee is still confirmed, so that has not been dropped as of right now. Even though I don't think it's on the ground anymore, it is still technically confirmed. Connor Croft is on the southern storm, so if we go back a little bit further to the south, he's on the Leedy one. So we really got 3 supercells right now that are concerning. We got 1, 2, and 3. We got kind of a couple in between, but those 2 not really doing much yet. There's a little bit of rotation developing on the southern storm south of Moreland, Oklahoma, moving east-northeast, so that'll be something to watch for over the next several minutes. Oklahoma City is still hours out from the severe weather threat. Again, guys, do not think that this is a bust because you haven't seen storms yet. The peak of severe weather is between 7 and 12. We are still hours from that. All right, so if you're in Oklahoma City, you gotta be patient because the storms are still hours out. If you're in, Stillwater, you're probably at least still a couple hours out. I mean, I'm just being realistic here. I mean, you're still in the danger zone. There's no doubt about it. I mean, these storms are just developing now. Imagine in 2 hours when we have, 3 or 4 discrete cells lined up in here that are producing tornadoes. That's what it's going to be here in a few hours. So, I mean, just because you're not seeing storms right now does not mean you're not going to see anything. We are still hours out from the peak of the threat. And the tornado watch goes here until 11 o'clock. Again, it's a PDS tornado watch that is in effect for this area. So you need to be staying vigilant and stay weather aware here if you are in Oklahoma. It's going to be a very, very active evening and very late afternoon as well here across the state of Oklahoma. This is the tornado warning near Peeled Chestnut, Tennessee. And we still have rotation here. Moving towards Sparta. Again, bottom left of your screen, that is a live camera view of that storm. That's going to be approaching. Not seeing much here, but there is at least a broad circulation approaching Shady Grove near Macedonia. So we'll keep a close eye on that in case it does do anything else. It's still technically confirmed as of right now. That warning has not been updated, by the way, for 20 minutes. So just an FYI. Kansas is kind of booming. Yeah, we got a lot of storms up there. Again, most of those should be hail and wind, but we could get a tornado threat out of that. So we will be keeping a close eye on those storms, but the tornado threat right now has been kind of minimal up in Kansas. I think it'll ramp up closer to 6 and 7 o'clock tonight, for the record. Well, I think that threat will ramp up later today. Looks like a storm train. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these storms, again, are kind of spaced out, which that's what these storms need to be, you know, maximizing their threat. I mean, we got 1, we got 2, we got 3. We got 3 storms all relatively spaced out here in western Oklahoma. And as long as they stay discreet, again, we're going to have more elevated threat here for a tornado risk, which, again, is still probably a good, you know, hour or 2 out from, you know, getting closer to its peak. So we're still a little ways out from that, but... And any storm that can remain discreet like this is definitely going to have an elevated threat for tornadoes and, you know, again, very large hail potential as well. But so far, no softball-sized hail yet. But definitely something that could kind of come up here down the road. Yeah, that storm back over in, you know, in Tennessee is still a confirmed tornado as of right now, but I don't think it's on the ground anymore. Storms ramping up in Nebraska, probably between now and like 7. It's mostly going to be linear up in Nebraska, so the main concern being damaging winds. What do you think about Wichita, Kansas, around 6 and 7 and on? I think anywhere in Wichita will probably have a better shot at severe weather, right around 6 to 10. So you're still probably a good hour out from storms at least. Main concern, again, going to be damaging winds and hail, but strong tornado threat definitely in play with any storms that organize. And right now, the one that's near Waynoka is kind of going to be on track going in that direction. It's kind of tracking this way right now, so it might be just to your south, but any other storms that kind of fire up in here would be on track for you, which, again, we're still relatively early into this event, so definitely could be some increase of activity here and organization over the next hour or 2. Yeah, we still do have some rotation on this storm, just west of Highway 14, so there's definitely still something here right now. Moving eastbound. And that will be approaching Waynoka and Highway 14 over the next several minutes. And if you are in this warning, continue to stay vigilant and weather aware as this will continue to move east-northeast, going towards Avard, Oklahoma as well. Here's the latest scan. Not much here. Still kind of broad. And Connor apparently has a visual of this storm with potentially a lowering, so we'll go to him here in just a moment. The one that's back down to the south has a TP label on it now near Leedy and Putnam. By the way, thank you, Jen, for the $4.99. Been a lurker for over a week. Just want to say thank you for everything you do. Appreciate that. Appreciate your generosity. Glad I could help. Connor should have a view of this storm, though, in a moment that is at least rotating, has some sort of lowering. The storm that is down to the south of Waynoka looks like it's about to ramp up and intensify as well. So we're going to watch that closely. That could go tornadic here soon. Got 3 different storms right now that I'm watching very closely in Oklahoma. All of these are discrete. All of them definitely have a shot at producing tornadoes within the next hour or 2. We still have a confirmed tornado right now in Tennessee. I'm going to double check that real quick. Connor has that visual. I'm going to go to him in a second. Some sort of visual there. All right, let's go to Connor. That's a pretty solid visual right there. There you go. Lowering right now where Connor is. That's going to be on the storm again. Further to the south, the one that's not tornado warned yet near Leedy.
Gonna go ahead and find a less
That's some scud, but definitely have some organization happening there.
We'll go ahead and find a less popular spot.
Alright, so Connor's gonna reposition again, but that's definitely organizing there near Leedy. He's going to reposition to a less popular spot. That, again, could produce something down the road. We're going to watch that closely. Still got a tornado warning for Waynoka. There's still some broad circulation there. Hasn't really intensified quite yet. And then the storm that's back over in White and DeKalb counties in Tennessee is still trying to do something. It is still an ongoing confirmed tornado, but that rotation has not been really that impressive. We're going to go back to that here real quick. There's your rotation. Not seeing any CC drop, but if there is a tornado, it would just be west of Sparta. And live cam down here, bottom left of your screen, that is showing that storm right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning. And that's going to be the southern storm now. That is northwest of Sealing. So, again, things are ramping up pretty quickly here. New tornado warning just southeast of Woodward, sorry. And I'm going to keep saying Woodward, Oklahoma. That's going to be going towards Fairview and Cleo Springs, just north of Sealing. And if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. With today's environment, any of these storms could produce a tornado. And that's Connor Crofts, you now of that storm further south that has a lowering. Unless he's repositioning again. He's been repositioning a lot. He's near a farm. All right, we'll go back to him in a second. But yeah, once again, we do have a tornado warning on this storm. That is just to the southeast of Woodward. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The one that's further south that Connor's on does have a lowering as well. That could get tornado warned here soon. But again, Connor's going to be repositioning on that storm. Yeah, tornado warnings are gonna, I mean, we could easily have 6 to 12 tornado warnings, you know, in the next hour or two. I mean, the warning count is just gonna keep jumping. That storm, by the way, that's in Sparta, Tennessee, or approaching Sparta, bottom left of your screen, that is a live cam. We got some lightning approaching that area, and that storm is still rotating. It is still a confirmed tornado, but that was as of like 20 minutes ago. Again, our area of rotation is back over here, west of Cleo Springs, and then we still have an area of rotation near Waynoka in northwest Oklahoma. So these are the 3 storms that we're mainly watching for right now that are moving east-northeast. Hey, by the way, Hawk, for the $10 donation, I do appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. My family's in Woodward. Woodward, I think, is done. I would still stay weather aware, but I think you're pretty much done because most of these storms have already passed you. I mean, we could probably look at the dew points and all that, look at the dry line, see where it's at, but as long as you're kind of to the, you know, the west of the dry line, you're basically done. Let's go to the dew point here. Yeah, it's 61 still, but you're kind of on the back side, or going to be relatively soon on the back side of that dry line. So, anyway, by the way, John, for the $20 Venmo, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for your generosity. Let's go back to Connor. He's on the southern storm. Not yet tornado warned, but
it's going to, and it's probably going to produce a big
there is a lowering there on the left side of your screen, at least a developing cloud base.
Might not be the first one, which is okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning. This one's in Tennessee. That's going to be for Sparta. Sparta, Tennessee, you need to seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible. And that is a broad area of circulation right now that's moving down to the east-southeast. So if you're in this warning, once again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is the live cam view on Radar Omega out of Sparta. Lots of rain. I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything, but we are watching for the potential for a tornado right now. That's in White County, Tennessee. Live cam will continue to be on the bottom left of your screen. But that rotation, again, is right here. It's going to be near Shady Grove and approaching Sparta. So if you're in Sparta, Tennessee, this is not Sparta. This is actually Sparta. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, the lowest floor possible. Yeah, no CC drop as of right now. Just south of Yankeetown and near Doyle. And moving east-southeast as of right now. Yeah, that area of rotation right now, I mean, it's still relatively broad. I mean, we'll keep a close eye on it, but it hasn't really intensified quite yet. But definitely going to be something to watch for. as that continues to move east. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on the storm back near where Connor is too. I mean, there's a lot of scud on the bottom right of your screen. That's that storm, but it's definitely trying. And the storm near Waynoka, still trying as well. It's very, I would still say we're still probably a good an hour out from these storms really being intense. But with that being said, obviously seek shelter. I just think we're still a little ways out from the the peak of the threat here on these storms. Let's go back to Connor on that storm that's further south. Wow, look at that thing. Lots of rising motion, lots of scud clouds on the storm that is currently north of Butler and north of Clinton. That is not tornado warned yet, but definitely could be at some point down the road.
Oh yeah, look at it clear out. Look at it clear out. Look at the mezzo. Oh yeah, it's starting to rotate right there. It's starting to rotate right there. Storm is going to ramp up quick, isn't it?
The tornado warning that was confirmed is no longer confirmed. So we're back down to radar indicated, by the way.
Just cleared out all that rain. Probably need to tornado warn this. Probably need to tornado.
It's definitely developing here. Yeah, you gotta love the pump check and the shot here.
Oh yeah, big left to right.
And the storm that we're looking at right now is back over north of Butler. It's near Leedy, south of Camargo.
This probably needs to be tornado warned here.
This one could definitely get warned.
This thing's gonna need to get tor warned.
Not seeing much rotation yet, but a lot of rising motion. It's definitely an organizing storm. Had a wall cloud on this at one point.
Starting to get some left to right. It's coming right at me.
Just a lot of rising motion. It's definitely trying to organize, though. And this is the storm it's gonna be near where Connor Croft is, near Leedy,
this is gonna
Oklahoma.
Be its first attempt at a little cycle.
That's
here.
the one at the bottom right of your screen that's not warned right now for a tornado. It does have a tornado possible label. The two storms north of this one
that
are
low-level
tornado
jet's
warned.
starting to ramp up. All these storms are about to go nuts. Adrenaline's starting to pump.
Agenta, no. I'm only live on YouTube.
Along with the nerves.
Dylan, I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Not sure what the plan is right now. Kind of see the spin a little bit. There's definitely some spin here. Got a broad area of circulation there where that scud cloud activity is right now.
Still broad left to right in that base.
What he's saying now.
It's gonna come basically over top of us, so.
You want to bring your attention really quickly to the storm that's tornado warned in Sparta, Tennessee. Look at this right here. We got a large base here, but we also got a lot of rain behind it. Not seeing any area really of, a lowering or anything like that quite yet. This is the one near Sparta. Once again, let me pull up the radar site. That rotation, still broad area of circulation near Sparta, so we'll continue to watch that. But that's a pretty impressive view there in Sparta of that storm approaching. Let's go back to Connor on the one in Oklahoma.
We can't get across.
Or maybe back to Connor. I guess it just doesn't want to work.
Huh.
Give me 1 second. Okay. I don't know why it does this. Can you just pop up? There we go. That's the one that Connor's on right now. That is not tornado warned yet, but definitely has some broad area of circulation there. It's one north of Elk City.
Dang, I can't believe we can't get across the river.
Bottom right of your screen is that storm.
We're gonna be at any tornado we're gonna see from a distance at first.
All right, we're gonna go. I'll be right back in like 60 seconds.
Might be starting to get a streamwise vorticity current into this thing. I think we're starting to get a little streamwise vorticity current. My windshield's starting to fog up. Not sure how to fix that. Blowing hot air up there. See if that makes any better. Maybe cold? Cold fix it?
Alright.
Get that to go away. Yeah, this thing's about to go nuts, chat. It's gonna be right in front of us. And we'll have to
And we're on the storm right now near
leave
Leedy,
it. Watch it go
Oklahoma. That's
north
not
a
yet
little
tornado warned. That's the one that we're looking at.
bit. I don't know how to get. It's one splotch. Like one splotch, bro.
The storms further to the north right now that are tornado warned in Oklahoma are still trying to organize. This one is organizing. We gotta go to this. This is important. This one right now that is near it's kind of middle of nowhere, but it's northeast of Mutual, west of Clio Springs. This one is definitely trying. A tornado could definitely drop with this one. The storm's rapidly developing right now. That is going to be, again, just down or just northeast of Mutual. We've got a hook echo and everything on this one. This one's rapidly intensified over the last few minutes. Look at that organization. Got a hook echo and everything developing on this. This is almost imminently going to produce a tornado. And that's going to be going towards Clio Springs, Oklahoma over the next few minutes. That's some rapid development here that's developing here. Just south of Waynoka. The one near Waynoka is also still trying to organize. But once again, that is still... It's the rotation there on radar is just not that impressive. This one, though, this one's rapidly intensifying. Going to be approaching Route 412. Going towards Clio Springs. So again, if you are in this warning, you've got to seek shelter. That storm is rapidly intensifying. We're going to wait for the next radar scan. Or actually, we'll go back to Connor real quick, and then I'll pull up the next radar scan in a second. And Connor's on the southern storm that's trying to produce. That's the view of that.
It's gonna go just to our north.
You can see the spin there at the top right of your screen in the clouds. The thing is spinning.
I don't understand why it's fogging right there. Just gonna crank the air for a second, guys. Sorry. Just cranking hot air on that. Maybe that'll work. Look at that motion in there. The motion in there. It's rotating.
Yeah, this is not the one that's tornado warned, just for reference. That's the overlay that we have.
Okay, the heat is working, I think.
That's the one that's down here to the south. But there's a hook on this one now developing too. My car's on.
Yeah, the heat's working.
This one will probably get tornado warned, is my guess, in the next few minutes. There's definitely a lot of spin there. Again, no lowering quite yet. It's definitely trying to develop.
Yeah, just a broad mezzo right now, but it's getting tighter. Just a broad mezzo, but it's getting tighter. If you guys are just tuning in, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button.
By the way, this is the latest radar update on that storm that had a very definitive hook echo on radar. That rotation a bit broader on the last couple of scans, but it's still trying. It is definitely still trying. They just updated the warning. It's still radar indicated rotation, but that, I mean, we got a hook echo and everything on this storm, so it's a matter of time, I think, until this produces a tornado. It'll be going towards Clio Springs, Oklahoma, just for reference. Again, we got 3 different storms right now that are trying to produce. So we got the one near Waynoka, we got the one that's back down near Fairview, and we got the one that Connor's on that's not yet tornado warned, but that's the one that is currently rotating. So we're still watching that really closely. Yeah, Connor's on the base right now. We're gonna go back to him just briefly. Again, he's on the, still has a base, or a view of that base right now. That's the other storm that I'm looking at too on radar. Connor might try to reposition though.
Should go right to our south here.
This is the other storm further north of him that's gonna be going towards Cleo Springs. And we still got a hook echo and everything on this storm moving east northeast. And that would be your hook right here. The velocities, again, not super strong on this right now, but it's definitely trying to develop. It's kind of occluded, it looks like, for the time being, but it might be something that tries to recycle as it moves east northeast. And they'll be going eventually towards Cleo Springs, Align, and Fairview in Oklahoma. And Connor's all about that base on this storm, according to JD. Alright, the storm that is back over near Tacoma and Alva and Cherokee and Burlington is probably not going to continue as a tornado warning. The storm has been warned for ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible label on that, which will probably end up replacing the tornado warning that's currently on that storm. That rotation has not looked very impressive. It's still relatively broad rotation. I don't see anything that's too concerning on this storm right now. It is discrete, so down the road as it enters into a more favorable environment, there's a better shot there that it'll produce something more significant. So we'll definitely have to wait and see on that. But yeah, this storm right now, honestly, probably the most concerning one is this one that's going towards Cleo Springs and the one near Leedy, Oklahoma. That's the one that Connor's on right now at the bottom right of your screen. Sparta's getting nailed. Let me go back to Sparta. That's not Sparta. Let me go back to Sparta. Not seeing any rotation really on this storm anymore. That's live in Sparta. That is sure windy. And that's a lot of rain that's falling too. That is live in Sparta on that other tornado warning. Confirmed rain on the ground. There's definitely rain on the ground here. That is a shaking camera. That tornado warning actually just got canceled, so that's no longer ongoing. They've gone ahead and canceled that warning. The rotation broadened out, but definitely a severe storm. All that wind. All right, rotation still broad on both of those storms. The one that Connor's near, we're gonna go to him real quick. That one is still not warned, but it did have a lowering. Or never mind. He's looking the other way. But this is the other storm that also has a hook. And we're further away from the radar site on this one, so not as good of a view, but there is definitely a hook here. So you got a hook right in here. Again, Connor was looking at least a cloud base trying to rotate. And the one further north right now that is tornado warned still has a hook, but just not a whole lot of rotation right now. It kind of broadened out over the last couple of scans. Yeah, I still think we're kind of easing into things here. I do think that tornado risk is definitely going to start to climb over the next couple hours. The bed in Max's room is confirmed. That is also, yeah, that is definitely confirmed. There's no reason to be concerned if you're in North Texas. I don't think we're going to see anything. That goes for Dallas, Fort Worth. I think it's going to be quiet there. I'm going to see if we have any other reports on these storms. If you guys do see anything on Twitter that you want me to report on, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. And these are the storms right now in western Oklahoma that we're looking at right now. And Connor again is looking at the storm down to the south of the tornado warnings that has at least had some broad rotation. We'll go back to him if he gets a better view. He's currently repositioning. This one's going to be approaching Cleo Springs and Route 412 over the next several minutes. Again, this one looks a little bit more concerning long term. Once again, this is in northwest Oklahoma. We do have 2 tornado warnings. We have 16 severe thunderstorm warnings across the country. Most of them are actually down in the southeast, a lot of them in Tennessee, but we do have some in Kansas as well. Let's real quickly go up to the north. We'll go back to these in a second. I just want to check and see if we have anything rotating up here to the north while we're at it. Maybe some broad circulation near Pratt, but not much. Storm further to the north, not much. We got a bunch of storms there with hail, lots of lightning and wind. And then the storms that are back up in Nebraska have a QLCS potential for tornadoes. We did have a tornado near Clay Center. But again, it was not a whole lot. That was actually back down near Lawrence, but that Lawrence rotation was not super crazy. It was strong at one point, but it kind of weakened. And then the storm back over near Sutton and Shickley and the Geneva area. Don't really have a whole lot of rotation right now. Mostly a wind threat right now, moving east and northeast. All the numbers, by the way, on your screen are dew points, just an FYI. Gives you an idea of where the, moisture essentially is and where the dry line is here across the Great Plains. All right, tornado warning has now officially ended back over in Waynoka. So we're down to 1 warning. That's tornadic. That's the one that's, again, just west of Clio Springs. That storm still has a hook. It could develop something down the road. I still think this one right now has the best shot at producing something, which, again, is going to be moving towards Route 412 over the next few minutes. And Connor's on the one that's down to the south that I think also could get warned at some point here soon. There's definitely rotation there. It's still trying to do something there, so watch that one closely as well. Thank you, Titty, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, KJ, for the $10 super chat. What's the Culver's outlook today? I don't think we're doing Culver's today. We are doing Chick-fil-A, though. Also, thank you, Julie, for the $1.99. Also, thank you to Kristen, the $5 Venmo. I do appreciate that. Yeah, this tornado warning still goes here. Again, we got a hook echo and everything. It's going to be approaching Clio Springs, Oklahoma, over the next several minutes. There's that storm, by the way, that Connor's on. Just not really much yet on that storm. I mean, we've had some rotation. It's been kind of hit or miss.
Looks like I might be trying to build a new wall cloud now. Might be going through it.
Here's the latest radar scan on this storm that is near 412. This is as of 1 minute ago. Yeah, we do have some circulation here. Got a hook and everything. I'm just not seeing much rotation quite yet. But we definitely have a hook on this storm moving northeast. Going towards 412. Towards Clio Springs. Probably the most definitive supercell that we've had so far today. Not really a whole lot of rotation quite yet, but definitely a definitive supercell. It is definitely trying. Chick-fil-A confirmed on the ground. Yes. We will actually, I'm actually going to get Chick-fil-A later. Fun fact. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Once again, we still got a hook on this storm. Be approaching 412 over the next few minutes. See what the rotation looks like here in a second. Julie, the links are in the description below. I mean, there's wind. There's definitely a pretty it looks like a pretty strong inflow. I mean, we just don't have really a whole lot of rotation still. Still struggling. And they'll be moving towards Route 412, eventually going towards Clio Springs. And eventually towards Carmen, Helena, and Lahoma. And the storm that's further to the south of this. Not seeing much rotation on radar, but granted, we are pretty far away from the radar site. Again, Connor Croft is on that storm. So we'll see if anything develops there. But this one still looks really the most concerning. Just not much yet. Thank you, Zero, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. I cannot wait for some Chick-fil-A in like 2 hours. Alright, Connor has a view, it looks like, of some sort of, again, There's been some sort of lowering on the storm for a while.
Might not have hit the best. Might not have hit good enough moisture yet to produce.
Yeah, moisture might be a problem on this storm. That is your storm right there. It's the one that is not tornado warned. It is still severe thunderstorm warned. That is going to be back down near Beatty, Oklahoma.
This should be a good play here. We'll be able to shoot north and get a good visual.
Any info on Wichita, Kansas? Not quite yet. Again, we don't have any storms there yet. Still waiting for storms to come in that area. We're still a little ways out from that severe weather potential. Probably another hour or so.
More on radar here.
So that's the storm that, again, Connor's on. This is the one that's further north that is tornado warned. Once again, near Route 412. Got a hook echo and everything. Velocity's still not super strong. We have some rotation here. It's still trying to organize. So if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case it does try to drop a tornado. It is still struggling, though, as of right now, moving northeast. It will event, or east, I should say, east-northeast, going towards Clio Springs. Kind of got a train of storms developing back here. It's moving southwest to northeast. A little train of showers and storms, and then we got essentially 3 discrete cells right now in Oklahoma. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. Any of these will be able to produce a more long-tracked and strong tornado threat down the road. Let's go back to Connor real quick. Still got a view of that storm there that's trying to produce. I mean, it looks like a wall cloud now. And that's the one that is not currently tornado warned, but has a pretty impressive lowering, at least, on that storm. That's, again, just to the east of Leedy, near Putnam and Oakwood, Oklahoma. That's this storm right here. Got a hook and everything. It's organizing for sure. It's definitely organizing right now, moving east-northeast. So 2 different storms that I'll be watching for. That one and this one. We got 2. Thank you, by the way, Teed Rimmer, for the 10 gifted members. Love your name, by the way. Appreciate the 10 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Teed Rimmer in the chat. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Michael, it currently is, but we are going to have more storm chasers in the future. It costs money to license all that stuff out, but I am hoping to have at least 2 storm chasers once we have our new computer in about 5 days or so. And then from there we'll have, you know, the limit is basically none. We should be able to have a lot of storm chasers at the end of the week once all those upgrades are made. Here's the latest radar scan. Still got a rotation right here, just south of Route 412. And no update other than just radar indicated rotation on this. Approaching Route 412, again, west of Clio Springs. You are in this tornado warning. Again, continue to stay in your safe place. It is still potentially going to produce a tornado down the road. And then the one near Taloga and Putnam is the one that Connor's on that has at least a wall cloud or lowering right now, moving east-northeast. Kaylee, not all the time. No, we've actually had hook echoes without. We've had hook echoes without precipitation before, or very little of it. Wow, look at that storm right there. We got a wall cloud, it looks like, in the background there, on the one near Putnam. There you go. That's a better view. It's kind of ruggedy. Got something there.
Looks like they're excited to be out chasing. 1.3.
Still organizing. It's not, I don't think, quite there, but I would not be surprised if we got a tornado warning on that storm here soon. All sorts of cows out there too. No problem, Kylie. Yeah, we had that storm. If you, I don't know if you were here for that, but we had a tornado in Westmoreland, Kansas. I believe that was non-precip for a hook. I don't think we had a actual like area there that was where the tornado was. I don't think there was any precipitation on radar. So not all the time. In some cases, we do. We do have non-precip hook echoes. And a day like today, I don't think we'll have that. I think that was just kind of one of those one-time sort of things. Graham, if it's an emergency, you can always, drive if you need to. But, it's recommended that you stay home unless it's like an emergency or something that's like a necessity. Warn the cows. There are a lot of cows out there. Kyle, it's all independent contractor stuff. The rotation on the storm near Cheyenne Valley, just kind of dead on this one too. It's not really that impressive. We might have something here. Just, again, the rotation, obviously on radar, is not really that strong. If there is a tornado, though, it would be in this hook echo here. See what the next velocity scan shows. There's the view of that storm that Connor's on further south.
Promising.
There's that. That's a large lowering. Wow, look at that thing. It's a huge lowering on the storm down to the south.
Put my route in here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be difficult to see some of these tornadoes today just due to all the precipitation. I mean, this one, for example, I mean, got rotation kind of up in here, maybe. That's kind of where the hail is. On the bottom right of your screen.
We're gonna have to take a sketchy route, chat.
Like, the storm that Connor's on has a hook echo. I'm still surprised they haven't warned that one yet with, the storms that they have warned.
Take that route.
I mean, we'll go back to Connor once he has a view again, but this one has a pretty large, at least, lowering. I don't see rotation on radar, but there's definitely a lowering there on the one near Oakwood. Yeah, Connor cracked his windshield from last week. Last week when the giant hail happened and the tornadoes that he was tracking in Texas. Storm, I would definitely I would at me on Twitter and I'll look. I don't know what kind of clouds you're looking at. Here's the one that Connor's on again.
Big to be
right behind the trees. We'll see it in a second. Got a pretty large lowering there on the one that's once again going to be near Oakwood, right there. There you go. That's the lowering.
It's building a big.
Not going to see it for long.
Now, I think.
Connor's still positioning here. By the way, 80 mile per hour wind gust, 82 miles per hour was confirmed, or at least reported, over in Chester, Oklahoma. So this storm, even if it's not producing a tornado, it is producing very high damaging winds. So 82 miles per hour. Today's environment, that is definitely in play. That rotation, again, still relatively broad near 412. There just is not much happening there right now. The storm near Cherokee is still trying to organize too. We got a pretty organized supercell, just rotation struggling a little bit right now. The one near Connor is also kind of in that same boat. All three of these basically in the same boat right now across Oklahoma. Let me go up to Kansas real quickly here. Got multiple storms that are severe. I'm not seeing really any rotation right now in Kansas, and then the storms in Nebraska, still not super significant. Mostly just damaging winds and hail up there right now. Actually had a 70 mile per hour wind gust by emergency management in Dawesey, Nebraska. Look at the storm chaser convergence on this northern tornado warning cell. Holy cow. It's like everybody. Everybody on Radar Omega's on the same spot right now in this storm. I mean, yeah, I'm not really seeing much rotation here. It's still relatively broad. Now, if there's a tornado, it's probably gonna be pretty hard to see on that storm. The one that Connor's on looked much more impressive from what I've seen. Once Connor has a better view of it, we'll go to him. Still kind of repositioning on that storm. Kansas City's main threat is from about 8 to 12 tonight. Thank you, Deb, for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for your generosity. There's a report of a funnel on the Fairview storm. Is that the photo of the funnel, James, or is that... Just looks like scud to me. I'm not sure where in the world the funnel would be on this storm. It'd have to be like kind of in here somewhere. There's really no rotation over here to where the hook echo is. At least on radar. Let's see if we have any other reports on Twitter here. Increasing threat, by the way, for severe gusts with QLCS tornadoes being possible back over in southern and southeastern Nebraska. That's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center for this area. So once again, stay weather aware if you are in southeast Nebraska. It's the latest from them. Not seeing any other reports though right now on these storms other than that. Yeah. Alright. If you guys do see any reports, photos, videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to okay, Connor. I think Connor's gonna have a view of this storm now, or close to it. The one that's down to the south, that's not tornado warned right now. Sort of a view there on the left side of your screen.
Right here. Even better, right up here.
Alright, we'll have a view, I think, in a second here. Maybe.
This thing's got beautiful structure.
Thank you, Trey, for the $4.99. Also, thank you, CK, for the $4.99. Appreciate your generosity. Alright, we're gonna have a view here on that storm now. Wow, that is a large area of scud. There's like all scud clouds on that storm near Putnam. Holy cow.
Just looking
now that is what you call scud clouds.
Start to wrap up just broad rotation.
They've shut off the wind turbines by the looks of it.
Just kind of along the whole.
There's a big wall of scud clouds here in Taloga and Putnam, Oklahoma.
And then we gotta do some zigzagging work.
CC is the correlation coefficient.
Escape routes if this thing like randomly drops. So we're just gonna sit right here for a minute. Gives me the option to go south if I so choose as well.
We definitely have some spin in the clouds. It's just, again, not really much happening here near the near the surface on these storms, which is good news so far. I mean, yeah, we have had no tornadoes with these yet. Hopefully it stays that way. Waffle House is closed. Yeah, Waffle House is closed across a lot of Oklahoma. Yeah, I mean, Connor has a view of some of the rotation here on that storm near Oakwood and Putnam. It's just, again, it's not crazy right now. Not, intense, if you will. Why are the wind turbines still? They shut them off, especially with severe weather like this. Is my guess.
The RFD is getting stuck.
If they had them on, they could easily break. If the winds get too high, they'll break. That's like the problem.
See a couple different areas with broad left to right.
For those that keep asking about if this is like an underperforming event or like anything like that, again, we are still, the main time frame for the peak is 7 to 10 or 7 to 12, sorry. So basically the major severe weather event would be from 7 to 12. That's when it's supposed to be from and to. But the threat of severe weather is going to start increasing over the next couple of hours.
Like an Oakwood.
So I still think the majority of the severe weather is still to come. I mean, we're at the very beginning stages of this. Again, I've been alive for 5.5 hours, but that doesn't mean the severe weather threat is only, you know, going until the 8-hour mark or something. I mean, that's not what that means.
I think it wants to do it right in front.
We were alive well before a lot of it started anyway.
I think that's where it wants to do it.
But just scud cloud activity in the middle of your screen. I think the right side of the screen, if Connor moves it right, I think it would be a little bit more interesting. Is that my bed? Yes, it is my bed.
Looking to see
no
if
pillows
that
on
base
it.
Can build right there at that little low end, maybe a little clear slot.
I think Tulsa will be a hot spot tonight for severe weather. That vicinity.
A little bit of a clear slot as well.
There's that lowering that we're looking at now.
I think that would probably be where it did it.
I mean, I gotta be honest with you. This storm near Cheyenne Valley in Clio Springs, it has an amazing hook echo on radar. And just again, that low-level rotation is struggling right now. Might just not be close enough to the ground yet. But yeah, that storm is impressive. Got a hook echo and everything. Once again, that is moving east-northeast right now. And then the other storm down to the south that Connor's on near Oakwood and Putnam. Not really seeing much rotation yet, but I mean, we're still waiting to see if that organizes. So again, the live view on that one, we'll go back to them.
You guys are just tuning in.
You know, lowering there
starting to
still.
ramp up, I think. Starting to get a nice mezzo on it. Starting to see some more left to right. I think that's a little clear slot right in front of us here. This thing's kind of coming right at me, but let's see.
Yeah, these storms haven't really matured yet. I mean, I still think they're a little ways away from producing that greatest tornado threat.
Let's see if this is going to be the
very early on and
actual try at tornado.
Just not very organized right now.
Looks like it just turned a little bit.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, these storms are definitely impressive. Just the rotation itself near the surface is definitely struggling.
Definitely starting to spin.
Turn that big fan on and blow it out. I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that wind turbine can make a tornado go away. Just not seeing much right now on this. Even though it looks pretty impressive on radar, again, the rotation just hasn't been there. It's the one near Taloga and just southwest of Canton. Obviously, if you're in this warning, continue to stay, you know, in your safe place. You know, just in case this tries to do something, it's still struggling right now to really get a grasp on this environment. And even the one that's further to the north near Clio Springs, I mean, this one has a hook. Just once again, not really producing much of anything right now. So still a bit of a struggle bus on that storm. Moving to the east-northeast. So the rotation's been pretty broad on that storm here for a while. Storm Chaser Nick just said, are there any chasers on the Clio Springs storm? There's actually a lot. Holy cow. Look at all those red dots. They're everywhere. There are way too many chasers on these storms. Holy crap. Look at it. There's a new tornado warning. I mean, like, this area is just crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Brand new tornado warning on this storm for Clio Springs, Helena, Lahoma, and the Enid area. And if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. away from windows. And that's the storm that's going to be moving east-northeast, going towards Helena, Nash, Lahoma, and Enid. So, still have a hook. I mean, I still think the rotation's struggling a bit here, but it definitely has a chance to do something. This is Connor's view, by the way, of that storm that we were just looking at further to the south.
Stretch, we're about to zigzag through the middle
That's
of
the
nowhere
leading edge of that thunderstorm right now.
But we'll see. The goal is just to make sure we don't fall too far behind the storm, I guess.
Oh my god, I forgot about this one.
We're not moving too fast either.
Enid? Is it Enid? Enid, Oklahoma? This is a pretty definitive supercell, though. I mean, this thing definitely has a shot at producing something. It's just, I think it's a matter of time, as I mentioned before. I think that, you know, still trying to enter into a more favorable environment here as this moves east-northeast. Enid, thank you. All right, we got it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we got an explanation from somebody on Twitter, Pamela, and Pamela said that they have a relative who works on wind turbines. I asked them why they aren't turning. He said it's because they have stored all of the energy and they are full. So that's what he said. But I mean, I think it has something to do with severe weather too. As you know, if those are running during severe storms and you get like 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts on a turbine, it could get kind of, you know, nasty. Those things could definitely break with those high winds. Surprised about how much this storm up here to the north has been dying. Just look at that storm die there near Burlington. That thing was looking pretty good, and it's kind of just died out. Or it's dying out, at least. Still got hail and wind, but that rotation's definitely not there. Alright, latest scan just came in, and we still got a hook on this storm near Clio Springs. Yeah, I'm really not seeing a whole lot of rotation here. Still kind of struggling to get going, but it is definitely a storm long term that has the chance to produce a tornado. Just has not yet done so. Yeah, once again, these storms have been struggling so far, but again, don't let your guard down. I know we're early into the event, but I still think things are going to get big at some point here today. I'd be surprised if we didn't get a tornado within the next hour, honestly. Like, I mean, we're at 5:45 almost now. I think that's definitely going to start ramping up here soon. Thank you, Katie, for becoming a Velocity member. Do a new severe thunderstorm warning for the northern side of the storm. That is for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Cherokee, just northwest of Enid, Oklahoma. That is on that, again, discrete supercell that really has a solid shot at producing something. The storm that Connor's on also has a shot at producing something down the road. The one just to his west might have a shot at producing something. We'll see. That one's kind of behind it. But so far, everything's remained pretty discreet as forecasted. So, definitely going to see an increase of severe weather here over the next hour. Tornado watch has been canceled, by the way, for the northwest sector here of Oklahoma, 3 counties. I would expect Woodward to probably be canceled from that watch here soon as well. Cherokee? Karaoke? I don't think... Cherokee. Okay, we got Cherokee, not karaoke. Here's the latest scan on this storm. I'm not really seeing any rotation still in this. Velocities will update here in a second. Still not seeing much here. Connor's apparently in an RFD surge now in the storm that's not warned down to the south. or at least warned for a tornado. Still not seeing much on radar. You guys know if any storm chasers in the area are seeing anything on this? I know we have like 200 storm chasers on the storm, so if you guys know anything, let me know. I've not really seen anything on radar, so just want to make sure we're not going crazy here, because the radar here still showing really no rotation. I still think it's a matter of time until this produces, but it just doesn't look very healthy. I don't know. There's something wrong with it. I'm not. The pronunciations are a struggle. They're always a struggle. Look at the hodographs. I've already looked at the hodographs. They look pretty impressive. I'm kind of surprised, honestly. If we go to the HRRR model on like the tornado parameter values or something, we can just pull it up real quick. Yeah, it's a forecasted model, but it gives you an idea of what the environment looks like right now. This is the significant tornado parameter values. This is 6 o'clock. You know, what's interesting is that the HRRR goes bananas at 8 o'clock. Look at this thing. This is 8 o'clock tonight on the significant tornado parameter values. They are low through 7, and then they all of a sudden skyrocket at 8. This definitely looks like more of a nocturnal threat, for sure. I mean, those things skyrocket right at 8 on the HRRR. What's it showing their 4 p.m. run? Kind of curious. It shows basically the same thing. Shows that tornado threat really increasing around 8 tonight. So it looks like that threat might still be, again, an hour or two from peaking. Which, again, I've mentioned this the entire time. The peak is probably from 7 to 12, so still looks like that is on pace. Obviously, these storms haven't done anything, but I still think we're probably an hour out from that threat being maximized, or it's starting to be maximized. Storm that Connor's on has a big RFD surge, and not warned right now, and then the storm that's back up here to the north still has a hook, just, you know, not really organized quite yet. By the way, thank you, KB, for becoming a Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Been through Enid a few times. Yeah, we covered this about a week back. There was a tornado warning here in like the late morning. Nothing, I don't think, ever got out of this storm, and right now this storm's still struggling. But long term, again, this storm has a high probability of producing a tornado. I still think that we're still a good, probably, you know, hour out or so from this threat really getting going. When will we issue a new tornado watch? Or when will they issue a new tornado watch? Not me. I'm not issuing a tornado watch. The new tornado watch would probably be in like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours for this area. I mean, there's not going to be any storms in that area, like eastern Oklahoma or southeast Kansas, probably for a good hour or two. Still a good ways out. Thank you, John, for the $5 super chat. I am too. Hopefully nothing happens. I'm hoping nothing happens, but it looks like that threat really ramps up around 7 or 8. And thank you, Nick, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage as we continue to go throughout the afternoon today. Yet again, we don't have any sort of significant rotation right now. The one that's north of Fairview still has a chance to produce a tornado, but I think it's a long-term play. I still think we are a little ways out from there being a significant tornado threat, which I think that gets going around 7. That's currently what I'm thinking. 7 or 8 is when that threat really starts to ramp up, and it'll probably go through midnight or 1 in the morning. That's my current thinking on that tornado threat. But we're still watching the storms closely, just in case they do anything. Thank you, Kenny, for becoming a Velocity member. St. Louis tonight? I think if we see anything in St. Louis, it'd be wind. Again, that's still good ways away. If you get any sort of threat, it would be well after midnight. Yeah, Ben, anything that I'm talking about is Central Time. I'm not talking about Mountain or Eastern Time in almost any case, unless we're actually in that time zone. Everything is going to be in Central Time. Tomorrow, though, when we're talking about the Ohio Valley, tornado potential there, or maybe a regional or, you know, or at least a small-scale tornado outbreak, that'll be more of a threat that we'll talk more about in detail, you know, in Eastern Time, not necessarily Central Time. I'm doing it on Tulsa time. Yes, that is Central Time. That would be Central Time. Do have a hail core developing now, just south of a line. So we got some hail developing there now. Again, we don't really have any rotation quite yet on the storm near Clio Springs. It is still struggling to develop. It's going to be going towards Helena, Nash, and North Enid here in Oklahoma. And then the storm that Connor's on still has a pretty impressive looking shape. Just, again, not really rotating quite yet. So still a little ways out from that storm producing. Thank you, Alpha. Appreciate that. Mowing the lawn. It's not a bad time to mow the lawn if you're in eastern Oklahoma. Now, if you're in western Oklahoma where, you know, the tornado warnings are ongoing and such, don't mow your lawn. Just don't go outside. Stay inside. It's okay. You can wait to mow the lawn another day. Connor's apparently right in the hook of the storm down to the south. We'll go to him here for a moment. The one that's not warned right now for a tornado. I really don't think tonight's gonna be a flop. I still think we're a good hour out from, you know, the most significant activity. Maybe 2 hours out. Can I please tell you about Dallas tonight? I don't think we're gonna have much in Dallas. Maybe some isolated hail or wind, but I think the threat overall is gonna be pretty low. I don't think we're gonna have much down that direction. Please be a flop. I think everybody wants this to be a flop. Again, I really think this gets going right around 7. Still think we're a little ways out from the peak. Anything for St. Louis tonight? Once again, probably damaging winds overnight tonight. Any exams this week? No, I'm done. I'm done till next fall, so I don't have any exams coming up. Yeah, we'll have extensive live coverage pretty much all week long for the severe weather event. Not much right now happening again in Nebraska, mostly just wind and hail right now. Once again, the storms in Oklahoma I still think are a little ways out from peaking. Near Helena, we still have rotation, just not much of it. And still pretty disorganized supercells for the time being. Connor's on the storm again, that's back over west of 270, that's still trying to produce something. Can I show you the severe weather outlook? Sure, why not? Don't really have much happening right now. I mean, this one tornado warning just doesn't have much rotation, so there's not really much to talk about on that storm right now until it tries to ramp up. We do still have this high risk for severe weather, which is where these storms are beginning to enter into now, just south of Wichita, near Oklahoma City and Norman. Now, once again, don't get too caught up in the risks today. It doesn't really matter where you are. Strong and long track tornadoes are still a possibility basically anywhere in this area, from Missouri back into Kansas, into Nebraska, back into Oklahoma. Any of those states, we have that chance for strong and long-tracked tornadoes. With that being said, again, we do have a risk that's more elevated across Oklahoma and southern parts of Kansas. As these storms do continue to ramp up over the next few hours, that threat will start to really increase across these states, with again all modes of severe weather possible, including hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes, which numerous strong and long track tornadoes are expected between now and 11 p.m. across central Oklahoma. And then, yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. This is the latest sounding from the Norman, Oklahoma radar, or the Norman, Oklahoma National Weather Service. Again, notice we still have a cap in place near Norman, but that is not really far from being overcome. So that cap will be gone here pretty soon. So we could see, again, some strong tornadoes or giant hail possible a little bit later tonight. This is your instability. We got a lot of instability in the atmosphere. Got a very strong veering profile, meaning that the winds are very well turning as we go up in the atmosphere. A lot of spin there in the atmosphere, which is going to, increase that potential for tornadoes drastically as these storms do approach central Oklahoma. So that is the latest there from the sounding out of Norman. And meanwhile, we still have one tornado warning and then multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here in Oklahoma. We are still watching closely. Hey, Richard, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Will the cap be overcome in Wichita Falls? We'll see. I don't think it will, but if it does, very large hail is really the main concern. Yeah, this storm's becoming quite disorganized right now. Pretty disorganized near Helena. That storm right now is moving east-northeast, but still a bit of a struggle right now to really ramp up and produce a tornado threat. I think it's still a little ways out from that. I gotta say, though, I mean, we've been looking at Connor's feed, too, for a while. I mean, these storms are trying to organize. It's just, again, they're really struggling. I still think that greatest concern will kind of bubble up, right around 7 or 8 tonight. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for Kansas. The discrete supercell, I believe it meant to say quasi, but quasi-discrete storms will continue into an increasing low-level shear environment this evening across central Kansas and eastern Kansas. So an increasing tornado threat expected there in central and eastern Kansas here pretty soon. And I think that's the latest update, and I don't think we have any other updates, but that's the latest update there in Kansas. And here's the latest from the National Weather Service of Norman. Tornado threat is expected to increase between now and 7:30 p.m. across northern Oklahoma. So again, don't let your guard down if you're in this area where the environment will become more favorable for tornadoes. New severe thunderstorm warning on the storm south of Fairview. This is again the one that is currently trying to produce a tornado, which has been struggling for quite a while. It's the one that Connor's on. Again, these storms are really fast moving, so keeping up with these storms will definitely be a bit of a struggle. But that is the latest there from the storm there. That is again well to the northwest of Oklahoma City. Also, another mesoscale discussion. An increasing strong tornado threat will increase into the evening. Very large hail is also possible. That's with the storms near Enid, Oklahoma, and northwest Oklahoma City. It's a technical discussion, so I'm going to try to read and see what we're talking about here on that area. So this is what the Storm Prediction Center has said. The threat for strong and potentially long track tornadoes is expected to increase into this evening. Very large hail will also be a possibility with any supercell. And what they've said is that 3 mature supercells are ongoing across northwest Oklahoma as of 5:30 p.m. Initial development occurred in the environment characterized by warm temperatures and dew points in the mid-60s. However, dew points downstream of the ongoing supercells are in the upper 60s to near 70, supporting even greater buoyancy and a more favorable thermodynamic environment for tornadoes. So essentially, again, we're kind of in a bit more of a low moisture environment, but as these storms do approach like Enid and even back over into northern Oklahoma, they'll become more favorable with more buoyancy, which is something we talked about a bit more earlier today. So, and they also mentioned the combination of strengthening low-level shear and strong to extreme instability will support a rapid increase in potential for strong and possibly long-track tornadoes as storms approach east and northeastward, spread east and northeastward this evening. So, that's the latest. We'll see if it happens. Again, I think it will probably happen to some degree, but all is still developing right now on these storms. What are my predictions for Ardmore? Ardmore is going to be, again, a very isolated chance for severe weather, but if you get anything, very large hail, high winds, and perhaps an isolated tornado are the main concerns. And thank you, Alpha, for the 499. Alright, Cleo Springs no longer in the warning if you're in Helena, Lahoma, or Enid. And those are the areas that we're still watching for the potential for a tornado as this continues to move east-northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Kansas. This is going to be on the storm near Clifton. That is some strong rotation. They were just talking about this. So, new tornado warning now in Kansas near Clifton and Clyde. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. That rotation's ramped up quite a bit over the last few minutes, so this definitely has the chance to produce something as it moves northeast. I don't know why, but the radar omega sound just went off. For some reason. Yeah, that's your pocket rotation. A little bit broader in the latest scan, but was a bit stronger north of Miltonville, or Milton Vale, moving northeast towards Clifton. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, because it does try to produce something as it moves northeast. Still don't see much on the Oklahoma storm. I still think it's a little ways out from developing. Still think it's a little ways from developing. Go back to Twitter real quick, see if we have any other updates on these storms. Again, this is the brand new tornado warning that is in Kansas near Clifton. Rotation's a bit broader in the latest scan. This is moving northeast towards Palmer. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place just in case it tries to produce something. Latest scan, once again, showing it broader. So it's kind of broadened over the last few scans. Looks like we have some sort of anticyclonic rotation up here too near Clyde. Other way around. Oopsie doopsie. This is wrong way. There we go. That's anticyclonic rotation near Clyde and Clifton. But once again, that's really kind of stretching it. I think the other storm that's further down to the south of that was really the main area that was warned for this storm. All right, let's go back down to the Oklahoma tornado warn cell. Okay. Looks like we have something developing here now near Carlisle, west of Enid, Oklahoma. Got a little bit more of something developing there now. The threat looks like it's about to start ramping up here. As that new area that's developing here near Carlisle. I'm going to zoom back out. And we'll go to there. Again, this is the one that's west of Oklahoma City, right there south of Helena. Rotation's beginning to intensify now in this storm. Near Enid. Just west of Enid, Oklahoma. Cap is holding strong in Texas. As of now. Again, that could change, but as of now, it is holding strong. Yeah, this storm is definitely organizing. You can see that rotation. It's beginning to organize now. That's right over Carlisle, Oklahoma. This is definitely trying to produce. This is definitely trying to intensify now. At least a little bit more intensification than before. Right on the hook, Echo. This is a pretty organized storm right now that's trying to produce now. So this is definitely ramping up. Hillsdale, Carrier, and Enid will be in the track of this. What's for dinner? Chick-fil-A. That'll be in about an hour-ish. Thank you, Richard, by the way, for the $25 donation. I do appreciate that. Great coverage. Appreciate that. Thank you. See if we can go a little bit higher up on the velocities. Yeah, that's some organizing rotation. This is probably about a drop. This is, again, the most definitive supercell that we've had all day today. Just west of Enid, Oklahoma, and just south of Helena. See what the next radar scan shows. If you're just tuning in, again, we are looking at northwest Oklahoma, where strengthening rotation is becoming more apparent on this storm that is, once again, just to the south of Helena. So if you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This could definitely drop a tornado at any time. I was waiting for the, oh, here's the latest scan here. Oh, yeah, that's... Velocity's tilt 1. Yeah, I mean, this is... Looks like it's about a drop. This is probably about a drop. Again, that's just south of Helena. Thank you, by the way, Pla, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Yeah, but I do think this is about a drop right now, if it hasn't already. I don't think we have any visual confirmation yet, but the radar is definitely showing very strong velocities on this storm. Again, just to the west of Carrier, Oklahoma, and just west-northwest of Enid. Looks like we have a debris signature. I think this is confirmed. Or it might get confirmed. Now that right there, if there's a tornado, it's right over Carlisle. It's close. I mean, this could definitely be on the ground. I don't think we have anything officially confirmed, but that right there is very strong rotation. If it's not on the ground, it's about to be. So again, if you're in Helena, Goldtree, Hillsdale, Carrier, Lahoma, Ringwood, or Enid, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's halfway to the ground. I mean, that if it's not already on the ground, it's probably going to be there at any moment. This is very strong rotation right now in the storm. I mean, almost definitely this is going to produce because how strong that rotation has just become. All right, this sounds like it's on the ground now, so that's still radar indicated as of the National Weather Service, but let's see if I can verify that potential tornado on the ground here. It's getting close. I don't think it's officially on the ground, but it's getting close. Yeah, we don't have any CC drop quite yet. But it's more than likely about to be on the ground if it hasn't already touched down. There's the latest scan. Yeah, no CC drop, but right there, we're looking for the potential for a tornado. There's definitely a lowering on this. Man, it's not officially confirmed yet. It's getting close, though. Let me zoom back out a little bit here. It's on the ground, but not condensed. I don't think it's on the ground, guys. I mean, I'm looking at other live feeds. I don't see it on the ground right now. Even if it wasn't condensed, I still don't see any debris yet. But I mean, it's awfully close. I mean, it's about to probably drop and go right towards Goldtree. It's still kind of like, again, like it's a bit of a bowl shape kind of above, and then it's spinning. And it's just not yet there near the ground. It's definitely trying. That rotation's strong on radar, for the record. So this is definitely close to producing. But that environment's becoming more and more favorable now as we continue to go throughout the next few hours, and we're probably going to get a tornado with this as it continues to move east-northeast. What's the CC drop? The CC drop is, again, just, you know, it's basically the radar depicting debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. Or hail or something like that. That's usually what it's detecting. Basically detecting anything abnormal comparatively to rain. Yeah, I'll keep you posted if it does drop on the ground. Nothing confirmed quite yet, but it's very close, and it's now actually just been confirmed. All right, so this is officially confirmed. A non-condensed tornado is now on the ground here in Oklahoma.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so again, this is a confirmed tornado now. That is in Oklahoma. Again, this is going to be going towards Goldtree, Carrier, and Hillsdale, just to the northwest of Enid, Oklahoma. Enid's been removed from the warning, but if you're northwest of Enid, near Helena, Goldtree, Hillsdale, or Carrier, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So, again, once again, this is now officially confirmed. It is a non-condensed tornado, which basically means you don't really see, you know, basically the tornado being condensed. All right, there's debris being picked up near the surface. It's just, again, it's not super duper, you know, definitive. If you look at it in person, it would look kind of just like a funnel cloud with nothing in between, then debris kind of being picked up. That's basically what this is. But with that being said, it is now confirmed officially, moving towards Goldtree and Hillsdale and Carrier. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is what the rotation looks like on radar. So again, relatively strong couplet. It's been pretty strong for the last like 6 or 7 minutes now, and it will be approaching Goldtree, Oklahoma over the next few minutes. So if you're in Goldtree, got to get to your safe place now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this will continue to move to the east-northeast. No debris signature, by the way, but again, you don't really need a debris signature for tornadoes like this. That's right on the hook, Echo. Very strong rotation. Just to the west of Enid. Confirmed count at 3. Yeah, we've had 3 confirmed tornadoes now. This is the 3rd one. I mean, this one, again, I'm not sure if it's still not condensed yet. I'll double check. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's currently. I don't know if it's still on the ground. I mean, it was at least briefly on the ground, but you know, we've had 3 different tornadoes today now. One was radar confirmed in Tennessee. We've had this one now in Oklahoma, and we had one in South Dakota. No PDSs yet. Nope. I've checked back on the Kansas City warning. Yeah, I can go up there really quickly, and then we'll go back down to Oklahoma. I don't think there's anything new on that warning. I'll double check. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. It's relatively broad circulation just northwest of Clay Center. It's not much. Still stay in your safe place if you're in that warning, but I don't really see much there. And we have two more storms down here to the south that are still trying to produce. The one near Putnam's trying to produce. The one back near Canton is trying to produce. Still probably a good 30 to 45 minutes out from those storms developing. The latest scan does show a broader area of circulation now, just south of Helena. So, might not be on the ground anymore. MC, the main concern in northeast Kansas is going to be damaging winds. Maybe a couple tornadoes. But once again, we are looking at a storm near Goldtree, Oklahoma that has produced a tornado. May still be on the ground. Once again, this is moving east-northeast. It'll be going towards the northwest side of Enid, and eventually towards Nash and Hillsdale and Carrier. So if you're still in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're anywhere in the pink polygon, as again, there's been a confirmed tornado with this storm. It's probably not going to be the only one that produces. It's still, again, a little bit early on this storm. I think we'll have a better shot at that, strong and long track tornado potential here soon, as these storms enter into a more favorable and more buoyant atmosphere across central Oklahoma. Slim, yes, it's the top link in the description below. Yeah, once again, Connor's on the storm further down to the south, just for the record. Again, he's still trying to see if he can get something on one of these storms. Not sure if he's going back west or he's going to try to go into the Canton storm. Either way, two very impressive supercells right now. I still think they're an hour out from producing a significant tornado risk. Again, much more buoyant atmosphere out here to the east of where the storms are right now. Now, with that said, they could definitely produce a tornado sooner than that. I just think the higher risk would be down the road. And then the storm that we're looking at right now near Goldtree, still some rotation. And this was confirmed by storm spotters not too long ago, but at this point, it looks a bit broader. Could still be on the ground, though, and if it is, it's moving towards the southwest side of Goldtree. And the other thing is that this could recycle and produce an even stronger tornado as it continues to move eastbound towards the Enid area of Oklahoma. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much here. Again, it's kind of broadened out at this point. It could definitely re-strengthen, but I don't think this is on the ground anymore. At least from the looks of it, from what I'm seeing on radar. But if it is on the ground, once again, it would be moving towards Goldtree and Hillsdale. So continue to stay in your safe place, but that rotation looks a bit broader on the latest couple of scans. It's not nearly as impressive as before. Just to reiterate, by the way, I know a lot of people keep saying this person has a great feed, this person has a great feed, all that sort of stuff. I can only show people that I license to. So Connor Croft's the only one that I actually pay to have his footage on our stream. So I just want to throw that out there for those that are wondering about that. Cannot just freely show everybody's streams because otherwise it's just copyright. So I just want to reiterate that to anybody that might be asking about that. A lot of people are talking about it. Again, I cannot show that stuff. But I will be looking on my other monitor to see if there's anything happening to relay that information, if there is actually a tornado on the ground with any of these storms. Satellite view with the clouds. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of clearing out in front of these storms, and you can actually see that on the satellite imagery. Once again, we got a bunch of supercells forming here across northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas. Got a lot of clearing down to the south and east, but you know, the current problem is would just be moisture down here to the southwest, and also the, you know, overall cap that's in place is a big problem right now. But once these storms get going more along this area, again, more discrete cells will fire off and eventually produce a better shot for tornadoes near like the central and northern Oklahoma parts as we continue to go into the you know, very late afternoon, which we're already technically now in the evening, so into the evening hours that will start to increase. So I'll stand in the front yard, you can stream me. Appreciate it. Thanks for the offer, really do appreciate that. Chick-fil-A has a great feed. That's awesome. You know, we might have to use it in about an hour once I actually get my Chick-fil-A. Thank you, Courtney, for becoming a minimum velocity member. The tornado watch has officially been canceled from Waynoka and Woodward, Oklahoma, by the way. Looks like Connor is going towards this discrete cell, by the way, further to his west. He can't really keep up with that one. Just kind of rough terrain. So he's going back towards the one near Putnam, which has now just gone tornado warned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Brand new tornado warning for Oakwood and Putnam. That's the one that Connor's going to be heading towards here pretty soon. Or he's going towards it right now. So again, if you're in this warning, gotta seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is a very definitive hook on radar. We don't have a great radar view of this, but Connor's going to be approaching this really soon. That looks pretty strong for rotation. That might even be on the ground. That's really intensifying really quickly. If it's not on the ground, it is definitely a strong area of rotation that's trying to drop a tornado. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. That's once again going to be near Putnam, Oakwood, and Canton here in Oklahoma. This is probably one of the most organized supercells that we've had so far today, is this one near Putnam and Oakwood. Again, Connor's going to be approaching this pretty soon, so we'll definitely keep a close eye on him. And then the storm that's back up to the north, near Goldtree, kind of struggling right now. That rotation's definitely been weaker. Still is technically confirmed, but I don't think this is, again, on the ground anymore. This is the storm that Connor's going to be approaching. The new tornado warn cell.
Tornado warning.
That would be the cell right there, all that gray stuff. Going through a low signal area. We'll have a better view here once he gets over the hill, I think.
The one that we just left, probably about to get a tornado.
Just give it 1 second.
If I had to guess what it is.
After he gets over this hill, I think there's a better view. Cone funnel and Helena. So it seems like that rotation's not backing down over there. Alright, maybe not. Thought we had a better view there a second ago. Might have just been a little bit behind. Very strong rotation again near Putnam. Kevin, preferably add me on Twitter, if you can. Not really seeing any rotation on radar. Are we sure there's some sort of funnel on this? Storm near Helena? By the way, an increasing threat for tornadoes, severe wind gusts, and large hail will be possible this evening in western Iowa. That is a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. So just heads up there if you're further up to the north in Iowa. Connor's talking about how that's a dangerous storm that he's on, by the way. This is the one that we're talking about right now. And strong area of rotation, going to be approaching Oakwood. Connor's going to be approaching this here soon. Yeah, we'll go back to him once he gets closer, but this storm, I would have to agree with. I mean, it looks very concerning on radar. going towards Oakwood and eventually going towards Highway 3 and 270. These are the two storms right now that are tornado warned. Again, the one that we're talking about near Putnam and Oakwood still is relatively a bit more concerning. It is, again, a pretty strong hook echo. We are far away from radar sites, so we don't have a great view via radar of the rotation, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot. We still definitely have rotation here as this continues to move, again, to the east-northeast over the next several minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning for the storm near Hillsdale and Carrier and Kremlin and Pond Creek near Jefferson and Hunter. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this storm has been rotating for quite a while. We did have a brief tornado with this not too long ago. It could produce something again as this continues to move in that direction. So if you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Yet again, this is, again, for northwest Oklahoma and northern Oklahoma. So if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as that will continue to move east-northeast. The storm has already produced a tornado and could produce another one. It's one of the more organized supercells that we've had over the long term here for probably about 2 or 3 hours. Now we're still watching this rotation back near Oakwood. Connor's going towards that tornado warning cell right now. We should have a view of that within the next 5 minutes is my guess. So stay tuned. We'll have a view of that here momentarily. Yeah, I'm not seeing much rotation on this storm right now, but I think it's, again, trying to recycle for a, third time or whatever it's been now. The northern side of this storm is producing the main hail threat and the wind threat. So that's upwards of golf ball-sized hail. All right. Things are starting to ramp up once again. We're still pretty far away from the peak. Once again, 7 to about 12 is the peak of tornadoes and such, so I still think we are still a good little ways out from that. By the way, thank you, Michael, for the $25 Venmo. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you. You the man. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball sized hail. They actually don't have a tornado possible label on this storm, which is interesting. There's really not much rotation there, but they have not put a tornado possible label on this for the time being for those in Hennessy, in O'Keene, and Hitchcock, in northwest Oklahoma. Again, Connor's approaching that storm very quickly. That's tornado warned back over near Oakwood and Putnam in Oklahoma. We should have a view of that again in just a few minutes. And we're still watching the storm back up here to the north, which did have a confirmed tornado, but at least for now is lifted. It could develop again, but not really seeing much rotation as of now, but that, again, could change at any time. We'll stay zoomed out for the time being. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it'd be the one, again, up to the north of Enid, or Enid, sorry, not Enid, an Enid. And I don't think it's on the ground, though, anymore. It's been dropped back down to radar indicated on the new warning. Now, the one that's back down here near Putnam could be on the ground, but I don't know if there's much visual on that one. And the radar sites are just so far away from it, we're not going to have a great view. But again, Connor will be on that within the next, 2 or 3 minutes. So we should have a view of that here pretty soon. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. And once again, there are 3 tornado warnings here in Oklahoma. We have one up in Kansas. I believe that expires in 2 minutes. So we're still watching that as well. But that one's been kind of weak for quite a while. That warning expires in 2 minutes as well. So we'll be back down to 2 warnings here in a moment. And another warning back down to the south of the tornado warn cell. So warnings are continuing to fire up here across parts of Oklahoma. Let me go back up to the north real quick. Do have a new tornado possible label north of Wichita near McPherson. Really not much up in Nebraska either. It's mostly wind right now, so it's the main concern. All right, there's your storm right there. That is tornado warned.
This one's definitely better looking than the other one.
There you go. It's the one near Putnam and Oakwood. That's a better view of it.
Connor. Yeah, that would be correct.
Look at that storm. I think it looks like a beast. A beast in the making. Bottom right of your screen's that storm, by the way. That's the one near Putnam and Oakwood, Oklahoma.
See the inflow coming in. Tornado will be right back in there. You can see a clear slot as well. Biting me. See up there moving right and back there.
Hey, Robert, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Welcome to the velocities. Yeah, that north storm is still cycling. This one definitely looks pretty impressive right now, both on radar and also in person here.
Okay, nice.
In Oakwood, Oklahoma. We buy a click remote and delete these tornadoes? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? It's a nasty looking storm though. I mean, again, not really any major lowering on it, but it's definitely trying.
Nope, wrong one. Okay,
it's trying to rotate. Again, this is what it looks like right now near Oakwood and Putnam. The one northeast of this one is not nearly as impressive. And then the one that's back up here, that's tornado warned, is still trying to recycle. Still think we're a little ways away from that storm producing, but we'll see. I think this one near Oakwood, though, has really the best potential out of either two right now over the next, like, 25 minutes. Like that guy set up in the car. He's been improving that setup a lot recently. Been putting a lot into it. Let's go back to Connor again.
Be a funnel back there.
All right, we'll go back to. I'll be back in a second. Again, he's on the storm near Oakwood, Oklahoma. Be back in like 60 seconds. Be right back.
If it is, it's not spinning. Oops, my bad, chat. Wasn't even close to being focused or pointed in the right place. Got distracted.
Thank you, John, for the $5 super chat. Wish it was that easy. And if you're just tuning in, this is the storm that is tornado warned near Oakwood, Oklahoma. Really our best view of it right now. We are observing the storm right now. There's a little bit of a little lowering there. Not super defined yet. Bottom right of your screen is that storm right now.
Bugs.
Warning has just been condensed, so Putnam, you no longer have to be in your safe place if you're in Putnam, Oklahoma. We do have a rotating wall cloud reportedly on this storm. I am retweeting a photo of that on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Which again, this is the storm that Connor's on. He might be a little bit... he's pretty much looking directly at it, so...
There it goes.
You know, this is the storm right here that we're looking at. Let's go back to we'll go back to Pond Creek. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much on the velocities on this particular storm near Hillsdale and Kremlin, but it is something that we're still watching for that potential of a tornado. It's just, again, not really organized yet. I still think really the one that Connor's on right now has really the legitimately the best chance of producing something down the road. I still think, you know, just looking at it on radar, it looks most impressive. This is what it looks like live.
Zoom out here. You got inflow coming in from this direction. That'd be, yeah, you got flow coming in from this direction. You can see those clouds moving this way. And on the back side, you have flow coming in from this direction. And right here is where they meet up.
Connor's drawing. Holy crap, I didn't know you could do that. He's drawing on his iPad, I think, or whatever he's on. Or his phone. Didn't know you could draw on there.
Not much rotation in here.
That was not me drawing, for the record. I cannot draw on these for some reason. I can't draw on these yet. Once we have our new setup and everything, we'll be able to do that. Draw on this sort of stuff. He's a talented dude.
Alright guys, good luck. Stay safe.
I mean, Connor has a really good view of this. I mean, the wall cloud and everything will be coming right at him.
Doesn't look like it's gonna do anything right now, so we're just gonna stay ahead of it. Windshield's fogging up again.
You can use your mouse. I know, but I can't draw over it. I can't draw over this yet. Once I have a new monitor set up, I'll have 3 more monitors. I'll be able to, you know, do that. That'll be at the end of the week, hopefully. But once again, this is a tornado warning. If you're in the Oakwood or the Canton area here in Oklahoma. Once again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Still has a chance to produce something. And then the storm near O'Keene has been struggling to really produce, but it looks like we got a little bit of rotation developing there now. Maybe just a little bit. Trying to develop just south of O'Keene, Oklahoma. That's right now moving east, going towards Hennessy, Oklahoma. And then the storm back up near Pond Creek. Not really much there right now, but we're still watching for that potential for some sort of, you know, tornado threat here eventually. And then the storms up and down Kansas, really not rotating. It's mostly wind. And even the storms back up in, Kansas. And then Nebraska, the storms up there are really pretty, you know, weak right now. It's mostly just wind. So the main tornado concern right now still continues across Oklahoma. It should increase a bit more over the next couple of hours in Kansas. And then even back over in, you know, Nebraska, we could see an elevated tornado risk try to develop here pretty soon. All right, so again, all tornado warnings right now still radar indicated. Now that's a couplet. Well, yeah, the velocities radar from the, you know, Oklahoma City radar site was showing more, but it's, again, it's just further away. The radar site that's back up here to the north has a better visual on all the rotation. Which looks like we got some rotation where Connor is. It's at least some broad circulation. Yeah, there's more convection firing off down to the southwest, and Connor mentioned it a second ago, but he's going to start going further south if this storm doesn't produce. He's going to wait for a cycle on that one and see if it does anything. But if not, he's going to, you know, drop further south. Thank you, John. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Glad you find the coverage informative and useful. There was damage on the Smithville, Tennessee tornado. If you see any photos, at me on Twitter. I'll retweet them. That tornado, I saw a video of it a few minutes ago. The tornado was actually pretty impressive looking. It was a cone tornado. I'm surprised we actually didn't see it on the Radar Omega, you know, the radar omega cyclone port over there. I'm retweeting a photo of some of the damage to one of the homes that happened in Smithville. Just saw some damage on there. And at Max Velocity WX on Twitter if you want to see that. Just some damage to the roofing there. That actually looked like a kind of a bit of a stronger tornado by the looks of it. Somebody just mentioned on Twitter. So some interesting information that, you know, this is just kind of being talked about on Twitter. This is from Sean Paul Padilla. I think that's how you say his name. Storms are initiating in far southwest Oklahoma and will likely be highly discrete given perpendicular shear profile or vectors. Sorry, not profiles, vectors. These are heading right into the heart of central Oklahoma within the next several hours. And then also somebody else just mentioned, I'm not liking the current storm mode of supercells. This could turn very ugly in a bit. Again, I still think we are approaching the tornado peak. We're not even close to like the actual peak, but I think 7 to 12 tonight is really when the greatest threat is for a, you know, significant tornado outbreak. So, you know, if you're just tuning in or if you've been here for a while and you're like, where are all the tornado warnings? Well, granted, again, we started almost 7 hours ago, which is crazy to think. And I mean, we started well before the outbreak started because I know a lot of you guys were, you know, kind of talking about like, you know, a lot of you guys wanted to be prepared, basically. So I went live early. And, I mean, overall, the main threat, we've been saying this for hours now, was 7 to 12 for the tornado outbreak potential. So that is when we need to be the most, you know, vigilant and weather aware.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning now near Hennessy and O'Keene. This is now a storm that is producing tennis ball-sized hail, and that rotation's been ramping up here. So that's going to be going towards Hennessy and Route 81. If you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Yeah, I really think we're approaching the beginning of the peak. I mean, we got 3 tornado warnings now, and I just think it's going to start ramping up a lot more from here. Yeah, that storm's now producing tennis ball-sized hail going towards Tennessee. So that's an increasing storm. Yeah, the rotation's been getting a bit more impressive, for sure. I'm going to restart this again. I don't know why my sound keeps going off on here. Get some tennis ball emojis in the chat for the tennis ball sized hail. And that's near O'Keene in Oklahoma. But we still have 3 tornado warnings right now. We got one that's back up north of Enid, or Enid, and then one south of Enid, and then the other one that's over near Oakwood, which that's the one that Connor's on right now. I think. I don't know if he's going back down to the southern storm, but sounds like he's going to try to stay on this one that he's on, so he's probably going to stay on this one that is near Oakwood. Welcome back, Friends of Freedom. I don't think we're dodging a bullet. Again, I can't stress this enough. The peak of severe weather is from 7 to 12, basically. That's at least what I'm expecting. You know, we've been live for almost 7 hours, but again, we were not really live for the main coverage of this event. It was just some of the, you know, beginning stages, really. So, 7 to 12, again, really the greatest concern. And once again, we are currently at 6:42 p.m., about to be 6:43 p.m. I think we are going to be starting to get to the peak, and unfortunately, this peak is going to be happening nocturnally. A lot of these tornadoes that we're going to probably see are going to be nighttime tornadoes, which are very dangerous. So the threat of severe weather is definitely going to be on the rise here soon. I just spilled water on my mouse pad. That's the one that Connor's on right now, that tornado warning cell right there.
Hit them both. Lock them in. Road's about to turn left here. Should be able to get back out ahead of both of these storms if we want to.
Will I cover this until midnight? I don't know what the plan is, honestly, right now. Like, you know, I was thinking about going until like 4 a.m. or something, honestly. I just think the thing is right now is going to be mainly the main thing for me is that, you know, we started 7 hours ago. We have about 5 more hours until we have to end the stream no matter what, because YouTube doesn't allow you to go past 12 hours without it being archived or whatever. So we're gonna have to do that and then go live again. So I'll probably go live. We'll probably be live a little bit into the overnight, depending on how significant the threat is. An all-nighter? We could do an all-nighter. I'm not ruling it out. You know, I'm not ruling out maybe some sort of all-nighter sort of thing. We'll see how things go, but I'm definitely not ruling it out. We apparently have a tornado that is now on the ground near O'Keene. It is a cone tornado from what I'm hearing. Let me verify that. This is reportedly a tornado that is in progress right now near O'Keene. Moving towards Hennessy. If you're in this warning, you gotta seek shelter immediately. Do you have any photographs, James? Not seeing anything official, but I'm getting a report of a cone tornado. Just south of O'Keene. That rotation is pretty strong. Does anybody know if there's anything official on this?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning in Kansas. We'll go to that real quick. That is going to be on the Abilene storm. Area of rotation is right here, east of Salina. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is moving to the northeast, going towards Abilene, Chapman, and Enterprise, just west of Junction City in Kansas. So that's a brand new tornado warning there. And from what I'm hearing, there's a tornado on the ground with the storm near O'Keene. So again, if you're in O'Keene, Oklahoma, you need to seek shelter. If you're near Hennessy, you need to seek shelter, as there is likely a tornado that is in progress near O'Keene. And this is now confirmed. All right, so this is a confirmed tornado on the storm now near O'Keene. It's not officially confirmed on here, but it is confirmed from what I'm seeing.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so once again, tornado that is on the ground. That is going to be near O'Keene, going towards Hennessy. This is an impressive supercell, by the way. If you're in this warning, you've got to run to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. From what I am hearing, it is a cone tornado. I'm not confirming that, but that's what I'm hearing. So, again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a multi-vortex tornado, and now it's officially confirmed. Broadcast media has confirmed this tornado. This includes Kingfisher, Blaine, Garfield, and major counties. So broadcast media confirming this tornado that's in progress now in this storm that is going to be moving towards Hennessy, Oklahoma. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Presumably this is the tornado. I mean, we don't have, like, the velocities aren't lining up with it, but that would be your tornado. It's a little bit better there now. 647. That would be your tornado. It'd be right there, right along Highway 51. It's a pretty nasty hook. I mean, we got a serious inflow on this storm. Very strong inflow, got a hook and everything. So tornado would be right near Highway 51, moving eastbound. And if you're in Hennessy, Oklahoma, you've got to seek shelter. This is, again, confirmed and on the ground. It's heading eastbound. That rotation's strong. Let me just quickly check these storms. Not seeing much on the Hillsdale storm. That one's definitely weakened. This one, though, near O'Keene, that is some strong rotation. Right over the Parvin area. Sorry. There we go. Right over Parvin and near Highway 51. And this is a confirmed tornado that is in progress, heading towards Hennessy. Gotta seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. We also got tennis ball sized hail on this storm too. So this is a very dangerous supercell that is moving eastbound. Wacomas as well, you need to seek shelter. It's rain wrapped, but it's big. Yeah, I think one of the biggest concerns right now with these storms is that a lot of the tornadoes that we're going to get are going to be rain wrapped, and they're going to be at nighttime. So there's a lot of concerns there with the overall, you know, dynamics of these storms. A lot of these are going to be rain wrapped tornadoes, and a lot of them are going to be, you know, at nighttime and whatnot. So wow, that thing's wrapping. I mean, we got a serious area. This thing's wrapping like crazy. Look at that thing. That's some strong rotation. That would be where your tornado is. It's going to be rain wrapped. See if the CC shows in a second. See if there's a clear debris signature here. And there's a debris signature right there. It's not super convincing, but there's a debris signature there. And moving east-northeast. Yeah, this is a multi-vortex tornado from what I'm hearing. Again, this is a tornado in progress heading towards Hennessy and Wacomas. And if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Chaser in the path, better move. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Is that Corey? I don't know who that is. Now, by signs of it, this is a potentially large tornado that's now south of Highway 51. And that would be your tornado right there moving eastbound. It would be completely rain wrapped at this point. Corey Gherkin? Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, so does Corey. Connor's also just mentioning that he hopes tonight is not rain-wrapped tornadoes. Unfortunately, I think we're trending in that direction right now. I think a lot of these storms are going to be rain-wrapped. And this one in particular, definitely in play for that. Definitely in play. There's your CC drop. That's a much more clear view of it. So that's your debris signature just east-southeast of O'Keene. It doesn't look like super thick debris, but definitely something that we're watching for.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning for Hitchcock, Watunga, and that's another tornado warning. You need to seek shelter if you're in the pink polygon, away from windows, lowest floor possible. So again, new tornado warning on this storm, moving east. But yeah, we got a CC drop on the one that's near O'Keene. Got a strong inflow and everything. And that would be your tornado right in there. Just south of Highway 51. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of tornado warnings in the next couple hours. Again, we're getting close to where it's really going to start to, you know, increase in terms of the severe weather threat. But yeah, we have a debris signature. That's going to be, by the way, just northwest of Parvin. It'll be approaching Lacey, Caddo, and Hennessy, Oklahoma over the next several minutes. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter. Again, this is confirmed and on the ground. If you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay any information if possible. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation on the storm west of Hitchcock, just for the record. The rotation that is currently located right just to the southeast of O'Keene is still very strong. Again, that right there is your tornado that is still in progress, moving towards Hennessy, Oklahoma. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you got to seek shelter if you've not already. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Per some chasers in News 9, fully rain-wrapped, large, and multi-vortex tornado. That is on the ground here. I'm surprised to see, we haven't had a huge debris signature on this, but man, that rotation is tight as can be. It's undoubtedly a tornado. This storm has a serious hook echo as well. We got a serious storm here. We might even have a donut hole developing, on a little hole in this developing. That would be where the tornado is, most likely. That little hole that's popping up on radar. Had this the other day with the tornado that was back over near Robert Lee, Texas. We got a little hole developing there. It's not super deep, I don't think. It's not a major drop, but it's a small drop on the DBZ. That would be where your tornado is. It's gonna be right in that hole on reflectivity. Don't see that very often, and the one that we had in Robert Lee did the same sort of thing. That is a little donut hole now on the radar. What's the verdict on Enid? Enid's right now out of the track of the storm, so I think you're okay for the time being, but still stay weather aware just in case. This storm is organizing, by the way, very quickly. I just want to point that out there. We have an organizing hook echo. We got still a very strong inflow and everything, but this supercell is definitely organizing right now. Definitely organizing. It is getting really nastier and worse by the second. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. I mean, this is definitely an intensifying storm. We're getting a much stronger inflow now on this storm, which could lead to even stronger rotation than before. Here's the latest radar scan. See what the velocity show. Yeah, Robert Lee storm was really crazy. Not sure why the other sounds aren't playing through my desktop. All right, here's the latest scan. Again, that would be your tornado right there, just south of Highway 51. And this is right now moving to the east, going towards Hennessy. And you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is, again, a confirmed tornado heading right towards Hennessy, just south of Wacomas, Oklahoma. This is Oklahoma, not Kansas. We're in Oklahoma. This is, again, a confirmed tornado heading eastbound towards Hennessy. Thank you, by the way. Yes, I know. I sneezed. Sneezed 3 times in the last 2 streams. Might have to make a sneeze counter. Could those go PDS? I don't know if it's going to go PDS because we don't have any debris signature on this yet. There's not any visual really on it either. I mean, it's completely rain wrapped. It's not. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, it's definitely probably some sort of, it's definitely a tornado. We know that. I don't know if it's really strong enough to be a PDS. Which, again, PDS is a particularly dangerous situation. Connor, by the way, is looking at the southern tornado warn cell. That's a live view of that right now. Not really seeing much there, but you'll have a better view of that here in a few minutes. That's the one near Watonga and Hitchcock.
Maybe as it moves across, we'll be able to see inside. I think it's just rain wrapped.
This is the latest radar scan. Waiting for the velocities to update. This, again, looks like it's organizing quite a bit. That would be your tornado right there near Highway 51. Yeah, that looks pretty strong to me. There's a CC drop and everything on that. At least a small CC drop. Once again, that's just west of Hennessy. If you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter. I can't stress that enough. If you're near Hennessy, you've got to seek shelter. This is a potentially strong tornado that is in progress here, moving eastbound. That is very strong rotation, though, in this storm. Very strong. It's most definitely a concerning storm. There's just no other way to put it. It's a very strong signature. We got a CC drop and everything on this storm moving eastbound. Once again, this will be moving towards Hennessy, Oklahoma. And also Waukemis, Oklahoma. Gotta run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This has gotten much stronger over the last couple of scans. And this inflow that we have is also intensifying quite a bit right now. This is still a confirmed tornado as of right now. Again, not PDS, but it is confirmed. Again, this is moving right towards Hennessy. South side of Waukemis, you still need to be in your safe place, but if you're in the downtown area or north of Waukemis, you're no longer in the warning. We'll have another radar scan in just a moment. Hey, Jacob, appreciate it. We'll go back to the radar in a second. This is a storm that Connor's on that's tornado warned.
With us. Then we'll keep on following it.
Pretty impressive looking storm there as well. This is the tornado near Lacey. This would be your confirmed tornado. It would be right here, presumably. Let me double check. Yeah, so that's your tornado. It's about to be crossing over Highway 51. It's actually begun to move a bit more to the left, which might be includes. So not a drunk-nado, but it is a tornado that is now turning left. So this tornado was originally going this direction. It's taking a left-hand turn. Most of the time when this happens, we do see occlusions. But obviously, I would still stay in your safe place. This is, again, near Caddo right now. And Lacey, just west of Hennessy, Oklahoma. But that right there is your tornado. It's begun to turn a little bit off to the north now. Again, it began east and it's now moving a bit more northeast over the last couple of scans. We'll go back to this in a second. That's, again, the one near Hennessy. And Connor's on the one that's once again back down near Hitchcock.
So if I want to go to Hitchcock, let's just do it because
Not really seeing much there right now, but that's the tornado warned cell back down near Hitchcock.
Let's get in there, see what's going on. That's all we can do is get in there and see what's going on.
Connor's gonna drive right into the storm by the sounds of it. I don't think that's a good move, but okay. Good luck. All right, let's go back to this storm once again. This is the one that's confirmed. It just crossed Highway 51, and we'll see what the CC shows in a second. But this would be your tornado. That's again now. It was moving east. It's now moving more northeast and north. It's taking a left-hand turn. Not a drunk-nado, as I said before, but it is a tornado that is taking that left-hand turn. And a lot of the time with these left-hand turns, the tornadoes do occlude. So that's the hope. But if it is still on the ground, it's going to be right over Lacey, just west of Hennessy, Oklahoma. I'd still be in your safe place if you're in Hennessy or Bison, just in case this does recycle and is still intense as it comes towards you. We could call this a tipsy tornado. We'll call it a tipsy tornado. Why not? Connor's growing into Reed Simmer at this point with how he behaves on these storms. The storm, by the way, that's back over north of Enid, Oklahoma, has been really weakening. There's not really much rotation left there. So really the main areas of rotation that we're talking about are the ones that are, again, currently this one and the one that Connor's on. But this one obviously is confirmed, so it's still on the ground as of right now, moving towards Caddo in Oklahoma. Has been quieter than expected. I would say a little bit quieter than expected so far, but I think, again, 7 from about basically now until 12 is going to be our peak of the tornado threat. So I still think we are just getting into the peak of the tornado threat now. But it does look like that rotation is now a bit weaker, just west of Hennessy. Yes, we do cover hurricanes. Again, if this tornado's still on the ground, it's in that black circle just west of Hennessy. That would be approximately 10 miles to the west of Hennessy. Oklahoma City is not fine. Once again, you are still ways away from this event. And these storms are just like, again, they're lining up right now. We're still a good, 3 hours probably from those storms being in Oklahoma City. They could happen sooner technically, but that would be like in the ETA here. This is not the peak, once again. We're still probably a little ways away from the peak on this particular threat. One that Connor's on in Hitchcock, again, it's been trying. It's not really done much yet. Again, Connor's on that one. That's once again radar indicated. And the one near Hennessy, once again, is still trying to produce. The tornado warning in Kansas has been canceled, but we still do have the tornado warning back up here to the north near Medford. And we also have the tornado warning near Hennessy and Hitchcock. So if you're in any of the two pink polygons, again, you got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. No, this is not the peak. The peak begins at 7, which I've said this a few times, all the way up until 12. That is the main time frame for this threat. Wow. These storms have been dead near Wichita so far. Somebody was just saying in chat that Wichita's been pretty mediocre or something like that. Not much happening up there right now. But obviously stay, vigilant. You could still get some significant severe weather there. Obviously the hope is that this, this threat completely busts out and whatnot, but I mean, I'm still leaning towards that tornado threat increasing in the next couple hours. The significant tornado parameter values on the HRRR really rocket at 8 o'clock. Like, this is right now. The tornado threat just started to really increase with these storms, and by 8, the HRRR is showing a much higher tornado parameter value area right on the leading edge of the storms. And then by 9, really increases even near Oklahoma City. By 10, still relatively high near Tulsa. 11, 12, 1, still relatively high. And after midnight, things are a bit quieter, but still a lot of activities ahead. All right, here's the latest scan on this storm. And that rotation's definitely occluded, so probably not on the ground anymore, but could drop again as this moves towards Hennessy. So if you're in this warning, once again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Near Hennessy, Oklahoma. Do I think Wichita will get some action? I don't know. I mean, you could. Once again, the storms are supposed to stay a little bit more isolated across, anywhere from Wichita down into Oklahoma, but I mean, I'd still say it's possible. You got some storms nearby. If anything can really get going here, definitely a chance that something develops there. Max, can I storm chase with you this summer? What? We're doing storm chasing alone. I don't actually know if we're going to storm chase this summer. We'll see. I was thinking about it at some point. Kansas City's still not a threat until a little bit later today. This is still a confirmed tornado as of a minute ago, west of Hennessy. So, if this tornado is still in progress, it would be located right in here. Near Highway 51, just north of Highway 51, approaching Hennessy, Oklahoma. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. We now have a flash flood warning behind all of this for O'Keene. So now a flash flood warning has been issued for that area. Shout out to the truckers that are out in this weather. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I know a lot of truck drivers that are tuning in earlier today. I bet some are still tuning in. It's hard to travel in this weather. This is the tornado warning near Hitchcock that Connor's on.
What a beast.
That's an impressive looking storm. Connor's gonna fight it. Connor's going right into this. He's not joking around here. Literally gonna drive right into that storm. It's an impressive looking storm, by the way. It's the one near Hitchcock. He literally just said, "I don't care, we're driving in." That's basically what he's saying. We're driving in no matter what the cost is. I mean, this is not a storm that, I mean, it doesn't look like a whole lot of rotation on radar. It still looks pretty broad.
We're gonna roll the dice and get inside of it and see what we can see. Just gonna blast straight from the north and get into this one and see what it looks like. I'm wearing the roll the dice
it's going
shirt,
full send. Full send into the Hitchcock storm.
See if I can't get in this thing and figure out what it's doing.
Look at that storm on the bottom right, by the way. That's the one that's confirmed still near Hennessy. Just looks crazy. I mean, Connor's just going full send into the storm. Again, near Hitchcock. A lot of lightning. Honestly, I don't see the point of going right into that storm when there's, like, broad rotation on radar.
Dang, that crack is showing up big now.
We'll see, though. I don't know. Maybe we'll see something. These roads don't look ideal. They do not look ideal. If there's a lot of rain, he's gonna get trapped. Like, that's the risk he's running into right now.
I just cracked more, honestly. Sorry for the crack, guys. Now it's getting
Actually, you can see the crack across the screen. I didn't really notice that until now. Thanks, Bradley. Appreciate it. Appreciate becoming a member. Crack is whack. This crack is whack. The crack is from the windshield, or sorry, well, it's on the windshield. Duh. It's from the hail that he ran into the other day. He ran into some, you know, significant hail when he was tracking tornadoes in Texas. Like, there was some, like, significant hail, like, you know, upwards of softball-sized hail.
The circulation is somewhere in there, guys. The circulation is somewhere in there.
Connor's giving us some great insight.
Oh my god.
There is some circulation in there somewhere. I don't see much on radar on that storm, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't.
How do you even see in that?
The rotation on the Hennessy storm is still relatively broad, but it does look like a nasty storm on radar.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And it is just rain wrapped as freaking heck, man.
Got a new tornado warning.
Rain-wrapped.
This is the one near Lamont and Deer Creek. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. This is in northern Oklahoma. Still relatively broad rotation. I don't see much on radar, but the long-term potential with this is that it could produce something. And then this one just looks nasty in general, near Hennessy. Rotation's broadened over the last couple of scans, but still stay in your safe place. It could still produce something. And then the one that's further south is the Hitchcock and Loyal one. That's the one that Connor's on. He's, again, going full send into it. So we're gonna, you know, be right with him as he goes full send into the storm.
That chase these when you're in a Dominator because
I don't think it really has much, but we'll see.
Happen to get grazed by
get interesting. We'll see.
In the rain, it's okay, you live, but when you're in a normal
Allie, I'll talk more about Wednesday
tomorrow.
I'm not going to talk about it today.
Rain-wrapped storm, so
if we do talk about it, it would be at the end of the stream.
Depending on how rain-wrapped this one's look, I might try and even drop further south. I'm kind of at a loss right now. It's a good thing
Connor's
these
just
things
going to
aren't
go full
producing
send
yet,
into
but I
this.
think what's going to happen is,
you know, this storm here near Hennessy, it might not be on the ground right now, but it definitely looks concerning. I mean, that's a broad and strong area of circulation there that's trying to develop. This one I think has long-term potential to be big. I think this storm could be really big. Someone buy Connor a cape. he's literally going full send right now. He's going in. Going full send. That's the Hitchcock storm. Waiting for the next radar scan on the one near Hennessy. Looks like a bowling ball. Kind of does.
All right, here we go.
You just drive it right in. I don't know what he's gonna get out of this. We'll go back to him in a second. This is the rotation near Bison and Hennessy. Once again, we got a serious inflow on this storm. Very strong. Very large area of rain wrapped rotation as well. And no CC drop, but that rotation is pretty strong still near Hennessy. Once again, if you're in Hennessy, you should be, you know, in your safe place still. The storm is definitely trying to produce. Definitely trying to produce. All right, let's go back to Connor. Having a good time on the storm. And Hitchcock. See if we see anything. I don't think we're going to, but... well, I mean, we see something. We see rain.
Not even wind right here.
All right, here's the latest radar scan. We'll keep going back and forth to Connor in case he does see anything. This storm, again, really intensifying really quickly near Hennessy still. We got no CC drop, but the storm itself has a large and strong and really broad still area of circulation. Yeah, that's the right way. Just to the northwest of Hennessy. So, again, this storm definitely could drop something as it moves east. We're going to be watching this very, very closely. Definitely has a shot at producing a tornado, but that's a very strong inflow going to the storm right now. I think it's going to kind of be a race against time, though, because it's going to be kind of merging with the, you know, northern side of the storm. So, something to keep in mind there. All right, let's go back to Connor. See if we see anything.
This mess. Hit I-40 and blast west. Maybe a better chance of something discreet down there.
Connor
Definitely
just
a better
literally
chance
does not
of
care.
something discreet
Driving
down
right
there.
in. Which one is Connor? It's this. It's the live feed that we're looking at. Reed Jr. It's a good nickname.
All right, let's see if I want to get the weather bird. What do I do? Easy money.
All right, here's the latest scan. Once again, this is a rain-wrapped mess at this point, the one near Hennessy. Again, not really seeing anything when it comes to a confirmed tornado still, but very strong inflow, got a hook echo and everything. Yeah, that rotation's still relatively, you know, relatively broad. It's not super strong right now, but still something to watch for as this continues to move east-northeast. They may issue a new warning on it, we'll see. It is still confirmed, though, as of about 10-15 minutes ago. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for all that mess for hail and wind. Still pretty impressive storms. All right, let's go back to Connor. See if he sees anything. Again, he's on the Hitchcock storm.
Not sure how this.
Connor's like Reed without the screaming. I don't know about that. Connor does scream
Right here.
quite a bit.
I mean, what do you even do? Like, can't see.
Guess what, guys? Our Chick-fil-A is coming. Big W. Yeah, there's no debris signature on radar. And we're on that tornado run cell. Connor's right in the storm near Hitchcock. Yeah, see if we see anything. Again, I don't think we will, as I mentioned before. But you never know. You might see a flying trampoline. You might see a tornado.
There it is.
Just never know.
There we finally see some clearing.
It's a rain-wrapped mess around here. That's my Chick-fil-A order. I did chicken nuggets, large fry, and a large Diet Coke so we can be awake for hopefully more than 6 hours. See how that goes. Okay, this is the latest scan on the storm near Hennessy. I mean, this still doesn't look to be weakening. That hook is still very strong, got a strong inflow and everything. That right there is what we're looking at. See what the velocities look like, which this is the latest update. Yeah, this is still relatively... No, I mean, it's not, like, strong rotation yet, but this storm definitely has a, I would say, elevated chance of producing something here as it goes towards, again, Covington down the road. Quickly going back up to the north. Once again, storms really not been firing up near Wichita, which is good news so far. The ones near Junction City still going. Mainly a wind threat, but we do have a little bit of broad rotation. And then the ones in Nebraska have so far actually also been pretty minimal. I mean, honestly, I'm actually kind of happy so far with what we've seen in Nebraska and, you know, as well as Kansas. The storms have not been that bad so far in those states. Now, again, it'll probably increase in intensity as we go later into the evening as that moisture, you know, builds up more. Same thing with Oklahoma. I think it's going to build up over the next couple hours, but so far, not too shabby. Meanwhile, this storm looks like a monster right now near Hennessy. It barely sprinkled in Wichita. I would say it's way better than having a large tornado, that's for sure. I'll have another radar scan on this in a second. We'll go back to Connor also in a moment. Vince is driving right in there. Yeah, I mean, some of these chasers at this point are just like, we want to see something. They're going to drive right in there, which I don't recommend, by the way, but I'm not a chaser, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. Oh, there you go. We got Connor's cowboy hat and his casino shirt. Was he ballers? I didn't hear anything about it. Once again, we got strong inflow going to the storm. We got a hook echo and everything just west of Route 81. Still a broad area of circulation. Moving east-northeast, going to be going towards Douglas. Anything firing up near Nebraska? Right now, it's just mostly isolated to widely scattered damaging winds. It's the main concern right now. Maybe some large hail, maybe a brief tornado. Right, still kind of low right now. All right, here we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on this. Once again, this storm could produce a tornado really at any time. It is still a very strong rotation. Heading towards Wakumis, Douglas, and Fairmount. Fairmount. If you're in this area of Oklahoma, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building away from windows. Let's get this a brand new tornado warning. The storm is moving to the northeast and east-northeast over the next several minutes. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move east-northeast. That is a very strong area of rotation, and I'm not sure if that eye has anything to do with anything here, but that's again, relatively intense storm right now developing. I think that's just rain. I don't think it's an actual, like, eye. Even though it looks like an eye. I don't think it's an eye. Now, it's right now moving east-northeast. Here's the latest scan, by the way, so that eye went away. I was about to say, that eye didn't look like it correlated to anything, but we still got very strong rotation on this storm. And that's where the rotation is. It's going to be right over Bison, north of Hennessy, moving towards Douglas and Fairmount. Fairmount. Yeah, if you're in this warning in Oklahoma, you gotta seek shelter. That's a pretty strong couplet that's developing here. Moving northeast. It is back down to radar indicated, by the way, so it's no longer officially confirmed. Just a heads up there. It's no longer officially confirmed, at least in this part of the warning. But it'll continue to move northeast over the next several minutes. All right, we're going to zoom back out a little bit here. Let's go back to the storm further north real quick. The one near Lamount doesn't really have any rotation right now. I don't know if this warning will continue for much longer. I mean, that rotation's been, broad for quite a while. There was a little bit of a hook earlier, but it doesn't look like it's really there anymore. And once again, that is currently moving east-northeast towards Blackwell. And then the storm that's back down here near Hennessy is still, obviously, really, I think this is the most intense storm right now. And then the other one that's near Hitchcock, still ongoing, but that rotation's kind of dying out too. It's the one that Connor punched right into. We didn't see anything. So that one at this point is, again, broader rotation for the time being. But the one near Route 81, this one looks the most organized right now. It'll be going towards Douglas, just south of Waukumas, and going towards Fairmount, Oklahoma, over the next several minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Give me 1 second. The screen's black. Okay, there we go. Here's the latest here as of 7:25. So this area of circulation, which would be really where we're watching for at this point for a tornado, it's still somewhat broad. I mean, it's been kind of strong at times, but it's still a little bit more on the broad side of things. I do want to mention, though, that the winds that are going away from the radar are very strong. Any of this right here, those are very strong winds. So we definitely have damaging winds here, undoubtedly. But I think right now the thing that we need to watch for is the potential really for the tornado right now, which that area of circulation just north of Hennessy is still broad. But with that being said, this is a very strong inflow notch on this storm near Route 81. Got a definitive hook echo as well. I mean, everything's there again for there to be a potential for a tornado here. I still just think that right now it's still trying to cycle. I think it's still trying to develop here. But it's a very impressive supercell. And as it continues to move east, I think the severe weather threat is going to increase on this storm. So that's my current thoughts on it. I do think as it continues to move eastbound, though, it's going to be much more impressive. Allie, I cannot watch other storm chasers on the stream unless I have them licensed. Reed's connection's gone. I mean, connection can be very varying here across Oklahoma. Tulsa will be probably hit later tonight. Again, we're still a little ways out from that, though. Still a little ways out. If you're just tuning in, we're looking at northwest and northern Oklahoma right now. And this tornado warning that does continue for Douglas, Fairmount, and Waukumas. The rotation looks still somewhat broad, but the winds around this storm are very strong. So just keep that in mind. Again, that is right now moving northeast. I'm going to zoom back out again and just kind of zoom out to all the warnings for just a moment. So right now we're at 7:30. just kind of get back to where we're at right now. It's right now 7:30 p.m. and we have 4 tornado warnings across Oklahoma. The activity so far in Kansas has been minimal. It could start to kind of increase over the next couple hours, but I do have to say one of the surprising things is that this line here did not really extend far down to the south, so that's interesting so far. The tornado warning coverage in Oklahoma has not been really, I would say, super surprising thus far. It just overall, these storms have definitely, at least for the first, again, few hours here, have been kind of underperforming when it comes to the tornado risk. I still do think the greatest tornado risk is still to come. I still think it's going to be peaking here probably sometime around, 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. But, I still think we're still a good, hour or two out from the very peak of this event. But right now, it's definitely not bad so far. And hopefully it stays that way. I mean, I'm hoping that, we've had a couple of tornadoes here and there, but I'm just hoping that we don't have anything significant here after, these 2 warnings, by the way, expiring. But I'm really hoping nothing significant happens. And I've been saying this all day. Hopefully this is a bust, but I still think there's a really strong chance that we're going to get strong and long track tornadoes once these storms get into this environment out here, where there's a lot more moisture. If you notice the dew points, they are barely now into the upper 60s. They're kind of in the mid to upper 60s across western Oklahoma. They're more into the low to mid 70s now across parts of northern and central Oklahoma. So, once again, I still think we have a little bit of time until that peak, but we'll see. Again, I'm really hoping this just kind of busts out and we can go to bed early. I think everybody's hoping about that, but I still think the storms are just getting started. I think the greatest tornado threat again is still going to be between now and about 12 o'clock, so that's a 5-hour window. But if nothing happens by about 11 or so, I think that this might just not happen at all. Hopefully, that's the hope, but we'll see. The unfortunate part about now is that we are starting to get closer to sunset, and nocturnal tornadoes and rain-wrapped tornadoes just do not mix well in this sort of environment. So it's about to get it might get kind of ugly here pretty soon if storms really get going. Early bedtime. I hope so. That's the hope. That would be nice. We'll have to wait and see. But we're going to be live for as long as we need to. So, obviously, make sure you stay tuned with the channel. But you're not safe anywhere out in front of this still. I mean, there's nobody that's really safe at this point. We do have a new tornado watch that's just been issued. So, new tornado watch. Let me pull that up. This is going to be for Iowa and a very small sliver of Nebraska and as well as South Dakota. New tornado watch here. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Isolated hail up to ping pong ball sized hail, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour will be possible. So once again, that's a brand new tornado watch here across a large chunk of Iowa. I just slept through the vast majority of the storms near Manhattan, Kansas. Wanted to watch it happen. I don't think there's been much up there, honestly. I think it's been mostly wind. Wind and maybe, some hail. Which warning's the worst right now? It'd be this one here near Wakumas. Still got a very strong inflow on the storm. Got a hook and everything. Just east of 81. And the rotation just is still relatively broad here. So it's not looking too impressive. Hopefully it stays that way, but I do think long term, like over the next 30 to 45 minutes, this would have the best chance at producing a tornado would be this one. The one up near Ponca City just does not look very, very appealing when it comes to a tornado risk. It's been relatively broad to weak for a while now, but obviously if you're in Blackwell, Brahman, Lamont, continue to stay in your safe place just in case that produces something. Another storm I'd be watching for is the one near Weatherford. A bit more discreet. Yeah, this is definitely the most concerning storm right now. Define broad rotation just means like a broad area of circulation, so the spin isn't super strong, and it's not really rotating to the point where we're about to have a tornado. It's just broad rotation. Moderately strong means that there's probably at least some level of a more imminent tornado risk, but not yet. And then strong or tight rotation is basically imminent or happening now. It's kind of the different definitions. This one I would still consider broad. I mean, this is the area of circulation. Still relatively broad. A lot of red and dull green and red colors there, which would represent broad rotation. So, still kind of early on stages here of the storm. And Connor apparently is going to be approaching his last daytime storm, which basically just means the last storm of the day until nighttime hits. I don't know where Connor is on the map. I think he might have went offline or something, but he is currently in, I believe he might be going tracking down to the southern storms now. He's still near Hitchcock, so not far from that area. He's going to try to go for one of the more of the southern mode of those storms there. Got a little bit of rotation, maybe still back down, like, you know, maybe near Clinton, but still not much. If something develops, we'll keep a close eye on it. But this storm right now near Douglas looks to be the most impressive, moving eastbound. So we'll keep a close eye on that. All right, I'm going to go to Connor real quick. My Chick-fil-A just arrived. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
Hopefully there's not a big conga line going south of this one. Yeah, this Clinton one, man. Oh, okay, this Clinton one's starting to look dangerous. Look at this far south one, guys.
All right, guys,
Look
I
at
got
how
Chick-fil-A.
dangerous that one near Clinton looks. No
Just in time.
supercells to its south. Completely discreet.
I only left you guys for like 30 seconds. Let's chill out. At least there's nothing on the ground right now. Knock on wood. Sounds like Connor's going to try to target that one near Clinton, by the way. What in the world? She's got like an earwig on me or something. What the hell? It's so weird. Alright. Up for like 20 seconds. Tornado potential near Clinton. Yeah, I think this storm definitely has a potential to produce something. I don't have a great radar view of that one, but I think it definitely has a chance to produce a tornado down the road. And this is the rotation back near Douglas on that hook. Still got something there. Just, again, still trying to organize. Near Douglas and Covington. I get sauce, I got ketchup. My friend asked me, what kind of sauce do you want? I'm like, I want ketchup. Once again, broad area of circulation near Douglas, going towards Covington. They might have to issue a warning, possibly, again, out in front of this. We'll have to wait and see. Again, this is near Douglas and Covington, moving east and northeast. No Chick-fil-A sauce. Guys, I don't like their sauces. I've had them before. They're not good. I do not like them. Wow. Wind speeds are increasing near Deer Creek right now. Upwards of 80 to 85 miles per hour moving eastbound. That is impressive. So this storm right now near Deer Creek is intensifying with a very high wind threat. So it might not have a tornado, but it definitely has very high wind speeds, upwards of 80 miles per hour. And then your broad area of circulation, again, being north of Hennessy. Why is everybody saying no Chick-fil-A sauce, guys? Come on. There ain't no way. Literally bagged up like 6 different ketchups. like the big ones. Oh my god. Alright, we got 2 new tornado warnings. Let me go to those.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, sorry. I don't know why my alerts aren't working, but we got one north of Clinton right now that is now tornado warned. That one's obviously an increasing tornado potential. We got another one up in Manhattan, Kansas. We're gonna go to this one first. This one's near Manhattan. If you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This was just issued moments ago. That area of rotation is on the west side of Manhattan, Kansas, so you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Again, right now moving northeastbound. And then the other one's in Clinton, which that rotation was not super strong yet, but it is trying to intensify. So again, if you're in any of this area, once again, in Manhattan, for example, or back over in the Clinton area, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is, again, the one near Manhattan, which we're going to get another radar scan, I believe, in a moment. Yeah, we'll get another one in a second, so we're going to stay on this for a second, then we'll go back down to Clinton. Sorry, I don't know why our warning thing isn't really working right now. It seems to break sometimes. Like, it usually automatically alerts us. Lawton, Oklahoma is not in the clear. Nope. Most areas, again, are not in the clear right now. If you're anywhere in the tornado watch, you are not in the clear. And you won't be until the watch is officially ended. And if you're not in a watch yet, but you're east of the tornado watches, and in that case, you are still waiting for severe weather, basically. Or at least the potential for severe weather. All right, the radar just updated. We should have a velocities update here in a second. Looks like the main area of circulation right now is this one right here. Just south of Manhattan. That looks like the main area of circulation. And again, that's moving northeast right now. We'll continue to watch that closely. Again, if you're in Manhattan, Kansas, you've got to seek shelter. We'll go back to that in a moment. We're kind of going to ignore this warning. 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible near Blackwell, Oklahoma, but the rotation's been very weak for a while now. The one near Douglas, still relatively broad, and then the one near Clinton, which is the new warning, I would say that this one and the one near Manhattan have the best chance of producing something. So this one that's over the Arapahoe area, near Clinton and Weatherford, gotta continue to stay in your safe place there. And the one in Manhattan still looks pretty impressive. So those are the main storms right now. We'll go back to Manhattan in a second, but if you're in Manhattan, Kansas, you've got to seek shelter. If you're north of Clinton, or just north of Interstate 40 there, north of Clinton, also near Weatherford, you need to seek shelter. In that area of circulation, still a bit more on the broad side of things, moving east-northeast. All right, let's go back to Manhattan again. Radar just updated. What's the risk in Tulsa? Main concern is going to be wind and tornadoes, basically. There's a threat for hail as well, but I think wind and the tornado threat are really the greatest concerns for Tulsa. And anywhere really in northeast Oklahoma. All right, here's the latest radar scan. That rotation's intensifying just south of Manhattan. Again, if you're in Manhattan, Kansas, you got to seek shelter. That rotation's strengthening. Once again, that is right now moving northeast, going towards Swamp Angel near St. George in Kansas. But that is a strong couplet that's been developing here for a few minutes now. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building, as this will continue, again, to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. CC drop on the Manhattan storm? No, we don't have any CC drop yet, but this is definitely strong rotation. This is the 741 scan, which was 2 minutes ago, so there could technically be something on the ground now. This is the latest scan. We might have something there. I'm not sure yet. Waiting for the velocities to update. We got something popping up on the CC. I don't know what it exactly is. It might be a tornado. I think this is a tornado. CC drop doesn't match up with the velocities, but granted the CC drop is like a minute behind. It looks like we have a tornado though on the ground right now on the south side of Manhattan. So if you're on the south side, if you're in Manhattan in general, you've got to seek shelter in Kansas. Looks like we at least have something on the ground. It might be small, but it is definitely on the ground here. Storm report of a spotter near Hennessy reported a rope tornado. Oh, in Hennessy. That was earlier. But it looks like we do have a tornado that's on the ground now, and again, Manhattan. If you are in Manhattan, you've got to seek shelter. It's going to be going towards Swamp Angel over the next few minutes. This is definitely a dangerous storm. This is in Kansas. There you go. That's a CC drop. Yeah, that's a tornado. Tornado on the ground now on the southeast side of Manhattan. That is a debris signature. On the southeast side of Manhattan. Again, if you're in Manhattan, you've got to get to your safe place now. That is a tornado being depicted here by radar approaching Swamp Angel right now. And presumably that is a tornado that's moving northeast. Over the last few scans to match us up with that. So we got a tornado that's going to be on the ground on the southeast side of Manhattan. Moving up to the northeast, going towards Swamp Angel. If you're in Manhattan, Kansas, you've got to run to your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. And in an interior room of your home or building, that's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. The cell back near Clinton, Oklahoma is going to be the real deal. Yeah, that one did look pretty impressive. Here's the latest debris signature. We'll see what the velocities show. This tornado may have been quick, but it was on the ground there just east of Manhattan. I don't know if they're going to update the warning to confirmed, but that would be your tornado. If it is still on the ground, it's now on the east side of Manhattan, Kansas. But obviously, again, if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, you gotta be in your safe place. Flush or in Swamp Angel, you need to both be in your safe place. If you are in Swamp or Flush here, or sorry, Swamp Angel or Flush here in Kansas near Manhattan, you gotta be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. They didn't officially confirm this, actually, but that if that's a tornado, it'd be right there. It'd be on, again, the east side of Manhattan. Caleb, I've already gone over my thoughts about that anticyclonic tornado. Not seeing as much circulation anymore. Yeah, we may have had a brief tornado touchdown at least on the southeast side of Manhattan. I'm not sure if we've actually had any, photos or videos of that or anything like that, but the CC kind of matched up with that, where we may have had a tornado there at least briefly go over the southeast side of Manhattan. Hopefully it didn't happen, but by radar it appears as if that did happen here. That's again moving up to the northeast. Oops, did not mean to close it. All right, let's go back to Oklahoma real quick. And we'll continue to watch this storm as it moves northeast, but it just went through the populated area of Manhattan. We do have a new tornado warning, or yeah, I believe this is new, near Abilene. Our warning system's not updating, but that's a new tornado warning near Abilene now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is going to include areas like Abilene, Enterprise, and Holland in Kansas. And if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. That's for Abilene, Enterprise, and as well as Detroit, Kansas until 8:15. The area of circulation will be right down in here. Your Acme, I think that's how you say it, just southwest of Abilene in Kansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we're up to 6 tornado warnings. I don't know where the 6th one is. All right, we have a new tornado warning near Sioux Falls. This one's way up to the north. This one's going to be back up near Iowa. Area of rotation near the Canton area. The area of circulation is going to be right down in this notch here, just south of Sioux Falls. So if you're in this warning, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is yet again another tornado warning. We're up to 6 now. Kind of all over the place. All right. So again, that's a new tornado warning now right in South Dakota, going to be going towards northwestern Iowa and a very small sliver of southwest Minnesota. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is again moving northeast. Trying to get it, but that's your velocity view. Let me go base velocity here. That's the view of the velocities. It's a pretty strong couplet right now, just southwest of Canton. Don't have a CC drop yet, but that could definitely drop a tornado at any time as that moves northeast. So if you're in that warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible. That's near Canton, Larchwood, Inwood, and near Rock Rapids. Now, rotation near Manhattan has been broadening over the last few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is loud. Another tornado warning now issued. We're up to 7. This new one, I believe, is in Oklahoma. Yep. All right. Another tornado warning. That's the one that's been going for a while. It's radar indicated. It's near Douglas and Covington. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And that's just west of Perry and near Interstate 35, north of Oklahoma City. So, yeah, that one's right now moving east-northeast. And then the other one that Connor's going towards right now, he said he's going to punch right into the storm, which he's doing right now. This area of rotation is going to be near Custer City and northeast of Clinton. So if you're in any of these tornado warnings, once again, you've got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We got tornado warnings popping up the wazoo right now here across a large chunk of Oklahoma. We got warnings back up into even South Dakota, Kansas. They're basically everywhere right now. So you need to be starting to, take that tornado action plan seriously if you're in any of these warnings. And if you are out in front of the storms, you need to be watching the weather very closely because we're just now getting into the peak of that tornado risk here across the Great Plains. But they are firing up quickly now with these warnings. Yeah, of course, when I get my Chick-fil-A, all the warnings get triggered. That's great timing. The tornado warning back up near Blackwell, I don't think will continue, but we'll see. The one near Covington still looks very impressive. Very strong inflow. Got a little, again, kind of hook on this storm still near Covington. Northeast of Marshall. And then the one north of Weatherford. Still not seeing anything definitive, but we are far away from the radar site. So not a great view of that one. Still going to watch that closely in case it does anything. The one in Manhattan, just north of Manhattan, still continues. That rotation's been broader over the last few minutes. The rotation from southwest of Chapman still broad. And the one near Sioux Falls, it doesn't look super strong, but it's definitely strong enough to where we could get a tornado near near Canton in South Dakota, moving into northwest Iowa. So we'll continue to watch that closely if it does develop anything. But Oklahoma's definitely becoming a bit more of a concern right now. Look at that storm right there near Covington. Really impressive inflow going to that storm right now. Gonna be approaching Perry over the next few minutes. I left to go to the bathroom, and now we're at 7 tornado warnings. And that's the environment that we're in today. We're gonna have a lot of rotating storms, especially during the, unfortunately, the nighttime, when, you know, the greatest concern is actually at right now. This area of circulation here at Covington is definitely broad. Connor's approaching this storm near Clinton and Weatherford. He's punching right into that storm. So I'll be watching him closely. Actually, we're gonna go to Connor real quickly here. Just want to see what he's doing. He's punching right through that storm right now. Covington tornadoes confirmed as of news 1 minute ago. Confirmed tornado in Covington. Yeah, if that tornado is confirmed, it's on the south side of Covington. Let's see if that's actually officially confirmed here. All right, tornado is coming down south of Covington by the sounds of it right now. So, from what I'm hearing, the tornado is right now coming down in Covington, per News 9. Yeah, that tornado would be just south of Covington. If you're in Covington, you've got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. You gotta go to an interior room of your home or building as well. I don't know if this is officially confirmed, but it sounds like we are about to have a tornado on the ground if it's not already. It's very close to it. If not, it is on the ground near Covington. And if it is on the ground, it's probably going to be a, you know, it'll be on the ground just south of Covington. I'm trying to get a better view of this on radar. But the tornado itself would be right here just south of Covington. Perhaps some sort of touchdown happening right now. This radar site's not showing much, but it would be, again, just south of Covington. Gotta seek shelter if you're in Hayward, Lucian, Gansel, west of Perry, and near Covington. In Oklahoma. Again, more than likely a tornado in progress right now near Covington. That's now officially gone confirmed. All right, so this is now a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, again, this is a confirmed tornado now near Covington. It's going to be moving eastbound towards Perry. The tornado has been confirmed, at least by visual, by a few storm chasers in the area. Again, that is right over the south side of Covington, approaching Interstate 35 over the next few minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, you got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm that is currently producing a tornado. That would be your tornado on the ground, what I have circled in black right now. I am retweeting the photo of it on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. If you do have any reports, see any reports, you can at me on Twitter as well. But once again, we got storms right now that are really ramping up. Again, we're up to 7 tornado warnings right now. It's about to get very, very, very active. And this is from the National Weather Service of Norman. There's a confirmed tornado located near Covington. This has produced tornadoes off and on for over an hour. If you live in Hayward or Lucian, you need to seek shelter now. So again, there is a tornado with this storm. It's going to be near Covington. It is likely fully rain wrapped or very close to it. The inflow that we had on this storm, the inflow notch, has kind of disappeared. So if this tornado is still on the ground, it is entirely rain wrapped on the south side of Covington. Once again, in Oklahoma. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Connor's fine. He's fine. Is Connor actually... I don't know if he has... I don't know where he is right now. I don't know if he got through that storm. I think it's on the back side of it. He's trying to punch through that storm. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Manhattan is no longer in the tornado warning, by the way, Tina. I don't think anymore. I don't think Manhattan's in that warning anymore. Just an FYI. I'm glad I can help. That was a little while ago. Oklahoma City is not clear. Again, you are still a little ways away from that event. Probably about an hour or two from storms being in the area. We are back down to 4 tornado warnings. We do also have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Here's your confirmed tornado report, by the way. Relayed via the National Weather Service chat at intersection of State Highway 74 and Flynn Road is where we do have at least a report there as of 7:53 p.m., which was about 7 minutes ago, of that confirmed tornado by emergency management. And this is moving east-northeast. You gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. This is moving east-northeast right now. See if there's any other reports here. I'm not seeing any new reports, but if it's on the ground, again, it's highly rain-wrapped. It would, again, be on the east side of Covington. East or south side of Covington, probably in here, but it could also be down in here. It's hard to tell at this point. We don't have a great radar view, but it would be one of those two areas. Let me see if I can go back down here and check it out on the radar. Let's see the velocities. Yeah, I mean, it would probably be on the east side of Covington if we still had a tornado. And there was a tornado touchdown right near Highway 74. It's a little bit weaker of rotation now, but if it's still on the ground, once again, it would be on the east side probably of Covington. Regardless of where it is, if you're in the pink polygon, you've got to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There's a car in a ditch on Cop Extreme. Hope they're okay. This is confirmed by a weather spotter. This is a confirmed tornado. Not by radar, though. By a weather spotter. Again, it may have lifted, but if it's still on the ground, it's going to be right where that circle is, or in the approximate area of that circle. Every time somebody says posture check, I actually do a posture check. Just a fun fact. We don't have any CC drop on this, but again, if there's a tornado, it's on the east side of Covington. Yes, there's a tornado warning in South Dakota. I'm watching that more with my phone right now, but the area of circulation's kind of been broad here over the last couple of scans. But if anything does develop there, again, I will let you know. Here's the other tornado report from about half an hour ago. Again, Garfield County near Bison. There's a rope tornado confirmed there. Somebody mentioned that in the chat too, but just a heads up. That's been again, this storm's been producing tornadoes here for a little while now, so. And Connor, again, is approaching the storm that is tornado warned back down near Clinton. Nothing confirmed on that storm at this point, but it does have a hook, which is why it's a bit more concerning. If there's still a tornado, it would be on the east side of Covington more than likely. But if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning here in Kansas. This is the one near Westmoreland and Onaga. By the way, Westmoreland, just for reference, did have a strong tornado literally the other day, but they do have a new tornado warning on this storm. So if you are in Westmoreland, you need to seek shelter again away from windows, lowest floor possible, in Wheaton. And then we also have another tornado warning back over in Nebraska. This is going to be near Murdoch. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter as well away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's another strong couplet just to the south and southeast of Ashland. It is completely rain wrapped, by the way, but we could get a tornado out of this storm as it moves northeast. So again, if you're in that warning, you also need to make sure that you seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. So we are now back up to 6 tornado warnings. And that's one of them, just to the southwest of Omaha. We'll keep a close eye on that. Again, we got a lot of areas of rotation. The one near Westmoreland looks a little bit broader, but it's definitely there. The one near Abilene right now seems also a bit broader, but obviously if you're in this warning, just keep staying in your safe place just in case it does try to drop a tornado. The rotation near Murdoch, Nebraska is definitely intensifying, so that could definitely drop a tornado at any time. And then just double checking the other ones. The other ones don't look super bad right now. This one, though, near Detroit and Abilene, still trying to produce. Moving again northeast. The radar near Manhattan isn't updating. I believe it should be. If not, I mean, again, if there's a tornado, it would be located probably right around Westmoreland. Yeah, the storm that's capable of producing a tornado is right over Westmoreland. And again, it'll be moving towards Wheaton and eventually down the road near Havensville and Corning. And again, we're still watching the storm that is southwest of Omaha. There is stronger rotation on this. We'll see what the next radar scan shows. It should be coming in here in just a moment. And we don't have any CC drop on this storm. Again, if there's a tornado, it's heavily rain wrapped. It's gonna be near Murdoch. Should have another radar scan in a moment, though, but that's gonna be going towards South Bend and eventually going towards Springfield, again, just to the west and southwest Omaha. And then the storm that's further to the north, just southeast of Sioux Falls, that rotation's still there. I mean, it hasn't produced, but that rotation is right there near Rowena, just to the southeast of Sioux Falls. Again, that's moving north and northeast. We have actually a little signature on radar here showing that little hook now. So this is definitely trying to drop something. Rotation again, still not super strong, but it could definitely produce a tornado as it moves towards Rowena or Valley Springs. So once again, we have 6 tornado warnings right now. Got a bunch in Oklahoma. And this is the one that's back over in northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota, and parts of South Dakota near Sioux Falls. Another radar scan should be in here in a second, so we'll stay here for just a moment. Then we'll go back down to the south. You don't need a tornado watch for there be tornadoes. Do not need a tornado watch for tornadoes. All right, here's the rotation on the latest scan. Still not strong, but it's definitely not far from producing a tornado. So if you're in Valley Springs, just east of Brandon and Sioux Falls, South Dakota, I would continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. The storm in Oklahoma is no longer confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated rotation, so just heads up there. That one near Covington looked like more of a brief tornado anyway. The storm southwest of Omaha, that rotation does not look as strong as before, but let me double check. Yeah, the rotation's kind of a little bit on the broader side of things. And then, yeah, the radar's not really showing the rotation on this storm back over near Manhattan very well. I didn't realize that. There's some issues there with the radar, but if we have a tornado, it would be just northeast of Westmoreland, moving towards Wheaton, and eventually going to be going towards Havensville and Corning. So those would be the next area in the track of that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Another tornado warning. That's the one near Detroit and Abilene. Stronger pocket of rotation right now in this storm. And again, this is going to be moving to the northeast, going towards Milford and Wakefield. All right. That's just west of Manhattan. Yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Chapman, Moonlight, Upland, Milford, Wakefield, and Buckeye, all included in that warning. And this is the storm that Connor's on right now that's been trying to rotate. He's at the bottom right of your screen on that storm. We might go to him if he has any view of anything. Can't really tell quite yet. And the one near Perry, that rotation's been broader over the last few minutes near Covington. I would still say it has a chance to produce a tornado down the road as it goes towards Morrison and Pawnee. So I'll still be watching that one closely. Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, the one near Sioux Falls is getting a new warning. That rotation's still not weakening. So they've issued now another tornado warning on this one for Valley Springs, Brandon, Coursing, Garrettson, Beaver Creek, just south of Jasper. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is, again, a storm that is trying to produce a tornado right now, moving northeast. Heather, it's more of a damaging wind threat going towards Omaha, but there might be an isolated tornado. So, just keep that in mind. Again, no tornado imminent in Omaha. I mean, that storm is, again, relatively broad circulation at this time. The storm actually back over just west of Gretna looks a little bit more interesting than this one. And that one's moving northeast. That one, if that develops, would be moving towards, like, Waterloo, which Waterloo just got hit by that tornado emergency the other week. But they might be in track for maybe something there just west of Gretna. That rotation's intensified a bit over the last few minutes. All right, let's go back to the north. And here's the latest radar scan. Again, it's still a broad area of circulation that is just to the east of Sioux Falls, southeast of Brandon, near Valley Springs, moving northeast near Beaver Creek, and Interstate 90. So again, if you're in this warning, you've got to stay away from windows just in case it tries to produce something. It is definitely in the ballpark there, producing some sort of tornado risk with, you know, that sort of rotation. Once again, we are going to be watching the storm activity west of Omaha very closely. Right now, there's nothing super concerning other than the one I would say west of Gretna. Still stay in your safe place, though, if you're in the pink polygon. The other areas of rotation that we're watching are in Kansas. We've got one near Chapman and one near Westmoreland, so we're watching that closely. This is the storm, by the way, that Connor's on, or was. He had a really good view of that. He might turn around, but he's back down on the storm that is near Clinton, Oklahoma. That one looks pretty impressive on radar and also even in person. And also the tornado warning, or the tornado watch, has been condensed in Kansas. So if you're in Great Bend or Pratt or Medicine Lodge, you're no longer in the watch. And this storm that's near Perry, they have not issued a new warning on quite yet. We'll see if they issue one. But again, that area of circulation has been broad for a little while now. And then the storm that Connor's on is actually no longer tornado warning. So they've dropped that warning a little early. And that's all just damaging winds and hail right now. But obviously, we're going to continue to watch and see if anything tries to develop there. Rotation near Moonlight and Chapman's definitely been intensifying a little bit. Still watch that closely if that develops into anything.
Drop down all the way to the highway and get out ahead of it.
That's the storm by the way near Clinton. Just want to show you. That's the storm near Clinton. Pretty impressive. Can't really see the entire thing, but it looks pretty impressive. That's what the storms look like out there in Oklahoma today. Yeah, the rotation that's west of Junction City is still looking pretty strong right now. We definitely could get a tornado on this storm at any time. It's near the Sutphin and Upland area. And just like that, we dropped right back down to 4 tornado warnings. There's that storm. Here's a better view. There you go. Wow, look at that thing.
Got the reflection of
That's
my
in Clinton,
car.
near Weatherford now.
That's what it looks like. Plus the reflection of my speedometer.
That is impressive.
On my car. As an added bonus. Just for you guys, an added bonus.
All right. Sorry, I'm eating chicken nuggets right now. I'm trying to eat them while I'm doing this. But this area of circulation near Valley Springs and Beaver Creek has broadened over the last couple scans, or at least over the last scan, I would say. Maybe the last couple scans. Again, this still has a chance to produce a tornado, so just stay in your safe place just in case. But this latest scan definitely showing a broader area of circulation near Brandon and Garrettson. That'll be moving towards Jasper over the next few minutes. Again, this is in southwest Minnesota, eastern, southeastern South Dakota, and very far northwestern Iowa that are included in that warning. Then we have our 2 tornado warnings in Kansas. The warning in Nebraska was canceled, but we do at least have some circulation that is still trying to develop south and west of Gretna. It's not much. I would say more of a damaging wind threat right now, but could develop into something as those storms continue to move northeast. Yes, I got chicken. Yes, I got the Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. That is exactly what I got. Chick-fil-A nuggets are confirmed and on the ground. All right, and the area of circulation near Perry's broadened out. But we'll continue to keep a close eye on it in case it does try to do anything wonky here. But as of now, they have not issued a new tornado warning, so that one might also be let to expire, which actually would be pretty surprising if we had no tornado warnings in Oklahoma, if that ends up happening. Let's go back to the one near Junction City. I think the one near Junction City looks the worst right now. Yeah, the one that's near Junction City definitely looks probably the most concerning as of right now. You know, this is still radar indicated. It's gonna be for Dickinson, Geary, Riley, and Clay counties here in Kansas, west of Manhattan. So pretty impressive storm here moving northeast. Is wonky an official National Weather Service term? We're gonna make it one, you know. That and flying trampolines. Flying trampoline warnings need to be a thing. Yeah, this storm's moving towards Upland, Milford, and Wakefield in Kansas. And then the one near Westmoreland, I'm not really seeing much there. Not really much there in my opinion. We're still watching it closely in case it does anything. Got a little hook on that from the other radar site. Can't really see it from this one. There's a little bit of something there. Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center did update the outlook for tonight. Let me show you guys that here in a second when I pull it up. Wait 1 second. I'm trying to pull that up. I think I actually pulled that up already. Never mind. I looked at it earlier. I forgot to mention it. We got a bunch of tornado warnings. So let's go zoom out and I'll show you the outlook for tonight. I think Radar Omega has it updated. Yeah, all right, it's updated on here. So here's the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. I know there are watches and warnings literally everywhere, so it might be kind of hard to see. But we do have our high risk for severe weather still in play. That does currently include Oklahoma City. It still includes Tulsa, Bartlesville, Hominy, Stillwater, all included in this high risk for severe weather still. I don't know if Tulsa was in it before. I don't really remember. If anybody can let me know, let me know. But Tulsa's included in that high risk. It looks like the tornado watch was just expanded east. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think it was expanded east a few counties here. So they've gone ahead and expanded that a little bit further to the east for the tornado watch. But the high risk is still in play. Again, the moderate risk still in play. I mean, everything's still there. There's not really been any... All right, so Tulsa's now in the high risk. Okay, so Tulsa's been upgraded to the high risk now for tornadoes. So that's the latest upgrade there. The wind threat looks pretty much the same. The hail threat looks the same. The tornado threat a little bit further east, basically. And that's about it. Otherwise, no major changes there to the forecast. All right. Cool. The enhanced risk moved slightly. Did it move east? If it moved east, that makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if it moves a bit further east for the wind threat. Yeah, and once again, don't pay attention to the colors. I know we're kind of talking about it, but don't just pay attention to the colors. Again, it only tells you so much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We have another tornado warning north of Sioux Falls, and that one actually looks strong. That's your area of rotation, and that's going to be going towards Brookings. So if you're in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And that is right now moving northbound. Cubby Bear, by the way, I don't know where that is. Again, I'm not really going to talk much about specific areas. If you have like a city nearby, let me know. But like, again, I don't know where Delaware County even is. Yeah, it's just, we have so many tornado warnings right now, I really can't answer questions that specifically. Yeah, this area of rotation is definitely strong. Again, if there's a tornado, it would be just to the south of Brookings, South Dakota. Again, that's moving northbound right now. Again, if you're in this warning, you got to seek shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning near Auburn now. Again, these warnings are going to continue to fire up like this kind of nonstop. New tornado warning near Auburn. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. That is a strong area of rotation. Near Auburn, going towards Johnson in southeast Nebraska. That rotation's intensifying. We are in a radar hole in that area, so it's going to be hard to see the rotation from, you know, up close. But the rotation, at least aloft, is strong, so we could have a wall cloud or something like that. And again, that's moving northeast right now. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another warning. This one's near Pipestone. So this area of circulation broadened out quite a bit near Garrettson. This one's strengthening south of Brookings. And this one here is right to the east of Del Rapids. So we got a trio of warnings now. So if you're in this area, once again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. and in an interior room of your home or building. If you're in any of these 3 pink polygons, and these are all associated with this line of storms that's developed, but any of these could produce tornadoes. And this is all moving north right now. So Brookings, Pipestone, Pipestone, by the way, being southwest Minnesota, Brookings in South Dakota, and the one west of Loverine near Interstate 90 is also still ongoing. Which I don't think this one will continue too much longer, but there's at least some rotation there. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Definitely an interesting turn of events that's happened up here. There have been about 3, 4-ish, I think 4 or 5 confirmed tornadoes now. Total. So far, I think. I think that's the exact number. Another radar scan in just a second. All right, here's the latest scan. Again, we have some rotation near Interstate 29, just south of Brookings, South Dakota. We got another pocket just west of Jasper. So those are the 2 main pockets of rotation that we have. But once again, if you're in any of these warnings, you gotta seek shelter. Doesn't matter where you are. Just seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. The one south of Nebraska City was on the stronger side of things a few minutes ago. Again, that'll be approaching Auburn and Johnson. So if you're in those areas, you need to seek shelter in southeast Nebraska. And then if you're back over either west or even northeast of Manhattan, there are still tornado warnings here. The one that's northeast of Westmoreland will probably not continue. But the one that's back over west of Junction City, we do still have some rotation here going towards Milford and Wakefield. But this storm, I mean, it's had a hook for a while. The rotation on radar has not looked impressive. But if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Wichita has actually avoided all the storms thus far. We might get some storms developing there soon, just to the west of you. But so far, it's been a bit of a miss for those areas so far. And then once again, all the storms right now in Oklahoma are actually turning a bit more linear. The HRRR model actually showed this, which is kind of crazy. The HRRR model actually showed these storms being linear, and it's actually on pace for what was forecasted by that. But regardless, mostly damaging winds and hail right now across this area of storms in Oklahoma. Again, we're entering into a more favorable environment where those tornado parameter values are going to start to really go up quickly. So, you know, with that said, we are probably going to again see an increasing tornado risk over the next few hours. There is still a high risk of severe weather. They've not removed that by any means. They've actually pushed it a bit further east towards areas like Tulsa, which there is now that PDS tornado watch in effect for parts of northeast Oklahoma. Looks like we have some discrete cells popping up, and any of these that kind of get rogue and whatnot will produce a more elevated tornado risk. So those storms are beginning to ramp up now across northeast Oklahoma. Anything discrete has a more elevated chance again for tornadoes. But we got a few discrete cells popping up now near Tulsa. Just to the west of Tulsa, at least, in northwest of Tulsa. We're still watching a couple areas of rotation. Again, one south of Brookings, South Dakota. The other one near Pipestone. Here's the latest radar scan. We'll see what the velocities show in just a moment. Alright, that's the rotation near 14 east of Trent. Going towards Pipestone in Minnesota. The one near Brookings is still radar indicated, but that rotation is just south of Brookings. Let me check the velocities on my phone too. Yeah, this rotation is still strong enough for a tornado. I mean, obviously you can see it on the velocities here too, but it is definitely strong enough to still produce something as it moves northbound. So if you are in this warning, obviously seek shelter if you've not already. Near Brookings, South Dakota, it's moving northbound. The other one southwest of Pipestone is also rotating, moving northeast. And then the one that's over here west, northwest, and northwest of Laverine is kind of broad at this point. It's mostly a wind threat. So I think the tornado risk there is quite low at this time on that storm. But once again, that is moving northeast right now. Now we're still watching that tornado warning that's just to the west and northwest of Junction City. Now rotation's not been super intense, but it is still a discrete cell, so we're going to continue to watch that very closely. And then the tornado warnings are completely done, at least for right now in Oklahoma. There will probably be more here soon, but at this exact time, we have 0 tornado warnings in Oklahoma. Let's get some confetti in the chat, and let's hope it stays that way. But I do think the next area that we'll have to watch for is going to be near and just west of Tulsa, and then also back over west of Bartlesville, with those discrete cells that are beginning to fire up. I think that'll be the next area to watch for in that entire cluster that's developing. Connor's saying it's a big bust for daytime tornadoes in western Oklahoma. And I honestly, we'll take a bust, you know? If we can, you know, if we don't see any, like, big tornado warnings by, like, I don't know, 10 or 10:30, which is about, you know, 2 hours from now, which I think we'll probably get one, but, you know, if we don't, we might have to be live all night. We'll have to wait and see. Honestly, here's my thinking. So we're gonna be live at least, I think, through 10:30 Central Time, so 2 hours. If there isn't anything significant happening between now and then 10:30, we actually might just end the stream and then go live overnight at some point, or we'll just, you know, wait for tomorrow. Obviously, that's early thinking. We could still see strong and large tornadoes here over the next few hours. There's still a high risk, but, you know, that I would prefer doing, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, right now, again, we're watching for some of these discrete cells to fire off, and any of these discrete cells are going to be capable of that tornado risk. But so far, once again, we have not seen anything too substantial in Oklahoma so far. Let's hope it stays that way. But obviously, things could easily change on a dime with this sort of environment. I've jinxed it. We jinxed it last time on the last tornado event. You remember, if you guys were here last week on that tornado event that we had back over in Oklahoma, where we had 3 large tornadoes at once, the Ardmore one and a few other ones. The one in Ardmore, the one in Holdenville, Sulphur. That event, I think like 2 hours before those tornadoes happened, I said, like, you know, guys, if, you know, we end the stream early or whatever, you know, we might end it like a couple hours, and then all of a sudden we got like 3 tornado warnings. Which I think we said something like that. Now, I hope we don't jinx it, because I don't think anybody wants tornadoes. But so far, so good-ish for Oklahoma. Still have had a lot of wind and hail so far, but yeah. Confetti was the magic word. They have issued another severe thunderstorm warning. We're back up to 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. Got 5 tornado warnings. We got 1 in southeast Nebraska near Auburn. That rotation looks a bit broader. Got a little bit of rotation entering into Omaha. We're going to watch this closely. This is just southwest Omaha. We got some rotation. It's a little bit of something. I'd say more wind than anything, but definitely at least something developing there. And that is once again moving to the northeast towards Omaha. Bruh. We're not even, I mean, once again, can't call something a bust when the event's not even done. I'm close to done. And we got a nocturnal tornado threat that's going to try to develop over the next few hours. This could be similar again to what we just saw last week with that tornado risk, where a lot of the tornadoes happened after sunset. Like, you know, I can't reiterate that enough. Like, I know we haven't really seen much over the last 8.5 hours. We've been live for 8.5 hours, and we've, you know, not really seen much, which is great. But, you know, we're still relatively far from being done. I mean, this threat is going to continue all the way through at least midnight, and then overnight, it's going to continue as well. Now, everybody hopes the B word, the bus word, happens, but
a new tornado warning.
I still think there's something to come. Okay, they've issued a new tornado warning in Minnesota. And that rotation's once again intensifying. The one near Brookings is a bit weaker, but this rotation is a bit stronger near Hartfield, Woodstock, Lake Wilson, Edgerton, Trotsky, Pipestone, Hardwick. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That rotation's a bit stronger down here, just west of Hardwick. I was surprised you were live that early. I mean, I went live early, mostly for an update, and then I was going to end the stream and then go live again, but we just ended up doing the entire thing in a row. I mean, we're up to like, we had a ton of viewers at one point. I think we were at like 20,000. So I want to kind of keep everybody calm at least. This rotation, by the way, is pretty strong. This definitely could drop a tornado. This is going to be moving right towards Woodstock, Hatfield, Trotsky, and Edgerton in southwest Minnesota. And what I just circled again is the rotation on this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning in Oklahoma. That didn't last long. Kind of said it. We would probably get one. New tornado warning on that storm that's in northeast Oklahoma. That is a strong couplet. That is a very strong couplet that's moving northeast. That'll be approaching Faracker and eventually going towards Elgin in eventually southeastern Kansas, but right now in northeastern Oklahoma. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. And that storm's right now moving northeast. By the way, this is the storm that Connor's on near Clinton. Just want to show you that real quick. A lot of lightning with these storms. Just gives you an idea of all the lightning with these storms here across Oklahoma. But that's the one near Clinton that's just severe. Here's your cloud-to-cloud lightning.
Look at that.
But once again, this is a tornado warning in northeast Oklahoma. Pretty strong rotation. Definitely could drop a tornado at any time. It'll be moving towards Elgin eventually. So seek shelter if you're in that warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And that rotation in the Omaha area has broadened over the last couple of scans. And then back over in the wild card place where the tornado threat was expected to pretty low, which has been pretty low so far, but we've had a bunch of tornado warnings here. We do have a stronger pocket rotation approaching Edgerton, Minnesota. We'll have another update on that here in a second. We're going to stay on this because the radar's going to update in like a moment. Jake, west of the dry line, storms are not expected. So if you're, behind the dry line, you're done. Thank you for your $4.99. Should have a radar scan update in a second. Anything happening in North Texas? Again, I really don't expect anything in North Texas. I'm really not expecting anything there. If we get anything, it'll just be large hail for the most part, but that's even a bit of a stretch. Okay, I thought this radar was going to update, but I guess not. We'll go back to it in a second. Let's go back down to Kansas real quick. On the Junction City storm. I mean, I'm not really seeing much rotation here. It has a hook, but that has 4-inch hail. Wow. Okay. 4-inch hail ongoing with this storm near Milford and Riley. That is the size of a softball. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a destructive supercell. This is a confirmed and observed threat. There's once again 4-inch hail near Wakefield and west of Manhattan. That is softball-sized hail in Milford. Wow. This storm might not be producing a tornado, but it is producing destructive hail. Moving northeast. So there's your hail threat for today. This is the storm that's producing the hail. And right, this hail core, it would be right in here, but probably right in this area here is where that main hail core is. But that is softball-sized hail, which again is 4 inches in diameter, moving towards Riley. Just imagine a softball falling out of the sky, or somebody throwing a softball at you at like 90 miles per hour. That's what's happening here, but it's coming out of the sky at 90 miles per hour. So yeah, if you're in Riley, Leonardville, or Bala, or near Randolph, you're in Kansas, definitely get away from windows. That is a significant hailstorm. That is what you call destructive. A tornado watch was just issued, by the way, for Kansas and Missouri until 4 a.m. I'm gonna go back to Minnesota real quick. That rotation broadened on the last scan west of Edgerton. One near Brookings is weaker. The one near Pipestone is weaker. I mean, we got 3 tornado warnings up here, but you know the rotation's been kind of hit or miss with these storms. Here's your new tornado watch. So new tornado watch once again that has just been issued until 4 a.m. for western Missouri and eastern Kansas. That's a few tornadoes being possible. Isolated ping pong ball sized hail and widespread wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour are likely. So once again, that's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center and a brand new tornado watch there. I appreciate that, Zachary. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for your $9.99. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much here. We're gonna wait. Next velocity scan just came in, so should update in a moment. And then our only other tornado warning aside from these is the one that's back over in Oklahoma. And it's pretty broad. This also is kind of broad too. This is stronger a moment ago. Rotation's broadened out over the last couple scans. Again, this one's the one in northeast Oklahoma, north of Tulsa. Yeah, I mean, right now, the storms near Oklahoma City, just north of there, they don't look bad. I mean, if they stay linear like this, the tornado threat should be really low. But the problem right now is what we're going to be having to watch for is any discrete cells that fire up. 1, 2, maybe some more down in here, maybe some in here. But the problem now is going to be anything that's discrete. And if we do get any discrete supercells across, you know, Oklahoma here, or even in Kansas, you know, that tornado threat's going to be much higher with those. But, I mean, I'm honestly relieved thus far. We're almost at 9 o'clock. You know, I'm glad so far we have not seen anything long, tracked, and strong. And knock on wood that it stays like that for the entire night. But, yeah, I mean, these storms have definitely been, you know, at least not super significant thus far. But the problem now is, again, we're going to have to watch for discrete cells back over in parts of northeast, central, and even possibly southwest Oklahoma. And so do not let your guard down if you're in those areas. We still got definitely a threat there for, you know, tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
These storms are just non-stop up here. I mean, we've had a ton of tornado warnings up here in southwest Minnesota and as well as back over in Eastern South Dakota. Another one. Pocket of rotation again, just northwest of Pipestone. And then the other one's near Edgerton, and that one would be circled right in there. So we got two different areas of rotation, again, moving north and northeast. They're really moving mostly north. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Yeah, there's no tornado warnings in Missouri, but we do have a tornado watch that was just issued. That just means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Check out the velocities. Should update here in a second. For more chicken nuggets, appreciate that. Thank you, Ios, for the $10 super chat. I mean, I'm trying to eat these chicken nuggets. I think I'm only halfway through. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, that's your pocket of rotation. I'm not seeing much on the Edgerton storm. I think overall the one that's just south of Lake Benton is a little bit more concerning. But still not super impressive right now. That's, again, moving north. We'll keep a close eye on it in case anything happens there. Again, near Omaha, we got a pretty much a numerous area of damaging winds and hail producing storms now in this area. Once again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation right now, but we'll keep a close eye on that. And back down in Oklahoma, near just west of Bartlesville, the rotation has actually intensified yet again on that storm, just to the east of Foraker. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That'll be going towards Cedarvale and Elgin in Kansas here relatively soon. The cell west of El Reno near Greenfield, unwarned CC drop. That looks like... I don't see a CC drop. That might just be hail contamination. Let me double check real quick. That might just be hail contamination. I believe all that is just hail contamination on that storm. So I'm not seeing anything from the other radar site. More than likely, that's just hail contamination. Okay. Hey, by the way, Rockwell for the 1999. Appreciate that. Welcome in. And we're still watching this area of circulation just south of Cedarvale, moving northeast. And stronger couplet in northeast Oklahoma. I'm still watching the storms in Minnesota. I know a lot of people are, you know, potentially watching either from Minnesota or South Dakota. Again, I'm not seeing anything super concerning there right now. The rotation's still relatively weak. But if anything develops, I'll let you know. Thank you, Lisa, for the $4. This is from a meteorologist that I follow pretty closely. So as of 8:45 p.m., more tornado warnings in South Dakota and Minnesota than the Southern Plains. Up closer to the low with more lifting and shear. Long night still ahead in the high risk zone in pink. Worse is probably yet to come there. So yeah, I've kind of reiterated that, but I still think the worst is yet to come here in the Southern Plains. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope we don't have any big tornadoes tonight, but unfortunately, this is leaning towards being a more nocturnal tornado threat. And unfortunately, any storms that do go discrete will have a more elevated tornado potential. We do have storms that are, or at least little showers that are popping up south of Tulsa. If those become discrete and develop and mature into supercells, those could become pretty concerning. Anything even near Oklahoma City that develops could be concerning, but so far, nothing's developed quite yet when it comes to discrete activity. But once again, if anything does develop, you know, it could get relatively concerning. But luckily, so far, we haven't had anything like that. But the rotation that is, once again, and there's your new severe thunderstorm warning west of Tulsa. So this one, again, has the chance to produce a tornado down the road. But, yeah, the storm that's back up here to the northwest is definitely a little bit more concerning right now. That's a very strong area of rotation that's about to be crossing right into Kansas. So they'll have to probably issue a new warning on that here in a moment. No problem, Aaron. I'm keeping a close eye on it. Yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on Minnesota. I have not seen much on those storms. They've been relatively broad areas of circulation. Nothing too significant there right now. If anything changes, obviously, I'll go back up there. All right, I'm going to quickly pee. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. Be back. So just some new information. Ow. I just hit my entire desk. That's exciting.
All right.
So
That pizza was good.
some new information from, at least from what I'm hearing. Again, this is kind of rumored, but it might be true. Who knows? Also, we have to get to tornado
A
warnings real
new
quick.
tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Iowa that is going to be west of Malvern. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is moving northeast. We also have another one, I'm guessing, in Minnesota. That's not surprising. The one in Minnesota has been issued. That's northwest of Worthington. Not seeing much there. That's near Edgerton and Chandler. But if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, the lowest floor possible. The one that's currently just east of Omaha looks to be the most concerning right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Warning counts right back up. I was kind of assuming that storm would be warned. So they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning now in the storm that is going to be crossing from Oklahoma into Kansas. That is your area of circulation. That is moving northeast towards Sedan, Longton, Moline, and Peru. If you're in any of those areas, you need to also seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is 3 tornado warnings in like 2 minutes. I'm going to go back to the Omaha one. This one definitely looks like it could drop right there near Silver City. This area literally just had a tornado the other day, too. This definitely looks like it's trying to develop. All right, so what I was saying before all that, again, I'm not sure if this is accurate, but I'm just going to say it anyways. Per the National Weather Service chat, the worst is yet to come, 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. So I'll have to wait and see. Again, things have not looked bad thus far today. It feels, again, this feels awfully similar to what we literally just saw last week. With that, 3 large tornadoes overnight, or in the late evening, I should say, really around midnight in Oklahoma. It feels very similar for some reason. And so, again, that could really ramp up as we get closer to like 10 or 11. And the other big thing to think about is that, you know, we are going into the nighttime, and any tornadoes that happen during the night are dangerous because people are sleeping. So Brad, I will try to do that for members only at some point.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. This is the storm that Connor's near. New tornado warning on the storm that is northwest of El Reno, northwest Oklahoma City. So if you're in the pink polygon, again, seek shelter and away from windows, lowest floor possible. Our Karki and Greenfield, Oklahoma are included in this warning. Let me go back up to the northern radar site, see if we can see anything on this. The velocities radar is going to kind of struggle. We're kind of far away from it on that one too. We got a hook echo, so this definitely has a chance. The hook is going to be not far from where Connor is right now. And Connor will be trying to approach the storm here relatively soon. So again, if you're in the tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's again in Oklahoma, just northwest of Oklahoma City, south of Watunga, and just to the west of Kingfisher. We have strong rotation here. He wins in Kansas. As again, crossing over the Oklahoma and Kansas border. All right, let me go back up to the north real quick. Also got strong rotation on this storm just south of Granola, by the way. That's developed over the last few minutes. No CC drop, but that could drop. That's going towards Moline. All right, then real quickly back up to the north in Minnesota. We have some strong rotation near Pipestone, just northeast of Pipestone. Yeah, if you're in that warning, seek shelter. There's a tornado on the ground in Minnesota. Is there? I don't see any reports on that. If there is one, it would be probably the one near Pipestone, is my guess. Our rotation's pretty strong, just east of Pipestone. There's also some near Verde. I'm not seeing anything on that. Well, obviously, if you're in Pipestone or anywhere near it, just make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning, and that one is going to be back down in Oklahoma as well. That's one that's west of Tulsa. So once again, weather's ramping up. We got another tornado warning just west of Tulsa near Cleveland, and we have another one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I mean, this one's west of Tulsa. Let me get to this one first. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Area of circulation is just south of Cleveland. Moving northeast. Gonna be going towards Barnesdale and Ocalata here pretty soon near Hominy. And then the other one, I believe, is back up in South Dakota, which is radar indicated. It's not confirmed, but there is a new tornado warning on that storm in southwest Minnesota, just northeast of Pipestone. So if you're in that warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We got the five, like the 5 tornado warnings all in one right here, which I think some of these will be expiring here shortly. We got a couple that are about to expire. So once again, we're up to 10 tornado warnings here across the state of Minnesota, and as well as back over in parts of South Dakota, which that one's going to end in a minute. But the other one that's southeast of Omaha, let's go back to that one real quick. That rotation looks a bit broader, but I would seek shelter just in case. There might be a CC drop there. If not, there's at least some rotation there moving northeast. That's still radar indicated rotation for the time being. Alright, we're gonna go back down to Oklahoma again. We're kind of going all over the place. Yeah, we do have rotation on the storm that Connor is going to be approaching. This is the one just to the northwest of Calumet, west of Kingfisher, south of Watunga. Again, this tornado warning is ongoing, just northwest of Oklahoma City. Rotation's going to be located in that hook, which is going to be just south of Greenfield. They'll be right in here. And Connor's right down here, so I think he might be going up this direction to that storm. We'll see. Either way, we should have some sort of visual on that at some point down the road. But this storm is definitely starting to intensify quite a bit in terms of its rotation. So, obviously, again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. What's the record for most tornado warnings at one time? I think 14 was the most that we've done. I could be wrong, though. We still have a tornado warning for Oakland, Carson, Macedonia, Henderson, and Silver City, Iowa. Again, we're looking at the one that's west of Oklahoma City. And we also got one west of Tulsa. I'm going to go to that one in a second. We have baseball-sized hail, by the way, heading towards Oldsburg and Randolph in Kansas. That storm is still destructive. It was at 4 inches at one point, which is softball size. And now it's back up a little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Not up, but down a little bit. Alright. Tornado warnings are popping up all over the place now. So we got another one in northern Oklahoma. And this one is going to be... Let me go to this real quick. This one's going to be, though, near Ponca City. So just northeast of Ponca City. And if you are in this warning north of Ponca City, east of Newkirk, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's yet again a new tornado warning on this storm. They'll probably end up issuing a new warning as that goes into Kansas. The rotation that's ongoing here in Kansas is also relatively strong. We got 2 pockets of it. Either of these could be on the ground at any time. So if you're in either of these areas, again, near Longton, Oak Valley, Elk Falls, or Moline, you need to be in your safe place. Those rotation areas are relatively strong right now, moving to the northeast. Also, the live cam on the right side of your screen I just pulled up is out of Oklahoma City. We are getting a lot of lightning on that storm right now near Oklahoma City. So we'll have that up on the right side of your screen. With Connor Croft as well. Yeah, softball-sized hail is a nightmare. That is no doubt. Rotation that's south of Cleveland is still not super strong, but again, this is a developing supercell just west of Tulsa. Notice that hook there that we have. So we got a hook echo developing on this, and pretty definitive supercell. They'll be moving towards Barnesdale and Avant. So if you're in the pink polygon, you got to seek shelter. This one could definitely drop something here in the next 20 or 30 minutes as it does continue to move north-northeast. Is this live? Yes, it is live. The rotation here, again, trying to strengthen west of Tulsa. Keep a close eye on it. Let me quickly refresh this. It's kind of lagging a little bit. But again, we do currently have 8 tornado warnings. We have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. We do have a damage report coming out of Perry, or near Perry, Oklahoma, of snapped power lines in that area. That's a new update there. And the storm that is also ongoing northwest of Oklahoma City is tornado warned. There is a little bit of rotation there, and nothing super definitive, but if there is a tornado, it would be heading towards areas near Okarche, or Okarche. I've seen a couple different pronunciations for that. And that's moving eastbound. So if you are in this tornado warning, Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We are watching the storm very closely. That is west of Tulsa. We got, again, strong rotation on the storm in southeast Kansas. Got 2 different areas for that. 1, 2. 2 areas of strong rotation moving northeast. So again, if you are in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in case that does try to produce something. All right, let me go back up to the north real quick. We'll back to the Omaha storm. Yeah, the Omaha storm, again, I'm not seeing really a whole lot when it comes to the rotation there. It is still radar indicated for 11 more minutes for Oakland and Carson and Macedonia, Iowa. So if you're in that warning, just keep staying in your safe place. Again, I'm not seeing much on radar, but just in case it tries to do something funky, stay in your safe place. And then back over in Minnesota, we have a couple pockets of rotation. We got one near Chandler, Minnesota. We got another one south of Lake Benton. Overall, that rotation's not looking too concerning, but if anything does develop, obviously, we'll keep you posted. But that rotation right now is a little bit on the broader side of things, and it really has been for quite a while in those storms. I think we've had more tornado warnings up there than we have had in Kansas so far today. Doesn't really mean anything, but... Alright, here's that rotation west of Tulsa. That's right there near Cleveland. So we do have a rotation on this storm. The velocities are slightly ahead of the reflectivity, so it might look a little bit weird, but that's the area of rotation that we're also watching. So once again, moving north right now and northeast towards Hominy. If you're in Hominy, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place. That hook echo, definitely pretty organized right now. Definitely could drop a tornado at any time if it's able to intensify and mature. There are so many chasers near the Calumet warning. I mean, most of the chasers chased in western Oklahoma today. So there's naturally going to be a lot of people on that warning because it's the only one. I think every single Radar Omega chaser is actually on that warning other than Brandon. Look at Brandon. Holy cow. Brandon Kopic made a dash to the east. I don't know how he got there. I haven't really been paying attention, but that's impressive. I mean, he knew the environment was going to be more ripe in northeast Oklahoma tonight, so he went right to the east. All the other chasers are on this warning, though. Which, again, I'm not seeing much rotation, but, you know, if you're in the tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. Just, again, on the radar, we're not seeing much. He has been scooting. He's going fast. Like, man. Good for him, though. I mean, you know, I don't know how in the world he got there. I haven't been paying attention, but he must have just knew, like, this would be the area to beat tonight. I honestly think, you know, I've mentioned this a few times, but we're probably going to get more of these discrete supercells. Any of these discrete cells that fire up are going to have a more elevated tornado risk, so that's one of them. This one's kind of semi-discrete. This activity is kind of clustered, mostly semi-discrete. But yeah, anything that's discrete tonight is going to have a more elevated tornado risk, and that's a good example right there. Just off to the west of Tulsa. And this one, I would say, definitely has a solid chance of producing a tornado as it moves northeast. New radar scan will be in here in just a second on this. Go chasing with Kopic. I would go chasing with him, but he said he's not going to go chasing with anybody. I heard him say it on a stream the other day because it's too much of a liability. This rotation's still not super strong yet, but it is trying to intensify again northwest of Sand Creek, near Hominy, and just south and southwest of Barnesdale. And if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. This rotation, by the way, the one that's in just north of Cost City, Oklahoma, that rotation's broadened. This warning probably won't be continued. And then the rotation that's back up near Moline, Kansas, still strong. So this particular storm still has some strong rotation. The one that's back down here to the south, that's near Sedan, is broadening. But again, if you're in that warning, anywhere in the warning, just again, continue to stay in your safe place. So a new severe thunderstorm warning in western Iowa. The area of rotation that is currently ongoing in western Iowa is not very strong right now, but if anything develops, I'll let you know. But that rotation's still relatively broad at this time, moving eastbound and northeast. I had to change radars to find Brandon. I know. I don't know how he got there. I'll have to figure it out after the stream. I mean, that's unbelievable. He got there really fast. Did he get a private jet or something? Like, holy cow. All three of these tornado warnings, I don't think will continue. We'll have to wait and see. But I mean, like, these warnings, the rotation on the storms right now in Minnesota is very broad. Obviously, I mentioned a few times, but if you're in these areas, continue to stay in your safe place. I'm just saying, I have not seen much here with those areas of rotation. But if you're in those areas, again, just stay in your safe place just in case. All right, we're going to go back down to Oklahoma. By the way, thank you, Imperious, and as well as Booze Sneaker for becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you to anybody else that joined the Velocities. Again, I've missed a lot of notifications, but there are a lot of warnings. All right, this storm looks like it's intensifying now. We got a hook and everything. The rotation is pretty strong right here. Just west of Tulsa near Morgan's Corner. So this storm is definitely trying to produce right now. Moving northeast. So again, if you are in Barnesdale, Avant, Hominy, continue to stay in your safe place as the storm moves northeast. I think it was 200K podcast for becoming a Velocity member. What about northeast Kansas? I think the main concern again is going to be wind. So if you're up there in northeast Kansas, I'm not expecting much other than just wind, maybe an isolated tornado risk. Again, Stillwater, Oklahoma, still the storms are ahead. So you could still see storms this evening, potentially even into the very early overnight hours. So still stay vigilant. Missouri should be mostly wind, but there's an isolated tornado potential as well. All the warnings right now that are tornado warned are currently radar indicated areas of rotation. So just a heads up there. We don't have anything confirmed as of right now, but we have a lot of tornado warnings that are all radar indicated. He is flying. I know. He's going fast. Okay. This rotation's intensifying as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is northwest Oklahoma City. This rotation's intensifying pretty quickly. Going towards Okarche. We have another tornado warning just issued. That is back up in Iowa. The other warning got canceled. Now they have a new one. And that's that right there. Near Shelby. Stronger area of rotation. We'll wait for the next velocity scan. That's the area of rotation. It's right over Minden right now. Going towards Shelby, Harlan, and Tennant. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is in western Iowa. A brand new tornado warning there. Still got 3 in Minnesota, but that one you got to be in your safe place if you're in that warning. That's definitely stronger. And then back over in northwest central Oklahoma, we do have a stronger couplet developing on this storm. Connor's going intercept on this storm on the right side of your screen. But that area of rotation, once again, is going to be embedded in this hook right here. Moving towards Okarche. But this definitely could drop a tornado at any time. So if you're in this warning, once again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. But that rotation right now is definitely coming together more. So that's just northwest Oklahoma City. And then also back over west of Tulsa. Let's check this one out again. Yeah, this storm's trying to come together too. Yeah, we have strong winds going away and also going toward the radar. It's just a matter, I think, of time again on this storm for there to be a tornado, because it's trying to organize right now just to the west of Tulsa.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yet again, another tornado warning. This one is in northern Oklahoma, northwest of Tulsa. This one is going to be on that pocket of rotation I just circled, east of Schindler and northwest of Powhuska. So if you're in this warning, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is for Faracker County, Oklahoma. We just had a tornado warning here not long ago, but there's another couplet that's developing here, moving to the northeast. And here's the latest scan. So that's the area of rotation that we're watching. This tornado warning, that rotation's kind of died out, but this one that we're looking at right now has a bit more rotation. And the one that is currently northwest, that's northwest of Tulsa. This looks strong. This could go big. That's a strong couplet that's developing northwest of Tulsa. Latest scan showing very strong rotation near Morgan's Corner, just southeast of Hominy. If you know anybody in this warning, please give them a call or text. Make sure they're awake. That is a strong couplet that's developing right now near Tulsa. And I think the one that's west of Oklahoma City might be doing the same. Let me double check here. Okay, luckily that rotation looks a bit broader. Okay, so right now the main concern has just turned to this storm. That's northwest of Tulsa. That is a very strong couplet. And again, a discrete supercell like this has the chance to go strong and potentially long tracked. So, again, if you know anybody in this warning near Bartlesville, Avant, west and northwest of Tulsa, make sure you give them a call or text and make sure that they're ready and vigilant for this storm. It's a really quickly intensifying storm right now. And radar, that is very strong rotation now. This could be going big. This could be a strong tornado if it drops. It's moving towards Avant and Barnesdale, northwest of Tulsa, and you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This has by far been the strongest rotation we've seen today on radar. And we could have a tornado on the ground with this. Again, it's moving northeast. Well, looks like we may have a CC drop on this as well. Yeah, I mean, this is more than likely now a tornado in progress moving northeast, going towards Barnesdale and Avant near Hominy. Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This could be a strong tornado in progress. That is a very strong, and again, the strongest couplet that we've seen today. Very strong winds going towards or away from the radar. Very strong winds going toward the radar. That right there is your tornado that would be in progress just to the west, or sorry, just to the east of Hominy and west of Tulsa, moving northeast towards Barnesdale and Avant. This has been rapidly intensifying for the last several minutes. And there is more than likely, that's a tornado. That is a debris signature. This could go PDS. That is a tornado that's now in progress on the storm, no doubt.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, they've just updated the warning. It is officially a tornado on the ground, not PDS, but this is a confirmed tornado now in Oklahoma. This could again go PDS. I mean, that rotation is strengthening very fast. That is a strong area of rotation. Guys, you got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. That's going towards Barnesdale and Avant. I have not been this straight with you guys at all really today because we have not really had a tornado like this, but I'm telling you right now, this is a strong tornado that's likely in progress right now. Moving towards Barnesdale. We got a deep CC drop on this. It's going to be right in that little debris signature that's now popping up on radar. So we have debris being lifted up into the atmosphere near Highway 20. Once again, that is a debris signature on radar. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Tucker, post this, by the way. This guy moving northeast. I mean, again, I would not be surprised if this did go PDS. That is a very intense circulation and a potentially strong tornado that's moving right now to the northeast. Wait for the next scan. But that rotation is intensified drastically, moving to the northeast. This is whoa. You guys got to get to your safe place. That is a massive CC drop. This is a strong tornado in progress right now in Oklahoma. This is going towards Barnesdale and Avance. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a potentially dangerous tornado right now that is going towards Barnesdale and Avance east of Hominy. That is a large debris signature that's on this radar right now. We are talking about a strong and potentially very damaging tornado right now that is in progress here in Oklahoma, northwest of Tulsa. That is a debris signature that is being picked up on radar. That is a debris signature that is on radar right now. We have a potentially large tornado moving northeast, going towards Barnesdale, going towards Advance, just east of Hominy. Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in the pink polygon, just northwest of Tulsa. Once again, east of Hominy. If you're in Hominy, you need to be in your safe place. Barnesdale and Avance, you've got to get to your safe place. That is, once again, a tornado that is in progress. It is a large tornado that is most likely right now on the ground east of Hominy. This is now PDS, all right? So this is officially a PDS tornado.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is again a PDS tornado, particularly dangerous situation that is ongoing northwest of Tulsa. This is a large, strong, and potentially deadly tornado that's moving to the northeast right now. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in Barnesdale or Advance here in northeast Oklahoma. This is again just east of Hominy right now. This is a strong and large tornado. PDS tornado warnings are only issued when we have very dangerous storms like this that are ongoing. Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. Tucker also posts this if you haven't already. Post this one. This is again moving northeast. This is once again a strong and large tornado that's in progress. It is an extremely and a particularly dangerous situation, but an extremely dangerous situation on this storm, which is again moving northeast right now. It's a very dangerous storm, and this is what we were fearing here today, was storms like this. This could be long-tracked and, again, strong for quite a while. Right now it's on track for Barnesdale and Avant. It'll be going towards Bartlesville down the road. So if you are in Bartlesville, yeah, Tucker, post this as well. If you're in Bartlesville, again, make sure that you are staying weather aware and being prepared, because this is a strong and large tornado that is currently on the ground right now in Oklahoma. That right there would be your tornado. It's going to be right there, just east of Hominy. Again, we got a large debris signature. Homes, buildings could be being lifted up by this tornado right now, just east of Hominy. And this will be moving towards Barnesdale and Avant over the next several minutes. So again, you got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. In addition to this, if you're in a mobile home, you got to go to a sturdy structure. You cannot be in a mobile home in this sort of storm. It's just too dangerous. There's your tornado. I mean, it has no signs of weakening. So if you're in Barnesville or Avant, you've got to get to your safe place. That is, again, a strong and large tornado that is in progress right now, moving to the northeast. This is a very dangerous storm. I'm not trying to say this to scare you, but I'm telling you right now, this is a serious storm right now moving northeast. We are getting reports of power flashes, which is not surprising with a storm like this at this magnitude, but that is a massive debris signature. The pink popping up on reflectivity is indicating heavy debris right now that is being lifted up into the atmosphere on this storm. That is how significant this storm is right now that is moving to the northeast towards Barnesdale. It is a very significant storm. I mean, again, this is just very significant. That debris signature is substantial, going towards Barnesdale and Avant. And if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to run to your safe place. You've got to get there. This is a dangerous tornado in progress moving towards Barnesdale and Avant. But this debris signature is crazy. That is a debris ball on radar. That's not rain. That is just a debris ball that is currently ongoing. This is a really dangerous storm right now. If you know any friends or family in Barnesdale, Avant, make sure that, you know, they're awake and in their safe place. If you know any friends or family in Bartlesville or Ocalata, make sure that they are also awake, because this storm is going to be heading into their neck of the woods here pretty soon. This could produce, again, a very significant threat as this moves northeast. It's a very dangerous storm. I cannot reiterate that enough. That is a large tornado and a strong tornado that is on the ground right now here in, once again, right here in northeast Oklahoma, northwest of Tulsa. It's a very dangerous tornado that is in progress right now. Yeah, this is not letting up anytime soon, guys. We also have a confirmed tornado, by the way, in Iowa. We're not going to be focusing on that, really, unless it goes PDS. I believe that was just a brief tornado. Yeah, I think that was just brief. So we do have a confirmed tornado there. This is really concerning, though. I mean, again, we got a large and strong tornado right now here in Oklahoma. This is going right towards Barnesdale. That is a massive debris signature. Moving towards Avant and Barnesdale near Ocalata. This is just east of Hominy now. Got a large and strong tornado is moving northeast rapidly. This is moving northeast right now at about 40 miles per hour. They'll be going towards Ocalata and Barnesdale and eventually Bartlesville. So if you're in Bartlesville, you've got to make sure that you're, going to your safe place. That right there, again, is a large tornado. That debris signature is massive still. This is still a PDS tornado, which again is a particularly dangerous situation that only happens when we have strong or large tornadoes that are on the ground. It does not happen very often, but in today's environment, this is really what we were expecting with storms like this. And unfortunately, that is now coming to fruition here just east of Hominy. Yeah, this is a very dangerous tornado right now moving northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Iowa, by the way. I'm not going to go to that, but there's a new tornado warning up there. Quick update on the one west Oklahoma City. Do have a tornado warning here. Rotation does not look super impressive, so we're not going to talk much about that. But once again, if you're just tuning in, this is where we're at with this PDS tornado. And this is a large and strong tornado. It's northwest of Tulsa. This is going to be moving northeast towards Bartlesville, Coffeyville, Kansas eventually. So those areas are in the track of this. Again, if you're in this pink polygon, you've got to get to your safe place now. This is once again a strong and large tornado that is picking up a lot of debris. I mean, that is significant. This is a very significant storm right now heading towards the Barnesdale area. I mean, that debris signature is just huge. Tornado warning that was just issued in Iowa is for Harlan, Kirkman, Irwin, Defiance, Erling, and Panama, and Portsmouth. Rotation not strong enough to produce a tornado yet, but it could at any time. Once again, this is a massive debris signature on this storm right now near Hominy. We have a report of the tornado near Hominy. They reported it via emergency management. No update on any sort of damage or anything like that, which that might take a while. That is a huge debris signature, though, on radar. This is, again, a very significant storm right now moving northeast. Oh, God. I mean, this debris signature is just huge. It's going to be going towards Gilland, Nichols, and Barnesdale. The reflectivity is a bit behind, but that right there is your large and strong tornado. And I mean, I don't even know if this is really hitting any homes right now. It might be hitting a few, but I think a lot of this is just trees. This is just a huge debris signature right now. It's about a mile wide or so for the debris signature. That doesn't mean that the tornado is a mile wide, but you know what I mean. Again, there's just a lot of debris right now being lifted up into the atmosphere. That dark blue is basically worst case scenario. I mean, we're seeing some significant debris right now being lofted up into the atmosphere on this storm. And this right here is very strong velocities. Again, this is a strong and large tornado moving northeast going towards Barnesdale. Bartlesville will be on the track of this down the road, so if you are in Bartlesville, be prepared. because the storm might be heading up your direction. But this tornado right now is moving northbound. It's northeastbound, northeast. It's going to be going towards Barnesdale first, and then Bartlesville next. Just west of Avant. Here's the latest scan. Breeze signature does not look nearly as significant as it was east of Hominy. And see how the pink shows up on reflectivity? It's not showing up as much on the last couple of scans. What does that mean? Well, it's basically two things. One of which could be that the tornado is potentially weakening a little bit, or it's just not hitting very many things like, trees or buildings. It looks like it's going right over 2240 and 2601 road, which there are, I believe, homes in this area. So unfortunately, there are still, homes being damaged here by this tornado. But that right there is your tornado again, just to the east of Hominy. It would be right in that little debris ball that we have on radar right now, moving northeast. If you're in Barnesdale, you got to continue to stay in your safe place. I mean, the rotation's still very strong, so we got a tornado here, but the hope is that it is weakening, but right now it has not really shown many signs of that as it continues to move northeast. Yeah, if you're in Bartlesville, you don't have to be in your safe place right now, all right? But you have to be vigilant, because this storm is going in your direction. I mean, Bartlesville is going to be right in the track of this storm if it does end up producing a tornado all the way that direction, which right now, again, this is a discrete cell. And discrete cells are the ones that produce the most significant threat for tornadoes. We do still have a storm that's northwest Oklahoma City that's rotating. Just a quick update on that. Karchi, it's still a broad area of circulation. So no significant update there as of now. Oh, yeah. I mean, this tornado is not weakening at all. Still a huge debris signature right now, heading towards Barnesdale. Again, you got to run to your safe place if you've not already in Barnesdale. Barnesdale, Oklahoma. Storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Whatever is, basically lowest to the ground, most interior room of your home or building, that's where you need to be right now. If you're in Barnesdale, Avant, Galland, Walco, Nichols, any of those areas here in this pink polygon, got to get there right now. This is a large and strong tornado that has shown very little signs of weakening at this point. That's going right over homes right near 2240 road, and that's likely why this debris signature just saw an uptick. This is just a significant tornado right now heading towards Barnesdale. Really significant. This is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Here's a general ETA, by the way. Again, you have to be in your safe place before this, but I'm just going to tell you some timings here. Barnesdale projected to be hit by this within the next 5, 6, 7 minutes. Obviously, if you are in Barnesdale, you need to be in your safe place now. Do not wait 7 minutes for a tornado like this. Tallant is in 9 minutes. Woolark is about 20 minutes from now. The torpedo area in about 27 minutes. And then Bartlesville is about a half an hour out from the storm. We've seen tornadoes last longer than a half an hour before. All right, so it could very easily still be that intensity once it gets towards you. But this right here is your tornado. Again, that's the debris signature on radar. That's about to go right through the heart of Barnesdale. I'm praying for anybody in Barnesdale right now. I mean, this is right now on track to go right through the town of Barnesdale. I mean, it's literally going to go right through the downtown area of Barnesdale if it stays on the ground. If you're in Barnesdale, you need to go to your safe place. If you know any friends or family in Barnesdale, Oklahoma, you need to give them a call or text and make sure that they're getting to the safe place. This is going to go right through Barnesdale if it stays on the ground. This is just really bad. We've had tornadoes the last few days that have been PDS, in Texas, but almost all of them have been rural. In very, very low populated areas. Unfortunately, this one's going to go right through the downtown area of, is it Barnesdale or Dahl? Barnesdale? Is it Barnesdale? Is that how you say it? Dahl, okay, I gotcha. Okay, so Barnesdale, sorry, in Oklahoma. This is going to go right through the downtown area. This is a tornado that is, impacting, I think, a couple thousand, maybe even a few thousand people in Barnesdale. But, I mean, this is showing no signs of weakening. We got a significant debris signature and everything. Unfortunately, again, this is going to go right through the town. More than likely, if it stays on the ground, it would be going right through the town. Waiting for the next radar scan. There you go. This is about to go right through the town, and it's not weakening at all. Again, if you're in this warning in Barnsdall, you need to go to your safe place. If you're tuning in right now, there's a large tornado in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. It's about to go right into the southwest side of the town here in a moment. This is on track to go right through the downtown area. Again, it's a population, I think somebody just put in the chat, like 1,000 people. That is more people than we've had in any of the other tornadoes that were on the ground in Texas this past week, just for the record. There were not many people impacted by those. This one is impacting about 1,000 people. And this is a large and strong tornado with a significant debris signature. In addition to this, there are areas surrounding Barnsdall that might not be in Barnsdall that, you know, are going to be hit by this storm and have been hit by this storm. So, again, if you are in Barnsdall, you got to get to your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this is a PDS tornado. It is a particularly dangerous situation. Just to the west of Avant and east of Winona. What are the reflectivity is... Yeah, the reflectivity is just showing significant debris right now as well. That debris ball is huge. This is about to go right through Barnsdall. Let me zoom in here. So downtown area, Barnsdall is about to get hit by this near Anita Bryant Street, 5th Street, Highway 11. I mean, this tornado right now is very close to hitting Barnsdall.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is currently 2 miles away. That debris ball is 2 miles away from Barnsdall. It's going to be there in the next minute and a half, basically. New PDS tornado warning for the same exact storm. That is also going to include Bartlesville.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so Bartlesville, Dewey, south of Copan, you are all now included in this new PDS tornado warning. Again, this is a large and strong tornado that's about to rip through the town of Barnsdall. Eventually, this is going to make a track right into Bartlesville. If you are in Bartlesville, you have a few minutes, but you need to make sure you're getting to your safe place as soon as humanly possible. If it's an emergency, you have a few minutes, but you got to get to your safe place here soon. This is a strong and large tornado. Just for reference, this includes a population of 50,000 people. A lot more people are in the track of that storm up here, but Barnsdall is, 1,000 people. This is about to, take a direct hit right now to Barnsdall. So if you're up near Bartlesville, you've got to go to your safe place away from windows and lowest floor possible as soon as possible. You have a few minutes if you need to do any last-second things, like getting the dogs down into the basement, whatever it might be, but you need to get to your safe place ASAP. I am retweeting a photo on Twitter of that tornado, by the way, at MaxVelocityWX. That debris signature is going right into the town of Barnsdall right now. So, if you're just tuning in from Barnsdall and you haven't already, you got to get to your safe place immediately. A large and strong tornado is heading right into the town of Barnsdall as we speak. That is your debris signature. It's about to rip right through the town of Barnsdall. It's not taking a left turn or right turn. This is going right through the town by the looks of it. Pending a miracle, it's going to be going right into the downtown area of Barnsdall. Again, that blue that you're seeing is the debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere on the correlation coefficient radar. That's what I'm talking about when I say CC drop. This is a very strong and large tornado that is in progress here near Barnsdall. Going to be going towards Bartlesville here pretty soon. I'm hoping for a miracle, but it doesn't appear like that's happening. I mean, that's just a very dangerous tornado. Very dangerous. We radar scan in a moment. Again, if you're just tuning in, PDS tornado warning just issued for Bartlesville, Dewey, and as well as Barnsdall, all those areas included. This is a population now of 50,000 people in the track of this. Now, realistically, if this tornado kept going in the track it's going, it would be going right into Bartlesville, just for reference. It could turn at any point, but that's the trajectory it's going right now. Going towards Bartlesville. And that tornado right now is taking a direct hit into Barnsdale, or Barnsdall. I mean, this is right in the town of Barnsdall right now. That debris signature, the tornado, it's right now ripping right through the town of Barnsdall. That's your tornado right there. It's that pink area, that red area there on the hook echo. So this tornado is right now going right through Barnsdall. Just horrible. I mean, these velocities are very strong as well. Don't have a great estimate, but the gate to gate is probably like 130, 140 or something like that. Is my guess. But this tornado is now ripping right through Barnsdall, Oklahoma. And again, it's right on track for Bartlesville. That's the trajectory it's taking right now. I mean, obviously, anybody in Barnsdall right now is probably, you know, they don't have internet or anything like that. But you know, if you're tuning in from a miracle in Barnsdall right now, you got to seek shelter. This is gonna be near Tallant, and eventually going towards Woolrock area, and eventually towards Matoka and Bartlesville. And it's now a tornado emergency. I did not expect that.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
This is a tornado emergency for Bartlesville. Tucker, post this. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in Bartlesville or Dewey. I did not expect that. This is now a tornado emergency. This only happens when we have deadly tornadoes that are in progress. Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in Bartlesville or Dewey. This is a strong and large and life-threatening tornado that's in progress right now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Again, a tornado emergency has been issued. This only happens when we have deadly, large, catastrophic tornadoes that are on the ground. Again, catastrophic damage is expected to Barnsdall right now and going towards Bartlesville, Oklahoma. This is a confirmed large and destructive tornado over Barnsdall. This is a potentially violent tornado that is in progress right now. A violent tornado. Oh my god, look at that debris. That is even worse than before. That debris signature is going right through Barnsdall. Like, right through it. This is just horrible. This is really horrible. This, I mean, this literally just ripped through Barnsdall. And the debris signature is huge. We have a massive tornado basically on the ground right now, right over Barnsdall. Very strong. That debris signature is so dark. I mean, this just lifted up homes and you know, trees and all that sort of things in the last few minutes in Barnsdall. It just lifted up homes, buildings, you name it. Basically just got lifted up most likely here in Barnsdall. They just took a direct hit here in Barnsdall. This debris field also is about 2 miles wide now, which again does not mean we have a 2 mile wide tornado, but it gives you an idea of how much debris is being lifted up into the atmosphere. This just went through Barnsdall, and it's going to be approaching Woolrock, eventually going towards Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Again, if you are in this warning, you need to run to your safe place. Bartlesville and Dewey. You got to get to your safe place. It is a tornado emergency. This is the highest warning that you can possibly get from the National Weather Service. What it essentially means, again, is that we have a large, destructive, and strong tornado on the ground here, moving to the northeast, going towards Dewey and Bartlesville. It cannot get much worse than this, just for the record. This is a really dangerous storm right now that's on the ground. Or tornado that's on the ground, I should say. I mean, I'm guessing Brandon's going to be doing search and rescue. He's going right into the town right now. This is a horrific tornado right now on the ground. This just went through Barnsdall, if you're tuning in. Again, this is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning that you can get from a storm. And so this is going to be going right into Woolrock. Matoka and Bartlesville over the next several minutes. And this is a very dangerous tornado. Let's go to track this out really quickly. So again, this is an ETA. You need to be in your safe place well ahead of time. But if this large and strong tornado continues, this will be going right into Bartlesville in approximately 18 minutes. All right. Again, it could be there sooner than that. So you do not want to wait until the last minute. That does not make any sense for a tornado like this. It's going to be approaching Dewey in about 24 minutes. Again, you need to be in your safe place ahead of time. You do not want to wait until last second. This is a significant tornado that is in progress right now. I'm trying to get the radar update here. The house and neighbor's house is completely ripped up and gone. Once again, this is the tornado emergency. I gotta refresh this. My radar's not updating. And this is a tornado emergency for Bartlesville, Oklahoma. A large and strong tornado in progress. Yeah, keep me posted if you guys hear anything about the damage and stuff. Sorry, I had to refresh the radar. All right, here's that debris signature. Again, that's your large and strong tornado. It's now on the northeast side of Barnsdall, and it's going to be approaching Bartlesville very quickly. Once again, Bartlesville in particular is a very populated area, and it's going to be going right into Bartlesville over the next several minutes. So if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. Here's the latest. Wow, I mean, this is insane. What are these velocities? 130 miles per hour going one way. This is a very strong tornado that is in progress right now. I mean, we're talking a very significant tornado right now heading towards Bartlesville. This is a significant tornado. This is potentially very large and strong. This might even be stronger than what it was going through Barnsdall. That debris signature is still huge. Just south of Woolark, going towards Bartlesville right now. Again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning away from windows, lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. And the new tornado warning, by the way, is in Iowa, just an FYI. That's for Denison and Milana and Arcadia. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado emergency. It is a large, destructive, catastrophic tornado that is moving towards Bartlesville. Once again, this is the highest level tornado warning you can get. That debris signature on radar, by the way, and reflectivity, you don't see colors like that very often on debris signatures. This is the latest, like the latest scan near Woolark. So that debris signature right over Highway 123 right now. It is going to be approaching the southwest side of Bartlesville probably in about, I would say, 5 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes. Give or take a few minutes there. But I'll be heading in your area here in just a few minutes. That is a massive debris signature and probably a huge tornado that is heading towards Bartlesville right now. If you guys see any updates on Twitter, at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay information. Tucker, you can post this as well, by the way. Post the same thing as before. And this is a life-threatening tornado going towards Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Huge tornado direct hit. Yeah, I'm really afraid that, you know, Barnsdall just took a massive hit from this tornado. Like, this tornado is so strong right now. This is just really bad. It's really, really bad. Bartlesville is not small, by the way. Barnsdall is a bit smaller. It's like 1,000 people or so, but there's about 38,000 people in Bartlesville, which is why this is so bad right now. That's why this is now a tornado emergency, is because it's going to be going right into a very populated area in Bartlesville. That's why this is such a big deal. You know, this is going to be impacting a ton of people. It just impacted a lot of people, but you can multiply that number by 37. That's how many more people it's going to be impacting in Bartlesville. If this does continue to stay on the ground as a large, strong, and catastrophic tornado, which right now it is. This is a significant tornado in progress going towards Bartlesville. And this tornado, by the way, is showing no signs of weakening. Brandon is coming up on flattened homes. Homes are leveled in Barnsdall. Just horrible. And this is a tornado emergency. If you're in Bartlesville or Dewey in Oklahoma, this is a very large and strong tornado that is heading in that direction. We have a massive debris ball right over Highway 123. Gotta run to your safe place if you're in this warning. It's a catastrophic tornado that has just apparently hit Barnsdall very hard in the last few minutes. Like, very hard. Unfortunately, this is probably far from over, too. There's really nothing that's going to weaken this storm, I don't think, anytime soon. Maybe this line of storms that's kind of plowing into this right now, that might help. But right now, this is on a trajectory to have a major impact to Bartlesville. We can only hope that this weakens, but right now, this is still a massive tornado that is heading towards Bartlesville. Which, again, Bartlesville is very populated. Gas leak alarms going off. So bad. So bad. Brandon is reporting homes gone in a major gas leak right now in Barnsdall from this tornado that just ripped through that area. Just horrific. Oh god, this is not showing any signs of weakening right now. It's approaching Torpedo, by the way. So if you're in Torpedo, again, you need to be in your safe place, Matoka. You have the same massive debris signature right now moving to the northeast with a large and strong tornado in progress just to the southwest of Bartlesville. I don't know why the radar is like slow right now. I'm not sure what's going on. But again, this is a large tornado just southwest of Bartlesville. It's going to be right in here near Highway 123 moving northeast. I'm hearing... Alright, so this is according to Brian Allen on Twitter. Need help in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. Purchasers. Homes are leveled. So homes leveled in Barnsdall, Oklahoma from this tornado. That's the latest report that I'm seeing right now on Twitter. You need to be underground if you're in Bartlesville. Again, this is a major tornado that is heading in that area right now. Like a very strong and large tornado that is heading in that direction. Is anyone else's radars, by the way, really slow right now? Is it just me? I don't know what's going on here. It's not updating super fast. Here's the latest scan, by the way. We still got that large tornado right over Highway 123. It'll be approaching the southwest side of Bartlesville, Oklahoma in the next couple of minutes. It's slow? Okay. Alright, so this radar is just... it's slow right now. But that tornado would be right over Highway 123 approaching Bartlesville over the next few minutes. This tornado is still large and strong, by the way. There's been no weakening. There's been zero weakening over the last few minutes. If anything, it's just been intensifying. Northwest of Ocalata, approaching Bartlesville and Dewey. You've got to get underground. If you're in a mobile home, you got to go to a sturdy structure. You got to get there now. You cannot wait if you're in Bartlesville. Again, otherwise go in a ditch because you're not going to survive in a mobile home with a tornado like this. It's just way too dangerous. Scanner is now saying that this is a 1.5 mile wide tornado that is on the ground right now. 1.5 miles wide, according to scanner reports. This is really bad. Does anybody know what the exact report of this was? Where's this report from specifically? Is it Bartlesville PD? This is a 1.5 mile wide tornado. That tornado is now going to be on the southwest side of Bartlesville in the next few minutes. This is still a massive tornado that is on the ground moving northeast. This is really bad. If you are in Bartlesville, you've got to get underground. You've got to get to a storm shelter. You've got to get to a basement. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but this is a strong and potentially a 1.5 mile wide tornado that is heading towards Bartlesville. This is a very serious situation if you're in Bartlesville right now. Like, very serious. That is your debris signature on radar. This is the velocities. That's your tornado right there. And again, your debris signature, which is what we've been looking at the majority of the time on the correlation coefficient. That right there is your tornado. And once again, this is being reported as a catastrophic tornado that just went through Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and this is still moving northeast, producing catastrophic damage, and it's about to go right into the heart of Bartlesville. Unfortunately, it's about to go right through the town of Bartlesville. And you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. Major damage in Bartlesville. No matter how large this tornado is, I mean, you know, you need to be in your safe place. It's a massive debris signature on radar, and there's just, I mean, there's no words at this point other than you need to go to your safe place. Like, you got to get underground. If you're in a mobile home, again, you've got to go to a sturdy structure immediately. If you're in Bartlesville or Dewey, this is a very significant storm. There's over 38,000 people, by the way, in Bartlesville. It is a large, it's basically a city, if you will. And so this is very significant. Very, very significant. But from what I'm hearing, again, this is a 1 mile to 1.5 miles wide, about to go right into Bartlesville. Here's the latest radar scan. That tornado is about to rip right through the southwest side of the town. I'm going to zoom in for reference, just so you can see who's being hit by this. The debris signature has not upgraded or updated, sorry, in the last 4 minutes. But essentially where we're looking right now is the southwest side of the town. So that would be just to the east of Highway 123. It's near the Connie River, I believe that says. And so this is going to be going right through the southwest side of the town over the next few minutes. This has now just been downgraded back to a PDS tornado. It's no longer a tornado emergency, but it is still a particularly dangerous situation if you are in this area.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Sorry, that's the
Seek shelter immediately.
We are on a PDS tornado now. So this has been downgraded back to PDS, but this is still a very dangerous tornado going right through Bartlesville. I'm actually kind of surprised they downgraded this. I don't know. This is still a huge tornado going right into Bartlesville right now. That debris signature is still very intense on radar. I mean, we got significant debris being lifted up into the atmosphere now on the southwest side of Bartlesville. But this storm, again, picking up serious debris on the southwest side of Bartlesville. You can actually see the rotation is not nearly as large as before. It's a bit of a smaller area. With that said, this is still a strong and extremely dangerous tornado that is going to be going right into Bartlesville. I mean, at this point, hopefully you're in your safe place if you're in Bartlesville. If not, you've got to get there right now. This is, again, a strong and large tornado going right into the downtown area of Bartlesville as we speak. Very dangerous storm. It doesn't matter if it's PDS or a tornado emergency. This is still a very strong and large tornado. It does not matter what it is. It's a large tornado. The meaning behind the 2 warnings is not that big of a deal right now. And if you know anybody near the Barnsdall area, give them a call or text. We just had a huge tornado go through that area. That was significant. Again, if you are in the area, purchasers, homes are leveled in Barnsdall, and they need assistance. Now, once again, that tornado is ripping right through Barnes. Oh my god, I don't know. That's. I don't know how this is not a TE. This is Tori. That's a massive debris signature right over the downtown area of Bartlesville. I mean, the downtown area of Bartlesville is taking a direct hit from this tornado. This is just awful. That is a massive debris signature. This could be still a violent tornado that is moving to the northeast right now near Bartlesville. This is just awful. Guys, if you know any friends or family in Bartlesville, you need to give them a call or text. Leveled brick building, apparently, from Brandon Kopic, stream back over in Barnsdall, by the way. Again, homes are literally leveled there. This is still a huge tornado that is going right into Bartlesville. I mean, this is going right through the heart of Bartlesville right now. It's a huge tornado that's still going through that area. There's a huge debris signature. If you know any friends or family here, please make sure that they're okay. Obviously, it's going to be hard to get through to them because of how significant this tornado is and how many power lines and whatnot are going to be down. But just try your best to try to get through to them. Oh, God, just horrible. This is the latest radar scan. Still got a huge debris signature right over the downtown area of Bartlesville. Looks like the very far western side of the town may have just been, clipped or maybe missed there. And also the very far eastern side of the town. I mean, this went literally right through the downtown area. And it's still there, by the way. So this has not gone away. It's still in Bartlesville, but it looks like it's going right through the middle of the town right now. Is there any more reports on this storm? Does anybody know? It's a huge debris signature still. There's your tornado. If we zoom in, that's right over the middle of Bartlesville, near Nowata Road and Adams Boulevard, near Southeast Frank Phillips Boulevard. I mean, this may have just missed like some of these very populated areas on the northwest side of the town, and also on the east side of the town. Northeast side of the town is about to hit take a direct hit from this. Power flashes on the west side of Bartlesville is another report I'm getting. I'm really hoping nobody, I really hope everybody's in their safe place. Like, this is just significant. That's a huge debris signature right over Bartlesville, Oklahoma. This is a catastrophic tornado that just went through Barnsdall, and now it's going right through Bartlesville. This is awful already. Barnsdall area scanner reports that we already have 2 fatalities in Barnsdall. Again, they're not, I don't think, confirmed yet, but that is already out there. That is according to Storm HQ on Twitter. Apparently, there are already 2 fatalities that have been at least reported there in Barnsdall from this tornado emergency that just happened. And now the tornado's right in Bartlesville. And now it's going right through the northeast side. It's still a really strong tornado. It looks like the rotation's a bit weaker on radar, so the debris that we're seeing on radar right now could be what is from the tornado. So it may be lifting. Just hopefully it is. Again, we can't confirm that yet. We did have a merger here with that line of storms that merged right into the supercell, so that's what kind of happened here. That may have occluded it, but it's too hard to tell right now. We still have a very large debris signature. Even if the tornado lifted, that debris is still flying in the atmosphere. And it's going to spread out. And obviously, you know, you want to stay indoors, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this area. Barnsdall, significant damage, numerous gas leaks, countless homes missing, several storm chasers, and limited rescue services present. Just awful. Really just awful. I mean, 37,000 people were possibly just, you know, at least somewhat hit by this storm. You know, this is going right through Bartlesville, and yes, again, this tornado was approximately 1 to 1.5 miles wide, according to the Bartlesville Police Department. Still on the ground, possibly on the northeast side of Bartlesville. This is just awful. Here's the latest CC. So again, this is the debris signature that we've had for the last several minutes. Just to kind of go through it again, we had a large tornado go right through Bartlesville. The latest scan here shows a lot more occluding. I think we still have debris in the atmosphere, but I don't think we still have a tornado. Now, again, we could see one redevelop, so you need to continue to stay in your safe place. There's definitely rotation near Dewey that's trying to develop, so we could get another tornado that goes right through Dewey. You're in Dewey, you need to still be in your safe place. There could be another tornado trying to develop there, but if not, the rotation really quickly broadened on this storm from that line of storms. If we go back a little bit here, let's go back 14 frames. This is the discrete supercell we just had.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this was the discrete supercell we just had, and then this line merged. If that line of storms did not merge with that storm, this would have probably been going for well over an hour. I'm just going to put that out there. Like, this storm had no signs of weakening until that happened. So this line of storms that's developed here to the west has basically saved what could have been a much more horrific tornado in both Bartlesville and possibly further north. Bartlesville, I think, just got kind of missed a little bit with the most significant part of this storm here. But we do have a new tornado warning on this. It is radar indicated, so it's no longer, at least for the moment, PDS. There is still debris in the atmosphere, so that's all debris near Dewey. With that said, we still do have, again, a tornado warning for those near Copon and Dewey and north of Bartlesville. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place in case this tries to drop again, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Some of the reports I'm getting, and again, I'm going to try to reiterate these as many as possible, or I'm going to try to say them as much as possible. There's a lot of them. We do have 2 fatalities that have already been reported in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. That is initially where this tornado went right through. Just to go back in time for those that might just be tuning in, we had a large debris signature go right through the town of Barnsdall. That was the debris signature about, I don't know, 30 minutes ago or so. Went right through Highway 123. It began to weaken on its approach to Bartlesville. So, I mean, there could have still been some significant damage right there to Bartlesville, but it has occluded, at least for the time being. If you know any friends or family in Barnsdall or Bartlesville, you need to make sure they're okay, because that tornado just went right through those areas. Trying to see what else here. That was one of our main reports. We have gas leaks being reported. We have homes that have been leveled, reportedly, according to some people. Brandon Kopic apparently has been in that area. There have been homes that have been leveled. Again, it's a report. It's not confirmed, but from what I'm hearing, there's been significant damage to Barnsdall. Bartlesville, I've not heard any reports on quite yet. If any reports come out of there, I'll let you know. I don't know if anybody has any reports on Bartlesville yet, but wow, just horrible. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, at me, at MaxVelocityWX. If you have any photos or videos, you can also at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to, again, get through all these reports that have been coming out about these storms, as they were, again, very significant. But Bartlesville, Oklahoma just took pretty much a direct hit from this tornado. Again, if you know anybody in Bartlesville, make sure they're doing okay. This is a very significant tornado that just happened here moments ago. By the way, this is the evolution of the storm. Since it has lifted, at least for the time being, I do want to show you guys this. This is when it started. We were talking about it well before it dropped, and then it dropped and it went right through Barnsdall, and then unfortunately it went right through Bartlesville. But I mean, man, that debris signature was just huge, and that storm had the worst trajectory possible. If it started over here, it would have impacted barely anybody. Unfortunately, it went right through the heart of Barnsdall and Bartlesville. Just horrible. Just horrible. We have storm in south of Oklahoma now. That's not good. Yeah, if any of these get organized, this could be bad. Just want to throw that out there. It could get really bad if any of those storms really get going there. Just gonna throw that out there. That would be really the next area to watch for. We could get another strong tornado if any of those get organized. Back over south and west of Oklahoma City. Tag doing a bunch of stuff. Okay. Wow. Yeah, there's major tornado damage in Barnsdall. I mean, there's some homes that have been destroyed and very heavily damaged there in Barnsdall. The PDS tornado warning is about to expire in 4 minutes. We'll be back down to radar indicated after that. Do want to update you. There is a tornado warning back over in Iowa as well. That is for Carroll and Crawford. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. If you guys have any other reports, feel free to at me, at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. If you're new to the channel, make sure you're subscribed. We'll keep you posted with the latest. I mean, this is going to be another, again, tonight's going to be busy, and then, we still got tomorrow and we still got Wednesday. I mean, we're still far from done with this event, but it appears as if we have significant damage, again, across the board in many areas. I'm trying to go through more reports, so just hang in there. Trying to see if there's any other updates I can give you guys. Obviously, I know a lot of you guys have maybe friends or family. I am retweeting more photos on Twitter, but in Bartlesville and even back over in Barnsdall, I know a lot of you have friends and family in those areas. I'm trying to give you updates on those areas as well, if there are any. The only thing I know right now is that we have 2 unconfirmed fatalities in Barnsdall. That's really about it right now when it comes to, from what I know, in terms of the reports in that area. But help is needed if you are near Barnsdall. Help is needed. First responders are limited in that area, and from what I'm hearing right now is that they need help. To go along with that, we have a new tornado watch just issued for eastern and southern Oklahoma, back into western and northern Arkansas until 5 a.m. So this is, again, a brand new tornado watch. McAllister, Muskogee, Pryor Creek, Miami, Fayetteville, Harrison, Fort Smith, McAllister, Durant, Mena, all included in this. Once again, this is a tornado watch that goes until 5 a.m. If you are in this watch, you need to be staying vigilant. A few tornadoes are likely. Widespread damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour will also be possible. Does anybody know anything about Bartlesville right now? Is anybody in the chat from Bartlesville? I'm just trying to get a grasp on what happened there. Because I know we know a lot of stuff right now about Barnsdall, but we don't really know much right now about Bartlesville. I just don't know if they, took that actual, like, direct hit. Law enforcement needs a lot of help, according to Brett Adair in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. By the way, we do have some rotation just north of Oklahoma City we're watching. We got storms firing off west of Oklahoma City. We'll be watching those as well. Anything that's discrete has an elevated chance for tornadoes. As you just saw, that was the most discrete cell that we've had all day today, and it produced a very strong tornado. But that PDS tornado warning will be lifted in a minute. I don't think this is on the ground anymore. Otherwise, I'll be talking about it more. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but the new warning there is for radar indicated rotation. So this should be lifted here in a moment. This is according to another person in chat reporting reports of emergency service radios going dead in Bartlesville. Emergency stations may have been hit. Damage scale unknown. Apparently there's now 3 deaths that have been reported from this storm now near Barnsdall. And it's very early. These numbers, it's hard to tell if it's really accurate or not, but that's at least the early reports that we're getting. This is no longer a PDS tornado. It is radar indicated, which honestly, the rotation is already out of the tornado warning, so I don't think that one will continue. Quick update on the Iowa storm. I know we've been leaving that one out for a while. I don't think there's much happening with this, but we're going to double check. We do have rotation on the leading edge of this area of storms, but I'm not seeing much right now. It'd be maybe an isolated tornado threat, but overall not super significant right now. The next area that we need to watch for, once again, is going to be right across central Oklahoma, as more significant storms are probably going to try to ramp up here pretty soon. Scanner is down in Bartlesville. This is not looking good. We got more storms that are developing out in front of that line, and anything in here that develops could produce a more elevated tornado risk. We just had it happen moments ago. We could get something very similar to that with these storms as they continue to move northeast. So please stay vigilant if you're anywhere in Oklahoma. Once again, the severe weather threat is still far from over. We are still ways away from this being done. So you need to be staying vigilant. This is still a very significant threat right now here in Oklahoma. There's your new tornado watch, by the way. This tornado watch has been issued pretty much for the entire state, or really the entire eastern side of the state, and also north and western Arkansas, where a few tornadoes will be possible. So again, that's your brand new tornado watch that has just been issued across this entire area. Power flashes were reported near Bartlesville. Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten any substantial reports out of Bartlesville yet, which may or may not be good news, but hopefully it stays that way, where we just didn't have much of anything significant. But unfortunately, it looks like a lot of significant stuff just happened there. We do not have a PDS tornado, by the way. Ignore that. I'm trying to go back to the scene. All right. We do have rotation, by the way, on the west side of Kansas City near the Tonganoxie area, so we're watching that closely. There is a tornado possible on that. We'll keep a close eye on that. All right. They get hit hard. I know. Unfortunately, just a significant tornado there. I guess Connor is done, apparently. So we are going back to this camera. I'm gonna put Kansas City on the camera. Just give me 1 second. I'll put that back up on there. I know Connor was done for the night. Once again, if you're just tuning in, haven't already heard, we had a tornado emergency that happened not too long ago. We no longer have one, but we did have one for Bartlesville and Bartlesville, Oklahoma. If you know any friends or family in either of those areas, you need to make sure that they are okay. A large and destructive and catastrophic tornado went right through the heart of Bartlesville, where, again, multiple injuries at least have been reported in that area. And in addition to that, the Bartlesville area also took a hit. We don't know the extent of the hit, but they did take a hit. So, any friends or family in that area, please make sure they're doing okay. Once again, that area was hit really hard. And hopefully everybody's okay, but it's hard to it's really hard to know how hard everybody was hit at this point, since we're just, again, in the beginning stages now of a cleanup effort and a rescue effort in those areas. And there's still a lot of information that's unknown. So, yeah, just really bad stuff overall that just happened there. But once again, the new concern right now is going to be any storms that are developing out in front of the line of storms. Hopefully this line of storms goes faster, because if it does, that means the tornado threat will be dying down more. But the problem is right now, any of these storms that form before this line of storms approaches, these will increase the threat of tornadoes. Anything that's discrete, essentially what we just saw, is going to have a more elevated tornado risk. So we need to watch these storms that are developing out in front of the line very closely. All right. And, I mean, these are, again, going to be a more significant variety of storms. And then the storms that are back over west of Lawton are also ones that we need to watch. Now, they have not been very impressive thus far, but anything that is able to really mature here could produce a strong and long-track tornado potential. That is why you need to stay very vigilant here over the next few hours. There's no reason to let your guard down unless you are out of the tornado watches. The storms are not done yet. They are still well from done here across Oklahoma, and even parts of like Missouri and stuff. You are still going to see storms a little bit later tonight. The only tornado warning that we currently have, by the way, is now in Iowa. Otherwise, all of the tornado warnings, at least for the time being, are no longer ongoing in Oklahoma. Guys, I'm going to be catching up on reports. Just give me 1 second. Okay, let me get to some reports here in chat real quick. I'm trying to go through Twitter reports too. There's a lot of them. So just hang on. Yeah, if you know any friends or family in Bartlesville or Barnsdall, make sure that they are okay. A large tornado just ripped through there. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to report. I have family in Bartlesville, and they said that most of the town is destroyed. I don't know how accurate these reports are. I'm just reading off a couple of reports I'm seeing. Isaiah with the 499 super chat said that police are reporting gas leaks all over the city in Barnsdall. Also, thank you, Gray, for the $5 super chat. Barnsdall, significant damage, numerous gas leaks, countless homes missing. Went over that a little while ago, but again, it gives you an idea of the significance of this particular event. All right, let me check Twitter real quick. I'm getting added in a bunch of stuff. If you do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is damage to a hotel in Bartlesville, by the sounds of it. Again, the extent of the damage is very unknown, but there is some damage there in to a hotel in Bartlesville. And Bartlesville's the one that's more populated. Barnsdall is around 1,000 people. Bartlesville is around 38,000 people. So, a much larger amount of people in that warning. And somebody's saying on Twitter they think the tornado hit the west side of town in Bartlesville. I live on the east side. Lots of damage. So that's what we're getting for a report there. Bartlesville, the Hampton by Hilton took a direct hit from what I'm seeing. in Bartlesville from that large and strong tornado. There are some significant damage photos coming out of Bartlesville. I am retweeting photos and videos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, getting some, at least, you know, photos there. Still seeing some, again, significant damage. I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. It doesn't look like the town of Bartlesville, at least from what I've seen so far, was like leveled or anything, but it does look like there's damage. All right, that's what I'm seeing. Barnsdall, on the other hand, by the sounds of it, was more, you know, hits, like hit harder. But Bartlesville does not look hit as hard, which it seemed like the tornado was including a little bit more as I was moving to the northeast into that town. All right, so that's the majority of the reports I'm seeing so far, but significant damage, at least in Barnsdall. And obviously, in real time, when we're covering tornado warnings, it can be hard to, you know the exact extent of damage and stuff like that, but Barnsdall seems to be hit very significantly, and then Bartlesville seems to be hit at least to some extent, just not nearly as much. All right, so that's at least the information I'm getting out of this. And again, we're talking about Oklahoma. We're not talking about somewhere else. So this is Oklahoma that we're talking about, where we had just had that tornado emergency. See if there's anything else here. I keep getting added and stuff. Buildings destroyed in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. From some of the damage photos I'm seeing, again, it does not look like, again, like massive homes leveled or anything like that. But it does look like very significant damage so far. Again, we are still very early into this process where we're going to get photos and videos and all that sort of stuff. So obviously, you know, stay tuned. We'll keep you posted with any other updates as these storms do continue to develop. And yeah, I mean, and as things come in on those storms, because again, we are still very early into the process of knowing what exactly has happened in those areas. It is nighttime. It is dark. People were probably sleeping when those tornado warnings happened. So once again, that stuff is still probably to come in terms of, you know, reports and all that. By the way, thank you, John, for the $20 Venmo. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Also, thank you, Ashley, for the $9 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, David, as well, for the $10 donation. Thank you to, by the way, anybody that did Super Chat as well. I'm going to try to get to a few of them here. Thank you, Drifting, for becoming a Moderate Velocity member. Thank you, Isaiah, for the $4.99. Is there a way to check on Copic? Brandon's fine, if that's what you're asking. Brandon's doing search and rescue right now. Thank you, Demon, for the £5 super chat. The sirens never went off in Barnsdall. That's why, you know, I say this all the time. Do not rely on tornado sirens. And we got a Dorito chip tornado warning right now near Carroll, Iowa, which I don't think this will... Yeah, this one's going to end. That's why you should never rely on tornado sirens, though. They're not reliable. They can go out very easily. So, do not rely on tornado sirens. They're just not reliable all the time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning that has just been issued here in Iowa, northwest of Des Moines. Got a few broad areas of circulation going towards Lake City, Rockwell, Callender, south of Manson, near Churiton. We got a lot of areas of rotation in here, so seek shelter if you're in any of this area. But to go back to Oklahoma, I have family in Bartlesville, and their house took direct hit. Only thing left was the lowest floor. Yeah, I mean, by the sounds of it, Bartlesville had some significant damage, but again, we're not getting any really clear reports yet out of there. In terms of damage, again, I'm seeing some reports, just nothing clear other than at least some damage. Again, nothing catastrophic by the sounds of it, at least in Bartlesville, like leveled homes and stuff. Mixed reports out of Bartlesville on the southeast side of town. No fatalities at this time. Okay, so another report there. Tagged you of damage on Twitter. Okay. If you do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Try to relay information. Thank you, Jackson and Marshall, for becoming Velocity members. Let's see if there's anything else I missed here. You, Andrew, and King Potato as well, or Ponto, sorry. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate that. I'm crying for those two folks. Yeah, I mean, again, it's unconfirmed fatalities. I'm just seeing those early reports. I don't know how somebody could really prove that early on. I don't really know. I'm just, again, kind of going off of what I've been seeing from a lot of these reports on Twitter, which a lot of them are reputable, but, you know, hopefully nobody has been hurt by these storms. Unfortunately, they probably have been some, you know, at least injuries because of the nature of where this tornado just went through. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it just does not look like good signs there in Oklahoma. But some significant tornado damage, at least in Barnsdall, is from at least the bare minimum of what I'm seeing right now in Oklahoma. Also, thank you, Jackie, for the $19.99 from earlier. Okay. I think I got to most of the super chats there. All right, let me go back to Kansas City real quick. Radar's kind of updating infrequently here. Got a tornado warning again northwest of Des Moines. Where is Kansas City? It's right here. All right, let's go to Kansas City real quick. Do have a little bit of circulation right now off to the west of Kansas City. We do have a radar site here that could possibly show us that as well. Maybe, maybe not. There we go. I'm not seeing much on this radar site that's closer by. Let's go back to Kansas City again. We have some circulation just west of Kansas City that we're watching. I don't see anything imminent here west of Kansas City. Like this, for example. That's like the only area of rotation that I see. But otherwise, I don't see anything else down to the south that looks like it's about to take like an imminent threat here for a tornado. But if you are just northeast of Noxie, excuse me, going towards Leavenworth and Platte City, I would definitely be staying weather aware. Because that'll be going in that direction here over the next several minutes. So there's some rotation here, but the rotation right now not going directly towards Kansas City. Damaging winds right now the main concern for Kansas City. Thank you, by the way, Patrick, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Let me go back to Oklahoma City real quick. We do have rotation down there. Oh yeah, that looks like, yeah. There's rotation developing north of Oklahoma City here. That is just south of Meridian. Got a hook echo and everything on this storm. Just south, or just north of Oklahoma City, southeast of Guthrie. So once again, this could get tornado warned at any time, but that is definitely rotating. We're also getting a lot of hail reports on that storm. The one west of Oklahoma City has to be watched closely as well, but this one here, again, definitely a concern right now. It's north of Oklahoma City, has a hook echo and everything. This one right here is what we're looking at. Has rotation just north of Oklahoma City. We're going to keep a close eye on it. Thank you, JD, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. And also thank you, Chris, for the $10 super chat. Hopefully we're saving lives. That's the goal of this stream. Thank you, Jan, for becoming a Velocity member. Take a sip of that water. I'm currently drinking on my Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A. I have not even finished my Chick-fil-A meal. We got Chick-fil-A when there was like one tornado warning. About 5 minutes later, there was like 8 tornado warnings. And I'm not kidding. We had like nothing happening, and all of a sudden, when I get my Chick-fil-A, you know, the weather's like, you're not eating anymore. You're gonna be doing coverage. Instead, we're back down to 1 right now, but I mean, my food's cold now, so it's kind of pointless. Yeah, once again, we do have rotation. This is north of Oklahoma City. It's moving east towards Kearney right now. It is outflow driven, so the tornado threat may struggle a little bit, but this is definitely rotating. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. There's at least rotation. It might not be an imminent tornado warning, but it's not far from it right now. Thank you, Megan and Hannah, also for the $10 Venmos. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. The Venmo's in the description below. All of our links, all of our donation links, all that stuff is all in the like the top of the description, or near the top. Might have to scroll down a little bit. By no means are you required to donate, by the way. I do appreciate it, but it's by no means required. Air fryer that Chick-fil-A, I might have to. Thank you, by the way, Joe, for the $10 super chat too. Will the storms ramp up by the time you get closer to Lawton? I don't know. I mean, right now we have storms west of you. There's definitely a chance they ramp up. So far, they have not been too bad, but as they continue to move east towards like central and southern Oklahoma, I do think these are going to start to ramp up in this environment. So this is the next area to watch for that potential for strong and long track tornadoes. Even just east of Tulsa, we also have that potential. This storm does not look as impressive yet as the other one near Wagner, but if you remember on this storm that just happened west of Tulsa that produced a large and strong tornado, you know, it did not look impressive at all. And I think a lot of you guys were talking about it, like the rotation did not look impressive until probably about 2 scans before the tornado actually dropped. It started to really intensify. Like there was nothing really there until then. So there's a possibility that these storms down the road do something very similar. Hey, by the way, Frank as well for the $10 Venmo. You guys are really generous. I appreciate it. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit already. I'm not trying to lose my voice today. We're doing fine right now. Trying to go for potentially as much as 16 hours today. We're at 10.5 right now. Confirmed fatalities in Barnsdall per police scanner. If you guys see anything on Twitter about that, at me at MaxVelocityWX. But there's some massive destruction in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. From what I'm seeing. If there's any other reports, I'll let you know. Thank you, Brandon, for the $50 super chat. Yeah, the community emergency response team, that's definitely something that, you know, if you're in an area like Oklahoma where there are tornadoes often, I would definitely look into that. I appreciate your generous $50 super chat. Please put some hearts in the chat for Brandon. That's very generous. Once again, we're looking at some rotation that is near Meridian, north of Oklahoma City. It's not tornado warned. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning yet, but it is going to be something to watch for as it goes towards Kearney and eventually towards Kendrick. So once again, if you are in this area, stay vigilant. Just going to zoom out a little bit so you have an idea of where we are, but we're watching this area right here. Moving eastbound. It's not tornado warned. The only tornado warning again is in Iowa. Thank you, Michael, for the $5 Venmo, and also Brooke for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Brad, for the $5 super chat. I've lived in Kansas for 40 years, and I've learned more than the last 3 hours, or in the last 3 hours, from watching you than I have in my entire life. Interesting. I appreciate your $5 super chat. Glad you're learning something. I'm still keeping an eye, by the way, on the Iowa tornado warning on my phone, so if anything does change there, I'll let you know. The radar itself has not been really updating very often. I don't know why. Last update was 9 minutes ago on the velocities. But the tornado warning does continue for Rockwell City, Moreland, Summers, Lorville, and Sheridan and Lanesboro in Iowa, and a few areas surrounding that. Still got some rotation just southeast of Guthrie. Still watching it again at Oklahoma. Thank you, Megan, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Russell, for the $19.99. And also thank you to Jan for the $10 donation. Very professional and trustworthy. I appreciate that. Thank you. And also thank you, Kyle, for the $20 donation. I appreciate the generosity, guys. You guys are really generous. I appreciate it. Again, the goal of this channel is just save lives. That's always been the goal. We've done this for a couple years now here on YouTube, and that's always been the goal, and that's going to continue to be the goal. Obviously, when there are things that are significant, we're always, you know, locked in. It's, you know, that's that kind of day. Still have a high risk for severe weather, and unfortunately, you know, it's been already pretty significant with that tornado emergency that we just had. Thank you also, Trucker, for the $19.99. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we do only have one tornado warning, but we are watching a rotation here that is now just concluded. That was north of Oklahoma City. It's mostly outflow driven, so it's not much of a concern if something developed there, but we are still looking at least at some level of a wind and hail threat, maybe an isolated tornado. And then the storms that are developing right now north of Frederick in southwest Oklahoma are really going to be the next concern. So these storms, as they develop, they'll move to the east and northeast, producing probably a more elevated tornado threat in the stashed area. At least that's what we're thinking might happen with these storms as they move east. This is the second time in 4 weeks, by the way, that Bartlesville was hit by a tornado. Just for the record. There are also many damaged homes and many homes without power in Bartlesville. But the Bartlesville tornado was huge by the looks of it. Just looking for some of the photos I've been seeing on Twitter. Unfortunately, it looks like that tornado was, you know, quite significant. Unfortunately. Yeah, if you know any friends or family there, make sure that they're doing okay. Thank you, Andy, as well, for the $10 super chat. And also thank you, Rick, for becoming a Velocity member. And thank you to Chris for the $5 Venmo. You are in 10 hours going for 16 hours? We might be. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. We'll see how things kind of go here over the next few hours. I mean, the unfortunate thing is right now is that we are going to have to end this live stream no matter what in an hour and 20 minutes because we're going to be approaching the 12-hour mark. And on YouTube, live streams don't archive after 12 hours. So we have to end the live stream in an hour and 25 minutes. But the plan is if we need to keep going, we will just open up a new live stream that'll just start right after this one. So that's the current plan. Thank you, Sean, as well, for the $20 donation. Appreciate that. I'm glad I can help you. No problem at all. And also, thank you, Lindsay, for the $10 Venmo. You guys are really generous. Appreciate your support. Also, thank you, Sherry, for the $9.99. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. I'm honestly surprised we've been going for 10.5 hours. It feels like we've been live for like 3 hours at the most. Like, I do not feel like we've been live for 10.5 hours. I'm going to be honest with you. Might just because I don't have college. I'm done with college for right now. This is the rotation, by the way, right now in Iowa. That's the rotation right there. Just south of Rockwell City, going towards Callender. Again, doesn't look super strong right now, but we are watching for that potential for an isolated tornado as that moves northeast. Thank you, Grayson, for the $30 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Money for coffee. I don't drink coffee. I do drink Diet Coke, though. I try to get off Diet Coke, and we kind of are on it right now because of how, you know, busy this week is going to be. Thank you amazingly for the $5 super chat. Glad I can help. Huge shout out, by the way, to Tucker Ahmad. Tucker has been here for 10 hours. I think Shelly's been here for 7.5 hours, apparently. I didn't even know you were there this long. I mean, I haven't been paying attention to chat a whole lot, but huge shout out to our mods. They've been here for literally all day today. I've been here all day too. I've been here since 6. Have you guys been here all day too? How long have you guys been here in the let me know in the chat. How long have you guys all been here? Like hours wise. Diet Coke is bad for you. I'm well aware, but I need the caffeine. Thank you, Elton, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. And also thank you, Average Jeff, for the $9.99. God, you guys have been here for a while. 6 hours? Holy cow. Our average view duration on today's live stream is 28 minutes. A lot of you have been here for over an hour. Holy crap. 28 minutes? That is actually insane. Only 5 hours. Yeah, only 5 hours. Okay. Just only. All right, this is the another area of rotation just west of Kansas City that we're watching. Again, not super strong, but we're still watching it closely. The live cam that we have right now is not really showing lightning. Let me see if I can get a better live cam. There's a few that are in Kansas City area that I'm trying to pull up. Got a couple there on the right side of your screen in that vicinity. You have one in Parkville. Just doesn't look really in anything. I'll do the Parkville one for now. Alright. Do that for now. I appreciate that, Corey. Thanks for the $10 super chat. I just tagged you in an update from Iowa from a truck driver. Okay, I'll let you know. I'll look at it in a second, Frank. Thanks you, Beat, for the becoming a moderate velocity member. Also, thank you, Ben, for the $9 Venmo. Appreciate your generosity. And the latest scan not showing as much rotation right now west of Kansas City, but we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does do anything. Again, our only tornado warning at this current time is northwest of Des Moines. So we're still watching this closely as it moves to the northeast. All right, let me see on Twitter what we're looking at here. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, again, feel free to at me at Max Velocity WX. This tornado warning still goes for those near Rockwell, Callender, in Iowa for the next 30 minutes, unless it's otherwise canceled. There is damage to a local Hampton Inn in Bartlesville. I've been mentioning a lot of stuff. Wow, I mean, it looks like significant damage in Barnstall. I mean, we're talking like really significant damage. I'm retweeting photos and videos on Twitter. If you want to see them, I cannot show a lot of them, but there's again been very significant damage there. Unfortunately, more damage. I mean, we're just getting damage photos up the wazoo right now out of Barnstall, Oklahoma. Just really sad stuff. I mean, again, that town was just hit so hard. Also, I do want to go back down to the south real quick. We're going to talk a lot more about Oklahoma now. That storm, again, is just not super concerning. But we need to prepare for this next storm that's west of Norman and Oklahoma City. This is in an environment where discrete cells like this could produce a strong and large tornado threat. This storm doesn't look like it's going to in the next like 20 or 30 minutes, but it looks like it could later on if it enters a more favorable environment. So, again, just west of Oklahoma City right now is what we're looking at. This next storm would be on track to go towards Oklahoma City and Norman, and it could be, again, potentially dangerous if it does enter into this environment and it stays discrete. It's not a tornado possible label right now, but it is a storm that, again, could be something concerning down the road. So we are going to be watching this very closely over the next several minutes as it moves in that direction. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are actually only 200 subscribers from 209,000. Thank you, Michelle, for the $4.99. Thank you, Alan, for the $19.99. Thank you, Seattle, for the $10 super chat as well. I do appreciate all of your generosities, and thank you. I'm not leaving, by the way, guys. We're going to be live for the next at least hour and 20 minutes, and then after that, if we have to continue to stay live, I'll boot up another live stream. Because I cannot have this be longer than 12 hours, otherwise the stream just will not archive. So we have to end it no matter what in an hour and 15 minutes. And then we'll have to start another live stream after that. I'm not leaving, you guys. Oh my god, chill out. It's fine. I'm not leaving. I'm still here. We're still here. We're fine. Now, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and schedule that next live stream just in case we need to, go live again. Just so we're ready for that. Which, again, that'd be a little over an hour from now. If we need to do that. Okay. That is good to go for whenever that's needed, if needed. If we start that stream, it'd be right at 12 a.m. Holy cow. Crazy stuff. All right. Sleep for a week. We're going to be live again tomorrow. We're going to be live again on Wednesday. We're going to be live again on Thursday. We're going to be live for the next 4 days. Next 4 days. Unbelievable. And again, this storm that's west of Oklahoma City is the one that we're watching right now, the most closest for. There's a few of them here up and down southwest Oklahoma, but this one in particular is the one that we're watching for. That potential for a tornado down the road. Again, no tornado warning on it right now. The only tornado warning's in Iowa, but this storm is definitely the one to watch for. Just west of Oklahoma City. Thank you, Carlos, for the $9.99. Thoughts on storms developing in northeast Oklahoma? I think overall the majority of these storms are going to be like anything that goes really significant and, you know, very severe would be anything that is currently east of Tulsa. So this storm activity here. Otherwise, I do not see there being a significant tornado threat, especially with this line of storms. It would have to come out of anything that's discrete for the most part. That's how this environment would get maximized. Thank you, Gray, for the report. So again, fatalities, at least unconfirmed amount being reported there in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. But this storm, once again, just west of Oklahoma City, could be a big threat down the road if it does end up intensifying and maturing. This definitely could produce something down the road. It doesn't look good right now. It does not look clean or organized, but, I mean, again, this is definitely in play for something significant down the road. We gotta watch this storm very closely. No tornado possible label on it or anything like that yet, but we're watching it closely. I only have 2 chicken nuggets left from Chick-fil-A. Not bad. Diet Coke money? Appreciate it, Grayson. Thank you. Thank you, Noah, for the $5 Venmo. His message. Thanks for keeping me updated on my family in Bartlesville. I was able to warn them way ahead of time thanks to you. Their home was spared and they are safe. That's the exact goal of this channel. I'm, you know, glad I was able to help out. Cold nuggets. I got this Chick-fil-A order 3 hours ago, and they are now officially cold. Good times. We are getting reports, at least from News 9, of 3 confirmed deaths in Bartlesville. So that's the latest report out of Bartlesville. And just really sad stuff. And that's why, again, never rely on tornado sirens. Even if you have them, it can be a way to receive alerts, but it should not be your main way to receive alerts in any case, because tornado sirens are just not reliable. From what I've seen, the Bartlesville sirens did not go off. That's from what I've been hearing. But, you know, either way, just really sad stuff. Thank you, Grace, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Smarts in the chat for Grace. That is our highest tier membership. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Grace. Becoming a VIP Velocity member. Thank you, Timothy. Appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. The rotation on the storm in Iowa is broader now. I don't think this will continue as a tornado warning. Also, the storm near Kansas City, still a tornado possible label. There is rotation, I believe, near Platte City. Let's check that out. Also, thank you, John, for becoming a Velocity member. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation. There might be a little bit there near Platte City. But I think the other big thing right now is that we're just watching for mostly damaging winds with maybe a brief tornado with this activity. I do have a live cam there in Kansas City where it is beginning to downpour. with lots of lightning. But right now it doesn't look super significant. I'm going to go ahead and take off the tornado warning tag for now, even though there's one in Iowa. Because we're mostly looking at Oklahoma. So I'm just going to take it back down to tornado possible for the time being. Because, you know, the next concern really right now is Oklahoma, where, you know, we're watching for really two different areas. One over here and one over here for the greatest tornado potential over the next hour or two. And these are moving east. These are moving northeast. That's where the greatest tornado threat would be, basically, here over the next little while. Fort Worth is fine. I think Fort Worth will be okay. Still some broad circulation near Kearney. Nothing too crazy. Velocity's just updated. Got something there. We've had a rotation on this storm for a little while. I don't know if it's really that much of a rotation, but we've had it there for a while on this storm. It's been kind of in and out, but it's still there. And we're not talking about In-N-Out burgers. We're talking about, like, in and out as in rotation being there and not being there. Hey, Wolf, I appreciate that. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Again, the goal of the channel is to save lives. Hopefully we're, you know, doing that one step at a time. Yeah, there's something there. It's kind of been here. It's kind of been there. It's been there a lot, but I mean, just haven't had anything come out of it yet. And again, there's an outflow boundary, which kind of plays with that a little bit, but there's something just south of Cushing. Now, if we didn't have that outflow boundary, I think that would almost definitely produce a tornado, but there's rotation there. And the only tornado warning that we have right now is in Iowa. Thank you, Donnie, for the $25 donation. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Donnie. Appreciate your generosity. I've been here for the past 6.5 hours. That's pretty crazy. Whoever's been here for the entire thing, I mean, you guys are you guys are crazy. I'm crazy enough to be here for the last 11 hours, but this is officially our longest live stream ever, by the way. Just for the record. I'm glad I helped, Janie. Appreciate your $20 super chat. This is the latest scan. Still got some rotation right over MZ, just south of Kearney, Oklahoma. Yeah, it's not much, but it's something to watch out for as that moves east. And that tornado watch has now been condensed. It no longer includes a need. It still does include Oklahoma City. Obviously, we got storms just to your west. These could potentially be significant if they do organize more. So that's the next thing that we're going to be watching for Oklahoma City. So once again, continue to stay weather aware if you're in that area. All right. I got my mom to start watching your channel, and she has said that she trusts you more than the weather channel these days. I'm glad I can help. Glad I can help. It's my favorite John Deloney episode. But you see my YouTube recommended? My bad. My YouTube recommended might have popped up in there at some point. Yes, I do watch. Occasionally, I watch John Deloney. A little bit. It's entertaining, gotta say. New severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma City. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So that is the new warning that has just been issued here. near Oklahoma City and Moore. It's moving eastbound right now. Going to be going towards the Edmond area and near Norman and Moore. With 70 miles per hour winds being possible, and there's also quarter-sized hail being a possibility. So significant windstorm at the bare minimum right now going towards Norman. We do have a live camera out of Radar Omega out of Norman. Again, you can watch all these live cams on their app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. They have storm chasers, live camera feeds, all that sort of stuff. And this is the radar that they have on the app as well. Only thing I noticed right now, I mean, this storm's pretty far away still, but we got wind still near the surface. It's gusting. Got lots of lightning probably going to be appearing in the distance here soon on this live cam. So this storm, again, is going to be right on track for Oklahoma City and Norman as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning. That's one. I mean, the one near Smithville. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. That rotation is intensifying. You can see it right here. We actually may have just had a tornado. That was near Hoover. We may have just had a brief tornado right near Hoover. But there is very strong rotation just north of Kansas City, near Smithville. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That is right just to the west of Smithville, moving northeast. Going to be going towards, yeah, another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one's just west of Smithville, going to be going towards Plattsburgh here pretty soon. If you're in Plattsburgh, Trimble, Edgerton, you all need to be in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. The other tornado warning is the storm we were talking about before near Kearney and Chandler, where there is rotation on this storm that has been developing for the last several minutes. And there may even be a debris signature on that. This one is going to be the one that's going to be approaching Stroud, Kendrick, Davenport, and Chandler. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. That is a strong couplet that could produce a tornado at any time. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Again, just northeast of Oklahoma City is where we're at. That's the area of rotation. It looks like we're about to have a tornado with this. If not, there may have already been one. We got a small little debris signature by the looks of it. So we may have a tornado here. Moving east-northeast. I'm just waiting for the velocities to update on that. So again, south of Kearney. Could have a tornado on the ground approaching Chandler. And I believe we do. That looks like a debris signature to me. It's not a big one, but there's at least something there. Quickly going to go back to Missouri. And we're going to hop back and forth probably a little bit here, because this storm also near Smithville is concerning. Pretty populated area. This is the storm near Smithville. We don't have a new radar scan quite yet. This is going to be moving northeast towards Smithville and Plattsburgh, Missouri. Going towards Lathrop as well. Here's the latest scan. That is strong rotation. We could also get a tornado here. So, just to preface here, we could have two tornadoes on the ground at any time here. The one near Ridgely and Trimble, just south of Edgerton, near Smithville and Plattsburgh. And then the other one that is back over in Oklahoma, near Chandler. This one could be already on the ground. If not, it's about to drop. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in Chandler, Davenport, Kendrick, or Stroud in Oklahoma. Waiting for the next, the radar update here. Should come out here in a second. Here it is. All right, let's check it out. I'm not seeing any definitive CC drop here. See what the velocities look like. CJ Stroud does not live in Stroud, I don't think. Just waiting for the velocities to update here. Was Stroud hit by a tornado in 1999? Didn't know that. Here's the latest scan, and that looks broader. Okay, we're gonna go back to Missouri. Again, that's the one in Oklahoma. We're still gonna keep a close eye on it. That rotation broadened pretty quickly. Let's go back to the one that's back over here near Smithville with a stronger couplet. Again, this could be on the ground at any time. That is a very strong area of rotation that is moving into that area Here's a live radar Omega cyclone port on the left side of your screen. That is in just north of this storm. But this is the one that, again, could drop a tornado at any time near Smithville. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Smithville or Ridgely. We have 2 areas of rotation by the looks of it. We got one right here over Smithville and the other one just to the north of that. Again, in western Missouri, just north of Kansas City. That's going to be going towards Plattsburgh down the road and Lathrop. And those are the 2 pockets of rotation. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from the windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. I'm going to see if we have any view of this on the Kansas City radar site. That's the one that's very localized here. We just don't have anything definitive here, like further away, but like closer up, we have very strong rotation. Smithville just went away. This rotation is very strong. Again, that's going to be approaching Trimble over the next few minutes. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Trimble or Ridgely. Very strong area of rotation. Once again, here in western Missouri, this is north of Kansas City. And then the tornado warning that is north of Oklahoma City. Rotation's broadened out over the last scan. We'll keep a close eye on it if anything develops. This tornado warning is still radar indicated, just for the record. Just updated. Let me zoom out a little bit so you have an idea of what we're looking at. These are the areas. Again, just north of Kansas City. This is near Trimble, Plattsburgh, Lathrop, Smithville, near Edgerton. Going to be going towards Turney as well in Missouri. And if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. That is a strong couplet that's moving northeast. Hey, by the way, Ryan for the $20 super chat. I think what St. Louis will be mostly just wind. Maybe an isolated tornado threat, but mostly wind. Thank you for your generous $20 super chat. The camera on the bottom left of your screen is back up here to the north. It's an agency. It's right there. It's actually very windy there. And again, that gives you an idea of the wind that is going to be coming with these storms. We got very high winds across this entire line of storms. Thank you, Danielle, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, that rotation near Chandler's broadened out. So that one probably not going to be warned for too much longer. We're still watching the storms near Oklahoma City to see if they try to produce any tornadoes. Here's the latest radar scan, and that rotation near Trimble, and the latest scan's a bit broader. So let's hope it stays that way. It's a little bit broader there near Trimble. Yeah, it's moving northeast right now. More storms coming into more bad with tornadoes. Again, there might be an isolated tornado threat. If anything becomes mature and just, pretty discreet, there will definitely be a chance there for tornadoes in either southern or even central Oklahoma. But right now, it's uncertain, I'll say. It may or may not happen. With what we just saw back over near Bartlesville and, Barnsdall, it's possible that something like that happens there. But so far, they've not been very organized. Thank you, Vic, also for the $4.99. Thank you, Kyle, for the $5 super chat. You can contact me. I mean, we're on all social media platforms. They're all linked in the description below. Okay, let's go back to... Okay, we're gonna go back through the 3 tornado warnings again real quick. Just kind of scroll through them here. We got one in Iowa, near Rockwell City. This one's, I don't think, going to continue. But if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place for a few more minutes. Just call my grandparents in Trumbull, let them know that, about the storm. That's awesome. Glad I could help. Thank you, Nick. This is the velocities further away. This is closer up. Let's see what it looks like. We'll have a new scan on this in a second, so I'm going to stay here, and then we'll go back down to Oklahoma in a moment. Again, this is the one north of Kansas City. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The Chandler tornado warning is mostly wind at this point, from the looks of it. The one near Trimble, Mecca, and southwest of Westbridge still has the rotation. It looks like that rotation's died out, but we have very strong winds, upwards of probably 70 to 80 miles per hour with that storm. So still a relatively significant storm right now moving to the northeast. So, we'll keep a close eye on that. The storm near Oklahoma City is now a tornado possible label. So this is now becoming a more concerning storm. Again, not tornado warned, but the fact of the matter is this storm, if it does continue to intensify, it is going to be going towards Oklahoma City and Norman and more, where a tornado threat will exist. So the National Weather Service has upgraded this at least to a tornado possible label. Does not mean there's going to be a tornado, but there's at least some broad circulation that could lead to a tornado down the road. So, unfortunately, they've now issued that, at least on that storm near Oklahoma City. So we'll have to watch that storm very closely. That's not good at all, obviously. Heavy damage and casualties confirmed in both Bartlesville and Bartlesville. Rescue operations ongoing. Houses are destroyed. That is not what you want to hear. It's not what you want to hear. Let me see if there's any other updates on Twitter here. There's now ping pong ball sized hail being reported on the storm that is west of Oklahoma City right now. That we have circled. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a new update. As of 8 minutes ago, I just forgot to show you guys this. This is a new update. Supercells capable of all hazards are possible into the early overnight hours. Strong tornadoes remain possible. Again, anywhere from Oklahoma City back into even north central Texas. So stay vigilant, stay weather aware if you're in these areas. Unfortunately, we are not done with severe weather in this area. It is still, alive and well here in Oklahoma, where storms are continuing to really fire up and trying to intensify right now. That is the latest from the, once again, the Storm Prediction Center. According to Brandon Kopic, the entire east side of Barnesdale is gone. You do not see wording like that often either from Brandon, but apparently the entire east side of Barnesdale is gone in Oklahoma. That is not what you want to hear. That was with the tornado emergency that we just had a little while ago, for those that are tuning in. That's, again, according to Brandon Kopic, which he was one of the, I think he was like the first storm chaser, at least on Radar Omega, that was in Barnesdale. And so, reportedly, the entire east side, or at least the east side to some extent, is gone. So, yeah, really unfortunate stuff there. Prayers to anybody in that area. I mean, again, I've already heard about casualties, but it's hard. It's something that you really can't speculate on. Hopefully nobody was injured or anything like that, but unfortunately from what we're hearing, it does sound like there's been a lot of injuries and perhaps even more than that, but again, we don't really know much more than that at this point. There's been numbers thrown out there, but I don't think anything's really officially confirmed. We had news reporting that there were 3 casualties confirmed at this point, but once again, it's too early to tell at this point, I think, for a lot of this stuff, but at least 2 or 3 confirmed is from what I've just heard, at least from News 9, reporting on that storm. Really just unfortunate stuff there in Barnesdale, and Bartlesville even got hit, but I don't think hit as hard. Storm HQ just posted a photo of a before and after in Barnesdale 2 on Twitter. I'm retweeting that on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. But unfortunately, it just looks like significant damage there. Any new reports in Bartlesville? I haven't really seen any new reports other than that there has been damage. But again, it's kind of a broad term. Not really any specific areas where I've seen, you know, confirmed damage at this point. Just tagged you in a post? Okay. We still have a tornado warning north of Kansas City. Once again, that is back over near Smithville. And then we also have a tornado warning that we're currently on right now that is near Chandler, Oklahoma. And then the storm that is currently southwest Oklahoma City has a potential to produce a tornado down the road. And this is probably the most concerning storm that we have on the map right now. Just want to throw that out there. This definitely has a chance long-term to produce something potentially, you know, impactful at the bare minimum. So we're going to continue to watch this storm very closely as it moves eastbound. That'll be approaching Norman, Moore, and Oklahoma City over the next several minutes. So continue to stay very vigilant if you're in those areas, because that will be the next area in the track of this particular storm. Yeah, I do appreciate anybody sending me reports. I'm trying to get through them. There's a lot of them. Yeah, the Hampton Inn in Bartlesville took a hit, Alpha. I've seen that. I've seen reports on that. Thank you for your $5 super chat. But yeah, I've seen those reports at this point. Unfortunately, at least that was hit. Alright, we're down to 2 tornado warnings, which the one in Iowa has now been at least expired. And then the storm that is northeast of Smithville, still tornado warned, but the rotation's a bit broader on this storm, so not nearly as concerning. But we will continue to keep a close eye on it in case it does anything.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Uh-oh. There's a tornado warning just west of Joplin. So new tornado warning just to the north and west of Joplin, Missouri. This is in southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that's just west of Joplin, Missouri. That area of rotation is going to be right there near Columbus, moving northeast. So once again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And again, away from windows. This is not going towards Joplin, but it's just west of Joplin. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Yeah, this is right now moving northeast. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I saw Joplin, and I said, I mean, you know, Joplin's an area that's been hit hard before, obviously. I think everybody knows of the, you know, significant tornado that happened a little over a decade ago and all that sort of stuff. I mean, actually, the north side of Joplin did have a landspout the other day, or a tornado. I can't remember what it was, but there was a brief touchdown of a tornado or landspout north of Joplin a few days ago. So, I mean, they've been hit recently. But, you know, again, this is just west of Joplin, Missouri. Rotation's still not super strong. It is broad. So we'll watch it closely as that continues to move northeast over the next several minutes. Doesn't feel like a decade ago? Yeah, I know. It doesn't either for me. I remember it happening literally on live TV. Storms in Iowa, no longer severe right now, but I would still be watching for at least damaging winds and an isolated tornado threat. Look at that outflow boundary, by the way. Wow. That is an impressive outflow boundary. Very definitive on radar. That thing is taking a stroll across Iowa right now. That means the tornado threat should stay low up there in Iowa. Not zero, but it's low. The one near Smithville, I'm not seeing much left for rotation there. Still got a few areas of rotation south of Oklahoma City, but all of them relatively broad right now. And then again, we still have that tornado warning northeast of Oklahoma City near Chandler. That rotation has been weaker over the last few minutes. I'm not seeing much there right now. And then just west of Oklahoma City, we still have that tornado possible label. We are still watching the storm closely as it heads towards Norman, Moore, and Oklahoma City. But right now, again, there's no active tornado warning on that. But again, one of the more concerning ones I think right now that we have is the one west of Joplin. Again, this is in southwestern Missouri and southeast Kansas, moving northeast. So we're going to continue to watch this storm very closely. Yes, I got Chick-fil-A. I mean, I'm not done, but it's fine. I'm not super hungry right now. Thank you, by the way, Tech, for becoming a Velocity member. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how in the world we've been live for over 11 hours. It does not feel like it's been that long. We've been live for 11 hours and 15 minutes. That is our longest consecutive live stream of all time. Pretty crazy. All right, let me check Twitter and see if we have any more reports. I'm not seeing any new reports as of right now. Yeah, I'm not seeing any new reports as of right now on these storms, from earlier at least. And the storms that we have ongoing right now, nothing new yet. We have a sounding that was just released in Norman. A couple things to take note of here on the sounding. That's not the sounding. This is the sounding. From the Norman, Oklahoma sounding. I don't know why it's so blurry, but still got veering profiles, still got very strong winds throughout the entire atmosphere. So if any supercells near Norman, Oklahoma are relatively discreet, a strong tornado can still be possible in that environment. And that goes for anywhere back down there in southern or central Oklahoma right now. Still very strong wind shear throughout the entire atmosphere. How's it look for Springfield? I mean, you're probably going to mostly see damaging winds, maybe an isolated tornado threat. That's what I'm expecting right now. Thank you, Doge, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. No problem at all. Love your name, by the way, in your profile picture. All right, let's go back down to Oklahoma again. Let's go back to the Chandler one real quick. Yeah, nothing really on this Chandler storm right now. It looks like it's become fully outflow driven now. You can see that outflow boundary very definitively here on radar. And then this is really the main storm that we're gonna have to watch for after this. Okay, maybe not.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, I've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Bristow and Stroud. Interestingly enough, this is going to be for Bristow and just east of Stroud. If you're in this tornado warning, make sure you seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is moving eastbound. Let me take off the METAR data here. I've had this on all day. And let me refresh the app real quick. But we have a new tornado warning again for Bristow. Sorry, Bristow in Oklahoma near Stroud. Again, this activity is all moving east. It's mostly damaging winds right now. But they have issued a new tornado warning on the storm now here. All right, here you go. So I'm not seeing really much rotation right now, but they have gone ahead and issued a new warning here in Oklahoma. But if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. I'm still streaming. We've been live for a little over 11 hours. I told you guys at the beginning of this live stream today, this could easily be our longest live stream of all time. And it has been the longest stream of all time today. So, don't think I was joking when I said that. I was being serious. I mean, doesn't even feel like it's been that long, but it has been, apparently. By the way, a ton of people just Venmo'd me a little bit ago. I do appreciate anybody that Venmo'd. Justin, Elisa, Austin, Emma, Justin again. All those people, thank you guys for sending $5 and $10 Venmos. Appreciate it. Appreciate your generosity. And if you're just tuning in, these are 2 different tornado warnings right now. Northeast Oklahoma City, moving eastbound. Again, if you're in this activity, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible as it continues to move east. Not seeing anything imminent right now, but I would just, again, heed the warning. Make sure you're getting to your shelter spot. And again, we still have a tornado warning west of Joplin, Missouri, and we also have one that's north of Kansas City, I believe, still. That one at least goes for a few more minutes here. So, that's 6 more minutes, I believe, on that one. I've been here since 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time from Ohio. This season has been solidified by desire for emergency relief, veterinarian for severe weather. As a fellow student, you're doing amazing. That's awesome. I'm glad, you know, you're getting into the fields, and I appreciate your $10 super chat. That's awesome. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Norman and Moore, Oklahoma, and as well as Oklahoma City. That is for damaging winds right now up to 70 miles per hour. I'm going to put the live cam on Radar Omega at the bottom left of your screen. And also a tornado possible label is still on this for those near Oklahoma City, Moore, and Norman. Thank you, Gray, again for the reports and relaying the reports. I appreciate that. I appreciate you sending all that stuff in. I'm trying to get through the Twitter messages and stuff. There's just so many. I can only do so much at once, but I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you for relaying reports. It really helps out a lot. I'm trying to get all the information out. Still not really seeing any rotation on that storm. The one that's approaching more looks like a much more significant damaging wind threat developing. We could have wind gusts as high as 80 miles per hour right now heading towards Moore, Norman, Oklahoma City. Just want to throw that out there. So this is very significant right now heading eastbound. So damaging winds right now as high as 80 miles per hour will be possible near Moore, Oklahoma City, and Norman. Very, very significant storm activity heading that direction. How am I eating today? Not really. Had some chicken nuggets, Diet Coke. It's going well. Going well. All right, zoom out a little bit here. Chicken nuggets, get this man a steak. I couldn't eat a steak on a live stream. That'd be impossible. I appreciate that, Ashley. Thank you for the $4.99. Glad you've been here for a while. Yeah, we still got tornado warnings northeast Oklahoma City. We do have one west of Joplin. Let me just quickly update you on that one. Rotation's still there, just northwest there of Joplin. No CC drop or anything, but could still drop a tornado. It'll be approaching Lamar, Missouri here pretty soon, and just west and northwest of Joplin. Tornado warning was canceled north of Kansas City. We do still have 3 tornado warnings that are ongoing. 2 on the same storm up here near Chandler, and the other one near Joplin. And then a tornado possible on the storm near Moore, Norman, and Oklahoma City, but damaging winds that are being widespread right now, upwards of 70 miles per hour, and even up to 80 miles per hour possibly, are still really significant. So if you're in that area, obviously make sure that you are staying, weather aware, staying away from windows, all that sort of stuff. We could get a very significant wind event here pretty soon. And then the storms that are currently back down in southwest Oklahoma are starting to ramp up. So these could be tornado threats as they develop. So keep that in mind. Very far southern Oklahoma, those storms are trying to ramp up right now, and those could also produce a threat for tornadoes down the road. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit, but 3 areas that we're watching. We got one here, we got one right in here, and then we got one right up in here. Almost looks like a heart. That's the area those are a few areas that we're watching here. New development near Lawton. We got damaging winds up to 70 near Oklahoma City. And then also back up near Tulsa. Still some pretty significant storms there. Been watching you since 1 p.m. also in Ohio. I'm glad I can help. Thank you, Druxy, for the $5 super chat. Arcadia, Oklahoma should have stayed in California. Appreciate the $20 super chat. Yeah, I mean, You know, some people move to, you know, the central and southern plains and forget about the weather here. One of the biggest things here in these states. All right, we're back to water. I ran out of Diet Coke. Water's probably better anyways. Any drunk NATOs? No drunk NATOs. Nope. Drunk NATOs were not in the forecast today. We had a tipsy tornado earlier today, but no drunk NATOs. Been watching you since the time you signed on. That's pretty remarkable. I gotta be honest with you. For anybody that's been here the entire time, I really do appreciate your support. I mean, obviously this has been a very long live stream. My voice is still going. I've felt a bit more strain in my voice here a little bit, but it is impressive how I've been live for almost 12 hours straight without having any issues. It's incredible. If we were live 12 hours, you know, 2 years ago, I would lose my voice in like 6 hours. So pretty crazy stuff. This is the tornado warning again, northwest of Tulsa. Or sorry, not northwest of Tulsa, northwest of Joplin. I don't know where I got Tulsa from. That rotation doesn't look super strong right now, but we'll continue to watch it in case it does do anything weird. It's still it's relatively broad still. It's gonna be going towards Lamar, Missouri here pretty soon. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that warning, just in case anything happens there. And the rotation right now near Stroud is still very broad. That's also going towards Bristow. So if you're in those areas, just continue to stay in your safe place. This is now a destructive storm in Oklahoma. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading towards Norman. So once again, destructive supercell here, heading towards Norman and more right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a new tornado warning for Lamar. So that tornado warning will continue back over in Missouri. That's going towards Lamar. Again, circulation is still broad, but it's north of Joplin, going towards Lamar, Missouri. Keep a close eye on it if anything happens. But we do have a destructive storm right now heading towards Moore.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have another tornado warning east of Kansas City. So that is a strengthening area of rotation near Grain Valley, moving east, northeast, and northeast towards Richmond and Higginsville. So we'll keep a close eye on that over the next several minutes as that activity moves to the east-northeast. I'll go back to that probably in a minute because that rotation's strong. I'm trying to update you on this warning in Oklahoma City, but I can't. Just south of Oklahoma City near Moore and Norman, we have a damaging windstorm right now that is going to be producing the threat of damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So if you are in this warning, you need to treat this as if it's a tornado warning because destructive damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour will be possible. This right here is a significant area of damaging winds, and I'm not trying to be dramatic again, but that is significant. This is all straight line winds right now heading right towards the Oklahoma City, southern side of Oklahoma City. Velocity is currently estimating winds right around 80 miles per hour. So this is a significant storm right now that's about to enter into Moore and Norman, Oklahoma within the next few minutes. This is going to be approaching Moore, Norman, and Interstate 35 within the next 10 minutes or so. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this area, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're in Moore or Norman, Oklahoma. Once again, that is a destructive storm right now that is moving east right into Moore and Norman. Again, that's damaging winds as high as 80 to 85 miles per hour. All right. And then the storm that is near Lamar and Joplin, there's again some rotation here just north of Joplin. Could still produce a tornado that's moving towards Lamar. It's not going towards Joplin, for the record. With that said, we do have something near Joplin. Can't really tell what it is right now. That is, looks like some sort of rotation right over Joplin right now. So we got something right over Joplin, maybe now on the east side. Might be some sort of rotation here that just went over Joplin, moving eastbound. We'll have to get another velocity scan here in a second. And then the tornado warning near Grain Valley is a strong couplet that's just not updated either. So those two radar scans behind right now. Yeah, we got you guys can all hear me now. It just came back. I was calling, and it just came back. All right. We're gonna have to restart the stream anyways, but I do want to mention that there's now a tornado on the ground near Carthage in Missouri. So this is a brand new tornado on the ground now in Missouri. Sorry guys, we lost internet. I'm back. I don't know what's happened over the last few minutes. I was talking about this when the internet literally went out, but we have now a tornado on the ground near Carthage, northeast of Joplin. Yeah, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. This could be a potentially strong tornado as that moves northeast. But once again, we are going to have to restart the live stream anyways here in a few minutes because we are getting close to that 12-hour threshold. So I may just end up restarting this entire thing in a few minutes, but at least for now, we're going to continue to stay live on this, and then I'll go back and, again, we'll start the new stream here in a little bit. But, again, this is currently a tornado on the ground west of Joplin, a potentially strong tornado moving northeast. Again, very strong velocities here on radar near Carthage. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as that storm will continue to move northeast over the next several minutes. And once again, if you're just tuning back in, again, we lost internet, but we're back. All right. No CC yet. Yeah, I mean, these velocities are strong, though. Might not be a CC drop, but we most definitely have something here. It's a radar confirmed tornado. That's your CC drop right there, I think. Yeah, right there. It's not huge, but it's just west of Carthage, Missouri, moving northeast near Carytown and Jasper and Golden City. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Quick update, Norman, again, we are still looking at a destructive storm with 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is moving through right now. Look at this. 100-mile-per-hour winds being estimated by radar, a little bit off the ground west of Norman. This is a serious storm right now that is going into Moore and Norman. This is a significant storm. Moving east. Holy cow. That's 100 miles per hour being estimated by radar. It might not be that high at the surface, but it's definitely not far from it. The leading edge of this wind, which is probably more accurate, is near 70 to 80. But if it's near 100 miles per hour going towards Moore, that is not good. Those are seriously high winds moving towards that area. Latest velocity scan a little bit lower, so we're closer to 80, but still very significant damaging winds there near Norman. All right, here's your CC drop. That's your tornado on the ground near Carthage and Carytown. Again, that is in between Carthage and Carytown here in Missouri, where there is now a confirmed tornado on this storm. Yeah, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Okay. All right, new tornado warning for Oklahoma City now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So if you're in Oklahoma City, got to get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this is a brand new storm that is now tornado warned for Oklahoma City. And you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. The rotation right now is going to be located just down to the south of Oklahoma City. It's going to be this little notch right here. That's rotating. Don't see any debris signature, but that would be the area of rotation that we're looking at right now. Moving right into the south side of Oklahoma City. Again, you gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning near Oklahoma City, Midwest City, Choctaw, and as well Spencer and Hara and Newella, as this will be moving into that area here over the next few minutes. Here's the latest radar scan. We may have a tornado on the ground here on the south side of Oklahoma City. That's a very strong area of rotation right now, moving east-northeast. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And that is right now moving east-northeast towards Midwest City, Spencer, and Hara over the next several minutes. Almost undoubtable. It's almost undoubtable we're going to get something here. It might not be a tornado, it might just be high winds, but it's very close to dropping a tornado right now on the north side here, back over near Oklahoma City. Trying to check out the velocities again here. The short sight here doesn't show anything, but that doesn't mean anything. Also, I think the winds right now are going right into Norman, so that live cam on Radar Omega will be on the left side of your screen. But again, this tornado warning is still ongoing here near Oklahoma City. And that right there is where we're watching for the potential for a tornado. That'll be moving right into Midwest City, and as well as southeast side of Oklahoma City over the next few minutes. Also, quick update. We have more tornado warnings now in Missouri. We got another one here that is confirmed. A damaging tornado on the ground again up this direction. This is again now a new confirmed tornado on that storm in Missouri.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We got a bunch of warnings right now in western Missouri as well, but this area just west of Springfield is where we're watching for that concern. This is the area of circulation that is in question. That's where we have that tornado that's been confirmed. Again, that is your CC drop. That is a debris signature north of Carthage. So if you're in this warning in Missouri, you need to seek shelter. We'll go back to that here soon. Let's go back to Oklahoma City again, where we do have a strengthening area of rotation here. Again, this is where we're watching for the potential for a tornado, just on the southeast side of Oklahoma City. So if you're in this warning, you, again, got to get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. And we may have a tornado on the ground at any time. Again, that's moving east-northeast. No correlation coefficient drop yet, but it could happen at any time. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be live after. I mean, we only got 18 minutes left on this particular live stream, but so here's the plan, just for everybody that's tuning in, or for those that are here right now. This live stream will continue, but it is going to redirect you to another live stream in about 18 minutes or so. That new live stream that we're going to have is the same thing. It's just I cannot have this live stream go past 12 hours. It doesn't let me. So essentially what we're going to do is it's going to redirect you in about 18 minutes. So just heads up, we're still going to be live on the channel. If you get lost along the way, we are still going to be live. It's just going to be on a different stream. So just keep that in mind, okay? Just want to throw that out there because it might get a little bit confusing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Holy cow. We have another tornado warning in Missouri. We got tornado warnings left and right now in Missouri. This is getting crazy. We are up to 9 tornado warnings all of a sudden. Near Richmond, east of Kansas City, near Buckner. We got warnings all over the place right now in Missouri. We still got rotation near Carthage. That's, again, a confirmed tornado near Carytown. That will be eventually going towards Lockwood, just northwest of Springfield. All right, go back to Oklahoma City again. Small CC drop, it looks like, near Dell City. We may have a tornado. We're going to have to wait and see. We may have a tornado on the ground just east-southeast of Oklahoma City. The rotation's a bit broader in the latest scan. There is a small CC potentially drop there, but it is not super definitive. I would say more than anything that rotation's broadened in the latest scan. I don't think we have a tornado there. But obviously, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning in case it does try to re-intensify. Yeah, it's moving east-northeast right now. All right, let me go back to Tulsa real quick. Tulsa, just wind and lightning. No severe weather right now there. Again, the tornado that is on the ground near Carytown is picking up some debris. We got very strong velocities. We have definitely a very high damaging wind threat here near Carthage, but very strong rotation. We could definitely get a strong tornado out of this as it moves east, northeast, and northeast. So again, if you are on this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. And this is right now moving east, northeast. It's going to be going towards areas like Lockwood, Greenfield, Golden City, and also not far from La Russell. Those areas are all on the track of this. I mean, guys, again, this is what we're looking at for warnings right now. We got warnings everywhere. These are all the tornado warnings. All right. Lot of tornado warnings right now across this area. You know, if you're in any of these pink polygons, you gotta be in your safe place. We got 9 different tornado warnings right now across the map. It is getting pretty active again. Rotation's still not super strong, but again, if we have a tornado, it would be near Midwest City right now, moving northeast. So still watching for the potential for a tornado there out of that activity. And again, we're still watching a confirmed tornado near Carthage, moving northeast. It'll be going towards Lockwood and Greenfield and Golden City in western and southwestern Missouri. Widespread power outages and more. Yeah, that storm again was upwards of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Unfortunately, it was definitely a significant storm there. Yeah, that wind really just went right through Moore. It kind of missed Norman, but it went right through Moore. And we still have a tornado potential right now near Oklahoma City. Power flash in northern Norman. Yeah, it's more than likely because of the wind. All right, once again, tornado warning for Oklahoma City. Waiting for the next radar scan here. This is still radar indicated rotation. It'll be near Midwest City if we had a tornado. And this is right now moving to the east-northeast towards Hara, Choctaw, and as well as Newella and McLeod. And if you're in any of those locations, you got to continue to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning, as this storm will continue to move east over the next several minutes. So we got some rotation south of Spencer. Again, it's not super strong, but it's definitely broader than before. But there's definitely a little bit of rotation still there. We'll keep a close eye on it. And then west of Springfield, once again, we do have that tornado that is in progress north of Carthage. New radar scan will be in here in a second, but that is where the tornado would be, near Golden City. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. But once again, we have 9 tornado warnings. There's a lot of stuff happening. Make that 10.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have exactly the number of tornado warnings as severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have a new tornado warning for those in Montevello, Jericho Springs, Newport, and Lamar. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We now have 10 tornado warnings. We have like 6 or 7, I think, in Missouri, and we have like 2, I think, right now in Oklahoma. Yeah, I mean, we got 8 right now in Missouri on its own. We got 2 in Oklahoma, and these ones in Missouri right now are kind of all over the place. Just checking to see if we have any of these confirmed right now. Not seeing anything confirmed on those 4 northern ones right now. Just from a brief look. The storms here, the velocities have not updated in 8 minutes. So that's kind of a problem. Hoping they update here in a second. Rain is confirmed in Oklahoma City. Thank you for the report. I'm glad we know rain is confirmed. right, can the velocities update, please? Please and thank you. If we have a tornado still on the ground, it'd be right in here west of Lockwood, and the other one would be right over Lamar, Missouri. And these are all moving right now to the northeast, for the most part. Just waiting for the velocities to update here. All right, here's the latest scan. And again, if there's still a tornado, it would be located right here near Golden City, Missouri. Not seeing a CC drop, but that would be where your tornado is located. If it is still on the ground here in Missouri, near Golden City and Lockwood, that is where the tornado would be located. And again, that's right now moving to the northeast. Got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. That's going to be going towards Lockwood, Greenfield, and Arcola, Missouri. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. The one in Oklahoma City, again, that rotation's much broader, at least for the time being. We might have something intensifying here. I think we have a couple areas actually intensifying here. Might have something near Nuella and another one near Choctaw, or Choctaw. I'm trying to confirm that right now. It's not much, but there's a little bit of rotation there. So a couple different spots there east of Oklahoma City that are rotating. And we got the entire line of tornado warnings right now across Missouri. They're all still going. Rotation near Golden City, again, is where we're looking for that potential for a tornado in Missouri still. If there's a tornado, it would be right there, north of Joplin, well to the west of Springfield, moving northeast. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Confirm ground circulation near Golden City. Okay. So, I mean, it looks strong to me. It probably is still on the ground. We don't have a CC drop, but that tornado would be going right through Golden City right now, and again, approaching Lockwood and Greenfield here in Missouri. So, yeah, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I do want to remind you, this live stream, once again, this one that we're on right now is going to be ending in 8 minutes, but we are going to be live again. This stream, you don't have to leave to do anything. I don't think you'll have to leave at least. It is going to redirect you to our new live stream in about 7 or 8 minutes or so. And so we're still going to be live doing the same thing, but I just want to throw that out there. Again, we're hitting the 12-hour mark here on YouTube, so we're going to have to start a new live stream basically from there. But again, we're still here. We're going to be live. Do not say no. We're still live. Again, it's going to redirect you to a different live stream in about like 8 minutes. You don't have to do anything. Just stay here, and it should redirect you automatically. If you get lost, just go to my channel, and you'll see it there. We're not going. We're going to be here. Once again, we're not leaving. The only thing that's changing is it's going to be on a different live stream. It's the same thing. I'm still going to be live. It's going to be redirecting you to a new live stream, because I can't go live for longer than 12 hours on YouTube. It just doesn't let me. So basically, we're starting a new live stream that's going to be the same thing. And we have a tornado that'll be approaching Golden City and Lockwood, waiting for the next velocity scan here. And then back over in Oklahoma City. Let me go back to that real quick, because this is taking too long. Let's go back to Oklahoma City. Still got rotation right now near the Choctaw area and Nuella. It's not much, but just enough maybe for that tornado warning to continue as it moves eastbound. And then west northwest of Springfield, we still got rotation here near Golden City. So once again, that is right now moving northeast. It looks a little bit weaker now, but reportedly there was some ground circulation there. There could still be a tornado on the ground. So if you are currently in Golden City, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is currently moving to the northeast. All right, to play it on the safe side of things, guys, I'm going to end the stream now. You will be redirected to a new live stream. It's going to still be me. We're still going to be live. I'm going to end it here. You do not have to go anywhere. It should redirect you. If for some reason it doesn't, just go to my channel. I'll be live, right? We're going to start it up because we're in between radar scans. We'll be back in a second, so just stay tuned.